Chapter 101. Fong Chung looked at Yifeng's Darius chess piece with envy in his eyes, and couldn't help but guess in his heart. What kind of equipment is this big brother Yifeng's Darius equipped with? It can actually continuously restore health, and one skill can restore so much health. He learned from some channels that a finished equipment can be combined with Giant Belt and Tears of the Goddess, and this finished equipment can restore a certain amount of health, but it is definitely not as exaggerated as Yifeng. And Darius's skill to restore health is linked to the strength of the spell, which can restore nearly 600 points of health at once. How exaggerated is the spell's strength? So, Fong Chung was dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine how Yifeng did it. With his cognition, he couldn't think of how Yifeng could be so powerful. Seeing that the forest banshee was restrained by Yifeng's Darius chess piece, Fong Chung immediately said that he would let his chess piece help. Unexpectedly, Yifeng turned his back to Fong Chung, but did not look back. He just stretched out his hand and waved, "I don't need your help. Just wait for this monster to be at low health and collect the heads." Fong Chung only then paid attention to Yifeng's back row output chess pieces. Draven's attack speed was getting faster and faster, and every time he chopped down with an axe, it caused more than 600 damage, and from time to time, there were critical hits of more than 800 damage. This damage directly shocked Fong Chung. He knew that there was a survivor Draven who was 3 stars before, equipped with an output equipment, and the attack power was only a little over 100. Every attack, hitting the enemy, was less than 100 points of damage. Compared with Yifeng's Draven, it is not in the same league at all. Fong Chung had never seen Yifeng's other 2 chess pieces before. The enchanting and gorgeous female magician chess piece threw a magic chain at the forest banshee out of thin air, and directly exploded more than 3,000 terrifying damage. The damage of the other blue-looking mage chess piece was much lower. The skill summoned a door, and hit the forest banshee, but it only dealt more than 200 damage. But every few attacks, an arc of electricity would explode on the forest banshee. How could Yifeng have such a rubbish chess piece? Fong Cheng's doubts were answered soon. On the top of the forest banshee's head, a magic damage value appeared every second. At first, it was very low, only a few hundred points, but with each release of the blue mage chess piece, this value continued to increase. Its continuous damage. Fong Chung immediately understood that it's not that the chess piece has no damage, but that the damage of this chess piece is a continuously stacked magic damage, which becomes more and more severe as time goes by. This is not over yet. Fong Chung also found that around the blue chess piece, as the forest banshee was hurt, crystals kept appearing and floating around. When the crystals accumulate to a certain number, they all fly out and rush towards the forest banshee, causing a lot of magic damage. Looking at Yifeng's 10 chess pieces, and then looking at the pile of chess pieces behind him, Fong Chung fell into silence. The gap between people is sometimes so terrifying. In just a few minutes, the health of the forest banshee is about to bottom out. Don't just watch. Let your remote chess piece deal with the output. I'm not sure if you can get a reward after I help you kill the forest banshee. Hearing this, Fong Chung did not dare to neglect it. If there was really no reward, he would lose a lot. Fong Cheng's chess pieces were Lux, Jella, and Viol, all of which were only 2 stars. Only Viol and Lux were equipped with a finished piece of equipment. Lux, Jella, attack the monster in front of me. Under Fong Cheng's command, his chess pieces also launched a long-range attack on the forest banshee. Another minute later, as Jella's vines hit the forest banshee, the terrifying monster in the eyes of other survivors fell down and slowly turned into a crystal stone. Listening to the reminder sound of the survival game coming from his ears, Fong Chung couldn't help but feel excited and ecstatic. Sure enough, the trial portal was unlocked, and an additional B-level trial scroll was awarded. Don't stand there stupidly, pick up the crystal stone, and go back to your base quickly. I can only come here for an hour. Don't blame me if you retreat when the time is up. After hearing Yifeng's reminder, Fong Chung woke up from his dream. The reminder of the survival game just now made him fall into great excitement. Only after Yifeng's reminder did he react. Oh good. Let's go back quickly. Fong Chung picked up the crystal stone on the ground, then quickened his pace and ran back to his base. Although he is a fat man, he has burst out amazing potential at this moment. He ran very fast. Even Yifeng was left behind by him. When Fong Chung and Yifeng rushed back to the base, Fong Chung saw that there was indeed an extra building in his base, which was the trial portal. When Fong Chung checked the difficulty of his trial, he couldn't help but show a look of disappointment on his face. It's just a C-level trial. According to Boss Yifeng, E-level trials get basic equipment, D-level trials get finished equipment, C-level trials get artifact equipment, and B-level trials get powerful auxiliary equipment. It would be great if it was B-level, Fong Chung thought, so in his heart. After all, he would definitely not be able to beat the B-level trial, but if Yifeng was there, he would only pay a B-level trial scroll and get a B-level trial reward, which is definitely a sure win. After all, getting powerful equipment early in the early stage can make everyone one step ahead, and finally step by step ahead. Boss Yifeng, it's just a C-level trial. Looking at the disappointed look on the fat man's face, Yifeng comforted him. It's okay, the reward for the C-level trial is not bad. I take a crystal stone and let you earn a reward for free. Open it quickly. Fong Chung nodded and hurriedly activated the trial portal, and soon the light gate opened in front of the two of them. Hurry up, let's go! After the portal opened, Yifeng rushed in with his chess pieces. Fong Chung also quickly pulled his chess pieces and followed him in. A few minutes later, the two returned to the base again. Fong Chung couldn't suppress the smile on his face at this time, just like a blooming sunflower, which almost squeezed his originally small eyes out of sight. Boss Yifeng, you are so awesome. You solved such a big monster in just a few minutes. If it were me, I would probably be wiped out. Boss Yifeng, thank you so much. Woo woo woo, if it weren't for you, I don't know how I would pass this trial. Listening to the compliments of the fat man Fong Chung, Yifeng just wanted to hurry back to his base. This trip, the most time wasted was on the way to the forest banshee. Okay, you quickly collect your reward. I just take a look around the forest on your side, and you can trade with me anytime you have treasures in the future. Chapter 102. Yifeng left, and Fong Chung excitedly began to collect the trial rewards. Or an artifact, this is the first time Fong Chung has heard of this term. Although it is still unclear what the Orn artifact is, the name alone has already made Fong Chung fantasize. Artifacts must have very strong attributes to be called artifacts, especially when Fong Chung asked Yifeng whether he was so powerful, whether it was related to these Orn artifacts. Yifeng nodded. This made Fong Chung feel that the reason why Yifeng was so strong, such as the incomprehensible blood recovery and the terrifying output, must be related to the Orn artifact. Thinking of this, after Yifeng proposed to go shopping by himself, he did not say anything polite, and after sending people away, he hurriedly prepared to collect his own Orn artifact. Congratulations to the survivor for obtaining the Orn artifact. Lich's Bane. Listening to this name, Fong Chung felt extremely unfamiliar. Among the various equipment synthesized by Basic Equipment, he had never heard of the Lich's Bane equipment. Is this the legendary Orn artifact? Fong Chung was eager to check the attribute values of this equipment. Lich Bane. Add 30 spell power and 30% attack speed. Special effect. The first attack after each skill released by the carrier causes 200 extra magic damage, increase spell power and attack speed, and add extra magic damage. It is a very suitable equipment for mages. Among Fong Cheng's chess pieces, Lux and Zyra are both mages, which can perfectly match this Orn artifact. The health of a goblin is now about 1,000 points. Fong Chung currently has Lux at 2 stars, equipped with a Spear of Shojin, and with Lich's Bane, the damage can definitely be increased again. However, what puzzled him was that although this Orn artifact was a bit strong, it was not so outrageous. Compared with Fong Chung, this thing was only a little stronger than the finished equipment. So why is Yifeng so strong? Fong Chung couldn't figure it out, but he didn't plan to think about it anymore. He thought he made a profit in this transaction. Although everyone knows that Golden Spatula can synthesize various bonds at this stage, no one knows the specific bond situation. His chess pieces were Lux and Viola at first, without any special effects. After getting the third barracks, Zyra, he found that the spell strength of Lux and Zyra was improved, and the spell strength of Viola was also partially improved. He guessed that there was a bond between Lux and Zyra, but what exactly the bond was, and what basic equipment to synthesize with Golden Spatula was also unclear. If the synthesis is wrong, this Golden Spatula will be wasted. So this Golden Spatula has always been tasteless in his hands, and it is a pity to throw it away. Now he has used a Golden Spatula to open the trial portal in advance, and got an Orn artifact from it. Then he will have more confidence when the second beast tide invades. And after 7 days, he can start the second trial mission. It only takes a few times for him to catch up with the progress and get a better result in the War Zone challenge on the 20th day. Thinking of this, Fatty Fong Chung showed a smile that was almost obscene on his face, and couldn't help but hum. This kind of happy event must be shown off to others. Hey, have you heard of the Orn artifact? The Orn artifact is the kind of Orn artifact with better attributes than the finished equipment. Fong Cheng's words naturally made many people confused. After all, at this stage, no other survivors have obtained the Orn artifact. Orn artifact, what is that? Why have I never heard of it? It sounds very powerful. What is it? Let me see it. Do you know that the Riddler's end is quite miserable? I have a friend who was a Riddler at the beginning, and he was in pain when he died, and the sparks were still screaming. Mysterious, what or an artifact? It's just made up. Most people just watched the excitement of Fong Cheng's or an artifact, and many people even thought that Fong Cheng made up something to fool everyone. After all, someone had done this before, telling everyone that there was a special monster in the forest that only appeared at 4:44 in the middle of the night. This made many survivors stay up all night until then, only to find out that it was a scam. Seeing that everyone didn't believe him, Fong Cheng naturally had to show off. Fong Cheng directly posted the attributes of Lich Bane and added a high-profile statement. Boasting? This is the Orn artifact. You say I'm bragging, but do you have an Orn artifact? Have you ever equipped your barracks with such a big Orn artifact? No matter how awesome you are, I dare say that there will never be a third person who has this equipment. Fong Cheng was very proud, and what he said was all true. As far as the current situation is concerned, except for him and Yifeng, no other survivors have Orn artifact equipment. Seeing Fong Cheng really send out an equipment that everyone has never seen before, and the attributes of this equipment also look very good, everyone immediately accepted the setting of Orn artifact. Now everyone is more curious about where Fong Cheng got this thing from. Since he is willing to show off this thing, he will definitely not hide too much about how he got it. Brother, I was too abrupt earlier. How did you get this thing? Damn, I'm jealous. I also want an Orn artifact. Tell me where you got it. Brother, tell me where you got it. I show you something nice in private. Woo woo woo, brother, I was a little loud just now. Tell everyone how you got it. Looking at the flattery of everyone in the chat interface, Fong Cheng felt that he was floating and comfortable. This transaction not only earned a practical Orn artifact, but also allowed him to show off in front of everyone. It was the best result. Amid the flattery of everyone, Fong Cheng gradually lost himself, especially the private chats of many girls, which made him lose his way. He immediately told everyone everything he knew. In the transaction with Yifeng, Yifeng easily solved the Forest Banshee and helped him pass the sea-level trial, allowing him to obtain an Orn artifact. He did not hide any of this, and told everyone exactly what happened. After saying all this, he did not forget to continue praising Yifeng to everyone. I tell you, Golden Shovel will definitely not lose if it is replaced by Yifeng. Trust me, you will definitely make money. Chapter 103. Fong Cheng continued to explain his thoughts. Think about it, if you put this golden spatula, golden pot in your hands, you don't know the fusion rules of various bond emblems at all, and there is not much information circulating at present. What chess piece is what bond? Maybe it is very useful in the later stage, but can it last in the later stage if you keep it in your hands? It can't even last in the early stage. How can it last in the later stage? I will trade the golden spatula now, unlocking the trial portal earlier than you all. After 7 days, I can continue to enter the trial portal. At that time, as long as it is not difficult, I can solve it myself. By then, I will be 2 pieces of equipment ahead of you. Can you keep the golden spatula and make a profit? If you ask me, the smart one should contact Yifeng immediately. If it is a B-level trial, as long as you pay a trial scroll, you can let the big brother take you to brush the B-level trial, and get the legendary auxiliary equipment. Fong Cheng's words made everyone not know how to refute for a while. After all, what he said seemed to be true. Especially some survivors, who had golden spatula and golden pot in their hands, fell into deep thought after hearing Fong Cheng's story. Indeed, golden spatula and golden pot can be combined into various bond emblems, which must be very useful treasures in the later stage. However, no one has figured out the most appropriate way to use such treasures at present, and keeping them in hand will not improve combat effectiveness. If it is delayed for a while, this Fong Cheng can rely on opening the trial portal in advance to surpass others little by little. Thinking of this, finally someone who holds golden spatula and golden pot can't sit still, and hurriedly chats with Yifeng privately, saying that he is also willing to use golden spatula in exchange for Yifeng's help. At this time, Yifeng came out of the base in Fancheng and prepared to take a walk in the forest of Fancheng. After killing several cat monsters, he did not receive a prompt for the increase of conquest levels. It seems that monsters killed in other people's maps will not be counted in conquest levels. The plan to use teleport emblem to quickly brush the levels fell through. An hour passed quickly, and Yifeng was teleported back to his base in a white light. As soon as he came back, Yifeng found that there were many new messages in the private message again. Boss Yifeng, are you free now? Can you arrange a hunt for the Forest Banshee and the trial behind the trial portal for me? I have a golden pot here for you. Boss, I have a golden pot here, as long as you help me kill the forest banshee and help me fight a trial. There were more than 20 messages in total, and 4 of them used golden shovel and golden pot as bargaining chips. There was also one person who actually hoarded 4 smart chess piece magic scrolls in one go, hoping to use them to exchange for a chance for Yifeng to make a move. Although the rest of the people also took out some props that Yifeng had never seen before, these props were not enough to make Yifeng excited to make a move. What's going on? Why did someone suddenly come to me? Before, everyone was dismissive of using golden shovel and golden pot to exchange for me to make a move. Why is someone suddenly willing now? When Yifeng opened the chat interface, he immediately understood the situation. My goodness, this fat guy Feng Cheng was still chattering to everyone to show off the warrant artifact he just got and the trial portal in the base. Although separated by a screen, I could imagine Feng Cheng's excited and proud expression. It turned out that, after sending messages for a long time, it was not as good as Feng Cheng's promotion as a repeat customer. Yifeng replied to the messages of 5 of them, and there would be no problem in exchanging golden spatula and golden pot for mobile phones. There would be no such thing as too many chess intelligent magic scrolls, so Yifeng also agreed. However, teleport emblem can only be used once a day, so several people had to line up to receive it. And Yifeng promised Yang Bin that he would have to give it every 2 or 3 days. Yifeng decided to go to the guy who gave chess intelligent magic scroll on the first day. As for the remaining 4 people, Yifeng explained the situation to them and prepared to decide the order of the 4 people by rolling the dice. Although the survivor who was assigned to the last place was somewhat dissatisfied, in the current situation, only Yifeng could help to deal with the forest banshee without injury. If other survivors come by themselves, they may be able to pass the level, but the output is not enough, and they definitely need a lot of magic scrolls to help them overcome it. This is also the reason why there are some powerful survivors at this stage, but they are still unwilling to overcome the forest banshee. After arranging these people, Yifeng continued to open the chat interface and sent a message. If you find any boss that you can't beat or any difficulties that you can't overcome, you can find me. As long as the price is right, I guarantee that you can beat it. 1 person a day, those who need it can queue up, and there are currently 5 people in the queue. After advertising again, Yifeng found a buddy who held a large number of smart chess magic scrolls, and asked him to advance 2 scrolls. The other party also did not hesitate, and readily traded 2 magic scrolls. Yifeng had received a total of 4 magic scrolls of intelligent chess pieces before. Anbisa, Leona, and LeBlanc consumed 3 of them, leaving only the last one that he had not yet decided who to give it to. Now that he had received 2 more, Yifeng suddenly felt that he had a lot more money in his hands, and decided to get another chess piece to make it intelligent, so that everyone could lead the team to hunt monsters. In Yifeng's mind, chess pieces that are both capable and capable are naturally the first choice. However, among the chess pieces left by Yifeng, there are obviously no chess pieces that meet these 2 conditions. Perhaps it would be better to add new chess pieces after getting the golden shovel crown or increasing the population. After thinking for a while, Yifeng looked at the current time. It was not too late, so he went out again with the chess pieces. Soon the conquest level will reach 85,000, and you will get the golden shovel crown and 20 gold coins. After getting it, it's just right to build a new barracks. At night, one cat demon after another was easily swept by Yifeng, and soon Yifeng heard the reminder sound of the survival game. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor for reaching 85,000 layers of conquest, and getting the treasure chest reward of the golden shovel crown and 20 gold coins. Do you want to collect it now? Of course, there was no hesitation. Yifeng directly chose yes, and took the 2 rewards. Survivor, Yifeng. Base level, LV4. Current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 4+7. Base upgrade. 26 days later you can build a barracks again. This time, which chess piece should I choose? Chapter 104. Congratulations to all survivors for making it to the 13th day. Daily gold coins have been issued. Investment strategy Hex Tech Enhancement has taken effect. All barracks chess pieces have 35 more health points. Survivor, Yifeng. Base level, LV4. The current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 4+7. Base upgrade, 25 days later. Consume 4 gold coins to advance the upgrade time by 1 day. Remaining gold coins, 125 coins. The game has come to the 13th day, and Yifeng's number of gold coins has also reached an exaggerated 125 coins. Tomorrow, Yifeng will be able to obtain a new Hex Tech technology again, and the trial portal will refresh a new trial again. However, What Yi Feng has to do today is to build a vacant barracks position first. Yi Feng decided to see which barracks are refreshed daily. When the level reaches level 4, the probability of a 3-cost card appearing is also 15%, and the probability of a 2-cost card has also increased to 30%. The remaining 55% probability is the probability of a 1-cost card. The 5 chess pieces in the store are Swain, Akali, Lux, Zyra, and Morgana. Swain is a 3-cost barracks, which requires 15 gold coins to buy. Yi Feng happened to have a low-level barracks replicator in his backpack. As long as he bought it, he could upgrade Swain to 2 stars and further improve his strength. This is a good choice. Yi Feng directly spent 15 gold coins to buy a Swain barracks, and then took out the low-level barracks replicator from his backpack. After using the low-level barracks replicator, it flew directly to the Swain barracks and copied a new Swain barracks phantom. Then the 2 bases in the base merged with this phantom and instantly synthesized a 2-star Swain barracks. 2-star Swain is enough to be a good frontline tank, but it's a pity that Yi Feng doesn't have much equipment to equip him now. And there are still 3 crown equipments on Swain's barracks that have not been taken down. After upgrading Swain to 2 stars, Yi Feng looked at the remaining 4 barracks and was in a dilemma for a while. Among the 4 chess pieces, the first one to be eliminated is Zyra. Zyra's bond is experimental product and magician. At present, Yi Feng already has a double magician bond. Unless he opens 4 magicians or 6 magicians later, Zyra's help to the lineup can be said to be almost non-existent. The 6 magician skill will cause 20% damage reduction to the enemy, which is a good effect, but if this choice is made, then Yi Feng's future is almost fixed. After all, there are only 6 mages in the game, so Zyra is not a good choice. Akali's bond is Blue Hair Team and Swift Strike Warrior. The former bond cannot be triggered by Yi Feng's lineup, but the latter Swift Strike Warrior can form a bond with Nbisa to increase the attack speed. However, the attack speed provided by the Swift Strike Warrior bond is only effective for the chess pieces with this bond, so the improvement is not very large, which is relatively useless. It can only be said that Akali can be used for transition, but there is no need to keep her. The only reason that makes Yi Feng hesitate is Akali herself. Only 1 intelligent scroll is needed, and then Yi Feng can try a different happiness. Only Lux's bond is Piltover Academy and Mage. The bond of Piltover Academy is also available to Leona, but it requires 3 Piltover Academy to get the improvement. As for the Mage bond, it is the same as Zyra, so I won't explain it in detail. The only thing that made Yi Feng hesitate was that my light was beautiful and sweet, and her red hair showed her youthful beauty. The last Morgana, the bond was Black Rose and Prophet. Yi Feng also had a Black Rose emblem in his backpack. After getting it, he could just make up 3 Black Roses and summon the War Machine Shaun. As for the Prophet bond, it also had to be changed after 6 Prophet to have a qualitative change, so Yi Feng did not consider it for the time being. From a rational point of view, choosing Morgana should be the most appropriate choice. But Yi Feng's brother had a different opinion. The 2 argue between Lux and Morgana, and for a while, no one could convince the other. After half an hour of dispute, Yi Feng finally convinced his good brother and decided to choose Morgana as the chess piece first. After deciding on the chess piece, Yi Feng did not buy Morgana in the store, but counted the fragments in his backpack. Sure enough, there were quite a few Morgana barracks fragments in his backpack, more than 20 pieces. And this time, Yi Feng noticed that there were also quite a few 2-cost barracks fragments, and a few 3-cost barracks fragments in his barracks fragments. It seems that the drop rate of barracks fragments is similar to the refresh rate of the store. After synthesizing the Morgana barracks builder with the barracks fragments and building the Morgana barracks, Yi Feng chose to recruit a Morgana. Then he took out the Black Rose emblem and placed it on the way barracks. The 3 Black Rose bonds are formed. When the bond was formed, a tall warrior with a height of nearly 3 meters and a burly figure, like a moving castle, appeared in Yi Feng's base. This is Shaun. Yi Feng looked up and down and found that Shaun was not bound by chains, which was a little different from the game. Fight! Shaun roared, raised the giant axe in his hand above his head, and looked very fierce. Yi Feng was ready to try to command Shaun to go out of the base to attack several goblins near the base. After hearing the order, Shaun held the giant axe, and every step he took caused a vibration on the ground. When Shaun approached the goblins, he swung the giant axe in his hand, and the damage of each attack was not bad. After several attacks, the mana was finally accumulated. He directly released the skill, and the giant axe chopped down at the goblins in front of him, and directly solved several goblins. After solving it, Shaun returned to the base again and stood there in a daze. It seems that only the command to fight can make his blood boil. Not bad, but the speed is a bit slow. Just stay at the base to defend the home. With the remaining gold coins, Yifeng added 15 more Darius, bringing the number of Darius to 50. The remaining 24 gold coins were all used for upgrading. With Yifeng's current combat power, he doesn't need too many chess pieces to hunt everything. If there are gold coins, he will naturally upgrade as much as possible. Pull it to the 9th level base, or even the 10th level base as soon as possible, and chase out 3 stars and 5 costs. By that time, there is no need to worry about any fetters. With its own strength, it can easily solve all enemies. Chapter 105. Yifeng took out an intelligent magic scroll and used it on Morgana, and Morgana's face immediately showed emotion. She first looked around, then walked in front of Yifeng, and said to Yifeng softly with a natural and cold tone, "I am happy to serve you, my master." Looking at the white-haired iceberg beauty in front of him, Yifeng's heart trembled, and a bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. However, he quickly suppressed this idea and still focused on hunting first, and Bisa, Leona, LeBlanc, Morgana, the 4 intelligent chess pieces each carried some chess pieces to hunt goblins, while Yifeng took the main force and went directly to the Scarlet Land. Dividing the troops into 5 places can allow Yifeng to brush the conquest level as soon as possible, and Yifeng himself can also carry chess pieces to explore the situation in the Scarlet Land as much as possible. On this day, Yifeng reached the 100,000th level of conquest and obtained Kike's Herald, Steel Sun Box, Energy Holy Grail, Equipment Disassembler, and 20 gold coins. At the same time, the magic essence also increased with continuous hunting, and finally stored about 1,000 points again. In the evening, Yifeng went to the forest of the survivor who exchanged Yifeng's action with the intelligent scroll as agreed, and easily solved the forest banshee for him, and solved another sea-level trial at the same time. This survivor was lucky. The Orn artifact he got was Speculator's Blade, which increased the attack speed and had the opportunity to gain gold coins when attacking. However, the survival game also set a limit for this equipment. Only 2 gold coins can be obtained every day. Even so, the survivor was very excited. With 4 intelligent scrolls, he got an Orn artifact, and it was an Orn artifact that could earn gold coins. It was much better than Fong Cheng's Lich's Bane. After getting the equipment, he immediately showed off in the chat interface. Fong Cheng's Lich's Bane just made everyone excited, but this time, the Speculator's Blade made all the survivors excited. Oh my god, there is a 5% chance of dropping a gold coin when attacking, and a maximum of 2 gold coins can be dropped every day, so isn't that 2 more gold coins a day? That's right, with a 5% chance, you should get 2 gold coins after killing goblins for a day, which is totally free gold. Wow, it's a pity that I don't have golden shovel. Golden pot to ask Yifeng for help, it's really enviable. Ha ha, 2 more gold coins a day, that means 2 more chess pieces than everyone else every day, this wave is taking off. Jealousy makes me unrecognizable. The turmoil caused by Speculator's Blade is even more exaggerated than Kobe Fangcheng's Lich disaster yesterday. Even Fangcheng himself, after seeing the Speculator's Blade that the other party showed off, felt jealous. Why can his equipment get extra gold coins when they are both Orn's artifacts? Fangcheng became angrier and angrier as he thought about it, and even wanted to directly activate the B-level trial scroll in his hand to get new rewards. But looking at his chess pieces, he quickly regained his sanity. If he started the B-level trial now, it would basically be like sending himself to death. He was so angry that he sent a sour message in the chat interface, and simply closed the chat without reading it. The survivor who got the Speculator's Blade was also full of pride on his face. After getting it, he immediately took his chess piece troops to hunt cat monsters, and did not return to the base until 2 extra gold coins were exploded. Yesterday, he was still envious of Fangcheng getting the Lich's Bane. With the idea of giving it a try, he decided to take out all his intelligent scrolls to see if Yifeng could help. Unexpectedly, Yifeng actually agreed. The only thing that made him feel regretful was that he only had time to use 1 intelligent scroll, which he used on Bao Bao. Originally, he planned to save a lot of intelligent scrolls, eat and wait for death every day, and when there was a new beautiful chess piece, he would build another one to continue intelligentization. I didn't expect to get such an exaggerated artifact as Speculator's Blade. This made him feel that he couldn't be lazy anymore. From tomorrow on, he would work hard. Thinking of this, his mouth corners became more and more excited, and he boasted to everyone about how lucky he was. The survivors who were originally scheduled to the next few days were a little unhappy, and even the last survivor even thought about regretting it. But when they saw the appearance of this Speculator's Blade, each of them seemed to be injected with a shot of cardiotonic, It turns out that there are really very strong equipment in Ornn's artifact. It's just that Fang Chung was unlucky on the first day and didn't get the best equipment. People are like this, always thinking that their luck will not be too bad, because they all fantasize that they can also get Speculator's Blade, or even get an Ornn artifact that is more powerful than this. The last person in line sent a private message to Yifeng. Boss, are you asleep? I thought about it. How about I give you the golden pot first? You can use it earlier. I will wait for you to arrange to kill the forest banshee. He was worried that the night would be long and dreams would be many, so he quickly contacted Yifeng to trade the golden pot first. As long as Yifeng received the golden pot, it would be safe. In addition to him, there were several survivors who had the golden shovel and golden pot in their hands. Now they couldn't sit still. They contacted Yifeng to arrange to hunt the forest banshee. But when they heard that they had to wait in line for 4 days, they felt a sense of loss in their hearts. Of course, there was more regret. I regret why I hesitated at that time. If I hadn't hesitated, I might be the one who got the Speculator's Blade today. Even if I lost a golden shovel, I could get more than 20 gold coins more than other survivors in just over 10 days, with 2 extra gold coins every day. So many gold coins are enough to do a lot of things. Even as the survival game continues, 2 gold coins a day means 1/5 more rewards than others every day, and it will be faster to improve combat power than others. It's even possible to catch up with Yifeng. After all, Yifeng himself said that he didn't get the Ornn artifact that could increase money. The appearance of Speculator's Blade made all the survivors excited. It also made Yifeng's private messages explode again. The schedule for Yifeng to help hunt the forest banshee has also increased from 4 to 9. There are still some people who want to wait and see. Chapter 106. Congratulations to all survivors for making it to the 14th day. Daily gold coins have been issued. Investment strategy Hex Deck Enhancement has taken effect. All barracks chest pieces have 35 more health points. Survivor, Yifeng. Base level, LV4. The current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 4+7. Base upgrade, 18 days later. Consume 4 gold coins to advance the upgrade time by 1 day. Remaining gold coins, 125. The game has come to the 14th day. After a fierce battle with Morgana last night, Yifeng still insisted on waking up early in the morning. Nothing else, because today is an important day. The third Hextech technology is about to be issued, and the trial portal is also activated again today. So even though he fought until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning last night, Yifeng still woke up before 6 o'clock, waiting for the survival game to refresh and enter a new day. Although his body was very tired, Yifeng's spirit was very excited. New Hextech enhancements will be drawn for the host. Congratulations to the host, this time you have drawn gold level Hextech technology, Golden Cookware. Golden Cookware. At the beginning of each day, a barracks equipped with a golden shovel or golden pot can choose a barracks chest piece to provide it with 30 maximum health points. Get a golden pot. Do you want to receive the Hextech enhancement now? Hearing the system's voice, Yifeng smiled again. Receive it now. As the voice fell, Yifeng's backpack once again had another golden pot, and his Hextech enhancements also reached 3 items. Not bad. This time the Hextech enhancement can not only increase the health of the chest piece, but also get another golden pot for free. The Hextech enhancement of Golden Cookware can trigger this special effect as long as the chest piece holds the equipment of the Golden Spatula and Golden Pot series. In other words, all kinds of emblems and crowns can provide the maximum health value for the barracks, and the increase in health in the survival game can be freely specified, instead of having to be the nearest chest piece to get this buff bonus like in the game. Yifeng currently has 7 barracks with the Golden Spatula and Golden Pot series. If it is specified on a barracks, the chest pieces in this barracks can increase 210 points of health every day, plus the 35 points of life per day from the investment strategy. The daily improvement can reach an astonishing 245 points. And the equipment slot of Morgana barracks is still empty, and Yifeng's backpack still has the remaining Golden Spatula and Golden Pot. As long as it is arranged reasonably, this bonus can be further improved. The only regret is that the Hextech enhancement just received today cannot take effect on the same day. If you want to get the health bonus, you need to wait until tomorrow. Yifeng directly set the target barracks as Darius Barracks, and decided to make Darius his strongest tank in the early stage, and then replace it with a high-cost chest piece in the later stage. Yesterday, Yifeng reached the 100,000th level of Conquest, and got 3 auxiliary equipment and 20 gold coins as a generous reward. Until now, these 3 equipment have not been used, and it is time to use them. Zyke's Herald, add 150 HP limit. Special effect. Provide 30% attack speed to the carrier and friendly forces within a radius of 2 meters. This effect cannot be stacked. Steel Sun Box. Add 150 HP limit. Special effect. After entering the battle, the carrier and friendly forces within a radius of 2 meters gain 250 shield value, 20 armor and 20 magic resistance for 60 seconds. This effect cannot be stacked. Energy Holy Grail. Add 150 HP limit. Special effect. After entering the battle, provide 25 spell power and 10 mana points to the carrier and friendly forces within a radius of 2 meters. This effect cannot be stacked. All auxiliary equipment are almost all aura effects, and the basic attributes are 150 points of health limit. Yi Feng equipped Zyke's Herald and Energy Chalice directly to Morgana, and recruited 9 more Morganas, bringing the number of Morganas to 10. With a 2 meter radius aura effect, 10 Morganas only need to stand better, which is enough for Draven, LeBlanc, and Malzahar in the back row to enjoy the buff of these 2 auxiliary equipment. An Iron Sun box is obviously used by the front row chess pieces. But now among the front row chess pieces, only Darius can make up a grid. But Yi Feng didn't really want to give this equipment to Darius. After all, its basic attributes are too poor. It is best to give it to the pendant hero. It is a bit of a waste of equipment slots to Darius. Why not sell it? This thought flashed through Yi Feng's mind. Darius happened to be missing an equipment, so he sold Iron Sun box directly in exchange for a finished equipment or something else special. For example, Yang Bin's teleport emblem is a good thing. Yi Feng originally wanted to help Yang Bin kill the Forest Banshee to unlock the trial portal, but this guy insisted that he would not agree to this deal. Yi Feng had no choice but to help Yang Bin, but he refused to listen and insisted that he was living a good life now, and did not have much motivation to work hard every day to hunt. As long as Yi Feng continued to take him to the hot spring every few days, he would be satisfied. Perhaps some other survivors also got some good treasures, so he could take this opportunity to find out. Thinking of this, Yi Feng directly opened the chat interface. Good morning, everyone. I have a Steel Sun box that I want to sell. I have also sent out the attribute diagram. I want some special items to trade. As for the bargaining chips for both parties, you can decide. Don't treat me as a sucker, and everything will be fine. Yi Feng's message stopped many survivors, who were originally planning to go out hunting early in the morning. This piece of equipment, as long as the position is good, is equivalent to an additional 250 health points and 20 armor and magic resistance for all front row. If the output is not bad, and the monsters can be killed within the duration of 60 seconds, and the damage to the chess piece does not exceed 250 points, then it is almost equivalent to hunting goblins without injury. This equipment is absolutely awesome. Such a powerful equipment, Yi Feng is actually willing to sell it. Boss, are you kidding? Really sell it? You don't just want to show off to everyone. That's right. I can't even think about selling such awesome equipment. The treasure in our eyes is not worth mentioning in the eyes of the boss. I feel like crying just thinking about it. Everyone talked about it, but no one chatted with Yi Feng privately. After all, in everyone's mind, the value of this equipment is too precious, and the things in their hands seem a little bit unworthy of exchange. Chapter 107. Boss, all I can take out is a golden pot. There is really nothing else of value. Do you think we can exchange it? Someone proposed to exchange it with a golden pot, which surprised everyone. A golden pot is enough for Yi Feng to help kill the Forest Banshee and the trial portal trial. If you are lucky, you can get better equipment than the Steel Sun box, especially the Speculator's Blade, which makes everyone envious. As a result, he is willing to take it out now, just to exchange for a Steel Sun box? Brother, you are confused. That's right, this golden pot will let Boss Yi Feng kill a wave of Forest Banshees for you, and then you can take off directly after taking the Speculator's Blade. The survivor who said he wanted to exchange it with a golden pot couldn't help but smile when he saw everyone persuading him that he was confused. Now, the queue for people who want to use Golden Shovel and Golden Pot to exchange for Yi Feng's help in hunting Forest Banshees has been lined up for 10 days. After 10 days, perhaps some powerful survivors can rely on their own strength to get rid of Forest Banshees. If he waits until then to exchange, it will obviously be a disadvantage. But if he takes Steel Sun box now, his combat power is not bad. With this equipment, hunting can be easier. After the 4th level base, recruit a barracks, and he can deal with Forest Banshees by himself. It will even be unlocked faster than the survivors at the back. Therefore, he is willing to take out Golden Pot to exchange for a chance to become stronger. I take the Golden Disassembler in exchange. This thing can be used an unlimited number of times. I think it will definitely be helpful to the boss. I wonder if it will catch the boss's eye. Another person took out an equipment to trade. Compared with the ordinary equipment disassembler, the biggest advantage of the golden disassembler is that this golden disassembler can be used an unlimited number of times. There is no need to worry about the wrong equipment, or wanting to change equipment, but not being able to find the disassembler. This thing is indeed a good prop, but it does not improve combat power. Therefore, he himself did not have much hope of taking this item out to exchange for the Steel Sun box. After all, the value difference between the two is too big, and most people currently do not have full equipment, so there will not be many cases where the disassembler is used. After he sent this message, not only he was not optimistic, but other survivors also thought he was daydreaming. Brother, this thing of yours may be a treasure in the later stage. You can change the equipment every day according to the monsters you want to hunt. But now everyone has complete equipment. How can this thing compare with the Steel Sun box? I'm not saying, brother, you are a little whimsical, pure daydreaming. Listening to everyone's ridicule, the survivor who took out the golden disassembler was too embarrassed to continue talking. Indeed, such a piece of equipment that is not much use now. You want to exchange it for a treasure that helps the combat power so much. I am really too whimsical. I really want this equipment, but I really don't have any treasures. Can Barrett Armor plus Storm Sword be okay? This is all I can take out. Boss, why don't you trade with me? I can also take out a finished equipment and basic equipment to trade. Some survivors didn't have any special adventures, nor did they get any special props, but they did get a lot of basic equipment, which made the chess pieces complete with equipment and even had a little surplus. Although these survivors knew that the finished equipment was not as good as this Steel Sun box, the quality was not enough, but the quantity could make up for it. They all wanted to discuss with Yifeng to see if they could exchange for this equipment. After all, this equipment really made everyone excited. In the chat interface, many people took out their favorite treasures and tried to trade for the treasure in Yifeng's hand. This made other survivors, who were watching the excitement, very excited. Although it was not the treasure in their hands, they also found many uncommon special props from it. It was also an eye-opener for themselves. I have a positioning transmission device. See if you can make this deal. Before Chen Rui was teleported to the world of Golden Shovel Survival, he was a senior executive of a large company. After coming to this world, the money and status he was once proud of all disappeared. After 2 weeks of hard work, he gradually adapted to everything in this survival game, and by chance, he got a special item. Positioning and teleporting device. Can locate 3 coordinate points, and can be directly teleported to the coordinate point after use. Current energy. 70/200. This thing was dropped by killing a cat demon at night. He used it to set up a base as a coordinate point, so that he could return home after hunting every time. Each use requires 5 energy points. The only thing that made him uncomfortable was that replenishing energy required the so-called magic essence, and he had no way to replenish it. At this moment, seeing Yifeng take out the Steel Sun box, Chen Rui was tempted. If he could have such an equipment, then hunting would probably be zero loss. In this way, he could save a lot of magic scrolls, and accumulate gold coins to grow stronger. After sending this message, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy, wondering if he could make this deal. After all, in his opinion, his chips were not the best among the chips offered by many survivors. There were also people who kept bidding, and the things they brought out were all kinds of strange things that made Yifeng feel itchy. Yifeng was a little tempted by each thing, but there was only one Steel Sun box, and only one deal could be completed. Yifeng's eyes finally locked on the golden disassembler and positioning transmission device. Getting a golden disassembler means that you don't have to worry about equipment matching in the future. If the equipment is not suitable, just dismantle it and re-equip it. This is what Yifeng wants most. Yifeng also thinks that the positioning transmission device is a treasure. The map of the Scarlet Land is very large. His S-level authority now has the map situation within 50 kilometers. If there is no transmission device and other things, it is somewhat difficult to explore the outside area by human power. Unless the land of the Scarlet Land can also be covered with various 7 days god statues. After hesitating for a long time, Yifeng found Chen Rui. Positioning transmission device for Steel Blazing Sun box, trade now. Chen Rui looked at the private chat message sent by Yifeng with a surprised face, and was so excited that he immediately initiated a trade with Yifeng. After getting the Steel Blazing Sun box, he still felt a little dazed, everything seemed like a dream, and it was unbelievable. And Yifeng began to study the positioning transmission device. Chapter 108. After getting the positioning transmission device, Yifeng temporarily closed the chat interface and concentrated on studying the positioning transmission device. This is a relatively high-tech gadget, with a palm-sized disc shape, which can locate 3 coordinate points and then consume energy to transmit them, and can be transmitted with chess pieces. After the transaction, the original positioning records on the device disappeared, and the coordinates have been located at 0/3. After tinkering with it, Yifeng prepared to see what level of trial the trial portal refreshed this time. After checking, Yifeng couldn't help showing joy on his face. The difficulty of the trial portal this time was actually A level. You know, B level can get props such as auxiliary equipment, so A level can get more powerful props. It is not impossible to get light equipment. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, he was not overwhelmed by excitement. High returns definitely mean high risks. If you don't make a perfect plan, and fail to pass the trial or suffer a huge loss, it will be a loss. You must adjust your strength to the most perfect state before setting off. Yifeng now has 116 gold coins, and there are 46 that can be used. The number of Darius has reached 50, and there is no need to continue to replenish them for the time being. Other auxiliary chess pieces can be replenished. Amumu's Eternal Flame and Morello's Secret Code are both very good equipment, especially the percentage damage of Morello's Secret Code. In theory, you only need to resist it for a longer time, and you can slowly kill any boss, so Yifeng first increased the number of Amumu to 10. Among the remaining front row, Leona's Light Shield badge can also provide certain gains to the team, so the more Leonas, the better. Thinking of this, at the price of 2 gold coins per Leona, Yifeng increased the number of Leonas from 3 to 10, spending another 14 gold coins. The front row was almost replenished, and Yifeng decided to take a look at the back row. In terms of physical output, 30 Draven carried 3 pieces of divine equipment, so the damage was naturally safe, and there was no problem, so there was no need to replenish anything. In terms of magic output in the back row, there were 10 Morganas as auras. In order to ensure that everyone in the back row could get the buff, Yifeng recruited 5 more Morganas, bringing the number to 15. There are 3 LeBlancs, but one of them is in the Magic Scroll Workshop and cannot be sent to the battlefield, so Yifeng decided to add 3 more LeBlancs, bringing the number of available LeBlancs to 5. The last 9 gold coins available, recruit another Malzahar, bringing the number of Malzahars to 5. Then upgrade the base ones, and there are 17 days left before the next upgrade. After Swain reached 2 stars, although his combat power was also good, his barracks equipment was 3 crown equipment, and his combat power was not strong, so there was no need to recruit too many. After finishing these, Yifeng checked the remaining items in the backpack to see if there was any equipment that could be replaced. Useless Stick *2, Recurve Bow *1, Storm Sword *2, Mystic Gloves, Golden Shovel, Golden Pot, Golden Shovel Crown. These are the remaining equipment in Yifeng's backpack. The bond emblems that can be synthesized are Black Rose Emblem, Iron Blood Conqueror Emblem, Blue Hair Team Emblem, Mage Emblem, Gunner Emblem, Swift Strike Warrior Emblem. The finished equipment that can be synthesized are Ginz's Rage Blade, Giant Catcher, Hextech Gun Blade. In terms of emblems, Iron Blood Conqueror has reached the highest level of bond, and further improvement will only allow a chess piece to enjoy the high spell strength and attack power of the Iron Blood Conqueror bond. It can be regarded as an output equipment with super high spell strength and attack power. The Black Rose bond is currently 3 Black Roses. If it is upgraded to 4 Black Rose bonds, Shaun will become stronger, and the Black Rose chess piece can cause more damage. This is also a good improvement. In addition, among the remaining bonds, only Swift Strike Warrior Emblem can activate a new bond within Bisa and gain an attack speed bonus. The other emblems have limited improvement on the current lineup. In terms of equipment, Giant Catcher and Hextech Gun Blade are definitely very useful equipment. Storm Sword plus Recurve Bow can be synthesized into Giant Catcher, which is very good attributes. Giant Catcher, add 25% attack power, 10% attack speed, 25 spell power, and 5% damage increase. Special effect, get 20% damage increase when fighting against enemies, with a maximum health of more than 1750. The boss of the trial portal has millions of health points at any time, which can definitely trigger its special effects. That is to say, this equipment can increase the damage by 25% when fighting boss, and also provide attack power, spell strength, attack speed and other aspects. In theory, this equipment is most suitable for Draven, but Draven has already equipped 3 pieces, so it is not easy to replace it. Another piece of equipment, Hextech Gun Blade, is also an extremely suitable equipment for back row output, and this equipment can also take into account the front row recovery. The formula of Storm Sword plus Useless Rod can synthesize Hextech Gun Blade. Hextech Gun Blade, add 20% attack power, 20% spell strength, and 15% all-round blood sucking. At first glance, the attributes of this equipment are not very good, but the most important thing is its special effect. Special effect. Provide treatment equivalent to 25% of the damage caused to the friendly army with the lowest health percentage. In other words, after the equipment is given to the output chess piece, it can restore 25 points of health to the front row chess piece after causing 100 points of damage to the boss. And he can also have 15% all-round blood sucking to ensure his own health safety. The higher the output, the higher the value of this equipment will be. After thinking for a while, Yifeng decided to slightly change the equipment of Draven and Malzahar. Yifeng directly synthesized Giant Catcher and Hextech Gunblade, and then used Equipment Disassembler to dismantle the original equipment of Draven and Malzahar. Draven's barracks equipment changed to Ginsa's Rage Blade, Infinity Edge, Giant Catcher. Malzahar's equipment became Iron Conqueror Emblem, Spear of Shojin, Hextech Gunblade. The replaced Obsidian Cutter was equipped on Morgana's barracks. The original Static Lightning Blade was temporarily put in the backpack, because there was no suitable chess piece equipment. Chapter 109. After finishing the equipment, Yifeng went to the base in the Crimson Land again. In the Magic Scroll production house, he replenished some of the various magic scrolls, mainly damage amplification scrolls, armor scrolls, magic resistance scrolls, and damage reduction scrolls. As for the recovery scrolls, Yifeng did not prepare too many. After all, Malzahar had Hextech Gunblade. After the infection layer was stacked in the later stage, the infection damage per second could explode tens of thousands of damage. 25% of the damage is converted into treatment, which means 2,500 points of recovery per second. With such a recovery amount, even Darius, who has the most health, can recover half of his life. And there are 5 Malzahars, which means that there are 5 such treatment effects, and it is difficult for the chess piece to die. So you only need to prepare some backups to ensure safety in the early stage. At the same time, Yifeng also collected some other buff magic scrolls on the market, such as attack power enhancement magic scrolls, spell enhancement magic scrolls, and the like. Everything was ready, and Yifeng set out again to start this A-level trial. Yifeng almost went out in full force this time. 50 Darius, 30 Draven, 10 Amumu, 4 Ambiza, 10 Leona, 5 Leona, 5 Grasshopper, 15 Morgana, and War Machine Shaun were all brought over. Only 1 Swain, 1 Rel, and 1 Wei stayed in the base. Although there were only 3 chess pieces left in the base, these 3 chess pieces could easily suppress the occasional goblins invading the base. Especially Swain's skills also have a recovery effect, so there is no need to worry about the health not being able to hold up. After making all preparations, the trial portal opened, and Yifeng walked into it with the chess pieces. The destination of this trial was also by a lake, which made Yifeng feel a little familiar. How come this was somewhat similar to the map of the giant octopus in the previous B-level trial? The monster had not yet appeared, and Yifeng was not in a hurry, commanding the chess pieces to disperse the formation. The front row of chess pieces was divided into 10 square formations, each with 5 Darius, 1 Amumu and 1 Leona. In the back row, 2 Draven and 1 Morgana stood in a group, and a total of 15 teams were dispersed. 5 of the teams were additionally assigned to LeBlanc and Malzahar. This allowed Morgana's 2 Halo equipment Zyke's Pioneer and Energy Holy Grail to cover all the back row chess pieces as much as possible. At this time, Yifeng took out the positioning teleportation device. He has always had a guess about the mission location behind the trial portal. Now that he has the positioning transmission device, it is just right to verify this guess. Record current coordinates according to Yifeng's guess. The target location of these trial missions is likely to be in the Scarlet Land. Now record the coordinates, and wait until the end of the trial. If you can be transmitted in the Scarlet Land, it proves that it is indeed as Yifeng guessed. If it cannot be used at that time, it means that there is a problem with Yifeng's guess. Everything will be revealed after the trial is over. After doing all this, the lake water finally churned up, as if it was boiling water. At the bottom of the lake, there seemed to be something swimming. The speed was too fast, so Yifeng could not see the situation clearly, and he only felt that it seemed to be a slender monster. Soon, the monster jumped out of the water, splashing a lot of water and soaking the entire shore. Yifeng was also drenched by this sudden attack, and his clothes were all wet. At this time, Yifeng also saw the true appearance of the monster. This is a monster 10 meters long, with a snake-like body, a tiger-like head, and silver-white scales on its body. It has 4 legs and only 2 claws on the top. After this monster came out, the temperature around it dropped a lot in an instant, as if it was in an ice cave. It stepped on the lake water, and the lake water froze outward with the monster as the center of the circle, and soon the entire lake surface turned into ice. On the forehead of this monster, there is a small horn, which looks like it has not fully developed. The monster looked fiercely at Yifeng behind the chess piece, and let out a sharp tiger roar, and countless ice cones condensed around it. It looked like this monster was going to use its ultimate move right at the start. Yifeng didn't want to give in, and quickly directed his chess pieces to attack this dragon-like monster. Iron Blood Conqueror had already opened 13 treasure chests, increasing the bonus by 5% each time, and now it has increased by 65%. In addition to the 100% attack power and spell strength enhancement of the 9 Iron Blood Conquerors, the attack power and spell strength have been increased by 165%. The passive of the Obsidian Cutter also provides 8% attack power and spell strength for all members. In other words, the bonus of all attack power and spell strength has reached 173%. In addition to the 3 output equipment on Draven, the attack power directly reached 650 points, and the spell strength directly reached 218% under the blessing of the Mage Bond and the Energy Holy Grail. The skill of 4-star Draven is 140% attack power and 40% spell power panel output, that is, the panel damage alone is about 1,000 points. Not only that, Giant Catcher directly provides 25% damage increase when fighting against boss, and Eternal Flame on Amumu also provides 8% damage increase. In other words, Draven's Spitting Axe can cause more than 1,300 damage. The monster's defense is not high. Under the effect of Obsidian Cutter carried by Morgana, the armor and defense are directly weakened by 30%. Hundreds of icicles around this Jiao Beast monster flew towards Yifeng's chess pieces. Fortunately, most of the targets were attacked on the front row chess pieces, and only a few hit the back row chess pieces. The icicles hit Darius, causing only a little over 200 damage, while the icicles that hit Amumu and Leona were higher, reaching about 300 points. The chess pieces in the back row that were hit received more than 400 points of damage. Draven's mana soon filled up, and the flying axe flew out, dealing 1,000 points of damage. Not only that, a 60 point of real damage appeared on the monster's head, and the originally injured Draven had a 150 point recovery prompt. This is the Bond of Brawler, which will cause an additional 6% of real damage and gain 15% all-round blood sucking. Darius's life armor in the front row is also constantly restoring his health. Leona's light shield badge is also providing a shield for nearby teammates. After Amumu approached the dragon, the Morello secret codex on his body also began to work, causing a layer of burning effect on the enemy's body. As a war machine, Shaun also rushed towards the monster with a huge axe at this moment, and each blow could deal good damage. This A-level trial doesn't seem to be too difficult. Chapter 110. Everything is in order. The dragon's attack method is to constantly summon icicles to attack the chess pieces. It looks like a mage-like monster. Occasionally, it will concentrate the damage on a few chess pieces, so that the damage will reach a very terrifying value. However, the speed of these icicles flying is fast and slow, and they do not arrive at the same time, which gives Yifeng time to use the recovery scroll. And the skills of Shaun summoned by Black Rose can stun the enemy, and also buy some breathing time for the chess pieces. Malzahar's infection level is increasing little by little, and the special effect of Hextech Gunblade is also constantly playing a role, restoring the health of these low-blooded chess pieces. Each time there are hundreds of points. The health of this dragon monster is decreasing rapidly, and as Malzahar's infection level continues to rise, the recovery effect of Hextech Gunblade becomes more and more impressive. Unless this monster can kill the front row in one move, otherwise, with the dual blessing of Leona Light Shield Badge and Malzahar Hextech Gunblade, there is almost no consumption. After a few minutes of fighting, everything is no longer suspenseful, and the defeat of this monster is basically doomed. Yifeng rubbed his forehead. He originally thought that the monsters in the A-level trial might give him some strength, but he didn't expect that he could easily defeat them now. Being invincible is really lonely. Yifeng was sighing that this A-level trial was just like this, and he easily won it. Yifeng couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect that his strength had become so strong. Yifeng opened a bottle of champagne for himself at halftime. Unexpectedly, this smile led to an unexpected result. Although this smile did not last until S9, like a certain LOL team, it also changed the situation on the field. The dragon monster actually rushed to the sky and flew into the air, leaving Yifeng's front row chess pieces stunned and unable to find a target to attack. Even the output of the back row could not attack the enemy at such a high altitude. There is actually a high altitude judgment. If I encounter a monster that can fly very high in the future, won't I explode? After the dragon monster flew into the sky, its body began to change. The only small horn on its head kept growing, and a pair of deer horns grew on the top of its head. The original head also turned into a lion head in a burst of light. The feet that originally had only 2 claws also grew 3 claws. The appearance of this monster now looks more like a dragon in Eastern mythology. However, it is only a 3-clawed dragon. The monster let out a dragon roar, opened its huge mouth, and spit out a breath of dragon's breath at the chess pieces below. The dragon's breath was so cold that it actually covered the chess pieces in front of Yifeng with a layer of ice crystals. The chess pieces covered with ice crystals had a greatly reduced movement speed, and even swinging the weapons in their hands seemed a bit like slow motion. Not only that, the damage value of -100 kept popping up on these chess pieces. With freezing and continuous blood loss, the monster's attack was quite powerful. After spitting out the dragon's breath, the dragon swooped down from its original high altitude and directly attacked several chess pieces with 3 claws. Leona activated the skill Eclipse in time, adding 100% damage reduction to herself, and withstood the attack of the dragon monster. The Dariuses around were not so lucky. They were frozen and could not move at all, and became live targets of the monsters. The terrifying number of -1856 appeared directly above the heads of several Dariuses. Although there was the recovery of Malzahar's tech gun, for the sake of safety, Yifeng still took out a recovery scroll for the chess piece to use. Suddenly, a series of green lights lit up from Darius. Thanks to Darius's high health value, 50% of the health value recovery directly increased Darius's health by more than 2,000 points, making up for all the damage he suffered. The dragon monster continued to roar, and its whole body was actually wrapped in ice crystals, forming a lifelike ice sculpture floating in the low sky. Draven's flying axe hit the opponent, causing only 0 points of damage. And Malzahar and LeBlanc's skills were thrown on top, and also only hit 0 points of damage. Even the burning effect of the Morello Codex on Amuma was ineffective on this dragon monster. Even the countless layers of Malzahar's infection disappeared at this moment. Invincibility plus purification? Yifeng was a little stunned. If Malzahar's infection layers were purified to start all over again, it would be quite troublesome. Of course, the trouble here means that it would take several more layers to extend the battle time and consume a lot of magic scrolls. Soon, the dragon blew out a breath of dragon breath again, and this time, the target was directly aimed at the back row chess pieces. The back row chess pieces were sprayed by the frost dragon breath, and the attacks in their hands suddenly became like slow motion. Even Draven, who had already reached an attack speed of 5.0, could only attack once a second. This was not the most fatal thing. What made Yifeng most anxious was that, after the back row chess pieces were sprayed by the frost dragon breath, they actually lost nearly 200 points of damage per second. Draven's 4-star health can withstand it. Malzahar himself has a full-power blood-sucking ability, and can barely withstand this round of attacks, but LeBlanc and Morgana are a little overwhelmed, especially Morgana. As a 1-cost chess piece, even if it reaches 2 stars, the basic health is only 900 points. The 3 auxiliary equipment each provides 150 points of health, providing her with a total of 450 points of health. The current health is only 1,350 points. Therefore, 200 points of damage per second only takes 7 seconds to kill Morgana. This is something Yifeng absolutely cannot tolerate, so he took out the recovery scroll directly, and watched the opportunity to continuously restore Morgana's health. The Frost Dragon Breath effect that the front row chess pieces had received before finally disappeared, and the front row chess pieces returned to normal again. At this moment, the dragon flew out of the battle group and landed on the ice not far away, looking at the enemy in front of it with fierce eyes. When Yifeng's chess army saw it fall to the ground, they rushed over in a swarm. And Bisa, who was already in full mana, finally locked the target again after the enemy landed. With a jump, she rushed directly to the front of the dragon and attacked the dragon's body. Amumu took a crooked step and pounced on the dragon, wanting to give it a hug. Darius's axe was also thirsty. After a few seconds, the dragon breath in the back row finally disappeared. With Yifeng's hand speed comparable to that of a golden left hand, no chess pieces died. As long as there is health, even if you turn into a dragon, you must die here. Chapter 111. The dragon monster's attack seemed monotonous, alternating between using dragon claws and frost dragon breath. Although it caused some trouble to Yifeng, as Malzahar added more infection layers, everything was no longer a problem. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. During this period, the dragon used the invincible skill again and cleared Malzahar's infection layer again, but it was ultimately unable to reverse the situation. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, it turned into an icy crystal stone. Obtained special item. Frost Dragon Crystal Stone. After getting the crystal stone, Yifeng had an idea in his mind. He wondered how much magic essence he could exchange for the crystal stone this time. Soon, Yifeng was teleported back to the base. He had as many chess pieces as he had when he came here, and he still had as many chess pieces as he had when he returned. None of them were missing. Such a record is enough to make other survivors dumbfounded. This is an A-level trial. Most survivors dare not even think about it, but Yifeng was able to pass it without any danger. A-level trial mission completed. Rewards issued. This reward is a random light equipment. Do you want to claim it now? Here it comes. This time the reward has finally been upgraded again, and it has come to light equipment. The types of light equipment are basically the same as finished equipment, and the functions are almost the same. However, each piece of light equipment is an enhanced version of finished equipment, which can be called Finished Equipment Plus. I don't know what kind of light equipment I can get this time. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but get excited. This time the reward is definitely worthwhile. Just as Yifeng was about to receive the light equipment for this trial mission, a new reminder sounded in his ears. Monster evolution detected in the middle of this A-level mission. The difficulty increased, and additional rewards will be given to survivors. This additional reward is being randomly drawn. What? This monster has evolved? Yifeng was confused. His brain was working fast. What the hell is this? Originally, Yifeng thought that the monster turned into a dragon and became stronger afterwards, which was just the second stage of the monster. After all, it is reasonable for the boss to transform when it is low on health, isn't it? Unexpectedly, the survival game now reminds Yifeng that this monster is evolving in the middle of the mission, so the difficulty is further increased, and he will be given an additional reward. Yifeng suddenly shouted at the air at this time. Damn! This monster can evolve? This is your game's fault. Fortunately, it's me. If it were any other survivor, this monster would suddenly evolve, wouldn't it explode directly? Your mistake is definitely a major mistake. Isn't it reasonable to give me more compensation? Geneva, give me more compensation, otherwise, how can you be worthy of me? I thought the A-level difficulty was like this, but I didn't expect you to tell me that it evolved. No matter what Yifeng said, the survival game didn't reply to him. Yifeng naturally knew this, but in this kind of survival game, if his personality is not optimistic, he will sooner or later get sick. A minute later, the voice of the survival game sounded again, announcing the reward result for Yifeng. This extra reward, Equipment Slot Expander. Equipment Slot Expander? What is this? There is no such item in the game of Golden Shovel. It just seems that it can increase equipment slots. Could it be that? Thinking of this, Yifeng suddenly became excited and hurriedly took this Equipment Slot Expander. Equipment Slot Expander, a one-time item. After use, it can increase the equipment slots of a barracks to 4 slots. With a maximum limit of 6 slots. Damn, it really directly increases the equipment slots. Looking at this extra reward, Yifeng was very excited. Now he can equip several core chess pieces with another piece of equipment to increase their combat power again, but it can only be used for one barracks. Which barracks to use it on still needs to be considered in the long run. This survival game is also stingy. It only gave such an equipment slot expander. Didn't you see that it already has 11 barracks? Just one, who is it looking down on? Survival game, give me another 10 or 8 equipment slot expanders. However, no one responded to Yifeng. Yifeng also knew that no one would respond, so he looked at the reward for this trial, a random light equipment. Just based on the situation of this light equipment, it was decided which barracks would be given equipment slots in the end. Give me the A-level trial reward. As Yifeng finished speaking, a ball of jumping light appeared in the void in front of him, and in the light, various light equipment was constantly rotating. And the speed of this rotation was constantly slowing down. When the speed completely stopped, it was time for Yifeng to confirm what his reward was. Seeing the light transform into Spirit Sharana, Yifeng's eyes lit up. This is the bright version of Spirit Shojin. The attack power and spell power increase from the original 15% to 35%, a full 20% increase, and the basic mana is also increased by 5 points. In addition, the extra mana gained from special effect attacks has also doubled from the original 5 points to 10 points. If you get this equipment and expand Malzahar's equipment slot, Spear of Shojin plus Spear of Solana, each normal attack can gain an extra 15 points of mana, and the basic attack provides 5 points of mana, that is, each basic attack can provide 20 points of mana. And not only that, Malzahar's Prophet Bond can increase the mana gained by an additional 25%, that is, if Malzahar equips another Spear of Solana, Each normal attack can provide 25 points of mana, and Malzahar can release a skill with only 4 basic attacks. Malzahar's basic attack speed is 0.8, and he attacks 0.8 times per second, but Zyke's Harrow provides 30% attack speed, which can make Malzahar's speed almost reach 1 attack per second. In other words, it only takes 4 seconds for Malzahar to release a skill. Each time he stacks 5 layers of infection, he can directly stack 75 layers of infection in 1 minute, and the damage caused will reach a terrifying level. Thinking of this, Yifeng was extremely excited. If he could really equip Malzahar with such a bright equipment, it would be equivalent to having explosive back row output and a large amount of life recovery. After all, the higher the output, the more powerful the blood recovery of the technology gun. The light was getting slower and slower, and it was about to stop completely on Spear of Serana. However, at the last moment, the icon above jumped from Spear of Serana and became a new equipment. Looking at this operation, Yifeng couldn't help vomiting blood. This lottery, you are afraid it was developed by Penguin Company Mahua Tang. The lottery looks like a treasure, but at the last moment it jumps to other garbage equipment. This reward draw is complete. Chapter 112. The equipment that appeared was a red buff equipment with a fiery red icon, none other than the Crown of Embers. Crown of Embers adds 60% attack speed and 10% damage increase. Special effect. Attack and skill damage causes 2% burning effect and 33% severe injury effect to enemies for 5 seconds. This is an upgraded version of the Red Tyrant equipment, which can provide chess pieces with high attack speed and increased damage increase by 10%. In addition, the burning effect of the Crown of Embers directly reaches 2% per second. That is, it only takes 50 seconds to fight, and as long as the enemy has no means of recovery, it will be burned to death by this real damage. This equipment has a very good effect, but it is still a little different from the bright blue knife that Yifeng expected. Who should this equipment be given to? The two attributes of attack speed and damage increase are relatively versatile attributes, and most chess pieces can benefit from these two attributes. Yifeng's current consideration is to give this equipment to Draven or Malzahar. After all, as a physical output, Draven's attack speed is linked to output. The faster the attack speed, the higher the damage. For Malzahar, 60% attack speed can almost allow him to attack once more every 2 seconds, speed up the acquisition of mana, and release skills faster to stack the infection layer of the ultimate move. After thinking about it, Yifeng finally decided to give the equipment to Malzahar. Because there is still a difference between survival games and gold shovel games. When encountering boss-level monsters, it basically takes a long time to fight, which is enough for Draven to use Gunsu's Rage Blade to stack the attack speed to the upper limit of 5.0. Equipping him with Crown of Embers only speeds up Draven's early start-up speed. If the battle lasts a little longer, the 60% attack speed attribute will be gone. Giving it to Malzahar will allow Malzahar to get all the attributes throughout the whole process, without any attribute waste. The most important thing is that Malzahar is a noble 5-cost barracks. Even if the lineup needs to be changed in the later stage in the future, the Malzahar barracks will not be replaced. After giving the equipment expander to Malzahar, there is no need to worry about the possible waste in the later stage. Thinking of this, Yifeng made his own decision. Taking out the equipment slot expander, Yifeng used the equipment slot expander directly on the Malzahar barracks. Suddenly, the original 3-grid equipment bar on the Malzahar barracks suddenly had an extra section, and it directly became 4 grids. After use, the Malzahar barracks has been upgraded to 4 grids. Hearing the prompt sound of the survival game, Yifeng took out the Crown of Embers that he had just obtained. Unlike ordinary equipment, the light equipment has a circle of gold edges around it, which gives people a sense of luxury. After equipping Malzahar with the Crown of Embers, Malzahar's combat power increased again, and his attack speed directly reached about 1.5. Yifeng now wants to find a boss to try the effect of the light equipment, but there is no target for him to try at the moment. However, Yifeng was soon attracted by a new thing. That is, when he went to the A-level trial before, Yifeng specially used the positioning transmission device to record the coordinates of the trial point, and now he can try whether he can be teleported. Thinking of this, Yifeng first teleported to the base in the Scarlet Land. When Yifeng took out the positioning transmission device, he got a prompt. The number of coordinates currently recorded. 1. Do you want to teleport to the recorded coordinates? It really can be teleported. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but want to teleport over to find out, but he was still not swallowed up by excitement and did not teleport directly. After all, this positioning transmission device only records that one coordinate now. If he teleports over like this, how can he return to the base at that time? Yifeng first recorded the coordinates of the base, and then use the positioning transmission device with confidence. Teleport me to recorded coordinate 1. As Yifeng's voice fell, the positioning transmission device in his hand opened a light curtain door about 5 meters high and 3 meters long in front of him. The duration of the teleportation door is 3 minutes. Please go as soon as possible. There was only 3 minutes left, and Yifeng had no time to hesitate. He hurriedly directed the chess pieces, with Darius walking in the front, and Yifeng walking in the middle to ensure his safety. After walking out of the light gate, Yifeng came to the lake where the A-level trial was held. The surroundings were almost the same as the ones destroyed by the battle, which confirmed that this was the A-level trial area. As expected, the bosses of the trial portal were also in the world of the Crimson Land. After revealing this secret, many new questions arose in Yifeng's mind. What exactly is hidden in this Crimson Land? And what is the purpose behind this survival game? Everything is still a layer of fog, making Yifeng unable to tell the way forward. Yifeng turned on the map function, and found that only a small area where he was located was lit up, and the surrounding area was all dark. The maximum display distance of the map is 100 kilometers. Yifeng pulled to the edge of the map and searched all over the east, south, west and north, but did not find the base on the map. In other words, this place is far more than 100 kilometers away from the base. Now that he was here, Yifeng was not ready to go back directly, and he prepared to explore outside with the chess pieces. Yifeng randomly chose a direction, and called the large army to explore outside the lake. Walking out of the lake, Yifeng found that the world outside the lake was actually a desert. Except for yellow sand, no vegetation could be seen. This environment is a bit strange. Walking into the Gobi Desert carefully, Yifeng did not encounter any monsters. However, this is the world of the Scarlet Land after all, and Yifeng did not take it lightly. Swish swish. It was like the sound of something rubbing against the sand, coming towards Yifeng from far to near. Get ready for battle. Yifeng roared, and all the chess pieces were arranged in a fixed formation to welcome the appearance of the monster. The yellow sand covered the sun, and a huge monster suddenly emerged from the sand not far away. It turned out to be a giant scorpion more than 30 meters long, with a pair of giant claws in front of it, shining with metallic luster, and the poisonous needle at the tail also looked terrifying, as if it could easily take the enemy's life. Seeing the monster appear, Yifeng was also skilled and bold. He directly called on the chess pieces to attack first. Draven's flying axe was thrown first, hitting the giant scorpion, causing only more than 10 points of damage. This is special. A high armor monster? Then, an Amumu stumbled to the heel of the giant scorpion, and his passive skill abandon technology began to take effect, causing continuous magic damage to the giant scorpion. However, it still only caused a few points of magic damage. Chapter 113. Seeing this, Yifeng suddenly felt that this giant scorpion was a little difficult to deal with. However, when he thought of the Morello secret book carried by Amumu, Yifeng immediately relaxed again. He had a percentage of true damage, and this monster had to die no matter how high its defense was. However, the reminder sound of the survival game sounded in Yifeng's mind, and immediately poured a basin of cold water on Yifeng. Hint: this monster is immune to some burning effects, and the Morello secret book carried by Amumu is ineffective against this monster. Hearing this, Yifeng's heart suddenly chilled. And the next attack of the giant scorpion made Yifeng completely understand how big the gap between the two was. I saw that the giant scorpion shot a black light from the barbs on its tail, directly aiming at the nearest Darius. The terrifying damage of -3,000 emerged from Darius's body, and immediately hit more than half of Darius's blood volume. Not only that, the Darius who was hit turned black all over, as if he was poisoned, and the continuous damage of -1,000 appeared on his body. Even the continuous recovery effect of the life armor was reduced by half at this time. The attack of this giant scorpion also had the effect of serious injury. The attack was ineffective, and the damage was so terrible. Yifeng suddenly felt that he had come to the wrong place, and had to run away quickly. However, just when he was about to use the positioning transmission device to open the portal to return to the base, Malzahar's attack made Yifeng feel relieved. Malzahar stood far away, so he was unable to launch an attack at the first time. At this time, several Malzahar took a few steps forward, and then included the giant scorpion in their attack range. Malzahar's normal attack also only caused single-digit damage to the giant scorpion. However, a layer of burning effect also appeared on the giant scorpion. -500,000. The 6-digit real damage came out of the giant scorpion, which immediately boosted Yifeng's spirit. Although the burning effect of Morello's secret codex was invalid, the burning real damage effect of the light equipment crown of embers carried by Malzahar was not immune. The real damage of 2% of the maximum health per second hit the giant scorpion, and the exaggerated number of 500,000 was hit. In other words, the health of this giant scorpion monster is as high as 25 million points. With such a high amount of health and dual resistance, plus this exaggerated damage, it is the strongest monster among the monsters Yifeng has ever seen. Fortunately, the special effects of the light equipment were not immune, otherwise Yifeng could only run away at this moment. With the percentage burn of the light equipment, it only needs to hold on for 50 seconds, and this huge monster will fall. But if it is left alone, the giant scorpion will indeed die after 50 seconds, but Yifeng's own chess pieces will also suffer heavy casualties. In just 3 seconds, Darius fell down after a confrontation. Yifeng quickly took out the recovery scroll and prepared to restore the health of the chess piece. After the giant scorpion's attack was effective, it actually raised its tail stinger behind it again, and this time, it actually shot black light at 3 chess pieces at the same time. -1,000. -1,000. -1,000. The 3 black lights all hit Darius. Perhaps because the attack was dispersed, the damage this time only caused 1,000 points of damage to each chess piece. However, this attack caused all 3 chess pieces to enter a poisoned state, and all of them continued to lose blood at a terrifying value of 1,000 points per second. According to this trend, it only takes a few seconds for 3 more Darius to die, but Yifeng, who has already prepared for it, will naturally not let this happen. He did not care about wasting the recovery scroll in his hand, and directly tore it open to restore the health of the chess piece. Originally, it could restore more than 2,000 blood for Darius, but now it can only restore more than 1,000 blood, reducing the effect by 50%. In other words, this recovery scroll can only offset the poisoning damage suffered by the chess piece. Yifeng did not dare to hesitate, and continued to collect the inventory of recovery scrolls. The giant scorpion-like monster changed its attack method at this time, and the huge pincers in front of it attacked the nearest Darius. -4,000. The terrifying damage that almost killed Darius in seconds was directly hit by the giant scorpion. It seems that every kind of damage from this giant scorpion is very terrifying. Fortunately, this attack did not have a poisoning effect, so Yifeng used 2 recovery scrolls to restore the health. 10 seconds have passed since the battle, and the health of this giant scorpion monster has also dropped by 20%. All this damage was caused by the special effect of Crown of Embers on Malzahar. The other damage added together was only less than 10,000 points, which was almost negligible. If we hold on for another 40 seconds, we can consume this giant scorpion to death. The giant scorpion's attack is still the same, either using the pincers in front of it to smash the chess piece, causing exaggerated physical damage, or use the tail stinger to shoot out poison, causing magic damage and continuous poisoning damage to the chess piece. However, with the blessing of the recovery scroll, Yifeng did not have any chess pieces killed in a short time. -6,000. Suddenly, the giant scorpion's attack had a critical hit, and directly smashed an exaggerated number on the chess piece. This number instantly killed a Darius. Even if there were more recovery scrolls, this Darius could not be saved. In the end, Yifeng finally killed the giant scorpion at the cost of sacrificing 2 Darius. The giant scorpion, which was originally like a hill, continued to shrink after its death. Finally, the original huge monster turned into a yellowish crystalline stone. Obtain special items. Gobi Giant Scorpion Monster Crystal Stone. In addition to this crystal stone, this monster did not explode anything else. There was not even a reminder sound of the survival game in my ears. What's going on? Isn't this a boss monster? Just when Yifeng was wondering, the previous rustling sound was heard all around. Just before Yifeng came to his senses, several giant scorpions rushed out from all around again and attacked Yifeng. Fuck. Seeing this, Yifeng was anxious. This broken monster has no rewards, and it's so hard to kill. Now there are several of them in one breath, and I'm going to play with them. Thinking of this, Yifeng directly opened the portal and set the target to the base where he was located. The giant scorpion kept approaching, covering the sky and blocking the sun, blocking the light in the sky. At this moment, Yifeng finally understood what it meant to be dominated by a giant. After returning to the base, Yifeng felt his heart was still pounding. This time, the monster is indeed a bit stronger. Looking at the only trophy crystal stone in his hand, Yifeng sighed. The crystal stone I got in exchange for the death of 2 Darius. Let me see how much magic essence I can get. Chapter 114. After returning to the base, Yifeng thought about the scene of being surrounded by several giant scorpions just now, and felt a little scared. I thought I was awesome. I didn't expect that any monster in the outside world could cause such great damage to me. If it weren't for the light equipment, it would be very difficult for Yifeng to kill this giant scorpion. And the only reward from this monster was just a crystal stone. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but want to complain. If the magic essence exchanged for this crystal stone is less, I will lose a lot. However, when Yifeng heard the exchange prompt, all his original dissatisfaction was swept away. This Gobi giant scorpion monster crystal stone can actually be directly exchanged for 7,000 points of magic essence, enough to make another piece of equipment in the weapon workshop. The last time I invested 5,000 magic essences to make equipment, it took the 17th day to receive it, and it took another 3 days to get it. Yifeng was not in a hurry to put the magic essence into making equipment again. After all, the cycle was too long, and it was still unknown what he could get. It was better to wait until he received the reward once, and then see if it was worth it to continue making the next one. After completing the task of the trial portal and confirming that the task areas of the Scarlet Land and the trial portal were the same map, Yifeng returned to the forest base. Now Yifeng's efficiency in hunting forest monsters is very fast. The troops were divided into several groups, and by noon, all the monsters in the forest were cleared. However, what puzzled Yifeng was that after clearing all the monsters, he received a full 20,000 layers of conquest rewards. Logically speaking, after the 1,000th level reward in the game, the next level is the 1,200th level, and Yifeng should be able to get the next level reward. But the reality is that there is no prompt sound at all. Strange, is it possible that the number of levels required for the high-level conquest reward has been changed? Other than that, Yifeng can't think of any other reason. The original 1,200th level reward in the game is random light equipment, 50 gold coins, equipment disassembler, artifact equipment forger. For Yifeng, although these rewards are good, they are not a leap forward. It's better to get them, but if you can't get them, it doesn't matter. So Yifeng didn't think about these. The monsters in the forest have been cleared, and now what can continue to be explored is the situation near the Scarlet Land, and with a positioning transmission device, Yifeng will not have too many worries when exploring. This time, Yifeng decided to explore in one direction and continue to explore outward to see what else is outside 50 kilometers. Along the way, Yifeng was very happy hunting sandworm monsters. He even opened the chat interface to see what everyone was talking about when he was free. Brothers, I finally passed the border trial. I will live broadcast the Scarlet Land base to everyone. As soon as Yifeng opened the chat interface, he saw someone showing off that he had completed the border trial and also went to the Scarlet Land. After this sentence was sent out, everyone was full of praise such as Lubai Luciu, Big Brother God. This made the survivor feel very happy. The reason why he was able to complete the border trial so quickly was all because of the secret he knew. That is, when 2 golden spatulas are fused together, the number of barracks can be increased by 1. With this, he can build 4 barracks at the 3rd level base. And luckily, his 4 barracks are exactly Amumu, Darius, Vladimir, and Vander. After putting together these 4 barracks, he found that the damage suffered by the chess pieces was almost reduced by half, and the skills of Darius and Vladimir can restore health, so his losses are relatively small. Among these chess pieces, his Amumu has reached 3 stars. The only regret is that the 3-star quota for Darius is full, and he can't continue to upgrade Darius to 3 stars. However, after reaching the 3rd level, there is a slight probability that the loot orbs dropped every day will have a higher level barracks fragment. He also consciously collected and put together a 2-star Vladimir. The most important thing is the secret of his rampage, which is equipment synthesis. It has always been believed that the same type of equipment is best synthesized with the same type of equipment. Defense parts should be synthesized with defense parts, and attack parts should be synthesized with attack parts. However, he made a mistake yesterday and synthesized the giant belt that increases life and the useless rod that increases spell power together. I originally thought that I would synthesize a weaker piece of equipment, but I didn't expect to directly synthesize the Morello's secret book, which can cause a percentage of true damage to the enemy. This made him very excited, and he directly gave this equipment to the 3-star Amumu. This gave him a great boost of confidence, and he set out for the border area early this morning, ready to try the border trial. Everything was just as Yifeng said, and when faced with a difficulty choice, he confidently chose the sea-level trial. Unexpectedly, I thought it would not be difficult. After all, there was the Morello's secret book with real damage. No matter how strong the boss was, you only need to hold on for 100 seconds to kill it. Unfortunately, dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. His luck was a little bad. The boss had a certain recovery ability. Even if the Morello's secret book could cause serious injuries, this recovery ability still caused him a lot of trouble. And the boss's attack also caused a lot of damage to his chess pieces. After all, except Amumu, the other chess pieces were only 2 stars, and even Vandal was only a 1-star chess piece. Finally, after sacrificing more than 10 chess pieces, he defeated the trial boss, and got the teleportation token, which enabled him to unlock the Scarlet Land. At this time, someone asked the survivor how difficult the trial was. He felt heartbroken when he thought that he had chosen the sea-level trial, and lost more than 10 chess pieces, including several Vandals, who only cost 2 gold coins. He couldn't let himself take this loss alone. The trial was quite simple. I chose the B-level trial, and won it easily without losing many chess pieces. Yifeng couldn't help laughing when he saw this reply. This guy definitely has bad intentions. At this stage, it is impossible for a survivor to upgrade the base to level 4 with gold coins, because there are really not enough gold coins. Apart from this, it is only possible that this survivor accidentally discovered the synthesis of the crown. A level 3 base with 4 people can form limited bonds, and there is a high probability that there will not be too many 3-star chess pieces. In other words, with such combat power, it is absolutely impossible to pass the B-level trial without damage. But Yifeng did not expose the other party. After all, it would not benefit him in any way if he did. Chapter 115. At this time, the survivor had returned to the base of the forest map. He took a photo in the chat interface, and the photo showed the appearance of the teleportation token. Brothers, I'm going to the Scarlet Land now. I live broadcast the new map for you. By the way, the next Beast Tide invasion, you can exchange the crystal stones you get from me for magic scrolls, which will definitely be cheaper than Yifeng's. Before entering the Scarlet Land, this man had already planned his business. Previously, Yifeng exchanged magic scrolls, and he could earn half of it, but it made him jealous. Each magic scroll is a prop that can enhance the strength of the chess piece. The more magic scrolls you have, the greater the probability of surviving in this survival game. Now that he has finally unlocked the new map, he naturally wants to take over the business of acquiring crystal stones and enrich his own materials. Sure enough, after he said this, he instantly attracted the interest of many people. After all, Yifeng wants to eat up half of the profit, which makes everyone feel a little unacceptable. Boss, is that true? How much profit do you want to receive? Really? That's great. We don't have to ask Yifeng to exchange the magic scroll with high handling fee. Boss, you must give me a friendly price. Fortunately, I haven't traded the crystal stones I got last time. Boss, look at me! Seeing everyone's enthusiastic response, the survivor immediately began to express his opinion generously. No problem. All crystal stones can be exchanged for 14 magic scrolls. Everyone can only get 7 from Yifeng. I will let everyone get 10 directly. I only need 4. Everyone was very excited and happy to get a more cost-effective crystal stone to trade magic scrolls. Some survivors, who had already traded magic scrolls with Yifeng, were a little regretful at this time. They regretted that they were so anxious to sell the crystal stone. If they kept it, they might be able to exchange for several more magic scrolls. Even the survivors who originally thought that exchanging crystal stones for magic scrolls could improve their combat power in time were a little unhappy at this moment. In just a few days, the original crystal stone could be exchanged for 3 more magic scrolls. Isn't it equivalent to losing 3 magic scrolls in vain? Thinking of this, some survivors who had traded with Yifeng even started to chat with Yifeng privately. They hoped that Yifeng would give them a few more magic scrolls at the current price. However, Yifeng was too lazy to pay attention to their behavior. Since you think it's more cost-effective for others to exchange, then go find others yourself, and you can save yourself the trouble. Seeing that the time was ripe, and having negotiated with many people about the crystal stone transaction, the survivor excitedly picked up the teleportation token and prepared to go to the Scarlet Land. After the teleportation, when he saw the blood-red sun in the sky, he was very excited. He finally came to the new map, seized the opportunity to come here, buy the crystal stone price difference, make a lot of money, and then he can become a strong player in this survival game. He was so excited that he didn't have time to listen to the prompt sound of the survival game, and hurriedly looked at his base. This look immediately made him dumbfounded. According to Yifeng, after entering the Scarlet Land, the base will unlock 2 additional buildings, the Magic Scroll Production House, and the Equipment Production House. But there is no extra building in his base. What is going on? Is Yifeng lying? No, Yifeng must have hidden some key information. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt anxious. If there is no Magic Scroll Production House, how can he make a fortune? Just when he was anxious, he remembered that after entering the Scarlet Land just now, the prompt sound of the survival game seemed to ring in his ears. At this time, he thought carefully and finally remembered what the prompt of the survival game was. Welcome survivors to the Scarlet Land. The difficulty of your border trial is sea level. As the second survivor to come to the Scarlet Land, you will get sea level permissions, open the Magic Scroll Production House construction task, and unlock the map within 5 kilometers nearby. Magic Scroll Production House construction task. Kill 50 sandworms to unlock the Magic Scroll Production House. The survivor's face showed a relaxed look. It turned out that he needed to do a pre-task, which made him panic in vain. I think this so-called construction task is the guidance task of the new map. Then this sandworm monster is probably the same as the goblin, and is a monster that can be easily dealt with. At this time, in the chat interface, many survivors are still waiting for the brother who went to the Crimson Land to exchange magic scrolls for everyone. Seeing that he didn't move for a long time, everyone began to be curious. What's going on? Where is the boss? What's going on? Why is there no movement after going to the Crimson Land? What's going on? It's unscientific. Is the boss still there? Opening the chat interface, I saw that everyone was urging me, and even a lot of private messages came asking when I could trade. As a last resort, he could only tell the truth. Brothers, I just found out that unlocking the Magic Scroll Production House requires a pre-task, which is to kill 50 sandworm monsters here. It's okay, wait for me, I'll be back soon. Seeing the message sent by this survivor, Yifeng couldn't help laughing again. Not dead, I'll be back soon. Indeed, the sandworms can't hold on for a few hits in front of Yifeng's chess pieces, and it will be done quickly after cleaning up 50 sandworms. But for other survivors, if the sandworms are not killed quickly with enough damage, each attack can still cause dozens or even hundreds of points of damage to the chess pieces. For most survivors, there will be some consumption. I hope this survivor can complete it smoothly. I didn't expect to be there an hour later. During this hour, people kept complaining about why this person hadn't come back yet. Some people even suspected that he suddenly felt that the price was too low and wanted to regret it. Various speculations emerged, and some even suspected that he had discovered something more important in the new map, and had no time to consider trading crystal stones. In fact, this survivor who came to the Scarlet Land was busy hunting sandworms, and had no time to look at the chat interface. The 37th one. After killing a sandworm, the survivor's face was black. This sandworm monster was not as simple as he thought. The attack of the sandworm monster was not high, and each time it hit his chess piece, it only caused a few dozen points of damage. However, these sandworm monsters would pause for a moment after the residual blood state, and then drill into the ground to restore health, and even suddenly rush out of the soil to attack the chess piece with the lowest blood volume, causing hundreds of points of damage. After such a long hunting, although no chess pieces were killed, he also wasted several recovery scrolls. The sandworm monster's residual blood drilling into the ground made him even more angry. Yifeng didn't say that it would be so troublesome to unlock these things in the Scarlet Land. Chapter 116. Finally, Zhang Tao completed the killing of 50 sandworm monsters. After killing the sandworm monsters, Zhang Tao finally heard the prompt sound of the survival game, telling him that the Magic Scroll Production House was finally unlocked. Hearing this sound, Zhang Tao wanted to cry, but had no tears. His hard work paid off. He finally unlocked it. Who knew that after passing the border trial, there would be so many follow-up tasks to complete? I originally thought it was just a simple guidance task, but I didn't expect that 50 sandworms would have consumed a lot of his energy. What the hell? But fortunately it was completed. Thinking of this, Zhang Tao smiled, and he could sit and lie in the base and collect money soon. He rushed back to the base excitedly, and sure enough, there was an extra building in the base. At this time, Zhang Tao's eyes were filled with tears. He finally got it. It was really not easy. He walked quickly towards the newly appeared Magic Scroll Production House building. Unexpectedly, the prompt sound of the survival game gave him a wake-up call again. This building house has not been bound to a magician-bound chess piece, so it cannot be used. Please bind a magician-bound chess piece as soon as possible. What the hell? Does it need to bind a magician-bound chess piece to use a magic scroll building house? No one has ever told me this, but it seems reasonable. After all, a magician must make magic scrolls, right? Then the question arises again. Do you have a magician-bound chess piece among your chess pieces? You can't wait until you level up again and find a magician-bound chess piece before you can use it. Bind a moment. Zhang Tao shouted at the survival game, but the prompt he got made him feel cold. A mumu does not meet the requirements for the mage bond, and cannot be bound. Then, Zhang Tao tried Darius again. Darius does not meet the requirements for the mage bond, and cannot be bound. Zhang Tao's face darkened, and another chess piece did not meet the requirements. What about Fandel? The prompt of the survival game almost sank Zhang Tao's heart to the bottom. Thandal does not meet the requirements for the mage bond, and cannot be bound. It's broken. 3 chess pieces in a row do not meet the requirements for the mage bond, and the last one, Vladimir, is likely to be out of the game. Zhang Tao, who had no hope, finally chose to bind Vladimir. This time, the prompt sound of the survival game made him very happy. Bind chess piece. 2-star Vladimir can make 8 low-level magic scrolls per day. Please select a specific magic scroll. A 2-star Vladimir can provide 8 low-level magic scrolls for himself every day, and the magic scroll production house can bind 5 chess pieces, so he can get 40 magic scrolls every day. Thinking of this, Zhang Tao was overjoyed. Looking at his remaining 7 Vladimirs, he bound all the remaining 4 places in one breath. Now, he can get 40 magic scrolls every day. What magic scroll should I choose? Or should I choose a low-level group recovery magic scroll, which is the most practical? Choose a recovery scroll for me. It is detected that the survivor has not unlocked the corresponding magic scroll and cannot be made of. Zhang Tao felt like he was going crazy. He finally killed 50 sandworm monsters, but was told that the magic scroll still needed to be unlocked. At this moment, Zhang Tao remembered the routine of Bing CC before crossing over. 1 cut to get cash, but it was always 1 cut short. Zhang Tao was so depressed that he vomited blood, and had to ask how to unlock the magic scroll. Magic scroll production requires obtaining various design drawings to unlock, and the second survivor to come to the Scarlet Land, with a sea-level authority, starts the magic scroll unlocking task. Magic scroll unlocking task. Hunting 100 sandworms will unlock low-level group recovery magic scrolls, and low-level group armor magic scrolls. Listening to the prompts of the survival game, Zhang Tao felt speechless at the moment. I have to kill sandworms again. What the hell? Geneva, return the money. At this moment, Zhang Tao wanted to roar, but after a few minutes of silence, he still walked out of the base with a chess piece. What else can he do? There is no other way except to continue hunting sandworms. During this period, Yifeng found another E-level stronghold. Although the reward was very poor, there was only 1 basic equipment. But there are several different monsters in this base, which makes NBC's diplomat bond continue to be exciting. Yifeng, who was free, opened the chat interface, and found that the guy who said he would exchange crystal stones for everyone at a low price had not popped up yet. The other survivors were all dumbfounded, not knowing what happened, and why he disappeared for so long. However, they could never have imagined that Zhang Tao was still hunting sandworms at this moment. Until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yifeng explored another low-level base. The rewards were not rich, but the armor and magic resistance of the diplomat were actually obtained. Looking at the distance, it was already more than 10 kilometers away from the base. Yifeng was still in the unlocked map range, so he didn't have to worry about getting lost. After clearing 2 bases, the bonus of diplomat directly reached 14 points of armor and magic resistance, which provided more to the whole team than the double sentinel bond. I don't know how the big brother who arrived in the Crimson Land is doing. I don't know what the difference is between other people and me after they arrive. I don't know how far the bases are between the two. Yifeng curiously opened the chat interface, ready to see what the big brother is like. Why hasn't he popped up for so long? Could it be that he encountered some adventure in the Crimson Land? Thinking of this, Yifeng became even more curious. What's going on with this guy? He was so excited to buy crystal stones in exchange for magic scrolls before, but suddenly there was no movement. Opening the chat interface, not only Yifeng was curious, but many other survivors were also anxiously waiting. It was not easy to see a crystal stone exchange for magic scrolls that was more cost-effective than Yifeng, but this person suddenly stopped sending messages. What happened to the big brother before? He didn't reply to private messages or messages on the chat interface. Is this guy playing tricks on us? He's forcing us to play tricks on us. I don't know. Is there something different in the Scarlet Land? I can't guess. Are there any other big guys who have also upgraded to level 4 and gone to the Scarlet Land to take a look? Amid the discussions of the crowd, Zhang Tao finally spoke up. At this time, he was in a very bad mood. He finally completed the task of hunting sandworms to unlock the magic scroll, but during the hunting process, he was besieged by a group of more than 10 sandworms. Although the sandworms were solved, a lot of magic scrolls were also lost. Border trial, killing sandworms to unlock the magic scroll production house. Killing sandworms to unlock the magic scroll production. This series of operations consumed all his magic scrolls, leaving only 2 remaining. Okay, I'm done. Friends who want to sell crystal stones can find me. Chapter 117. At this time, Zhang Tao was very upset. He wasted so many magic scrolls in vain. He had said before that he only earned 4 magic scrolls each time. If he wanted to earn back the magic scrolls he lost today, he had to find at least dozens of people to trade with. Thinking of how Yi Feng could earn 7 magic scrolls from each person before, Zhang Tao couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Why did he have to pretend to be rich just now? If I had known that the price would be the same as Yi Feng's, at most a little bit more favorable, wouldn't I be able to earn a lot more magic scrolls now? Now I can't change the price, otherwise, everyone might all go to Yi Feng to buy. Brother, I'm a little curious. What's the problem with you? Why haven't you made any movement for so long? This is the message sent by Yi Feng. Seeing the message sent by Yi Feng, Zhang Tao suddenly felt angry. You still have the nerve to ask me what happened? As the first survivor to go to the Scarlet Land, shouldn't you know better than me? However, Zhang Tao quickly realized that the magic scroll production unlocking requires a blueprint, and he issued the unlocking task because he was the second to go to the Scarlet Land. So Yi Feng, as the first survivor to go to the Scarlet Land, may have directly unlocked the magic scroll production, and at most completed a construction task of killing 50 sandworms. And Zhang Tao naturally knew the reason why Yi Feng was able to go to the Scarlet Land so quickly. That is Golden Shovel. When he saw Yi Feng collecting so many Golden Shovel and Golden Pot, he thought Yi Feng was a complete idiot. But when he accidentally merged 2 Golden Spatulas into Golden Spatula Crown, he realized that he was the real fool. All the survivors who mock Yi Feng for using resources to acquire the useless Golden Spatula and Golden Pot were the biggest fools. When I think of how everyone foolishly sent Golden Spatula and Golden Pot to Yi Feng, and secretly mock Yi Feng for being a big idiot. Zhang Tao felt that he was the biggest clown in Gotham. A large number of crowns increase the number of barracks, and then, you can constantly try and make up various bonds. Even if you don't know the specific bond situation, you can still understand the bond by randomly putting together so many barracks. It is precisely because of the advantage of the number of barracks that Yi Feng can make his chess pieces stronger and get more resources than everyone else. When Zhang Tao thought of this, he envied Yi Feng and was full of jealousy. Therefore, facing Yi Feng's question, Zhang Tao replied unhappily, "What else can it be? You know that the magic scroll production house and the blueprints need to complete tasks to unlock. I am not like some people who have a large number of barracks and are very strong." Hearing this, Yi Feng immediately understood that Zhang Tao's border trial was not difficult, and the authority given after passing was not high, so the things he directly obtained, he needed to complete some tasks before he could get them. And looking at this situation, these tasks don't seem to be too easy. After seeing Yi Feng bubbling, some other survivors seem to have found an opportunity to vent their dissatisfaction to Yi Feng. You are still embarrassed to bubble. Others collected all the crystal stones, and could give us 10 magic scrolls, but they only took 4, and you actually took half. That's right, we are all from the Blue Star, don't we know how to help each other? It's a pity that everyone called you the boss before, but you are really only concerned about making money. Yes, Zhang Tao is really kind. Fortunately, I didn't fall for it, and stayed for a few more days. Now I can get 3 more magic scrolls, and didn't let you, the profiteer, succeed. The more they talked, the more excited they became, and even kept praising Zhang Tao for being so good. This made Zhang Tao feel a little embarrassed for a while. I am not such a kind person, I just simply thought that when I came to the Scarlet Land, I could directly exchange crystal stones for magic essences, and then exchange magic essences for magic scrolls. I thought it was a free profit, so I said the price was very low at that time. But now that I know it is not easy to unlock, if there is a chance, Zhang Tao would like to take half of the magic scrolls directly like Yi Feng. For the other survivors who said that they would not exchange crystal stones with him again, it was no loss to Yi Feng at all. Now, in the place where he is located, a giant scorpion can explode 7,000 points of magic essence. Although this giant scorpion is a little difficult to deal with, it is definitely more efficient than collecting crystal stones from other survivors. Don't worry, except for acquaintances and friends, I am too lazy to accept your crystal stones even if they beg me to accept them. Yi Feng directly stated that he didn't care about the crystal stones with 70 points of magic essence in their hands at all. However, in the eyes of many people, Yi Feng's words were considered to be tough. Ha ha ha, it's obvious that others are cheaper. No one will come to trade with you. And you still say that you are too lazy to accept it. That's right, everyone is not stupid. You can only get 7, but Zhang Tao can get 10. Who would come to you? Do you really think you can do whatever you want by being the first to unlock a new map? You see? This is the difference. There is a difference between big guys. Don't worry, Yi Feng will not change my words. As for who you want to trade with, it is your freedom. Do you really think that crystal stone is a treasure? I am helping you to exchange it. But don't worry, you can go to Zhang Tao to exchange it in the future. I won't exchange it here. After Yi Feng sent this message, Zhang Tao, who had been silent all the time, sent a message. Big Yi Feng, you said that you would never exchange it for everyone, but is it true? Although he didn't know why Zhang Tao asked this question, Yi Feng still told him directly and frankly. It's true. If everyone wants to exchange crystal stones in the future, let them come to you. I have something to do, so I will leave first. After sending this message, Yi Feng closed the chat interface. He already knew that other people's authority was not as good as his, and the rewards in the Scarlet Land were not as generous. After seeing the message sent by Yi Feng, Zhang Tao hesitated for a moment, and then a bold idea popped up in his mind. Yi Feng said that he would not exchange it in front of so many people, and he would be embarrassed to regret it. Then wouldn't he be in a monopoly position, while no one else has unlocked the Scarlet Land yet? Why don't he make more money? Boss, trade quickly. I will give you all the crystal stones here. Just give me 10 recovery scrolls. Looking at the urging message sent by someone, Zhang Tao made up his mind. He must make this money. All crystal stones. Exchange for 7 magic scrolls. Only 7. Trade if you want to exchange. Chapter 118. Everyone was dumbfounded when Zhang Tao said this. What's going on? Why did the price suddenly increase? Boss, didn't you agree to give us 10? Why did you only give us 7 like Yi Feng? That's right. How can you go back on your word? This is a bit too dark. Zhang Tao didn't care about the criticism from these people. At this moment, he just wanted to earn as many magic scrolls as possible. After all, when everyone's base level is upgraded, it will be difficult to get a high price. Therefore, even if he is scolded, he has to do this. More importantly, Yi Feng is sure not to exchange with others. He is a monopoly. If he has a monopoly, is he stupid not to raise the price? Everyone cursed, and many people didn't want to exchange with Zhang Tao. Some people even tried to contact Yi Feng. They would rather exchange with Yi Feng than with Zhang Tao. But Yi Feng didn't have time to pay attention to these people. Even if Yi Feng was still looking at the chat interface, he would only be having fun and would never exchange with these people. Seeing that everyone was ready to find Yi Feng, Zhang Tao was still a little nervous. But if Yi Feng suddenly changed his mind and showed up to compete with him for business, then he would really have no business at all. However, after everyone's crazy tagging, Yi Feng did not show up. This made Zhang Tao completely relieved. In order to force these people to find him to exchange as soon as possible, he was even more ruthless and told them his crazy plan. Those who don't want to exchange, you should think about it. There are more than 2 days before the Beast Tide invades again. The second round of the Beast Tide will continue to get stronger. Do you think you can withstand it? If you come to me to exchange today, I will give you 7 copies, 50 to 50. If it's tomorrow, I will only give you 6 copies. If it's the day after tomorrow, you can only exchange 5 copies. On the day of the Beast Tide, there are only 4 copies. Zhang Tao's message was sent out, and everyone was silent immediately. Zhang Tao's subsequent measures of continuously raising prices did make many survivors hesitate. The first round of Beast Tide invasion has caused many people to suffer heavy losses, and for some survivors with relatively poor combat power, there will be chess pieces lost every day. After the gold coins obtained to make up for the loss, the improvement is actually very limited. The second wave of Beast Tide will improve strength, which is known to everyone. So this made everyone worried. There are also survivors who cursed unhappily at this time. You are too black-hearted. There are still several days. We can wait for others to unlock the Scarlet Land and exchange with them. That's right. It's not like there is no one else except you. You said you wanted to help and give everyone benefits before, but you changed your mind like Yi Feng. Looking at everyone's abuse, Zhang Tao didn't care. He was able to use the Golden Shovel Crown to go to the Scarlet Land in advance, which was originally a component of luck. Meet the opening conditions in advance, and your own combat power is not bad. If other survivors use gold coins to upgrade themselves to the 4th level base, the combat power of the barracks chess piece will definitely not be too strong. So at this stage, unless someone else is lucky enough to unlock the crown, it is impossible. And even if someone else is so lucky, after he has spent a lot of effort to unlock the magic scroll, he will definitely not have this idea. I can tell you with certainty that now, except for me, you will never find a third person who unlocks the Scarlet Land before the Beast Tide invades. When Zhang Tao said this, everyone was silent. To go to the Scarlet Land, the base must reach level 4. If you want to reach level 4 quickly, you need to consume gold coins. If you consume too much gold coins, your strength will definitely not be strong, and you may not be able to pass the border trial. It seems that there will be no third person to pass the border trial in a short time. It doesn't matter, I'm not in a hurry, you continue to wait. Anyway, one less magic scroll every day, you can choose it yourself. If you want to trade with me, trade quickly. In the end, many survivors still gave in to Zhang Tao, and chose to make this deal with Zhang Tao. Looking at each one trading crystal stones with him, Zhang Tao's heart was full of joy. I, Zhang Tao, will also turn over and become the master. Ha ha ha. Looking at his ever-increasing magic essence, Zhang Tao's heart became more and more excited. Even if he couldn't compare with Yi Feng, he could leave other survivors far behind. The survival game continued, and soon came to the second Beast Tide invasion. During this period, the synthesis of equipment was basically figured out among the survivors, and the bond of some chess pieces has now spread. This time, the beasts invaded stronger than the last time. After exchanging the crystal stones, Yi Feng found that they were worth 90 points, which means that the strength of the beast has increased by about 1/5. Yi Feng also got the reward from the equipment workshop. As expected, 5,000 magic essences were used to obtain a basic equipment, which was not very useful to Yi Feng. After the beasts ended, a bombshell was spread among the survivors. It turned out that someone had discovered the special effects of the two equipments, Sunfire Cloak and Morello's secret book, which can cause a percentage of real damage to monsters. Moreover, the synthesis formula of these two equipment was soon made public. For a time, all the survivors were in an uproar. For the synthesis parts of these two equipment, giant belt, useless rod, chain mail, all the prices skyrocketed, and some people even spent finished equipment to exchange for one of the scattered equipment. It was precisely because of the rampant Sunfire Cape and Morello's secret book equipment that Yi Feng's original DD brushing plan failed, and he only got one golden pot and golden shovel. Yi Feng now has only 2 golden spatulas and 2 golden pots, and a golden shovel crown that has been effective but not equipped. In a desperate attempt, Yi Feng used the equipment recaster to directly transform the golden shovel crown into the golden pot crown, and then the 2 golden spatulas and 2 golden pots were synthesized into the corresponding crowns. Yi Feng gathered 3 crowns and increased the number of 2 barracks. Yi Feng casually recruited a Vigus barracks and brought the profit bond to 4 profit. The triple crown was also equipped to Vigus. Yi Feng did not upgrade the base level, but instead added Darius to 100. The remaining gold coins were used to increase the number of Malzahar chess pieces to 30, LeBlanc also had 20, and in addition, Draven was added to 50. All this was to prepare for the so-called War Zone Challenge. After all, I have a golden finger, and I can't guarantee that there are lucky children among others. Congratulations to all survivors for surviving to the 20th day, and the daily gold coins have been issued. The investment strategy Hex enhancement has taken effect, and the health of all barracks chess pieces has increased by 35 points. The War Zone Challenge is about to begin, and will officially start at 10 a.m. Please prepare for battle, all survivors. Chapter 119. Yi Feng now earns 44 gold coins every day. He did not directly increase the population, but directly bought a lot of chess pieces again. Yi Feng glanced at his current basic information, and was full of confidence. Survivor, Yi Feng. Base level, LV4. The current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 4 plus 9. Base upgrade, 10 days later. Hex enhancement, War Treasure, Investment Strategy, Golden Cookware. Yi Feng chose Darius for all the health points provided by Golden Cookware. Darius can get more than 200 points of life limit increase every day, and the investment strategy is also in effect. Darius has already increased his health from investment strategy by 455 points, and Golden Cookware has been effective for a total of 5 days, providing 1,200 health points. In other words, the life provided by Hex enhancement has reached a life limit of 1655 points. Moreover, Yi Feng prepared a new piece of equipment for Darius. Sunfire Cape, add 20 armor, add 150 health limit. Special effect, gain 8% maximum health. Every 10 seconds, apply 1% burning effect and 33% severe injury effect for 10 seconds to an enemy within 2 meters nearby. Now Darius's equipment has reached the godly level, life armor, heart of determination, and Sunfire Cape. The 3 pieces of equipment provide Darius with 750 health points, and the Sunfire Cape has an additional 8% health increase. The basic health of the 4-star Darius is 3,343 points, and now it has directly reached more than 6,000 health points. Recovering 3.5% of health per second means directly recovering 200 health points. And during this time, Yi Feng increased the double resistance bonus provided by Diplomat to 30 points, In other words, Darius's armor value has now reached 142 points, and his magic resistance is as high as 102 points. The reduction of physical damage has reached about 60%, and the reduction of magic resistance is about 50%, not to mention the additional damage reduction provided by Darius's double monitor bond and determined heart. Today's Darius can almost be regarded as a big boss. For other chess pieces, except for the 4-cost Barracks Way or pendants, only one piece of equipment Black Rose emblem is equipped, and the barracks of other chess pieces are all full. Amumu, Iron Conqueror emblem, Eternal Flame, Morello's Secret Codex, Dreven, Ginsa's Rage Blade, Infinity Blade, Giant Slayer, Morgana, Zeke's Harbinger, Chalice of Power, Obsidian Cleaver, Leona, Iron Conqueror emblem, Light Shield Badge, Dragon Claw, Ambiza, Draining Sword, Titan's Resolve, Strucker's Gauntlet of Challenge, LeBlanc, Iron Conqueror emblem, Archangel Staff, Pearl Gauntlets, Malzahar, Iron Conqueror emblem, Spear of Shojin, Hextech Gunblade, Crown of Emblem, and Malzahar also has the mutation Frost Touch. In addition, Vigas, Rel, and Swain all have 3 crowns. In terms of bonds, the most important bond that has been activated so far is the 9 Iron-Blooded Conquerors. Other activated bonds include 4 Prophet, 2 Supervisor, 2 Hextech, 2 Sentinel, 1 Diplomat, 2 Brawler, 3 Black Rose, and 2 Mage. Diplomat's bond has reached 30 points of armor and magic resistance. In addition, the 5 bonds of Enforcer, Swift Strike, Piltover Academy, Blue Hair Squad, and Double Warrior have not been activated yet. Yi Feng's total number of chess pieces has now exceeded 200. At 10 o'clock, everyone received a reminder sound from the survival game. The War Zone Challenge officially begins. The higher the ranking of the survivors, the better the rewards will be. The highest rewards can be obtained, such as Light Suit, Bond Emblem, Chess Abnormal Mutator, and other generous rewards. The first round of matching is about to begin. During the challenge, the chess pieces will not really die. Please rest assured hearing that the chess pieces will not really die. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Because many survivors with weaker strength don't care about the War Zone Challenge at all, and don't even want to participate in it. They are afraid that they will lose their chess pieces in vain during the battle with others, and then the loss will outweigh the gain. Now that they heard that they would not really lose chess pieces, everyone finally felt relieved. Soon, Yi Feng and all the chess pieces were teleported to a new space. He was in the sky, and could look down at the situation below. Below was a flat land, and all his chess pieces were in it. Not far from the chess pieces, there was a monster that looked like a water dragon in League of Legends. In this War Zone Challenge, the monster in front of you will be considered to have passed the preliminary round, and you will receive basic equipment rewards and advance to the next round of survivors. During the War Zone Challenge, the use of various magic scroll props is prohibited, and some special effects damage will be weakened. Yi Feng looked at the water dragon monster. The blood volume was not much, and Yi Feng's chess army was very easy to deal with. Some other survivors were dumbfounded. The attack of this water dragon can cause hundreds of points of damage each time. Some survivors with weaker strength can't withstand the attack of the water dragon and fail. They were teleported back to the base, as if they had a dream, which lasted no more than a minute. This made many people curse. Damn, the first round is so difficult. Do you still want to play? Damn it, at least let us pass the first round to get a basic equipment reward. Is there any big guy who can tell me what kind of combat power is needed to defeat the boss just now? Don't bother asking, big guys. We have to continue the next round of survivors after defeating it. Who will reply to us? Ha ha, that is to say, everyone in the chat interface at this moment is a certified noob in the survival game. Everyone was talking about it, and soon the first round of preliminary competition ended, and the rewards were about to be distributed. After the preliminary competition, 1145 people successfully advanced to the next round in the Yen Kingdom War Zone Z031, and each survivor will receive a random basic equipment. The order of survivors will be matched soon. Please be prepared. After killing the water dragon, Yi Feng was still suspended in the air, looking at his many chess pieces on the ground, feeling like playing chess from a game perspective. The first round of survivors was matched quickly. A teleportation tunnel appeared on the original ground. Countless chess pieces came from the tunnel to this side, and at the same time, another survivor appeared in the sky. First round. Survivor Yi Feng vs. Survivor Zhao Jinqian. Chapter 120. Zhao Jinqian wanted to synthesize 3-star Darius and 3-star Draven before, but was told that the limit had been reached, and he could not continue to synthesize. However, his brain was very active. He quickly collected information from multiple sources, and gradually changed the lineup. After reaching level 3, he directly changed the lineup to Set, Aurelia, and Vigas, forming a bond that can increase the maximum health value. And when the health value decreases, a cloud of smoke will appear, increasing the attack speed, attack power, and spell strength. Among these 3 barracks, he upgraded Vigas to 3 stars, Set and Aurelia to 2 stars, and both were equipped with 2 sets of equipment. After the 4th level base, he once again assembled a 2-star Singed barracks and activated another bond, which increased armor and magic resistance for the whole team. After clearing the first round of preliminary competition, he got the Giant Belt as a reward, which is a universal basic equipment that can be synthesized into Sunfire Cape or Morello's Secret Book. This made him extremely excited, and he even imagined winning the next round of Survivor battles and getting more rewards. But when he heard the broadcast, he was stunned. Yifeng? Could it be the Yifeng? With a nervous heart, Zhao Jinqian was teleported over. After being teleported, Zhao Jinqian was in the sky and saw Yifeng not far away, and also saw his own chess pieces below. When he saw that Yifeng was a young man, Zhao Jinqian breathed a sigh of relief. He looked like a college student who knew nothing, and he thought his fighting power would not be too strong. Speaking of which, all this was due to the fact that Yifeng mosaicked his face every time he posted a picture. However, when he looked down at the chess pieces below, he was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are there more than 200 chess pieces of Yifeng? Especially Darius, there are 100 of them. This is unscientific. You know, there were survivors who were originally planning to recruit a single barracks. But this idea was soon scrapped, because everyone found that a single barracks can only recruit 50 chess pieces at most. This is equivalent to forcing everyone to upgrade the base in disguise, to gather more bonds, and to continuously strengthen their own chess pieces. But now, Yifeng's chess pieces have broken this iron rule. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, Zhao Jinqian understood that the Yifeng in front of him was the big boss Yifeng. It was Yifeng who was selling magic scrolls and snatched business from me, causing me to not make more money. He also seized the opportunity, making it impossible for his Darius and Draven to reach the 3-star Yifeng. Thinking of this, Zhao Jinqian was so angry that his teeth itched. He looked at Yifeng's Darius below, and soon found something wrong. Not only did Yifeng's Darius chess piece exceed the limit of 50, but the color of the chess piece was also a little wrong. The 3-star Darius was only gold, but Yifeng's Darius was actually a turquoise color that had never been seen before. What was going on? Zhao Jinqian couldn't understand it, but no one could give him an answer. How could he play this game? Why did he match himself with a survivor with such abnormal combat power like Yifeng in the first round? At this moment, Zhao Jinqian looked ashen, knowing that he could not escape the fate of being eliminated in the first round. However, he still had a fantasy in his heart, that is, even if he couldn't beat Yifeng, he had to let Yifeng know that his strength was not bad, and he could make Yifeng pay a certain price. However, all this was just his wishful thinking. When the two sides' chess pieces fought, Yifeng's front row Darius and his 2-star set took the lead in fighting. With the blessing of 3 blue hair team and equipment, Zhao Jinqian's 2-star set had more than 2,000 HP, which made him confident that his front row would not be bad. And Set's skills also have control effects. It's a pity that ideals are full and reality is cruel. When Darius made a move, Zhao Jinqian found something wrong. Yifeng's Darius, with a normal attack, can deal hundreds of points of terrifying damage. And his set only caused a few dozen points of damage to Darius. The damage is totally different. Moreover, Darius, who was injured, had a recovery light on his body the next second, instantly recovering more than 200 health points, instantly making up for the slight damage he suffered. Doesn't Darius only recover health through skills? How come Yifeng can also recover health through normal attacks, and he recovers so much? During the battle between survivors, no one can know the opponent's equipment, so Zhao Jinqian didn't know that all this was done by life armor. Although the equipment information cannot be seen, the opponent's chess pieces can be glimpsed. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it, but when he looked at it, Zhao Jinqian was completely dumbfounded. Yifeng's Darius has more than 6,000 health points. Moreover, the armor and magic resistance have reached more than 100, and the attack power is astonishingly hundreds of points. This is not Darius. This is clearly the God King of Germany. Before Zhao Jinqian could see the other situation clearly, Yifeng's chess pieces had already started to exert their strength. The terrifying output of Draven, LeBlanc, and Malzahar almost took the lives of several chess pieces in 1 second. In just 10 seconds, Zhao Jinqian's front row chess pieces were killed and injured like crispy skin. Looking at Set and Aurelia lying on the ground, Zhao Jinqian felt a sense of powerlessness. This Yi Feng's combat power is simply not something that others can contend with. Moreover, Zhao Jinqian found that his chess pieces were like infected with the plague. After a chess piece died, other chess pieces around him would soon die. And the speed of death was getting faster and faster. After all the chess pieces in the front row died, the speed of death of Vigus in the back row was like a flood that broke the dam. Without any attack, she kept falling like straw. In a total of 17 seconds, Zhao Jinqian was directly eliminated. Zhao Jinqian didn't even pay close attention to how many pieces Yi Feng had and how many types they had. Before he could recover from the shock, he was teleported back to the forest base by the survival game. Lost? Zhao Jinqian recalled the attributes of Yi Feng's pieces and suddenly felt powerless. This was even more powerless than when he faced the forest banshee. Strong, too strong. It can even be said that he was not strong enough to be human. At this time, he looked at the goblins outside the base and couldn't help feeling a little lost. The gap was too big. Zhao Jinqian opened the chat interface. At this time, it was all a group of survivors who didn't pass the preliminary round chatting. Someone asked about the survivors' battle situation, but no one replied. Zhao Jinqian sighed and decided to share his experience with everyone. I entered the survivor battle session and met Yi Feng. I can only say that guy is not strong enough to be human. Chapter 121. Yi Feng? Are you talking about that big guy Yi Feng? Damn, I met big guy Yi Feng in the first round. Is that true? Ha ha ha, isn't this a one-round exit? Dude, you're probably kidding us, right? It's only been about a minute since the end of the preliminary round. Don't tell me you were defeated by big guy Yi Feng in less than a minute? Of course, there are also people who don't believe Zhao Jinqian's words. They believe that Yi Feng is very strong, but they also think that they have enough strength to fight. Everyone still has a little doubt about Zhao Jinqian being wiped out in one encounter. When Zhao Jinqian heard someone questioning him, his face was bitter. If he told everyone that he was not defeated by Yi Feng in 1 minute, but that he was completely defeated in just 17 seconds, I wonder what everyone would think. I have to say that I only lasted 17 seconds in Yi Feng's hands before I was wiped out. His chess pieces are simply outrageous. Darius, who has more than 6,000 HP, recovers more than 200 HP per second, has hundreds of attack points, and his dual resistance also exceeds 100 points. Have you ever seen such a terrifying Darius? As soon as Zhao Jinqian said this, everyone was shocked. What the hell? Darius with 6,000 HP? What a joke. I remember a big guy showed off a 3-star Darius before, with only more than 1,900 HP. Where did the remaining 4,000 HP come from? Could it be that Yi Feng's 3 pieces of equipment can increase his HP by more than 4,000? Are you kidding? With such a high HP, and recovering more than 200 HP per second, isn't he an immortal god of war? With this attribute, I would believe it even if you told me it was a special elite monster that appeared in the forest. Too exaggerated, brother, are you sure you didn't lie to us? Ha ha ha, if the equipment increases the health more, then the armor and magic resistance will be lower. How could someone's chess piece attributes be so versatile, with attack power, health, armor, magic resistance, and life recovery all maxed out? Everyone was talking about it, and they didn't believe what Zhao Jinqian said at all. After all, in their cognition, even if Yi Feng's Darius was equipped with 3 artifacts, he shouldn't be so outrageous. Just kidding, Darius's basic armor and magic resistance are only 40 points, and his attack power is only about 120 points even if it is 3 stars. Do you want to tell everyone that 3 pieces of equipment can increase a total of 4,000 points of health, and can also increase dozens of points of dual resistance, and can even increase attack power and exaggerated life recovery several times? This is impossible. This is everyone's opinion, and some even speculated that Zhao Jinqian himself was too weak, so he used the way of improving his opponent to elevate himself. Brother, you are not too weak. Are you deliberately bragging about others to save face after being beaten by others? That's right. Even if Yi Feng is very strong, he is at most a level 5 base. There are 250 chess pieces in total, and you can be killed in just over 10 seconds? You have at least more than 100 chess pieces, right? Even if the opponent is 2 against 1, can every move be killed instantly? Everyone didn't believe it. With more than 100 chess pieces, everyone is guaranteed to be 2-star chess pieces now, so it is still difficult to be killed instantly. No matter how strong the opponent is, it is impossible to end the battle in more than 10 seconds. Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, Zhao Jinqian dropped another bombshell. Well, Yi Feng has more chess pieces in each barracks than the maximum limit of 50. He has 100 of the terrifying Darius alone. Zhao Jinqian's words were like a boulder thrown into the calm water. What a joke. Is Yi Feng the son of the manipulator behind the survival game? It's funny, everyone can only recruit 50 chess pieces per barracks, but he can recruit 100? Why don't you tell everyone that his chess pieces can be equipped with more than 3 pieces of equipment? Ha ha ha, your guess is indeed reasonable, which can explain why Yi Feng's attributes are so high. Beats just beats. Everyone laughed, and still didn't believe Zhao Jinqian's words. People are only willing to believe what they believe, and dare not believe what is beyond their cognition. Zhao Jinqian wanted to continue discussing something, but was replaced by everyone's ridicule. Brother, you probably passed the first round of the preliminary competition because of your good luck. In the second round of survivors, you were at the bottom, and were the first to be eliminated. You must want to flatter yourself. Ha ha ha, I was just unlucky. If my chess piece had used one more skill at that time, I could have entered the second round of survivors. That's right, just a little bit, I could have solved the dragon monster, but unfortunately the chess piece died first. What a pity. Everyone spoke vividly, as if they were almost able to defeat the water dragon monster and enter the survivor battle. However, only they themselves knew the real situation. This is just like telling your teammates that the other player is a complete cripple in a game. Just listen to it. Zhao Jinqian wanted to curse. His strength was definitely not bad among the survivors. After all, he had 6 pieces of finished equipment. He was eliminated in the first round. It was purely an accident that he met the pervert Yi Feng. Hearing others say that his combat power was too weak, he wanted to pull these people to PK. He couldn't beat Yi Feng, but he was definitely more than enough to beat these survivors, who couldn't even pass the preliminary round. Zhao Jinqian was about to continue arguing. Suddenly, he remembered that there seemed to be 13 kinds of Yi Feng's chess pieces in his mind. Could it be that Yi Feng's base level reached level 13? How could this be possible? But after Zhao Jinqian's recollection, there were indeed many different chess pieces. Although he didn't understand why Yi Feng had so many chess pieces, Zhao Jinqian was keenly aware that the chess pieces Yi Feng used could definitely form some bonds. After all, at the beginning of the game, Yi Feng could accurately choose Darius and Draven to form a double Iron Blood Conqueror bond. As long as you remember Yi Feng's chess pieces, they may be of great use in the future. Draven, Darius, Amumu, Morgana, Vigas, Riel Leona. Zhao Jinqian knew these 7 chess pieces, and had seen them all, even in the barracks that refreshed every day. And there were 6 chess pieces that he had never seen before. A black female warrior holding a chain, an evil wizard with a crow on his shoulder, a female warrior with red hair and a big fist, a sexy female magician holding a staff, and a chess piece that was mainly blue and looked like a robot. The most important thing is the terrifying giant warrior, who is several meters tall and holding a giant axe. Zhao Jinqian drew all the appearances of these chess pieces, especially the giant warrior holding a giant axe, who was regarded as the most powerful chess piece in his heart. However, he didn't know that it was a chess piece summoned by the Black Rose Bond. Chapter 122. Not long after, the second round of matches began. Yi Feng's opponent was also quite strong this time. Of course, this strength was limited to comparing with other survivors. Compared with Yi Feng, who had Hex Tech Enhancement, they were not in the same dimension at all. It was simply a laser gun versus primitive man. After rounds of battles, only 8 survivors were left in the entire War Zone challenge. In the top 8, Yi Feng's opponent was Ding Shiji. Yi Feng had a slight impression of this name. It seemed that he was quite strong at the beginning. At the beginning, he had a madman armor exploded during the night hunting, and he showed off to everyone. That guy's chess piece should have a good bond, but I don't know how strong it is now. At the same time, Ding Shiji on the other side couldn't help shaking with excitement after hearing that his opponent was Yi Feng. He was not afraid, but excited. Yi Feng has always been recognized as the strongest survivor. It seems that the light of others is shrouded by Yi Feng like the scorching sun, and they can't be seen at all. Yi Feng has always been like a legend in the hearts of many survivors, killing boss, hunting forest banshees, unlocking trial portals, and going to the Scarlet Land. Especially the DD proxy business launched by Yi Feng. With only 10 chess pieces, he easily led others to complete the trials of hunting forest banshees and trial portals. In the eyes of most people, this is simply an impossible feat. Even Ding Shiji at that time felt powerless about Yi Feng's strength. It was as if Yi Feng was a giant. No matter how hard he tried, he could only see Yi Feng's back. However, when he knew about the 2 pieces of equipment Sunfire Cape and Morello's secret codex, he seemed to understand everything. Yi Feng's so-called strength must have known about these special effect equipment before others. In particular, when Ding Shiji reached level 4 and assembled new chess pieces Riel and Leona, the armor and magic resistance of the whole team's chess pieces increased by 75 points, which greatly increased his confidence. Such a powerful bond. Except for Deng Shiji, it is estimated that no one else would know. And Deng Shiji's one-cost barracks also successfully completed 3 stars. High armor and magic resistance means that the chess pieces are less injured. Combined with a percentage damage of Sunfire Cape, he also completed the border trial and unlocked the Scarlet Land map. In addition, he also used the recovery scroll to resist and solve the trial portal, and even completed a sea-level trial by himself. All of this made Deng Shiji more confident. Now he finally had to face He Feng. He wanted to make He Feng understand that his temporary strength did not mean anything. Deng Shiji's fantasy only lasted until the moment before the teleportation. When he teleported to the space where He Feng was, he looked at Yi Feng's chess pieces below, and his eyes almost popped out. What was that? The green Darius? Looking at his health, Deng Shiji felt dizzy. With more than 6,000 health points, how could he solve this problem? Not only that, Deng Shiji looked carefully at Yi Feng's chess pieces, and was shocked by the number of Yi Feng's chess pieces again. Amumu, Darius, Draven, Vigus, Morgana, Rel, Leona. Deng Shiji knew all these 7 kinds of chess pieces, because his own chess piece lineup included Riel and Leona. He didn't expect Yi Feng to find the Sentinel bond. Of course, this is not the point. What surprised Deng Shiji was that these were 7 different kinds of chess pieces, and they appeared on the same survivor, which meant that this survivor had built as many as 7 barracks. What a joke. The more you upgrade, the more difficult it is. How could Yi Feng reach level 7 directly? Impossible, impossible. How can you have 7 kinds of chess pieces? Hearing Deng Shiji's unbelievable roar, Yi Feng couldn't help but rub his temples. What do you mean? You look down on me, right? Take a closer look. Do I only have 7 kinds of chess pieces? Yi Feng's words made Deng Shiji react, and he calmed down and continued to look at Yi Feng's chess piece lineup. It would have been better if he didn't look at it. Once he looked at it, Deng Shiji fell into self-doubt. In addition to the 7 types of chess pieces, Yi Feng's lineup also includes 6 chess pieces that he has never seen before. Where did they come from? How is it possible? How could Yi Feng have 13 types of chess pieces? The current situation was beyond Deng Shiji's cognition, and his brain was dizzy. How can he fight like this? Even with the Sunfire Cloak, he can't defeat his opponent. But at least he won't lose too badly. When the chess pieces clashed, Deng Shiji found that the armor and magic resistance of his chess pieces, which he was proud of, were directly reduced by a large part after being attacked by Yi Feng's chess pieces. What is this? Deng Shiji's brain was already confused at this time. He couldn't figure out whether Yi Feng could reduce the armor and magic resistance of his chess pieces by those chess skills that he had never seen before, or whether Yi Feng's chess pieces were equipped with some special equipment. Deng Shiji had more chess pieces, so he managed to hold out for a minute. This was the first survivor who could hold out for a minute in Yi Feng's chess pieces during the rounds of matches. Seeing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh. The other party was lucky enough to get 4 sentinels directly. Even Singed and Aurelia reached 3 stars. Such strength is not bad among the survivors, and can even be considered a top survivor. However, he met Yi Feng, and the War Zone challenge could only stop here. You are very good. You can hold out for a minute under my chess pieces. Seeing that Deng Shiji's chess pieces were about to be slaughtered, Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh to Deng Shiji. This was from the heart. This was the first time Yi Feng met a survivor who could hold out for a minute, so he naturally thought he was very good. However, Yi Feng's statement of fact sounded like a mockery in Deng Shiji's ears. It turned out that the chess piece that he was so proud of could only last 1 more minute in front of Yi Feng. Thinking of this, Deng Shiji smiled bitterly and watched his last chess piece being defeated. After being teleported back to the forest base, Deng Shiji checked the chat interface. He found that many people were already discussing this game. Yi Feng is too abnormal. I really didn't lie. He has more than 10 kinds of chess pieces. Probably a lot of feathers. Anyway, I lasted for 20 seconds and then died. How did he do it? Why can there be so many barracks? The combat power of those chess pieces is really terrifying. Just that black female warrior jumped into my back row. It was simply a massacre. Seeing that he was not the only one being abused by Yi Feng, Deng Shiji felt much more comfortable in his heart. At least, he had lasted for more than a minute under Yi Feng's hands. Among other survivors, he is already very strong. Chapter 123. In the War Zone Challenge, only a few survivors are still fighting. Outside the War Zone Challenge, everyone is discussing this matter in the chat interface. Everyone analyzes and ridicules the situations of their opponents, and even analyzes the feathers of some chess pieces. Among them, the most popular one is Yi Feng. The discussion about Yifeng has never stopped, especially the number of Yifeng's chess pieces, and the strange green Darius and Draven, which are even more talked about. Deng Shiji looked at the discussion about Yifeng, and the more he read, the gloomier his heart became. Yifeng is too strong. So strong that he doesn't know if he can catch up. Shaking his head, and throwing these thoughts away, Deng Shiji stopped thinking about these, and decided to lead the chess pieces to continue exploring outside the Scarlet Land. A new map will definitely bring new opportunities. Maybe one day, he will also have an adventure and overtake on the curve. In the War Zone Challenge, Yifeng had no problems, and made it directly to the finals. When he heard about the opponent in the finals, Yifeng couldn't help but laugh. The final of this War Zone Challenge, Survivor Yifeng vs Survivor Wen Jiahao. Yes, the opponent is Wen Jiahao. This kid clung to Yifeng's thigh from the beginning, which can be said to be a wide road. Under Yifeng's guidance, he was also lucky and synthesized the Enforcer emblem. After level 4, he put together the lineup of Step, Trundle, Maddie, and Camille. The bond was formed into 2 bonds of Double Fighter and 4 Enforcer. And because of Yifeng's information, Wen Jiahao knew that after 3 stars, there are 4 stars for a 1-cost chess piece. His Strub and Trundle both reached 4 stars, while McGrady only reached 3 stars, because when he wanted to upgrade to level 4, he learned that he could not continue to upgrade. His bond was good, and his equipment was not bad, so it was not surprising that he made it to the finals. When the two met, Wen Jiahao waved his hand and smiled. Brother Feng, I knew that the champion would be you. Ha ha ha, I'm lucky, I still made it to the finals and won the runner-up. The game between the two was more like chatting, and they didn't care about the win or loss of the game below, because both knew what the result would be. The champion of this War Zone Challenge is the Survivor Yifeng. A prompt sounded in the ears of all the survivors. Without any suspense, Yifeng won the championship of this game. Deng Shiji's face sank after hearing this prompt sound. Sure enough, the champion could not be anyone else except Yifeng. When Zhao Jinqian heard that the champion was Yifeng, he was relieved. Although he was eliminated in the first round, he met the champion in the first round, so it was normal for him to lose. So, he must be better than other players who were eliminated in the first round. You heard it. Yifeng is the champion. It's reasonable for me to lose to the champion in the first round. It's just because I was unlucky, otherwise my ranking would definitely be higher than this. Zhao Jinqian's words immediately caused a burst of cheerful laughter in the chat interface. It's over. It's less than an hour, and the War Zone Challenge is over. So it's over. What's the point of this War Zone Challenge? I don't understand. The people behind the War Zone Challenge started it, but it ended so badly without any follow-up. After hearing that the survival game announced that Yifeng was the champion, everyone started to get curious again. This War Zone Challenge was over, what would happen next? It can't just be a simple game for everyone, right? At this time, after finishing the battle with Wen Jiahao, Yifeng was not teleported back to the forest base, but came to a space surrounded by void. Where is this? Yifeng was wondering in his heart, and soon, a light lit up in the void space, and a light curtain appeared in front of him. That was the picture of Blue Star, but it was the blue star of the parallel world, not the blue star before Yifeng crossed over. Soon, Blue Star unfolded into a world map. All the areas in the world lit up, and were divided into countless small areas. The whole world was divided into tens of thousands of areas, and Yin country had thousands of areas. One of the areas lit up, and then the sound of the survival game sounded. Congratulations to the survivor Yifeng for winning the Battle Zone Challenge. You will get the highest authority in the Yin Kingdom Battle Zone. Z031. The highest authority in the Battle Zone? What is that? Yifeng doesn't know, but it must be a good thing. The survival game will release some information to all survivors after the Battle Zone Challenge. As the highest authority, I wish you can lead all survivors to the strongest battle zone. The rewards for this challenge will be issued soon. Yifeng didn't feel anything about the first sentence, nor did he think about what the so-called partial information meant. But the second sentence, Yifeng heard it very clearly. Here it comes. The reward for winning the championship is finally here. Yifeng couldn't help but look forward to what the first prize of this War Zone Challenge would be. The next moment, Yifeng was teleported back to the forest base, and all the chess pieces came back with him. The sound of the survival game rang in the ears of all the survivors. This challenge is over, and rewards are distributed in turn. Survivors who win a round of battles will receive 2 random basic equipment as rewards. Hearing this prompt, those survivors who entered the survivor battle and survived a round all cheered and jumped for joy. 2 basic equipment. With a little luck, they can get another good equipment. When Zhao Jinqian heard this prompt, his face was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. He had a chance to get this reward, but he didn't expect to bump into Yifeng in the first round. Then, the rewards for the winners of the next round were announced, and the survivors who got the rewards were all excited. It is really worthwhile to improve the combat power to cope with this war zone challenge. Now you can upgrade your combat power again. Soon, the rewards entered the top 8, and the rewards of the survival game also made everyone jealous. Survivors fight against the top 8, and are rewarded with 30 gold coins, 1 piece of finished equipment of their choice, a random magic scroll design, and 1,000 points of magic essence. This reward is quite generous. It made many people jealous, but Ding Shiji, who got this reward, couldn't be happy. The rewards for the top 8 are so generous. So what about Yifeng, who won the championship? Do I still have a chance to surpass him? Soon, the rewards for the top 4 and runner-up were announced separately. The prizes are almost the same, but the quantity has increased. Finally, the heavyweight came, the champion's reward, which everyone is looking forward to. Even if you don't get it yourself, it's still interesting for everyone to take a look at the rewards. This champion will be rewarded with 100 gold coins, a piece of random light equipment, a high-level magic scroll design, 10,000 magic essence points, a gold disassembler, and a chest piece abnormal mutation device. Chapter 124. 100 gold coins. Just this first reward alone has made everyone jealous. That's a full 100 gold coins. Even if you have 50 gold coins in hand and earn interest, it will take more than 6 days to save so many gold coins. This reward alone can save everyone a lot of detours. Random light equipment? This makes everyone envious. At this stage, many survivors have unlocked the trial portal, and know that there is a light equipment reward in the trial portal. But no one has received it yet. It seems that only A-level trials or above have the opportunity to get the light equipment reward. Everyone wants to see what the properties of the light equipment are. In the chat interface, Yifeng is mentioned in various ways, but Yifeng did not respond. Advanced Magic Scroll Blueprints. This thing, everyone is familiar with it. In the Crimson Land, after the Magic Scroll production house is unlocked, all kinds of magic scrolls also need blueprints to unlock. At this stage, if you want to explode the blueprints of low-level magic scrolls, you need to kill various strongholds, which is a bit difficult for survivors. And the difficulty of advanced magic scrolls is even more imaginable. The reward of magic essence is good, but compared with other things, it is just a bonus and has no great significance. The gold disassembler, a disassembler that can be used without restrictions, will no longer be troubled by the problem of the disassembler after having this thing, which is also a very good reward. The most curious thing is the reward of chest piece abnormal mutation device. What is this prop? What can it be used for? No one knows anything about these. But as a reward for the champion, it can't be a bad thing. Abnormal mutation? Can it bring some special effects to the chess pieces? Boss Yifeng, can you tell me? I'm so curious. Boss, let me see. Everyone was speaking in the chat interface to express their opinions, and wanted to know what this thing was, but Yifeng still didn't answer. At this time, Yifeng excitedly received all these rewards. Random light equipment. The thing given to Yifeng is Holy Pearl Gauntlet. This is the light version of the magic explosion equipment, and the attributes are very powerful. Holy Pearl Gauntlet adds 75% critical strike rate and 70 spell strength. Special effect. Skills can crit. If the carrier's skills can already crit, it will provide 10% critical damage. It just happens to replace the Pearl Gauntlet on LeBlanc with Holy Pearl Gauntlet. With the reward of Golden Disassembler, Yifeng didn't have to worry about changing equipment. He just replaced LeBlanc's equipment and re-equipped it. The Advanced Magic Scroll design he received made Yifeng's eyes light up. Advanced Life Magic Scroll. After use, it can allow 100 chess pieces to gain 10% extra health, and the effect lasts for 30 minutes. This thing is more powerful in the later stages, especially when Darius's health is approaching 10,000 under the blessing of 2 hex enhancements. Using this magic scroll is equivalent to gaining 1,000 health points out of thin air. And this magic scroll can be used on 100 chess pieces, with a wider range. The only drawback is that it consumes too much magic essence. It takes 200 magic essence to make one. The most important thing is the chess piece abnormal mutator. This is a good thing. Good things should naturally be reserved for high-cost chess pieces, so Yifeng decided to give it to LeBlanc this time. The first time he used it, the abnormal mutation effect surprised Yifeng. Magic training. Chess pieces gain 15 points of spell power, and every 20 points of mana consumed can provide 2 points of spell power for all team chess pieces directly in one go. This abnormal mutation is very suitable for LeBlanc, and can benefit the whole team. The only flaw is that LeBlanc's skill release speed can't catch up with Malzahar. Sure enough, I didn't get the most wanted last time I spent so many gold coins on Malzahar's abnormal mutation, but this time, I finally got it back. The law of conservation of luck is true. Yifeng looked at his gold coins. Now there are 170 pieces. There are still 5 days before the base is upgraded to level 5. Yifeng simply spent 40 gold coins to upgrade his base to level 5. After the base reaches level 5, it takes 50 days to upgrade to level 6, and it also costs 200 gold coins. Yifeng can upgrade to level 6 in a few days, so that he can find higher level chess pieces faster. After the base is upgraded to level 5, the area is expanded again, and the surrounding boundaries have become solid walls. The house that was originally a broken wooden house has now become a single-family house. The upgrade of the base is naturally a good thing for Yifeng. However, there was a new problem. There were too many people. He didn't know which lineup to match to get the strongest combat power. The current population was 14, and Yifeng had only used 12, leaving 2 vacancies. Yifeng felt that he wanted all the big fetters, but he didn't know what was the best choice. It was like walking into a shopping mall and looking at a dazzling array of goods. He was a little dazzled for a while. Otherwise, he could slowly stack the layers of alchemy. Even if there was no losing streak mechanism, he would slowly stack the heirloom sooner or later. If 3 alchemy wins were won, 15 layers would be obtained every day. The heirloom required 800 layers, which means it would take more than a month of hard work to get it. Thinking of this, Yifeng became a little excited. After reaching 100,000 layers, Iron Blood Conqueror had not continued to obtain the subsequent 120,000 and 150,000 layers of big rewards. I don't know if this game has modified these late rewards. So Yifeng couldn't help but worry. What if the alchemy reward stacking was also modified? Wouldn't he be busy again in vain, or start collecting barracks fragments to make 4 diplomats for diplomats? This seems to be a good plan, and 4 supervisors can be added later. Just as Yifeng was thinking, the reminder sound of the survival game rang in his ears again. After the War Zone Challenge, this game will announce all the bond names of 1-cost and 2-cost chess pieces for all survivors, and announce the equipment synthesis announcement. Except for gold shovel equipment, this reminder sound made many survivors excited. Knowing the bond means that there will be no situation where a bunch of chess pieces cannot be combined with the bond, and knowing the equipment synthesis also means that the corresponding equipment can be selected more reasonably. This is simply great news. However, before everyone could react from the joy, the cruel side of the survival game began to show to everyone. Survivors who fail to unlock the Crimson Land after 5 days will be deleted from the game. Chapter 125. This news is a bolt from the blue for many survivors. Some survivors' chess pieces have reached 2 stars at most, and they have not formed any bonds or dropped any equipment. However, they rely on 10 gold coins every day, go out hunting every day, and collect some basic food and water for themselves. Although there will be some losses, it is still not a big problem. After all, as long as the daily loss does not exceed 10 chess pieces, they can rely on daily gold coins to replenish them. There will even be a slight surplus, which can slowly accumulate strength. Therefore, although the strength of monsters is constantly improving at this stage, most survivors do not have the problem of death. At most, they live a miserable life and survive on basic food and water resources. But now it is different. The survival game actually tells everyone directly that if they cannot unlock the Scarlet Land within 5 days, they will be directly wiped out. Everyone knows the unlocking conditions of the Scarlet Land. You can participate in the border trial when you reach level 4. Among them, some survivors have basically never upgraded their levels. They only upgraded their bases to level 3 on the 10th day, when the beast tide invaded. Now it takes 10 days to upgrade to level 4. Even if it is 5 days of natural growth, it still requires an additional 20 gold coins to upgrade. Long Tao was a Sanha master before crossing over. It was impossible for him to work. Only when he was starving to death would he find a job to earn some money, and then he would hang out in the internet cafe until he ran out of money. This cycle repeats. After entering the survival game, he also adhered to this mentality. As long as he had enough food, he would return to the base and stay at home. He would never hunt more monsters. Only when facing the beast tide did he have to try hard, but his current strength is still very weak. After hearing that he would be wiped out of the survival game if he did not unlock the Scarlet Land, he could no longer sit still this time. He hurriedly searched for his various props and prepared to go hunting with the chess pieces, striving to improve his strength to be able to complete this goal within 5 days. At this time, Yifeng was also shocked by this information. After entering the survival game for a full 20 days, only a few survivors died. But once this requirement appeared, the number of survivors who might be eliminated had to be increased in batches. Yifeng immediately thought of Yang Bin, this outgoing college student, who came to his place to soak in the hot spring every now and then. Obviously, he was lucky and accidentally formed the bond of 3 family members and 2 geeks, but he never cared about hunting. It was enough to explode enough living supplies every day. As for other combat props, he would take them out if he could, and forget it if he couldn't. Everything was Buddhist. Yifeng opened his friend list, found Yang Bin, and sent him a message. Brother, did you hear the reminder just now? Don't be lazy anymore, or you be screwed. How strong are you now? If you can't beat me, I lend you some equipment. Not long after Yifeng sent the message, he received a reply from Yang Bin. Ha ha, thank you for your concern, brother. I'm at level 4 now, and as you said, I collected barracks fragments everywhere, and I got a 1-star vandal. It's a pity that the golden shovel is hard to come by, otherwise when I reach level 5, I can get the 5 family bond you said. Ha ha, I think I should be fine, but big brother, if you are willing to help, then I will not be polite. Ha ha, lend me some equipment, and I will return it to you when I pass the border trial without any injury. This time, Yang Bin was not polite. He also knew the seriousness of the situation this time, so naturally he did not postpone anything. Yifeng first asked about Yang Bin's current combat power. Chess pieces, 3-star Bao Bao, 2-star Wei Aol, 2-star Trundle and 1-star Fandle. Trundle's equipment is Family Emblem, Sunfire Cape, Crazy Outlaw Armor. In addition, Bao Bao is equipped with a Bank's Magic Hat and Goddess's Tears. In addition, Yang Bin has no equipment. Seeing this situation, Yifeng first made 20 copies of Advanced Life Magic Scroll, and then dismantled the equipment of Anbisa and Darius. In addition, Yifeng also got a lot of other low-level magic scrolls, ready to trade them to Yang Bin at once. Looking at the 6 pieces of equipment and a lot of magic scrolls on the trading column, Yang Bin joked, Brother Yifeng, aren't you afraid that I will run away with the money? So many equipment. I am jealous. Yifeng didn't take Yang Bin's words to heart. The contact these days made him believe that the other party was not that kind of person. After all, what bad intentions could a college student from Moda Village have? Even if the other party was really disguised so well, Yifeng was not worried. Although losing these equipment was a loss for Yifeng, it was within the tolerance range. And after everyone goes to the Scarlet Land, they are all in the same map. If he really dares to do this, then Yifeng will let him know what it means to have a large army approaching the city. Stop talking nonsense, don't be reluctant to use the scrolls, and give the equipment to Fandle and Wei Aol. Equipped to Xiao Wei with Anbisa's equipment Sword of Drainage, Titan's Resolve, and Straker's Challenge Gauntlet, it is enough to make Xiao Wei's damage reach a decent level. If you open a high brawler bond with 3 stars, everyone will know what a real female fist is. The 3 pieces of armor on Darius can also make Fandle stronger. With these equipment and magic scrolls, even if Yang Bin is a pig, he can still pass the border trial with a few random operations. Unless he insists on committing suicide and chooses a high difficulty border trial. In addition to Yifeng and Yang Bin exchanging equipment like this, many other survivors are also rushing to seek help. Please lend me a giant belt, I will combine it into a Sunfire Cape, and I will give it to you directly after you pass the border trial. Damn, this is really killing me. Is there any brother who can give me some magic scrolls, please? I don't want to die. Is there any brother willing to help me? When I go to the Scarlet Land, I will definitely repay you with my body. Wow, I am a boy, but if there is any brother in Chengdu who likes me, as long as you help me get through this difficult time, I am willing to bow my head and do 0. All kinds of help messages filled the entire chat interface, and an uneasy atmosphere continued to spread among the survivors. Even the survivors who have passed the border trial and come to the Scarlet Land have a sense of crisis at this moment. This time, everyone is required to pass the border trial and meet the standards. But if the survival game proposes a new task next time, will I be able to complete it? Thinking of this, all my motivation was awakened, and I hurried out with the chess pieces. Chapter 126. After handing the things to Yang Bin, Yifeng urged Yang Bin to complete the border trial quickly, while he continued to check the so-called highest authority in the war zone. Opening the interface of the survival game, Yifeng's interface has one more option than before. Permission entry. After selecting, Yifeng found a brand new interface in front of him. Survivor information, war zone monster information, war zone map, exception handling, war zone notification, building construction. There are 5 options in total. The first survivor information option contains all the survivor information in the chat channel where Yifeng is. The base level, chess piece status, etc. can all be viewed. Damn, Box. This function is simply a box opening tool. However, this function seems to have no meaning for Yifeng. The second option, Warzone Monster Information, has a detailed monster information situation, even including the monster's health, armor, magic resistance, skills, etc., which can be used as a strategy. The monster information above, as long as it is a monster encountered by the survivors in this war zone, will be recorded in it. That is to say, it is considered as everyone's information sharing, but only Yifeng can view it. Warzone map. Similarly, in the map of the Crimson Land, Yifeng can not only see the map he has explored, but also the map explored by other survivors, and find their locations. When everyone enters the Crimson Land, the map data that Yifeng can see will reach an exaggerated level. And through the map, you can understand the situation of the Crimson Land, which can also allow Yifeng to explore better. Exception handling is blank, and Yifeng doesn't know what it is for. Battle zone notification is very interesting. Yifeng can issue notification information to everyone in the name of the highest authority in the battle zone, but it can only be used 3 times a month. If a person has a bad taste, as long as he releases some false information, he can lead other survivors astray. The last building construction is the function that makes Yifeng most excited. In it, more than 10 kinds of buildings are displayed. Among them, Yifeng has only unlocked 4 buildings: Magic Scroll Production House, Equipment Production House, Trial Portal, and Fountain of Life. Other buildings are all blank. These unlocked buildings are gray in color. After clicking on them, you can learn the specific unlocking methods. Barracks Abnormal Mutation Pool. 1 chess piece can undergo abnormal mutation every 100 days. Unlocking method. There is a chance to obtain design drawings by killing a level or above strongholds. Barracks Copy Camp. You can copy the barracks to generate a builder. The time consumed varies depending on the level of the barracks. Unlocking method. Killing S level or above bases has a chance to obtain design drawings. God-given Barracks Recruitment Station. You can buy some special God-given barracks. Unlocking method. Get God's blessing. Looking at the dazzling array of new buildings, Yifeng felt that he had new goals and things at this moment. The unlocking conditions of these buildings are more outrageous than one another. The simplest ones require a base of a level or above to have a chance to obtain. The more outrageous ones, such as the God-given Barracks Recruitment Station, require God's blessing, which makes Yifeng confused and can't figure out what this thing is. Yifeng opened the map and zoomed it out. On the foggy map, he could see hundreds of dots. These were the survivors who had entered the Scarlet Land, but their exploration was basically not high, and they were only limited to the vicinity of their bases. Everyone was scattered everywhere, more than 100 kilometers apart. According to this map, it would take a long time for everyone to meet. After closing the map, Yifeng first returned to the forest base and found that he could also open the map interface there. The map of the forest base was very small, and the border could be seen quickly. On the map, Yifeng found 3 special marks. One of them was the location of the forest banshee, which had been solved by Yifeng a long time ago. The second location was the cave discovered by Yang Bin. Yang Bin got the teleport emblem from the cave, and Yifeng killed the elite Yiksha in it and obtained a black rose emblem and chess piece abnormal mutator. In addition, there was a special item, Elite Yiksha's saber. As for the third point, Yifeng had never found it. It was a very normal forest spot. According to the location, Yifeng was sure that he had passed by it several times before, and there was definitely no special monster. However, on the map, there was a scary skull symbol, which meant something must be there. Let's go and have a look. He did what he said. Yifeng was now skilled and bold, and he didn't worry about any problems at all. He took the chess pieces and walked directly to the destination. Along the way, Yifeng killed a lot of goblins, and the conquest level continued to increase again. According to Yifeng's guess, his conquest level has reached 100,000 levels, and it is estimated that it is almost 300,000 levels now, but he still didn't get the reward for the next level. It can't be that the survival game has blacklisted its own rewards. While thinking about this, Yifeng killed a group of goblins casually, but suddenly the reminder sound of the survival game rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor conquest for reaching 300,000 layers and obtaining a treasure chest reward of random light equipment, 50 gold coins, equipment disassembler, and artifact equipment forger. Do you want to claim it now? Ah! The rewards of 1,200 layers in the game, but it takes 300,000 layers to get them here? Dog survival game. Then wouldn't it be that the 1,500 layer full member light equipment would have to become more than 600,000 layers to get it here? Yifeng directly gave a warm greeting to the survival game. Of course, I have to claim it. A random light equipment plus artifact equipment can directly increase the combat power by a large margin. Catch it now! Several dark red magic balls flashed in front of Yifeng, and then exploded one by one in front of his eyes, turning into countless gold coins and props. Congratulations to the survivor for getting the light equipment, Pride of the Outlaw. Congratulations to the survivor for getting 50 gold coins. Congratulations to the survivor for getting the equipment disassembler. Congratulations to the survivor for getting the artifact equipment forger. When Yifeng heard about the reward of the light equipment, his face darkened. Pride of the Outlaw is the light version of the Outlaw. It provides a lot of health points, and restores health points every second. It's just that its equipment attributes seem to be a bit repeated with life armor. What Yifeng hopes more is to get some other equipment to arm his chess pieces. After all, the current equipment in the front row is enough to withstand many monsters without pressure. Chapter 127. Pride of the Madman. Add 1000 HP. Special effect. Gain 20% of maximum HP. Heal 1.5 maximum HP per second compared with life armor. This equipment can heal less maximum HP, but in terms of increasing HP, it is far superior, and no other equipment can compare. If other survivors knew that Yifeng was distressed about getting this equipment, and thought that the equipment was somewhat repetitive, they would probably grit their teeth and yell at Yifeng Ba Yu Versailles. However, at this moment, Yifeng really felt that the equipment attributes were somewhat repetitive. After receiving the light equipment, Yifeng took out the artifact equipment forging machine, and opened the forging machine while he was on the road. The forging machine can be obtained by choosing one artifact equipment from 3 pieces of equipment. After opening it, the phantoms of 3 pieces of equipment appeared in front of Yifeng. Gold Collector, Speculator's Blade, Sniper's Focus. These 3 pieces of equipment are all back row physical output equipment. Gold Collector. Add 25% attack power and 30% critical hit rate. Special effect. The carrier's attacks and skills will execute enemies with less than 12% of their maximum health, and there is a 33% chance of obtaining a gold coin, with a daily limit of 2 coins. Speculator's Blade. Add 10% spell power and 35% attack speed. Special effect. Gain, attack speed, 1% x, gold coins, amount of attack speed, reaching the maximum at 30 gold coins, and each attack has a 5% chance of dropping gold coins, with a daily limit of 2 coins. Sniper's Focus. Add 15% attack power, 15 spell power, and 15% attack speed. Special effect. Gain 10 meters of attack distance increase, and the damage will increase by 4% for every 2 meters between the carrier and the target 3 pieces of equipment, 2 of which can be used to earn money. Sniper's Focus is an equipment that almost all back row chess pieces can use, which allows back row chess pieces to output more safely and also increases damage. Yifeng first excluded Speculator's Blade, whose special effect is to increase attack speed, but in a survival game, the monsters faced are almost all very high in health, and it takes a long time to fight. A sheep knife is enough to increase the attack speed to the upper limit of 5.0. Therefore, other attack speed equipment, in Yifeng's view, is just that. After a little thought, Yifeng finally chose Gold Collector. After all, although Sniper's Focus seems to be able to provide more output, the killing effect of Gold Collector is already the most powerful output. For a boss with a health of 1 million, as long as the chess piece holds Gold Collector, it is equivalent to causing an exaggerated output of 120,000 to the boss. If the boss has a higher health, then the effect of this equipment will be better, and the special effect of obtaining extra gold coins is also extremely rare. Other resources can have additional ways to obtain, but gold coins only have daily interest, and the daily minimum living allowance of 10 gold coins in the survival game. Yifeng even thought that if he could get another artifact Embrace of Hellfire later. At the beginning, he dealt 40% of the boss's maximum health damage, and then killed 12% of its health when it was still alive. He could fight half as much as he wanted. After receiving all the rewards, seeing that he had not walked far, Yifeng simply turned around and prepared to go home to use the 2 new equipment before exploring. Darius's basic health was already 5,000 points. When Yifeng equipped Darius with Pride of the Madman, his health suddenly soared. 1,000 health points and 20% increase in maximum health points. These 2 items provide Darius with 2,000 health points, reaching 7,000 points. From the perspective of health alone, it is stronger than Darius with 3 pieces of equipment before. Pride of the Outlaw restores 1.5% health points per second, which can restore more than 100 per second, which is slightly worse than the previous life armor. Coin Collector Yifeng originally wanted to equip Draven, but after looking at Draven's equipment slots, he felt that each piece of equipment was not convenient to exchange. So he directly gave coin collector to Darius. Starting again, Yifeng walked all the way to the location marked on the map. After arriving, Yifeng was a little confused. There were towering trees all around, and he separated several intelligent chess pieces to search everywhere, but he didn't find any hidden caves or other things. After searching for several times, he still didn't find any clues. What's going on? The markings on the map are definitely not deceptive, but after searching for a long time, I really didn't find anything unusual. Could it be that like the forest banshee, it only appears at night? Yifeng looked up at the sky while thinking. This time, he finally found something wrong. The big tree nearby is obviously different from other big trees, and the long branches are just right for people to climb. Is there something on this tree? Anbisa, go up the tree and see if there is anything unusual on the top. Yifeng looked at Anbisa beside him, and asked her to go up and check the situation. As a female warrior, Anbisa naturally had no problem climbing a tree. Not long after, Anbisa came back and reported the situation on the tree to Yifeng truthfully. The crowns of several large trees gathered together, like a tray, on which was placed a dark purple giant egg, which seemed to be breathing and growing continuously. If the giant egg grows for a while longer, perhaps the surrounding trees will not be able to support the giant egg and it will fall to the ground. By that time, perhaps the giant egg will hatch. In other words, the current giant egg has not yet been fully hatched, so what are you waiting for? Take advantage of your illness and kill you. Yifeng directly arranged for Anbisa to continue climbing the tree, cut off the crown, and let the giant egg fall. More than 10 minutes later, a scarlet giant egg fell from the sky and smashed a huge pit on the ground. This giant egg is about 5 meters long, and it is engraved with various incomprehensible patterns. And this giant egg is beating continuously as if it is breathing, which looks a bit creepy. Although it is not clear what is inside the egg, it is definitely not a good thing at the moment, so it is better to deal with it as soon as possible. Output for me, blow up this giant egg. After Yifeng gave the order, the chess pieces attacked the giant egg together. Soon, cracks appeared on the eggshell, and it seemed that something was about to hatch out. The sound of crackling rang out, and the giant egg was already full of cracks, and a scarlet light shone from it. With a pop, the giant egg exploded completely, and the surrounding area was covered by scarlet light. After being touched by the scarlet light, the surrounding trees were annihilated in an instant and disappeared. Soon, an open space of a kilometer radius appeared around, and the original soil turned into something like a pool of blood. The giant egg cracked completely, and the monster inside finally revealed its true appearance. Chapter 128. The monster in the dome is a reptile with dark red skin. It looks a bit like a crocodile, but it has no scales on its body, but is covered with red hair. The monster's head is a bit scary. Its big mouth opens like a petal, revealing its slender tongue and a mouth full of tiny sharp teeth. 16 tentacles grow on the monster's back. The top of the tentacles is as sharp as a blade. With a simple scratch on the ground, it can create an exaggerated crack. The monster is several meters tall. Although it looks very majestic, it always gives people a sense of disharmony, as if its head and the tentacles on its back are not controlled by the same body. The monster opened its big mouth, and its tongue kept twisting in the air, as if it was sensing something. Soon, the monster rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng did not indulge the monster, and directly called his chess pieces to attack the monster. The surrounding forest trees had been annihilated by the light of the monster, which made it easier to fight around. The attack of the chess piece hit the dark red monster, and hundreds of damages appeared immediately. It seems that the health of this monster is not high. With the 2 special effect equipments of Ghost Book and Bright Red buff, the death of this monster is not a matter of time. However, a prompt sound made Yifeng stunned. The monster is detected to be blessed by the scarlet power, and the abnormal state is ineffective on this monster. In other words, the percentage of true damage of burning is completely ineffective on this monster. Not only that, when Malzahar released his skills, Yifeng was even more troubled. Even the infection effect of Malzahar's skills and Malzahar's abnormal mutation were also ineffective. But fortunately, LeBlanc's abnormal mutation is magic training, which can provide spell strength for the whole team after consuming mana, which can continuously enhance the combat power of its own chess pieces. The monster also began to fight back, absorbing the surrounding scarlet air into its body, and its body continued to expand, and soon it became a huge monster of 15 meters in size. The monster seemed to want to continue to absorb the scarlet air, but perhaps because of the early hatching, it was congenitally insufficient, and the scarlet air was only enough for it to grow to its current size. The monster opened its mouth, which was more than 2 meters wide, and the fishy smell in its mouth could be smelled from a long distance. The slender tongue stabbed at the nearest Darius like a thin snake, and directly exploded the terrifying value of minus 1862 points. The damage of this monster is really terrifying. Fortunately, Darius's blood volume is more than 7,000 blood, and this attack only knocked off less than 1/3 of his blood volume. Seeing that the attack failed, the more than 10 tentacles behind the monster also took action. The tentacles attacked more than 10 Darius at the same time, and each attack also caused an exaggerated output of 4 digits. Seeing that this monster was quite powerful, Yifeng took out the magic scroll, and the newly unlocked advanced life magic scroll, and used it on all the chess pieces. With the blessing of the magic scroll, Darius's health increased by more than 500. In addition, Yifeng took out the armor scroll, magic resistance scroll, and damage amplification scroll, and threw them at the chess pieces to improve their attributes without spending any money. Darius took out the group recovery scroll to replenish the health of the chess pieces for the damage he suffered. Although this monster's damage was terrible, its attack methods were limited. Yifeng relied on the chess pieces to fight more bravely. Draven's sheep knife has been increased to 5.0 attack speed, and the damage is not bad. After LeBlanc used the skill many times, the double effect of the Archangel Staff and the abnormal mutation effect also increased the spell strength to an exaggerated level. One skill hit this monster, and it can deal 5-digit damage. Simple, it's really simple. What Yifeng didn't know was that the reason why it was so simple was all because this monster was hatched in advance. And Yifeng's own strength is also strong enough. If it were other survivors, even the most powerful ones, the strength would not be so strong. This monster's damage was close to 2,000 at once, and it could take away a chess piece in 1 or 2 hits. That is, Yifeng, the pervert, knew the information of the 4-star chess piece in advance, and 2 hex enhancements increased the blood volume by more than 1,000, bringing the blood volume to a terrifying 5,000 basic health points. If it were other survivors, the 3-star front row would have less than 2,000 basic health points. Even if they wore light equipment and 2 other finished equipment, the blood volume would definitely not exceed 5,000 points. Yifeng, on the other hand, has already reached the basic health value. And Anbise's Diplomat Bond also provides the chess piece with good defense. And in terms of output, other survivors have at most some 1-cost and 2-cost chess pieces. Even if they put together some bonds and equip 3 pieces of equipment, the output they provide is limited. It is absolutely impossible to output explosively like Yifeng's chess piece. The high health value plus the high attack power and spell strength provided by the 9 Iron Blood Conquerors, plus the early hatching of this monster, this is why Yifeng can easily solve it. Soon, the monster fell down. After falling down, the monster did not turn into a magic ball or a crystal stone. Instead, it turned into a ball of scarlet gas, which was constantly compressed. What is new? At this time, Yifeng only felt that there seemed to be too many things in this survival game that he did not understand at all. Above the sky, a colorful cloud lit up, and the colorful light shone down and shone on the ball of scarlet gas. Soon, the scarlet chess piece melted away like snow encountering sunlight. After the scarlet gas completely disappeared, the colorful cloud became brighter and brighter, and even cast a ball of light on Yifeng. After being illuminated by this colorful cloud, Yifeng only felt comfortable all over, and it was indescribably comfortable. Congratulations to the survivor for receiving God's blessing, causing an additional 10% damage to the monsters in the Crimson Land within 10 days. Congratulations to the survivor for defeating the monster with a Crimson Power, and rewarding equipment slot expanders X2. The sound of the reward sounded, and Yifeng wanted to complain about the so-called 10% additional damage. It's just a buff state, and you call it God's blessing? It only increases the damage by 10%, and a low-level group damage amplification scroll can increase the damage of the chess piece by 5%. The second reward, 2 equipment slot expanders, are very practical, and can further enhance the combat power of the chess piece, if all of them are used by Malzahar. Can he directly kill a super grasshopper with 6 divine equipment? Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but hum in his heart. Wait, what the hell? God's blessing? Yifeng seemed to remember something and was shocked. Chapter 129. God-given barracks recruitment station. You can buy some special God-given barracks. Unlocking method. Get God's blessing. This is the building that Yifeng saw when he searched for various buildings before. At that time, Yifeng was still complaining that the unlocking condition actually required a God's blessing that he had never heard of. But now Yifeng immediately reacted. The 10% additional damage is not the point. The point is the God-given barracks recruitment station. Who said that this God's blessing is useless? This is so useful. Yifeng's face changed instantly, and he didn't deduct beans. The last second, he was still complaining that God's blessing was useless. Now he wanted to kiss this survival game. Too lazy to care about other things, Yifeng hurried back to the base. Now, he only had one thought in his mind, that is, to see what kind of new building the God-given barracks recruitment platform is. When he returned to the base, Yifeng was shocked by the scene in front of him. Congratulations to the survivors for obtaining the blessing of God and unlocking the new building. God-given barracks recruitment platform. Then, in the open space of the base, a building suddenly rose from the ground, as if it had grown out of the ground. It was a platform more than 3 meters high, with a cloud floating on the top of the platform. Is this the so-called God-given barracks recruitment platform? Yifeng walked forward and checked the specific functions of this God-given barracks recruitment platform. God-given barracks recruitment platform. Spend 30 gold coins to get a random God-given barracks builder, refreshed every 10 days. 30 gold coins. Get a random God-given barracks builder? Is this God-given barracks made of gold? According to the 5 gold coins for a 1-cost barracks, the 10 gold coins for a 2-cost barracks, and the 25 gold coins for a 5-cost barracks. Your God-given barracks is more expensive than 5 mana. And what is a God-given barracks? Yifeng has never heard of it. When did the golden shovel have this thing? But when Yifeng looked at his 180 gold coins, he decided to give it a try. Let me see what your God-given barracks is. Yifeng directly chose to spend 30 gold coins to find out. With the deduction of 30 gold coins, the auspicious clouds on the original high platform lit up again, and the light shone on the high platform, slowly condensing into the shape of a chess piece. But Yifeng couldn't see clearly what the chess piece was because it was covered by the light. After the light dissipated, Yifeng finally saw the appearance of the chess piece clearly. It turned out to be a huge crab, with a deep red body, and 6 legs moving forward. Isn't this ergot? No. This is different from the experimental ergot in the Battle of the Two Cities. Yifeng's mind flashed through one chess piece after another, and finally understood what this thing was. This is ergot's skin. This is the Lucky Star version of New Year's Messenger ergot. It's the ergot whose skill summons huge waves to attack the enemy, and has a chance to drop a treasure chest. This is really a treasure. 30 gold coins are really worth it. I just don't know how ergot's feathers will change in the survival game. Will he choose other feathers, like the Lucky Star version? Soon, ergot's figure kept getting smaller, and then turned into a builder, and slowly flew into Yifeng's hands. Congratulations to the survivors for obtaining the God-given barracks. God-given ergot barracks builder. Looking at the ergot barracks in his hand, Yifeng directly chose to build it. After all, he could still build 2 more barracks. When the ergot barracks rose from the ground, a prompt sounded in Yifeng's ears. The God-given barracks has been built. You can choose a bond from the first 3 transferable bonds in the survivor bond list to increase its number by 1, and the God-given barracks will obtain this bond. Currently selectable bonds: Iron-Blooded Conqueror, Prophet, Black Rose. Looking at these 3 bonds, Yifeng felt that any hesitation would be disrespectful to ergot. Choose Iron-Blooded Conqueror. As we all know, ergot's skill countercurrent is divided into 2 aspects, passive and active. The passive effect is that ergot uses his claws to attack 5 times per second, and each attack causes physical damage of 40% attack power plus 20% attack speed, the legendary 5 swords per second. As for the active effect, it is even more heavyweight. That is, after releasing the skill, you can summon a huge wave to cause magic damage to the enemy's maximum health value, and the huge wave will push the enemy forward, causing a 1-second stun, and there is a 15% chance of digging out a treasure chest with spell strength. You can get parts and gold coins from the treasure chest, and the higher the magic power, the higher the probability of a treasure chest. If you choose the Iron Blood Conqueror bond, ergot can enjoy the magic power and attack power bonus of the 9 Iron Blood Conqueror. He has opened the treasure chest 11 times so far, and the last one is the last one to get the equipment of all members. In other words, the magic power is directly increased by 155%. Ergot with 9 Iron Blood Conqueror has a magic power of 255 points, and the probability of a 1-star treasure chest can also be directly reached to about 38%. In addition, you can also equip magic power equipment to make this probability higher. The most important thing is that ergot's skill is percentage damage, and it also comes with a stun effect, which just makes up for the problem of insufficient control in Yifeng's lineup. Give me 2 ergots first. Yifeng first recruited 2 ergots and checked their properties. The skill's drop rate was indeed as expected. The only regret is that the treasure chest has an upper limit. Ergot shares the upper limit of the treasure chest, and can drop up to 10 treasure chests per day. Yifeng didn't complain about this, and 10 treasure chests per day were also very good. After all, A treasure chest can open 3 gold coins or a piece of scattered equipment. 10 treasure chests, even if the gold coins and scattered equipment are 50-50, can get 15 gold coins and 5 pieces of scattered equipment every day. This is a great harvest. I have to go out and take Urgot to blow up the treasure chest alone. Then, Yifeng thought of other arms in the God-given barracks. If there is a witching, wouldn't it be possible to brush 5-cost cards in the early stage? Maybe when others finally reach the 8th and 9th level base, Yifeng will have all 3-star and 5-cost cards. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but look forward to it. It's just that it only refreshes once every 10 days, and I don't know how many types of God-given barracks there are. I don't know when I want to find witching. So far, Yifeng has explored all 3 standard special areas on the forest base map. At night, in the cave, and in the sky, all 3 monsters have been cleared by Yifeng. For Yifeng, the forest map only has 2 functions: brushing supplies and stacking conquer layers. The focus in the future must be on the Scarlet Land, which is the future of the survival game. Just when Yifeng was thinking, Yang Ben sent a message. "Thank you, Brother Feng, I've got it done. Let's trade directly now, and I return the equipment to you." Chapter 130. Yang Ben traded the equipment. In addition, he also planned to return all the magic scrolls that had not been used up to Yifeng. However, Yifeng directly refused. "Keep the remaining magic scrolls. I don't want to hear that you are dead one day and come to visit more often. I am bored at the same time." Yifeng only took back the equipment. Looking at a large pile of equipment and the 2 latest equipment slot expanders, Yifeng felt that it was necessary to re-equip the chess piece. Yifeng gave the electric knife and magic explosion gloves to the God-given Urgot, and the bond chosen by Urgot's God-given was Iron Blood Conqueror. Directly broke through 300 points of Urgot's magic power. The probability of exploding a treasure chest is more than 40%, almost half the probability. Yifeng checked the basic equipment in the backpack. After these days of accumulation, Yifeng's backpack has almost everything. Equip the God-given Urgot with a Spear of Shojin, and the God-given equipment is complete. Yifeng looked at Darius's barracks again, looked at the equipment that Yang Ben returned, took down the gold collector, and equipped Darius with Pride of the Outlaw, Life Armor, and Sunfire Cape. Equipped with these 3 pieces of equipment, Darius's health soared directly to about 8,000 health points. And Life Armor restores 3.5% of the maximum health points per second, and Pride of the Outlaw restores 1.5% of the maximum health points per second, which means that 5% of the maximum health points can be restored every second, and 400 health points per second are restored, which is enough to make Darius an immortal god of war. Moreover, the percentage damage of Sunfire Cloak can make Darius have good damage while being tanky enough. After getting the equipment of Darius and God-given Urgot, Yifeng did not adjust the equipment of other barracks, but took more than 10 Darius and 2 God-given Urgots out. First, take out Urgot's daily treasure chest, and then see if you can get some other equipment. Soon, Yifeng found a group of goblins, a total of 9. Nowadays, goblins have evolved to carry various elements, and each person can use some magic to attack the enemy. But this is all garbage for Yifeng. The damage that the goblins hit Darius is not as much as the recovery per second, which is completely unharmed. Urgot stepped forward, and under the cover of Darius, he output without pressure to increase the mana. Finally, the mana bars of the 2 Urgots were full. Yifeng looked at Urgot's mana bar, and couldn't help thinking that maybe he should give Urgot a profit job. At that time, he could see what wave after wave meant. After the mana bar of the God-given Urgot was full, a huge wave appeared out of thin air behind the goblins. After being hit by the huge wave, the goblins were stunned and moved a few steps towards Yifeng. After the 2 huge waves ended, 7 treasure chests appeared on the ground. This probability is not bad. However, the health of these goblins could no longer withstand the output of Yifeng's chess pieces, and they were completely turned into several white magic balls. Looking at the white magic balls on the ground, Yifeng no longer had the desire to pick them up. Nowadays, the white magic balls will only explode various daily necessities, and Yifeng has too many daily necessities to use up. If other survivors saw this scene, they would probably just curse Yifeng for wasting the treasures of nature. If you don't want them, why don't you give them to us? Yifeng walked towards the 7 treasure chests on the ground. When his body touched them, the treasure chests opened automatically. Open the treasure chest and get 3 gold coins. Open the treasure chest and get 3 gold coins. Open the treasure chest and get the goddess's tear. Open the treasure chest and get the storm sword. The 7 treasure chests exploded with a total of 15 gold coins and 2 pieces of equipment. This is a good profit. There are still 3 treasure chests. Keep going, continue to explore the forest. Soon, 3 more treasure chests were taken. All 10 treasure chests of God-given ergot were exploded. This time, the 3 treasure chests were all gold coins, a total of 9. It seems that the treasure chests of God-given ergot have fixed contents of 3 gold coins, or random basic equipment. Back to the base, there are currently 13 barracks, 3 of which are used as 3 crown manpower pillars, which basically have little combat power. The current 3 crown manpower pillars are Swain, Rel, and Vigus. Yifeng took a look and found that Swain could be used as a new frontline output later, so it would be a pity to waste it. With this idea in mind, Yifeng removed the 3 crowns on Swain and replaced them on Amumu's barracks. The Ghost Book and Eternal Flame on Amumu were transferred to Swain. At the same time, the newly exploded Tears of the Goddess was matched with the inventory in the backpack, and Crow got another Archangel staff. The only regret is that this Crow is not the Frost and Transformation Crow in the previous version. If it is, the skills will infinitely stack the blood volume and easily become a 10,000 blood Crow. Yifeng looked at his barracks fragments again. Now he had quite a few 2-cost barracks fragments. However, it takes 20 2-cost barracks fragments to synthesize a barracks builder. After searching around, Yifeng found that his Renata fragments could be combined into a 2-star barracks. He decisively synthesized it, and then built it. Yifeng's 14 barracks were all ready. The reason for choosing Renata is that he can gather 3 alchemy baron bonds in the future, and try to get a high-dimensional heirloom in the later stage. Secondly, Renata's skill can add shields to all friendly troops it touches, and in theory, it can also have a certain benefit effect on the front row. Even as a member of the Prophet chess piece, Renata may be able to gather 6 prophets to restore blood to teammates in the future, making the chess piece more capable of recovery. So far, all 14 barracks have been built. Currently, Renata's equipment slot is empty. Yifeng removed the Iron Blood Conqueror emblem on Amumu and the Black Rose emblem on Wei, and transferred them all to Renata. Renata's skill Loyalty Inspiration throws a pair of missiles at the enemy, and friendly troops passing through can obtain a shield of 95% of the spell strength, causing 310% of the spell strength magic damage to the target enemy, and also causing 155% of the spell strength magic damage to other enemies around. Giving Iron Blood Conqueror emblem to Renata can make the skill shield thicker. Improve the front row's tankiness. As for Amumu, as Hex Machinery and Supervision pendants, you can consider the equipment issue later. After initially adjusting the chess piece's equipment, Yifeng's focus came to the 2 equipment slot expanders. These are great treasures. It must be used for the 5-cost barracks. After all, in the later stages, the 5-cost barracks are the king. Other chess pieces may be replaced. Then these 2 equipment disassemblers are just right for LeBlanc and Malzahar. Chapter 131. After expanding an equipment slot for Malzahar and LeBlanc respectively, Yifeng received a reminder from the survival game. Malzahar's barracks equipment slot has reached 5 slots. The upper limit is 6 slots. It seems that the expansion of equipment slots is not unlimited, and it cannot be further upgraded after 6 pieces of divine equipment. After expanding the equipment slots for these 2 chess pieces, Yifeng prepared the same equipment for both of them. Ginsu's Rage Blade. After several boss battles, Yifeng has understood that the equipment priority in the survival game and the Golden Shovel battle game is still different. Here, a boss will take a long time to fight, and Ginsu's Rage Blade, also known as the Sheath Knife, can make the chess piece's attack speed directly reach the upper limit of 5.0. Especially Malzahar, each general attack restores a lot of mana. If the attack speed can be stacked to 5.0, it only takes a little more than 1 second to release a skill. Such a terrifying release speed is enough for Malzahar to become the strongest output. After getting the equipment of the 3 5-cost chess pieces, Yifeng looked at the 4-cost barracks Wei. Wei has always been treated as a pendant by Yifeng, and he has basically never taken care of it, and he has not recruited too many extra Wei chess pieces. But now there are a lot of basic equipment in the backpack, and there are 10 treasure chests every day for the God-given ergot countercurrent skill, so there is basically no shortage of equipment. Give Wei the same treatment as Anbisa, the same warrior 3-piece set Draining Sword, Titan's Resolve, Strucker's Challenge Gauntlet. Yifeng wanted to equip Draven with Gold Collector, but the equipment slot was really not enough. After thinking about it, he simply gave it to Renata directly, just for the daily money and the killing effect of beating the boss. Finally, Yifeng's chess piece lineup was formed. Triple Crown Manpower Pillar, Amumu, Rel Vigus. Support Equipment Manpower Pillar, Morgana, Zeke, Holy Grail, Obsidian Cleaver are all on her. Draven's equipment remains unchanged, while Darius's equipment is changed to Light Brawler, Life Armor, and Sunfire Cape. Raven Archangel plus Basilica plus Eternal Flame. Wei and Anbisa both have 3-piece warrior sets. The 3 5-cost cards in the back row all use equipment slot expanders, God-given Ergot Iron Blood Transformation plus Electric Knife plus Magic Burst plus Blue Knife. Malzahar Iron Blood Transformation plus Light Red Buff plus Tech Gun plus Blue Knife plus Sheep Knife. LeBlanc Iron Blood Transformation plus Sheep Knife plus Archangel plus Light Magic Burst. The details are shown in the picture. At present, Yifeng's combat power is absolutely unmatched among the survivors. Yifeng looked at the remaining gold coins again. There were 174 in total. To upgrade to the 6th level base, it would take 50 days, or 200 gold coins. So there was no need to rush. Let's continue to improve the quality of the chess pieces. There were 104 gold coins available. When had Yifeng ever fought such a rich battle? Add 50 more Dariuses, and directly pull 150 Dariuses. With the remaining 54 gold coins, Yifeng recruited 10 crows, consuming a full 30 gold coins. For the last 24 gold coins, he chose to recruit 6 Anbisas, just enough to bring the number of Anbisas to 10. After the lineup was ready, Yifeng directly asked the intelligent Morgana to take 20 Dariuses to clean up the monsters on the forest base. He took the other chess pieces and rushed to the base on the Scarlet Land. Yifeng checked the map and found that Yongbin's base was the closest to him, only more than 100 kilometers away. Perhaps he could go all the way to Yongbin's side. Now Yifeng's only doubt is that the Scarlet Land is too big, but along the way, there was no means of teleportation or movement, and the distance between the two survivors was hundreds of kilometers. If the survivors explored on their own, they might not be able to meet in the Scarlet Land in this lifetime. Fortunately, Yifeng had a positioning and teleportation device. The current positioning only had the Gobi location of the last trial portal and the base location. The third coordinate point was cleared by Yifeng. As long as he positioned himself after exploring the farthest distance, in theory, Yifeng would sooner or later be able to directly open up the base route with college student Yongbin. After walking out of the base for a few kilometers, the wild monsters on the roadside were finally no longer sandworm monsters. Instead, there were some giant beetle animals. Each one was several meters long. However, the attack of these monsters is not high. Facing Darius's 400 replies per second, it is basically equivalent to ineffective output. Moving forward, Yifeng actually saw a piece of building debris in front of him. It was a piece of broken walls, covered with moss, and the collapsed buildings piled together, like a grave. Yifeng was sure that this was not a natural relic, but a trace of civilization. I have never explored in this direction before. I didn't expect to find something special. Yifeng was overjoyed. There were traces of civilization on the map of this Scarlet Land. The significance of this thing was very important. Perhaps there will be civilized natives on this Scarlet Land. This is good news. Even if it is not human civilization, it is exciting enough to meet intelligent creatures that can communicate. The building wreckage is now occupied by a group of monsters. Under Yifeng's command, the chess pieces all went out and quickly cleared the monsters inside. Several intelligent chess pieces silently helped Yifeng collect the spoils. The things picked up by these intelligent chess pieces will also go directly into Yifeng's backpack. After confirming safety, Yifeng walked to the nearest broken wall and took out a knife to scrape off the moss on it. The original appearance of the bricks inside was revealed. It can be seen that these things have gone through many years and are full of vicissitudes. Yifeng broke a piece of the brick with force. This is not because of poor quality, but because of the erosion of many years. These debris have long been rotten. Search separately to see if there is anything useful. Yifeng gave the order, and Leona, Anbisa, LeBlanc, and Yifeng searched in 4 different directions. This piece of broken wall is quite large, covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters, and it is unknown what kind of building it was. Yifeng searched all the way, wanting to see if there were any written records or something like that. Unfortunately, nothing was found. Just when Yifeng was a little regretful, he suddenly heard Leona shout, "Master, I found some words here." Words? Damn, this is a symbol of civilization. Yifeng was overjoyed, and after responding, he hurried to Leona's side. "Where is the word?" As Yifeng asked, Leona pointed to a ruin in front of him, in which a half-broken stone tablet was vaguely revealed. Chapter 132. It was a half-meter-long stone tablet, on which you could vaguely see some text symbols. Only half of the stone tablet was left, lying quietly on the ground, and the remaining half was nowhere to be found. There were many vines on the stone tablet, and it was impossible to see the specific text inside without clearing these vines. Yifeng took out a knife from the backpack of the survival game, and then cleared all the vines on it. After years of erosion, Most of the text on the stone tablet could no longer be seen, and only a few words could be vaguely recognized. Ma Seal Disaster. 3 words, which made people imagine endlessly. Although there were only 3 words, there was a lot of information that could be filled in. Disaster? Disaster? Seal? Or what? As for the Ma, Yifeng couldn't think of what it meant. It couldn't be the Mayan civilization. At this time, Yifeng found that there seemed to be something at the bottom of the broken stone tablet, but the moss on it could not be pulled off. Even when Yifeng used all his strength to peel off the moss with a knife, he failed. Even when Mbisa tried, he still couldn't get it off. If it weren't for the touch of his fingers that confirmed that this thing was moss, Yifeng would have almost thought that this piece of dark green moss was part of the stone tablet. Just when Yifeng was at a loss, he suddenly thought of something. Obtain special equipment. Yiksha Saber. This was the thing left by the Yiksha monster that appeared in the teleportation array under the cave. After the monster died, its body disappeared, but the knife remained. It is a special equipment, but Yifeng has never been able to figure out what this thing is used for. But one thing is certain, the sharpness of this saber is exaggerated, and cutting iron like mud is a slander of its sharpness. At this time, Yifeng took out the saber and prepared to use it to clean the moss under the stone tablet. After the blade touched the dark green moss, the moss seemed to have encountered something terrifying and had life, and it actually shrank directly into the ground. This change made Yifeng dumbfounded. This moss actually has life? Yifeng didn't think much about it, and asked Mbisa to help lift the stone tablet to reveal the text at the bottom. For some reason, the text at the bottom is relatively well preserved. Monster Seal leaves the Forbidden Zone. There are more things to see, which makes Yifeng more curious about what this place is. What Forbidden Zone, monster? Why can't I understand it at all? It can't be that a monster is sealed under it. Yifeng complained in his heart, but he didn't expect that his words would come true. The whole ground began to tremble, and the ground was torn apart, as if there was an earthquake. Cracks appeared on the ground. The cracks were bottomless, and it was dark and unclear, as if the cracks led directly to the underworld. The entire ruins began to shake, and for safety, Yifeng quickly evacuated the place with his chess pieces. After evacuating far enough, Yifeng stopped and watched the ruins slowly swallowed by the cracks on the ground, completely disappearing, without any trace of its existence. The original place was left with one bottomless crack after another. In the crack, it seemed as if some creature had woken up, and a dull breathing sound continued to be heard. The ground began to calm down, as if everything had returned to calm. All this was just the calm before the storm. Bang! The crack exploded, and countless rubble flew everywhere, hitting Darius in the front row at any time, causing dozens of points of damage directly. Fortunately, Darius's recovery speed was not a problem at all. The rubble flew everywhere, and from the cracks in the ground, some monster was reviving, ready to descend on this land again. Yifeng's hands were shaking a little, but he was not shaking because of fear, but because of excitement. This must be some hidden monster. The reward after killing it will definitely not be bad. Yifeng quickly separated the chess piece team, and the back row was divided into several groups. Each group was a combination of Draven, LeBlanc, Malzahar, and Morgana. In the front row, Darius was stationed in the front, and Aliona was arranged at every distance. A few minutes later, the monster underground finally showed up. It was a towering tree with a human face on the trunk. The crown was dark green, and countless roots stretched out from the trunk, extending around like tentacles. The sealed tree demon sensed the breath of Yiksha's saber, awakened and unsealed in advance, and asked the living to clean it up as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, the reason why this monster awakened and unsealed was related to the saber in Yifeng's hand. The tree demon was about 40 meters tall, and its roots covered an area of hundreds of meters wide. This was a huge monster. Yifeng looked like an ant in front of this huge tree demon. However, the attack was not judged according to the size of the body. The chess pieces started to attack directly. Draven's flying axe, LeBlanc's chain, Malzahar's mechanical gate, and the god-given wave of ergot. The Dryad's attack mainly relies on tree roots as weapons to swing at the chess pieces around. The tree roots are everywhere, and each swing can knock down hundreds of drops of blood from Darius. It seems not much, but the attack of this Dryad is AoE, with dozens of tree roots swinging wildly, and each time, AoE hits more than 10 chess pieces. The attack is terrifying, and the defense and blood volume of this monster are also good. The armor and magic resistance damage reduction is about 50%, and this is the effect after Morgana's obsidian cutter weakens the monster's armor and magic resistance by 30%. If it is not weakened, then this defense will be higher. Ergot's wave, 5% percentage magic damage, hits the Dryad, causing more than 500,000 health points. In other words, the health of this tree demon is more than 20 million. The huge wave hit the tree demon, but did not cause a dizzy effect. Yifeng took a closer look and found that the percentage burning of the Sunfire Cloak and the Ghost Book did not take effect. Even the bright red buff on Malzahar's body, the additional burning effect was weakened a lot, and the original 2% was only 0.2%. It was reduced by 1/10, but, so what? Even without the burning effect, Yifeng's chest piece can rely on damage to push this huge tree demon. Soon, LeBlanc and Malzahar equipped with the sheep knife also reached an attack speed of 5.0. Malzahar's skill release speed was basically once per second, and his hand was about to wave out a phantom. LeBlanc's skill release was also very fast, only about 1 second slower than Malzahar. And every time LeBlanc released a skill, the magic strength of the whole team could be improved, and after releasing the skill, LeBlanc's next 3 attacks were accompanied by additional high magic damage. A few minutes later, the newly revived tree demon, before it could figure out the situation, collapsed with a scream. Chapter 133. After the tree demon died, the dark green tree canopy withered instantly, and soon only a huge withered trunk remained. This monster did not form a crystal stone, and its body did not disappear. But soon, Yifeng saw a cloud of auspiciousness appearing in the sky. This was the cloud of auspiciousness that had appeared when he killed the monster in the giant egg at the forest base. It was this cloud of auspiciousness that, after being absorbed by the monster, blessed Yifeng with the blessing of God. This unlocked the recruitment platform for the God-given barracks. Watching the auspicious cloud appear, Yifeng immediately understood that this tree demon and the monster in the giant egg should belong to the same type of monster. Sure enough, the auspicious cloud shone a ray of light, and soon the huge trunk began to dissipate, and finally disappeared into the world. Only countless cracks were left on the ground. Following this, another auspicious light shone towards Yifeng. Here it comes, the blessing of God is here again. Last time, I gave 2 equipment slot expanders. I don't know what I can give this time. Congratulations to the survivor for receiving the blessing of God, and reward the Scarlet Land token. Yifeng squinted his eyes, and felt the auspicious light shining on his body, feeling very comfortable, waiting for the survival game to continue to broadcast his rewards. Although I don't know what the token is, it must not be something too bad. Are there any other rewards? Announce them all at once. Congratulations to the survivor for killing the seal tree monster, and reward an S-level trial scroll. After 2 voices, the auspicious cloud gradually became smaller and disappeared. That's it? That's it? That's it? Yifeng wanted to curse at this time. Just an S-level trial scroll plus a token of some kind, and you sent yourself away. That was such a big tree demon. How could it be that they sent him away with such a small thing? However, Shang Yun ignored Yifeng's shouting, and after cleaning up the remains of the tree demon, he completely disappeared. Yifeng opened his backpack and found something in it. It was a palm-sized jade token. Special item, Scarlet Land token. Holding it may get some special help. Yifeng took the jade token in his hand, and he didn't feel cold, but rather a little warm. Token? What's the use of this thing? No, buddy, can you stop being a Riddler? What did you give me? Yifeng grabbed his hair and kept rubbing it to think about the relationship of this thing. The previous God's gift allowed him to unlock the God's Barracks recruitment station, and get such a useful chess piece as God's gift Urgot. Then the Scarlet Land token awarded by God this time will definitely be of great use. It just seems that he doesn't know what it is for now. After thinking fruitlessly, Yifeng was relieved. The previous survival game prompt was because of the Iksha saber, which allowed the huge tree demon to wake up early. And the saber was not something that the survivors at this stage could get. After all, in that cave, Yifeng also privately asked some other survivors that the monsters they encountered were basically the same as the monsters Yang Ben encountered, and there was no powerful big boss. In other words, from the very beginning, Yifeng encountered the so-called elite Iksha monster in the cave, which had already exceeded the normal process of this survival game. And killing this tree demon today has exceeded the process by who knows how much. For example, after this War Zone challenge, the survival game announced the regular equipment synthesis and the bond of 1 and 2 cost chess pieces, which made many survivors know more about this game. Perhaps in the future, the survival game will also announce to Yifeng how to use this token. After putting the jade card back into the backpack, Yifeng located it at the original place, and then returned directly to the base. Yifeng was going to check the newly obtained S-level trial scroll. As for using it, Yifeng was not going to use it for the time being. Tomorrow the game will be 21 days, and he can get the 4th hex enhancement. Waiting for another hex enhancement tomorrow will definitely make his life easier. These days, Yifeng has accumulated more than 30,000 magic essences. Yifeng remembered the Gobi giant scorpion he encountered after being teleported to the Gobi last time. Although those monsters have terrible defense, they are not immune to burning damage. One monster can have 7,000 magic essences. It was a bit difficult to deal with that monster before, but now Darius's health has directly reached 8,000 points, and he recovers more than 400 points per second. With the recovery scroll, it won't cost too much to face the giant scorpion again. The 10% extra damage of God's blessing also increases the true damage of Crown of Embers. It used to take 50 seconds to burn a giant scorpion to death, but now it can be shortened to about 45 seconds, saving 5 seconds and reducing a lot of consumption. Yifeng's goal is to explore the Gobi again and brush some magic essences. The upper limit of magic essence invested in the equipment production house is 100,000 points each time. Yifeng's goal is to brush it to 100,000 points, and try what good things this upper limit of essence can create. After replenishing the energy for the positioning teleportation device, Yifeng only brought Darius, Malzahar and Urgot this time. After all, the defense of those giant scorpions is so low that other chess pieces can hardly cause any damage. The increase in the auxiliary equipment after entering the battle can't do much more damage. The majority of the damage depends on the bright red buff. As for the front row, Darius, the blood cow with 8,000 HP, is enough. Other chess pieces can't withstand the damage of the giant scorpions. As for Urgot, the control given by the giant waves can slow down the output time of the monsters, and relieve some pressure on the front row. Just like that, Yifeng set off directly. Returning to the lake again, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh that this place is too far away. If it weren't for the teleportation device, I don't know when I can explore this place. Walking outside with the chess pieces, they soon came to the Gobi Desert, where they met the giant scorpions. This time, Yifeng did not panic. He calmly took out the recovery scroll and commanded the chess pieces to attack the giant scorpion. After clearing 3 giant scorpions in a row, Yifeng felt that his hands were not so tired, and he could continue to fight. The front row became stronger, and he did not need to use the recovery scroll so frequently. In this wave, he directly got 21,000 magic essences. After deducting the consumption of magic scrolls, he also got 20,000 magic essences. This time, Yifeng's luck was better. The giant scorpions might have quarreled. This time, they did not swarm in. Instead, they lined up like gourd dolls to send warmth to Yifeng. An hour later, Yifeng returned smoothly. This time, he returned with a full load, brushing 26 crystal stones of the Gobi giant scorpion. In this wave, he directly received 180,000 magic essences. If it was replaced with magic scrolls, it would be enough to fill Yifeng's base. After returning to the base, Yifeng converted all the crystal stones into magic essences and walked towards the equipment production house. Invest 100,000 magic essences in making equipment for me. Chapter 134. The magic essence invested this time has reached the upper limit, and the production will be completed in 7 days. Hearing the prompt sound from the survival game, Yifeng felt relieved. It was worth his hard work to hunt the giant scorpion. Fortunately, he had a piece of light equipment, and it happened to be the Crown of Embers that could have 100% burning. Relying on the special effects of the Crown of Embers, he could brush more than 100,000 magic essences so quickly. Otherwise, the exaggerated Gobi giant scorpion was not a monster that Yifeng could deal with. At night, the chat interface suddenly became lively, and everyone was talking about the situation of the border trial. 5 days, like a death warrant hanging over the heads of many survivors, made them uneasy. The most exciting thing was that a hot girl took a sexy photo of herself wearing black stockings and posted it on the chat interface, which immediately attracted many comments. Fuck, is this something I can watch? I just want to ask, where is the morality? Where is the bottom line? Where is the next pornographic picture? The chat interface of the survival game is still exciting. No need to worry about being blocked, beauties, anymore. More saved, coming out. Thank you for the invitation. From today on, stop rushing. Day 0. Under the highly tense situation, the appearance of a pornographic picture naturally made many people excited. Soon, the survivor who sent the pornographic picture continued to speak. Wow, that was my photo just now. I heard that everyone in the Scarlet Land is in the same map. As long as any brother lends me some equipment, when I go to the Scarlet Land, I can provide you with any posture you want. It seems that the girl was also under great pressure and wanted to use this method to pass the border test. However, after seeing the girl's words, the excited crowd all changed the topic. Just kidding, many people are currently having a headache about this border test. If you lend your equipment to others, the probability of passing it will be even lower. You know, in the survival game, if you lend something to someone and they don't return it to you, you don't even know where to cry. Whether the other party can return the item depends on their conscience. In this kind of survival game, everyone is in danger, so who can trust others? Even if they were good friends in the real world, they may not dare to lend things to each other in this survival world. Therefore, the plan of the female survivor to borrow equipment was naturally ruined. Yifeng took a quick look at the content of the chat record. There was no useful information, so he turned it off directly. Tomorrow is the 21st day, and I can get new hex deck enhancements again. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a little excited. After getting the 4th hex deck enhancement, I will use the S-level trial scroll. I wonder what kind of treasure I can get. Thinking of this, Yifeng prepared to go to bed early. The originally wide soft bed is now more and more crowded. LeBlanc, Leona, Morgana and Yifeng. For people in the bed, it must be a bloody storm. Luckily, Yifeng doesn't like local snacks, otherwise this bed may be overwhelmed. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully surviving to the 21st day. Daily gold coins have been issued. Ding! A new hex deck enhancement will be drawn for the host. Here it comes. The 4th hex deck enhancement. It's finally here. Drawing completed. This hex deck enhancement. Hedge fund. Hedge fund. Your maximum interest is increased to 10. Get 25 gold coins. Oh my god. Hearing this prompt, Yifeng, who was still sleeping on the bed, pushed LeBlanc away and sat up excitedly. Good stuff. Absolutely good stuff. This is a hedge fund. With it, you can get more gold coins every day. Not only that, the previous hex deck enhancement investment strategy. Every 1 point of interest can increase the health of the chess piece by 5 points. This can directly increase the health by 50 points every day. 10 days, everyone will be crazy, and after a month, everyone will become tanks. In addition, the extra 25 gold coins are not so much for Yifeng now. The 3 barracks are all 3 crowns of manpower pillars, providing 27 gold coins every day, 7 gold coins of interest, and 10 gold coins guaranteed every day. Now Yifeng's daily gold coin income is 44. Not only that, crowns and gold collectors have the opportunity to drop extra gold coins, and the daily gold coins are far more than this number. The most important thing is that the God-given ergot has a fixed 10 treasure chests every day, and a lot of gold coins can be opened. The level has reached level 5, and there is finally a 2% probability of a 4-cost barracks in the daily refresh barracks. The probability of a 3-cost barracks is 20%. The probability of a 2-cost barracks is 33%, and the probability of a 1-cost barracks has dropped to 45%. Yifeng opened the interface. 5 barracks, 1 blue, 3 green and 1 white. It seems that there is no 4-cost barracks card. Yifeng currently has 139 gold coins. Because of the existence of the hedge fund, he must leave 100 gold coins every day in the future. Yifeng was not in a hurry to use up all the gold coins, and walked out of the base room with his waist supported. Wait and see if there are wolfberries, oysters, and the like in the exploded supplies. Not long after Yifeng walked out, Morgana, Leona, and LeBlanc came out of the room dressed neatly. Looking at the 3 women dressed neatly, Yifeng couldn't help but think of the madness of last night. Originally thought that I was very good, but in practice I found that it was still a bit difficult to fight 1 against 3. A new day. Start with taking the God-given ergot to finish brushing 10 treasure chests. Taking Darius and ergot out, Yifeng arranged several intelligent chess pieces to carry some chess pieces, and go out to brush all the goblins in the forest base first. Today's luck is good. 10 treasure chests. 9 treasure chests have 3 gold coins, and only 1 treasure chest has the basic equipment giant belt. For Yifeng, who has the hex enhancement of war treasure, the probability of basic equipment appearing in the treasure chest of God-given ergot is naturally as low as possible. Leona, who carries the gold collector, was arranged in Beast's team. Not long after, Yifeng received the reminder sound of gold collector obtaining gold coins. Not bad, not bad. Yifeng returned to the base with satisfaction, and now his gold coins have reached 168 directly. 68 gold coins can be used, and woohoo takes off. 68 gold coins. If all levels are upgraded, it can increase the time for the base to upgrade to level 6 by 17 days. At this speed, it only takes a few days to reach the level 6 base. But Yifeng did not choose to do so, and prepared to develop a balanced development between increasing combat power and upgrading levels. Looking at the full gold coins, Yifeng began to plan how to use the gold coins today. Chapter 135. First, using 40 gold coins, Yifeng increased the time required to upgrade the base by 10 days. With the remaining 28 gold coins, Yifeng first added 4 Renatas, consuming 8 gold coins. As a somewhat useful auxiliary to increase shields, Renata naturally needs more to play a better effect. With the remaining 20 gold coins, Yifeng added 4 more enchantresses. At present, there are enough Darius in the front row, but the output in the back row needs to be supplemented. The trial portal was refreshed again today. Yifeng looked at the current number of his barracks, and was full of pride. After brushing all the monsters in the forest base, it's time to set off the trial portal. I don't know what level of trial it is for the free number of refreshes today. The chess piece was sent out to hunt, and has not returned yet, so Yifeng is not in a hurry, but is ready to see what level the trial portal has a free refresh opportunity. A-level trial. Not bad, not bad. The reward for the last A-level trial was a random light equipment. And with Yifeng's current strength, the A-level trial is almost not too difficult for him. Yifeng even wanted to apply to the survival game to arrange a one-click sweep for himself. While waiting, Yifeng opened the chat interface, and it happened that many people were talking about the trial portal. Has anyone opened a high-level trial? Why is my trial always D-level or E-level? I don't know. I'm also curious about this question. The highest I've seen so far is C-level. I took a lot of effort to get it. The reward is good, a random or an artifact, but it's a bit labor-intensive. My buddy almost lost the whole army. Ha ha ha, the highest level I've encountered so far is D-level, but I'm a noob, and D-level monsters are almost killing me. The damage of these monsters is a bit too outrageous. Everyone is sharing the situation of their trial tasks in the trial portal. Yifeng looked at the chat information above, and it seemed that no survivor had spawned a B-level or higher trial task so far. The highest is C-level, and the C-level trial has made these survivors complain. Yifeng continued to watch everyone chatting, and through everyone's chat, Yifeng had a guess about the level of the trial tasks in the trial portal. The level of the tasks refreshed by most survivors is almost matched with their strength. Occasionally, the difficulty will be slightly beyond the difficulty that the survivors can currently solve, and it is possible to pass it by using magic scrolls and making greater sacrifices. In other words, the level of the trial task is likely to be given according to the strength of the survivors. A weak survivor is absolutely impossible to get a high difficulty trial task. Similarly, a strong survivor will not refresh to the lowest level E-level task. Therefore, according to the system's evaluation, Yifeng's strength can cope with the A-level trial, so he refreshed the A-level trial again. Then the S level above the A level may require Yifeng to work harder. Maybe I should make more preparations. Thinking of this, Yifeng directly set his acquisition information on the chat interface. Acquire various magic scrolls that increase the attributes of chess pieces. You can trade them with other magic scrolls. If the magic scroll is good enough, I can also trade it with basic equipment. Some friends can bring the scroll effects and requirements to talk about it. As soon as Yifeng's message was released, it attracted a lot of onlookers. After the War Zone challenge, Yifeng's combat power has been known to everyone. With Yifeng's strength, he is far stronger than all the survivors. Everyone is not at the same level. If we compare everyone to primitive people in the Stone Age, then Yifeng is already a cavalryman in the Iron Age, and can enter and exit the survival game as if no one is around. But now Yifeng is actually buying all kinds of magic scrolls for enhancements, and even taking out basic equipment for trading. You know, no matter how powerful the magic scroll is, it is only a disposable item, while basic equipment is a real improvement. Yifeng is actually willing to exchange basic equipment for magic scrolls. Oh my god, you're trading all your basic equipment? Boss, are you fully equipped? Turtle, boss Yifeng, what boss are you going to fight? With your strength, do you still need to buy various buff scrolls? Are you going to push forward all the way? Boss, can I really trade with equipment? I have a charging magic scroll here, which is absolutely good stuff. Can you trade it with me for the giant belt? You still want the giant belt? How powerful is your magic scroll? It's a must-have for making a sunfire cape. Boss, is it true? I have a design of a magic scroll here. Can you see if it can be exchanged for equipment? I killed a boss in an E-level stronghold, and this thing was dropped for me. Soon, Yifeng received various private messages. Among the many private messages, Yifeng found a lot of good things. Intermediate Group Magic Power Amplification Magic Scroll, rechargeable after use. 20 chess pieces can gain 30 points of additional magic power, which lasts for 1 hour. Recharge times. February 3rd, this is the magic scroll that you want to exchange for the giant belt. It can provide 30 points of spell strength to the chess piece, and it can be continuously recharged, restoring 1 point every day, up to 3 points. With the effect of this equipment, it is definitely not worth a basic equipment. However, Yifeng really does not lack basic equipment now, and the equipment slots are full, so he can't put in new equipment. Therefore, exchanging equipment for buff scrolls to improve strength is a good choice for Yifeng. This deal was done directly. The moment he got the giant belt, the survivor who traded with Yifeng was in a state of ecstasy. He originally talked to Yifeng with a teasing attitude, and was prepared to be rejected. He would also be satisfied if he could exchange some other props from Yifeng at that time. After all, he didn't have a single burning equipment at present, and he hadn't even passed the border trial. This made him very scared, but he was really going to be wiped out. However, after getting the giant belt, he finally felt relieved. Combined with the chain mail, he finally synthesized the Sunfire Cloak. Next, just collect as many magic scrolls as possible to restore and increase defense. When the time comes, fight with the boss to consume more blood. Even if you sacrifice some chess pieces, you must pass the border trial. In addition, Yifeng got a lot of other magic scrolls with various effects. There are low-level magic scrolls that increase the fixed health value by 100 points, magic scrolls that increase the attack power by 20 points, and even magic scrolls that increase the critical hit rate of chess pieces. However, most of these scrolls are low-level magic scrolls. After collecting, his chess pieces finally return to the base with the troops. The monster hunting outside the forest base is completed. Then it's time to activate the trial portal and set off. Chapter 136. After making preparations, Yifeng decided to solve the A-level trial mission of the trial portal first. If nothing unexpected happens, the A-level trial mission will not be too difficult for Yifeng to handle. After opening the trial portal, a light curtain appeared, and Yifeng walked behind the light curtain with a bunch of chess pieces. Now Yifeng is obviously stronger than the first time he went to the A-level trial. Darius, who has more than 8,000 HP, has been strengthened by 2 Hextech enhancements, Golden Cookware and Investment Strategy, after a night, and has increased his HP by more than 200 points. Now Darius's HP is about 8,300 points. 150 Dariuses are a wall that many monsters cannot cross. Among the back row output, there are 50 physical output Draven with Sheep Knife, Infinity and Giant Kill. The output is very violent. The back row LeBlanc, Malzahar and Urgot are all equipped with expanded equipment slots, and the output is even more powerful. 5 Renatas, although not many. But their skills can also provide some shields for the front row. If the monsters inside have skills to increase shields, don't worry, Morgana's skill Tortured Soul can reduce the enemy's shield efficiency by 50%. Fully armed, Yifeng landed, and came to the A-level trial area. This time, the area actually appeared in the mountains. If he didn't look up and see the scarlet sun hanging in the sky, Yifeng might have suspected that he had come to another place. In the mountains? I don't know what the A-level monster this time is. Although we are in the mountains here do not have lush vegetation, but are instead a desolate mountain area. If the green on the earth is compared to the fur of the earth, then from a distance, the entire mountain range seems to have been ripped off by someone, revealing the naked flesh and blood. The view is very wide, and Yifeng ordered the chess pieces to disperse and prepare for battle. After dispersing, Yifeng took out a recliner and laid down directly on the spot. Anyway, the monster will come out on its own initiative. Just wait for the chess pieces to play. This is an A-level trial, and Yifeng's posture is completely like a vacation. If other survivors see it, they will definitely scold Yifeng. This is an A-level trial. You should be serious. In a few minutes, Yifeng's chess pieces dispersed, and the back row of chess pieces also separated into several square formations. Boom boom boom. The earth shook, and some rocks on the hillside rolled down to the bottom of the slope under the violent vibration. There were even a few boulders that brushed past Yifeng's body. Although in the survival game, no monster can cause harm to the survivors before all of their own chess pieces are dead, Yifeng dare not gamble whether these rolling stones and other damage can be protected by the survival game. Before he could recover from the shock, dust was flying in front of him, and the yellow mud blocked his sight. In the dust, it seemed that some monster was approaching this side, but the sight was blocked, and he could not see clearly what it was. A gust of wind suddenly blew, and the surrounding dust was finally blown away, revealing the true appearance of the monster inside. It was a giant snake. The scales on the whole body reflected the dark luster like ink, and the body was more than 20 meters long. The snake head looked directly at Yifeng, and the scarlet snake tongue trembled in the air, which looked creepy. The giant snake's pair of fangs, with a white light, can clearly carve Yifeng's appearance on them. The moment the giant snake appeared, the front row of chess pieces rushed up instantly and surrounded the giant snake. The back row of chess pieces also started instantly, and attacked the giant snake. The attack of the giant snake surprised Yifeng a little. Purple poisonous mist came out of the giant snake's body, covering itself, and the front row of chess pieces all entered the poisonous mist. The poisonous mist has continuous damage to all chess pieces. And the damage does not seem to be low. Darius drops more than 300 points of horrible damage per second. Of course, this terrible damage is only for other survivors. For Yifeng's Darius, this little damage? It can't catch up with the health points restored by Darius's 2 equipment per second. There is no pressure at all. In addition, the giant snake keeps rolling its body. Every time he rolled over, mini Darius would be stunned and cause about 500 points of damage. Such damage was not necessarily resistant to many survivors. In a few seconds, Urgot in the back row released his first skill. The huge wave hit the giant snake directly, causing it to be stunned. In just 1 minute, LeBlanc and Malzahar, equipped with a sheath knife, finally increased their attack speed to the maximum value of 5.0. Malzahar's hands kept waving, and his hand speed was so fast that phantoms appeared. Every 1 second or so, a mechanical door appeared, causing huge damage to the giant snake. In addition, LeBlanc swung the staff in his hand so fast that afterimages appeared. Every time a skill is released, the magic power of the chess piece is increased. This is the effect of abnormal mutation. If the battle continues, this abnormal mutation is undoubtedly the most practical mutation. The battle lasted only 2.5 minutes, and the giant snake died in the northwest. Picking up the crystal stone on the ground, Yifeng did not want to explore the surroundings. After all, he was about to be teleported back. However, Yifeng still looked at the distance of the mountains. There seemed to be a small black dot in the distance, which looked like a building. Without giving Yifeng much time to think, he was teleported back to the base. A level trial task completed. Rewards issued. This reward is a random light equipment. Do you want to claim it now? Claim it. Must claim it. How can I not claim it? Catch it now. As Yifeng finished speaking, countless icons of light equipment flashed in front of him. Congratulations to the survivor for obtaining light equipment. Sunlight Cloak. It was an equipment that looked almost identical to the Sunfire Cloak, except that there was a layer of gold on the outside of the equipment. Compared with Sunfire Cape, this equipment is only 1 word different, but the effect difference is huge. Sunlight Cape. Add 40 armor and 450 health. Special effect. Gain 12% maximum health, and apply 2% burning effect and 33% severe injury effect for 30 seconds to an enemy within 3 meters every second. Compared with the original version, the attributes of the light equipment version have 20 more armor and 300 more health points, and the additional maximum health has also increased by 4%. And the burning effect has been directly increased from 1% to 2%. Directly took the Sunfire Cape off the Darius barracks, and Yifeng equipped the Sunlight Cape. Darius's health directly soared to 9,300 points. There is only a difference of 700 blood points from the 10,000 blood monster. After changing the equipment, Yifeng took out a bunch of magic scrolls, put them in a box and dragged them, then took out the rewarded S-level trial scroll and opened the S-level trial. It's time to give the S-level trial boss a little shock. Chapter 137. After entering the S-level trial, Yifeng felt a different atmosphere in the air. Of course, this atmosphere was only Yifeng's own feeling. This time, the place was a wilderness, with red grass several centimeters long all over the ground. At a glance, it seemed as if the whole world was a scarlet ocean. The wind blew, and the grass swayed slightly, making the place look even more weird. Yifeng placed the box in his hand on the ground, which contained dozens of magic scrolls. The boss hadn't come out yet, but Yifeng started to act directly. Intermediate Group Magic Power Amplification Magic Scroll, rechargeable after use. 20 chess pieces can gain 30 points of extra magic power, which lasts for 1 hour. Recharge times 2/3, a total of 2 charges. Yifeng used them all in one breath, adding 30 points of extra spell power to 20 LeBlanc and 20 Malzahar. Low-level group attack boosting magic scroll. After use, it can increase the attack power of 20 chess pieces by 20 points, which lasts for 1 hour. Yifeng tore open 3 copies of this scroll in one breath, allowing all 50 Draven to increase their attack power by 20 points. In addition, the remaining 10 places were given to Darius. Low-level group fixed life boosting magic scroll. After use, it can make 20 chess pieces gain 100 extra life points, which lasts for 1 hour. Yifeng used 8 of this magic scroll in one breath, and buffed all the Darius in the front row, making Darius 1 step closer to the goal of 10,000 health. Advanced Life Magic Scroll. After use, it can allow 100 chess pieces to gain 10% extra life points, and the effect lasts for 30 minutes for Darius. This thing can directly increase the life points by more than 500. Yifeng exchanged dozens of them, and buffed all 150 Darius. After this wave of buff, Darius's HP finally reached 5 digits. Then came low-level group damage amplification scroll, low-level group armor scroll, low-level group magic resistance scroll. A large number of magic scrolls. Yifeng used them one by one on the chess pieces, like a monkey show. When the poisonous milk powder players saw the scene, they all praised Yifeng's monkey show for being so stable. After a few minutes of monkey show, when Yifeng finished the monkey show, the strength of the main combat chess pieces was greatly improved again. After Yifeng finished the monkey show, the ground tore apart. It tore apart a huge gully that was 100 meters long and more than 10 meters wide. The gully was bottomless, and looking down, it seemed to lead directly to the underworld. Soon, a roar came from the gully. A gust of wind blew out of the gully, blowing Yifeng's face like a knife. Yifeng retreated and arranged the chess pieces to prepare for battle. This is an S-level trial, the most difficult trial task. Although we have made sufficient preparations, it is still better to be careful. Soon, there was a roar, like a thunderbolt, and something rushed out of the gully. Get ready to fight. Yifeng gave an order, and all the chess pieces were ready for battle. Soon, the monster in the gully flew into the sky and rushed out of the ground. Yifeng then saw the appearance of the monster clearly. It turned out to be a monster wearing armor and looking like a human. However, after a closer look, he found something wrong. The body of this monster was more than 3 meters tall, and after rushing out of the gully, the body became larger and larger, gradually turning into a giant more than 30 meters tall. The head of this armored monster looked exactly the same as the Yiksha monster encountered in the cave before. Wearing armor, it held an oval shield in its left hand, and a huge knight's lance in its right hand. After rushing out, the giant-like monster did not directly attack Yifeng's chess piece, but roared, as if venting its emotions. The monster's roar carried sonic damage, although not high, but it also caused dozens of points of damage to the chess pieces that were close. After roaring, the giant Yiksha knight monster finally looked at Yifeng. His eyes swept across the chess pieces without stopping for too long. But when it saw Yifeng, an angry look appeared in its eyes, as if it had met an enemy. It roared, saying words that Yifeng could not understand at all. I don't know what it means. It raised the knight's lance in its hand, looked at the nearest Darius, swung the lance, and launched an attack. With the swung of the lance, a scarlet gun gas shot out from the weapon in its hand, directly sweeping across a large area of Darius. Minus 600. This damage is not high. Darius's armor and magic resistance, with the blessing of Anbisa's diplomat bond and a large number of magic scrolls, have reached about 180 points. Its own reduction of physical damage and magic damage has reached 64%, and it only receives 36% damage. Adding the 30% damage reduction of the supervision bond, this is the reason why it only hits 600 points of damage. In other words, the damage value of this Yiksha Knight monster, if it swings casually, should be around 3,000 points. With such damage, if it weren't for Yifeng, the chess pieces of other survivors would probably be killed instantly. Seeing that his attack didn't work, the Yiksha Knight monster showed a look of surprise on his face, as if he didn't believe that his attack only caused such a little damage. But no matter what he thought, Yifeng's chess piece also launched an attack. Draven's flying axe hit the Yiksha Knight monster, but was blocked by the armor, causing only about 100 points of damage. Obsidian Cutter special effect is invalid for this monster. Sunlight Cloak special effect is invalid for this monster. Crown of Embers special effect is invalid for this monster. Murillo's Secret Book special effect is invalid for this monster. Abnormal Mutation Frost Touch is invalid for this monster. A series of prompt sounds suddenly sounded, and all the equipment special effects that added negative buff to the monster were invalid. Fuck, this is the S-level trial? Can only rely on hard damage to kill? Yifeng complained, but did not retreat. Malzahar's infection effect was also ineffective, and could only cause fixed damage to this monster. Draven's flying axe hit the monster, causing only more than 80 points of damage. LeBlanc and Malzahar's skills hit it, and the knight's armor lit up, as if it absorbed the magic damage, causing only more than 200 points of damage. It seems that all hope can only rely on God's ergot. A huge wave appeared, and at the moment of seeing the huge wave, the face of the Yiksha Knight monster actually showed a look of resentment. 2 waves hit the monster, each causing 100,000 damage. God's ergot's skill has reached the upper limit of damage to monsters. No, buddy, 5% of the magic damage can also be reduced to a fixed damage of 100,000. It seems that this is a tough battle. Chapter 138. The attack method of this Yiksha Night monster is very simple. It just uses the spear in its hand to wave out scarlet light to attack the chess pieces. Although the damage is not bad, Yifeng's chess pieces are also very powerful, so there is no pressure. However, when the God-given ergot took action, this monster changed. The eyes of this Yiksha Night monster passed through the layers of chess pieces, and finally pointed directly at the God-given ergot. It roared, and the spear in its hand lit up with scarlet light, and the light became stronger and stronger, as if it was accumulating power to burst out the most powerful attack. Although it is unknown what big move this monster is preparing to accumulate, it is always right to continue to output. For a full 10 seconds, the light of the spear in the monster's hand was as dazzling as the sun, and people dared not look directly at it. The next moment, the big move it had prepared for 10 seconds was finally launched. The spear pointed directly at the God-given ergot, and a scarlet laser shot out from the tip of the spear, rushing directly towards the God-given ergot. Minus 10,068. This attack directly destroyed a God-given ergot, who couldn't be deader. Damn, this ultimate is so damaging? Among Yifeng's chess pieces, perhaps only Darius can withstand such damage with the damage reduction of supervision. However, such an ultimate, the result is a single-shot kill. How much hatred does this have for God-given ergot? Brother, ergot is ugly, but you shouldn't be so cruel to him. Yifeng couldn't understand. The ultimates of general bosses are all kinds of devastating AoE. As a result, this boss held back a big move just to kill an ergot instantly? This is unreasonable. However, after seeing the God-given ergot, the monster's expression was indeed a little strange, as if it had seen a life-and-death feud. After seeing the death of one of the God-given ergot, the Yiksha monster showed a cruel smile on his face. But this smile looked a little chilling. After releasing a big move, the monster seemed to have drained some of its physical strength, and stopped in place without moving, allowing Yifeng's many chess pieces to attack it. It took a full half-minute for the monster to recover and continue to move. Although it does not eat various abnormal attributes, LeBlanc's abnormal mutation can add spell strength to the whole team every time she releases a skill. Now LeBlanc's damage has been getting higher and higher. After the monster recovered, it charged again and prepared to repeat the old trick. After 10 seconds of charging time, the skill was used again, and this time the target was the God-given ergot again. Yifeng really understood it now. This guy really has a grudge against God-given ergot. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, LeBlanc's magic training plus Archangel staff have already increased the spell strength to a very exaggerated value. Now Malzahar and LeBlanc's damage can cause more than 30,000 damage each time, and the release speed is extremely fast. This Yiksha Night monster can't withstand LeBlanc's attack at all. Finally, after another round of Fate Chain attacks from LeBlanc, this Yiksha Night monster finally couldn't hold on, and fell down. The monster's body collapsed and fell to the ground, smashing up a pile of mud on the ground. Slowly, the body of the monster shrank, and eventually returned to its normal size. Soon, the body of the monster disappeared bit by bit like winter snow meeting the scorching sun. In the end, only one crystal stone remained on the ground. However, what surprised Yifeng was that the armor and the spear in the hands of the Yiksha Night monster were all left, and did not disappear. Obtained special item, Armor of the King's Knight's Will. Obtained special item, Spear of the King's Knight's Will. Obtained special item, King's Knight's Yiksha Crystal Stone. 3 voices explain the names of these 3 items to Yifeng. As for the effect and how to use it, we can only wait and see in the future. S-level trial mission completed. Rewards issued. This reward is 2 random emblems, and 1 random crown. Do you want to claim it now? Yifeng, who returned to the base, could not help but shout with excitement when hearing this reward. It's flying. I thought that the A-level trial would give me a random light equipment, and the S-level trial would most likely give me a random emblem. Unexpectedly, the benefits far exceeded my imagination. 2 random emblems plus a random crown. This is 3 times more than the expected reward. The population can be increased again. If the 2 emblems are given well, then for Yifeng's chess pieces, it will be another huge increase. Come and claim it now. Congratulations to the survivor for getting the Prophet emblem. Congratulations to the survivor for getting the Alchemist Baron emblem. Congratulations to the survivor for getting the Golden Shovel crown. Hearing these 3 prompts, Yifeng himself suspected that he had heard it wrong. No, buddy, what is this? It's not because the reward is too bad, but because the reward is too good. It's so good that Yifeng can't believe it. Is this dealer his own son? Prophet emblem needs to be synthesized with Golden Pot and Tears of the Goddess. Currently, Yifeng's lineup already has Morgana, Vigus, Rel, Renata, and Malzahar as Prophet pieces. The Prophet's bond is 2, 4, and 6 respectively, and after reaching 6 Prophet, the bond effect not only increases mana, but also allows the Prophet's skills to have a healing effect. The skill will heal a friendly soldier, and the amount is equivalent to 16% of the damage caused by the skill. In other words, now all of Yi Feng's Prophet pieces are equivalent to having the effect of a tech gun. This first random emblem is simply a pillow for someone who is sleepy. The second emblem, Alchemy Baron emblem, if other people know about it, it is estimated that people will want to curse. Dude, it's open, right? In the Battle of the Golden Shovel, there are several emblems that cannot be synthesized at all. Whether it is the Golden Shovel or the Golden Pot, those emblems cannot be synthesized. Alchemy Baron emblem is one of them. Among Renata's 2 bonds, the other one is Alchemy Baron. 3 Alchemy Baron can activate the bond, stack the number of glimmer layers, obtain various rewards, and after the highest level, you can directly get Alchemy Baron's artifact High Dimension Heirloom. Renata adds the emblem, which means that you only need to gather one more Alchemy Baron bond chess piece to successfully activate the 3 Alchemy Baron bonds. And the third reward, Golden Shovel Crown, just solves the population problem. This reward can basically be said to be completely tailor-made for Yi Feng. If others know about it, they will definitely scold. If you are not a buddy, you are not even acting. Chapter 139. Speaking of high-dimensional heirloom, it is the ultimate dream of every player who plays the Alchemy Bond and is eliminated. High-dimensional heirloom. At 5000 HP it looks ordinary, just adding 5000 HP, nothing to be afraid of. But this equipment has a hidden attribute, that is, create a portable anomaly point, and summon a 3-star 5-cost chess piece every 3 seconds. 3 stars and 5 costs are almost a destructive existence. Playing the Alchemy Baron Bond to get high-dimensional heirloom is basically equivalent to winning the game. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are abstract talented players who want to come up with a wave of high-dimensional heirloom alone. However, such players will end up becoming opponents of Gotham Batman. In the game, 800 layers of glimmer are needed to take down high-dimensional heirloom. Take 3 Alchemy Baron as an example. Winning a game will get 15 points of glimmer, and losing more than 3 games in a row will increase 35 points of glimmer. If you want to get high-dimensional heirloom, 3 Alchemy Baron bonds are definitely not enough. Even if you die, you can't see the shadow of high-dimensional heirloom. I don't know if the way to get glimmer by Alchemy Baron bond will change in the survival game. Let's open the 3 Alchemy Baron bond first and see. The bonded chess pieces of Alchemy Baron are Singed, Renata, Rennie, Smithy, Hilko, and Sevika. Rennie and Smithy are both 3-cost chess pieces, and Yi Feng doesn't have them in his hand at the moment. Although he dropped some barracks fragments of 3-cost chess pieces before, it takes 30 fragments to synthesize, which is not enough. Hilko and Sevika, with 4 and 5-cost barracks, are no longer a problem. Then the most suitable chess piece is naturally Singed. For a 1-cost barracks, Yi Feng can gather all the fragments of Singed's barracks and recruit one on the spot. After taking out the fragments of Singed's barracks from his backpack, Yi Feng discovered that there were only 9 fragments, 1 missing. This is embarrassing. Yi Feng opened the chat interface and quickly posted a purchase message. Urgently collect a fragment of Singed's barracks, 5 magic scrolls in exchange. After Yi Feng sent the message, a large group of people came to Yi Feng and wanted to trade with him. A 1-cost chess piece's barracks fragment can be exchanged for 5 magic scrolls, which is definitely a good deal. Some survivors also reminded Yi Feng at this time. Yi Feng, you should want to form a sentinel bond, right? It's useless. Singed has been synthesized by everyone for a long time, and can't be upgraded to 3 stars. The combat power in the later stage will definitely be very poor. There is no need to change the lineup. All the 1-cost and 2-cost chess piece bonds have been announced, and many people have noticed a bond. That is the Sentinel Bond, for Sentinel Bonds can directly provide 75 points of armor and magic resistance to all Sentinel chess pieces in the team. This attribute improvement is enough to rival several finished equipment, paired with health and meat equipment such as Sunfire Cape, Brazier Armor, and Redemption. The combat power of the Sentinel chess piece can be maximized. The most important thing is that these chess pieces are 1-cost and 2-cost barracks, and it is not difficult to obtain them. And at present, everyone's base level is almost level 4, and there are exactly 4 barracks, which is simply the most perfect and suitable lineup. Therefore, after the chess piece bond was announced on the 20th, many survivors went crazy collecting the barracks fragments of these chess pieces. They wanted to change themselves to 4 Sentinel bonds. There are even some survivors who are relatively strong and want to spend all their money to get a 3-star barracks. However, everyone soon discovered a fact, which is still a fact that makes many people despair. The 3-star barracks of Singed and Aurelia are full, which means that the survivors behind can only reach 2 stars at most. The 2-star chess pieces with 4 sentinel bonds are quite strong, but they have lost the opportunity to further improve and will definitely not be able to continue to use them in the future. Although the person didn't know much about Yifeng's chess pieces, he guessed that they must have reached 3 stars. Now changing the 3-star chess pieces to 2 stars, even if the 4 sentinel bonds are opened, it may not necessarily improve the strength, and may even lead to a decline in one's own strength. This survivor won the first round in the War Zone Challenge yesterday. He did not pay attention to the chat interface afterwards, and was not very clear about the specific situation of Yifeng's chess pieces. Especially when the survival game announced the 1-cost and 2-cost barracks bond, and announced that the survivors who could not go to the Scarlet Land within 5 days would be wiped out. This made him even less interested in understanding these things, and he focused on studying how to match his chess pieces to improve his strength. After a day of hard work, his chess pieces went from having no bonds at the beginning to having a good bond now, and were also upgraded to 2 stars, which could deal with goblin monsters and ensure that his basic supplies were worry-free. But it is still difficult to pass the border trial. So he opened the chat interface to take a look, and as soon as he opened it, he happened to see Yifeng buying the fragments of Singed barracks at a high price, so he reminded him. Yifeng looked at the survivor who reminded him, and found that he could actually view the detailed speech of the other party. Is this the role of the highest authority in the war zone? Yifeng opened the information of the survivor, which recorded the basic information of the survivor, gender, age, and even the identity before crossing, and could also see all his historical speeches. This survivor is a middle-aged man in his 50s. He was a construction worker before crossing, and his name is also very common, Zhang Jingwu. Yifeng checked Zhang Jingwu's chat interface, and found that the other party was a very good person. In the early stage of the game, although he did not understand what the survival game meant, nor did he understand the meaning behind it, when he had extra supplies, he saw others in trouble and chose to help them kindly. In the previous few times when Yifeng was denounced, he also stood up and defended Yifeng, thinking that everyone should not speak ill of him, but should communicate well. Taking the acquisition of Golden Shovel as an example, this survivor defended Yifeng. Although Yifeng may have gained greater benefits, in everyone's eyes at the time, the Golden Shovel was useless garbage. You were all starving to death at the time. If Yifeng didn't trade food with you, would you still have the energy to denounce him? You all said that Yifeng knew about the chess piece bond, but didn't tell everyone. Although I support everyone helping each other in the survival game, even if he doesn't want to tell everyone, you shouldn't morally blackmail him. Looking at the survivor's speech, Yifeng felt that this uncle was a good person. He had a kind heart, but he was not the kind of person who morally blackmailed others with kindness. He would help as much as he could. Such people are very rare in the survival game, and he is a good person. Chapter 140. Thank you Uncle Zhang for reminding me. I know something about this. Yifeng thanked Zhang Jingwu, the middle-aged man who reminded him. The other party also said happily that it was no big deal, and that everyone should help each other. Yifeng found that he had unlocked the email function, and could mail things directly to others. After checking the situation of Zhang Jingwu's barracks and equipment, Yifeng directly mailed a piece of equipment to him. Sunfire Cape, with this equipment, this survivor has a greater chance of passing the border trial. Ah? How can there be emails in a survival game? After Yifeng sent the Sunfire Cape directly to Zhang Jingwu by email, the other party received a prompt, and was very surprised. Because the prompt Zhang Jingwu received was, Warzone Administrator Yifeng has sent you an email. Do you want to receive it now? Zhang Jingwu posted the situation, and he was in a trance. It was not that he wanted to expose the information, but that as a middle-aged man, he could not help but ask everyone when he encountered something he had never seen before. What is this email? And why does the survival game prompt that Yifeng is the war zone administrator? At first, many people did not believe Zhang Jingwu's words, and some even mocked him. Uncle, you don't have to be so exaggerated if you want to lick Yifeng's feet. Remind people again, and fabricate some emails to promote. That's right. Do you still want to say that Yifeng is not only powerful, but also very kind, and is willing to share some equipment with other survivors? Ha ha ha, it's been 3 weeks, and I have never heard of any email function. Do you think everyone is a 3-year-old child who is so easily deceived? The performance is too exaggerated. I will only give it 0 points. Everyone talked about it, and no one believed it. Yifeng did not explain too much, and directly replied to Zhang Jingwu, Uncle, you just need to pass the border trial as soon as possible. Seeing Yifeng bubbling, some people couldn't help but mock. Brother, what kind of double act is this? It's so funny. singing in unison. It's totally funny. Yi Feng ignored these people, and after receiving the fragments of Singed Barracks, he directly closed the chat interface. He helped Zhang Jingguo just for the sake of convenience, and he didn't expect any reward. As for what others think, it has nothing to do with him. After getting the fragments of Singed Barracks, Yi Feng couldn't wait to put together 3 alchemy baron bonds to see how it works. 10 Singed Barracks fragments were synthesized into a complete Singed Barracks builder. Since it was just for the purpose of putting together the bonds, 1 star was enough. After building the Singed Barracks, Yi Feng recruited as Singed. Then he threw Prophet's Emblem and Golden Shovel Crown on Singed. However, Alchemy Baron Emblem cannot be equipped directly. After all, it is an Alchemy Baron bound chess piece and cannot be equipped with this emblem. After looking around, Yi Feng simply dismantled the barracks equipment of Amumu and Singed, and installed the 3 crowns on Amumu on Singed. And Amumu hung all 3 rewards of this S-level trial on the barracks. Prophet's Emblem, Alchemy Baron Emblem, Golden Shovel Crown. These 3 pieces of equipment fell on Amumu's barracks, and Singed became the new 3 crowns manpower pillar. Now, the bond of 6 prophets and 3 alchemist barons is complete. 6 prophet, Morgana, Vigor, Renata, Rel, Malzahar, Amumu. When gaining mana, gain an additional 75% mana, and 16% of skill damage will heal a friendly chess piece. This effect is most obvious for Malzahar. The effect of Spear of Shajin's basic attack on mana is almost increased to 9 points. Plus the basic attack itself restores mana, the efficiency is faster. And the 2 common skills of Hextech Gun and 6 Prophets can damage and heal teammates. As long as they are not the kind of monsters that can make Malzahar's infection invalid, holding on for the first few minutes can almost make Malzahar the strongest nanny. 3 Alchemist Barons. Singed, Amumu, Renata. In the game, you need to go on a losing streak to get more alchemy layers. However, the survival game does not have the concept of winning and losing streaks, and Yi Feng is also a little curious about how to trigger the Alchemist Baron bond. Although the survival game has announced all the bond names of the 1-cost and 2-cost chess pieces, these are just the bond names. As for the specific attributes of the bond, it is not clearly stated. Maybe I should ask others if anyone has put together a 3-cost Alchemist Baron bond, and exchange equipment for a group of information. Without the emblem, if you want to put together a 3-cost Alchemist bond, you must have a 3-cost chess piece, that is, you have to wait until the base is at least level 4, with a 15% chance of spawning a 3-cost Alchemist Baron barracks, and you just happen to have gathered the previous Renata and Singed. 1 piece of any scattered equipment in exchange for the detailed data of the Alchemist Baron bond. Survivors who have put together can privately chat with me. Yi Feng popped up again, surprising everyone. When Yi Feng bought the fragments of Singed's barracks, everyone thought he was going for the Sentinel bond, but he never thought that he was going for the Alchemist Baron bond. Among the chess pieces currently announced, only Renata and Singed are Alchemist Barons. And some people tried to put together the bond of these 2 chess pieces, but found that 2 Alchemist Barons had no effect at all. To activate the Alchemist Baron bond, you must need a more expensive 3-cost barracks. But even if you reach the 4th level base, the probability of a 3-cost barracks appearing is not high enough, and it takes a full 15 gold coins to buy it. It takes 3 gold coins to recruit a chess piece. Will anyone really buy a 3-cost barracks to build at this stage? If you don't know the bond, once there is no bond to put together, the high gold coins will not be as good as the combat power of the low-cost chess pieces to put together the bond. Yi Feng's lineup is already very strong, and everyone knows how exaggerated his combat power is, but now Yi Feng is actually asking about the Alchemist Baron bond effect. Could it be that this bond is more powerful than Yi Feng's current bond? Some people were moved and silently wrote this down. Perhaps in the future, they can also choose to switch to the Alchemist Baron bond. Even after hearing this news, some survivors looked at the 3-cost barracks that appeared on their barrack store interface and came up with a bold idea. Why not spend 15 gold coins to try? If you can activate the Alchemist Baron bond, it will definitely take off. Yi Feng never thought that his inquiry would actually give everyone so many ideas. At this time, Yi Feng saw that his private chat messages kept coming in, and he was ready to check one by one to see if he could get the detailed effects of the Alchemist Baron bond. Chapter 141. Boss, I know the effect of the Alchemist Baron bond. I only need 1 giant belt. Yi Feng casually opened a private message, and the other party came up and told Yi Feng straight to the point that he knew the effect of the Alchemist Baron bond. I'm lucky to receive the information so quickly, Yi Feng replied to the other party. Don't worry about me. Tell me the specific effect of the 3 Alchemist Baron bonds first. After confirming that it is correct, I will trade you the giant belt as agreed. Seeing Yi Feng reply to his message, the survivor Qin Feng laughed out loud. His chess piece was not an alchemist Baron Bond chess piece at all. He just wanted to fish in troubled waters, to try to trick Yi Feng into getting an equipment. After all, Yi Feng took out a piece of equipment to exchange for the details of this bond, so he must not know the attributes of this bond. As long as he fooled around and was not exposed, no one would know whether it was true or not, and he could get the equipment in Yi Feng's hand. As for offending people, Qin Feng was not afraid at all. No matter how strong Yi Feng was, could he still cross the space through the chat interface of the survival game to show his true self offline? Seeing Yi Feng reply to his message, Qin Feng's smile became even stronger. He seemed to see giant belt waving to him. Especially the term 3 alchemy barons revealed by Yi Feng in the chat, which made him more convinced that this bond only needed 3 chess pieces to activate. This time, Yi Feng revealed the only information he knew. He was still too young, but what he didn't know was that the reason why Yi Feng directly told the other party about the 3 alchemy baron bond was because he was very familiar with this bond, so he was confident to reveal some information. Since it was a 3 alchemy bond, then he could just make up a reliable scam. After some thought, Qin Feng excitedly made up a perfect story for himself. He had just entered the survival game, and used Singe to resist the early stage. After the base reached level 2, he did not choose to build a second barracks, but instead used soldiers to support the early stage. Later, after the base level reached level 3, he built the second barracks, Rel, and just happened to get a double sentinel bond. After the third barracks, he chose Renata in the back row, and accidentally activated the double profit bond. After reaching level 4, he tried to buy a 3-cost barracks Nunu and Will Lump. Directly put together 3 alchemist baron bonds. Qin Feng felt that the story he made up was perfect, and among the 3-cost barracks he had seen, the appearance of Nunu and Will Lump seemed to be a little strange. It must be another alchemist baron barracks. Yi Feng sneered when he heard this. I had forgotten that someone would make up false information to deceive me in order to get the equipment in my hand. Yi Feng blocked this person directly, and continued to open the second private chat message. And Qin Feng, who was originally going to continue to brag and send out a message, received a reminder that he had been blocked by Yi Feng. Qin Feng scratched his head in confusion and said to himself, "It's not scientific. Is there something wrong with my story? It doesn't make sense." Yi Feng started chatting with the second person, and found that his words were almost exactly the same as Qin Feng's before. So here comes another person who is fooling me. Just when Yi Feng was about to block this person mentioned another barracks of the alchemist baron bond, Ren and I. This time, I finally met a reliable person. Yi Feng continued to ask the other party, wanting to know the details of the bond. When the other party saw Yi Feng asking about the details of the bond, he suddenly started to talk about something else. Just kidding, how could he know the specific bond? He just wanted to trick Yi Feng into giving him the giant belt. Well, boss Yi Feng, this is my secret. I believe in you, so I am willing to tell you, but I hope you will give me the equipment first. Seeing this message, Yi Feng shook his head, knowing that this person was probably just fooling around, so he blocked him directly. Several people in a row were all talking nonsense. Finally, after chatting with more than 10 people in private, Yi Feng met a person who looked very reliable and was willing to tell Yi Feng about the alchemist baron bond. Alchemy, everyone knows it. This bond needs time to become stronger. Hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. It seems that this person really has gathered 3 alchemist baron bonds, but his next sentence immediately made Yi Feng's face darken. With this bond, you can slowly get golden shovel, golden pot and other props. This is alchemy. For the specific situation, big brother, give me giant belt first, and I will tell you. Puff, Yi Feng spit out a mouthful of coke. The alchemist baron bond can naturally produce golden shovel and golden pot equipment, which sounds very reasonable from the literal meaning. However, it's not reasonable at all. If I wasn't a time traveler, I might have been fooled by this bastard. Yi Feng was upset. If that was the case, don't blame me for opening the box. Survivor Luffy Ming, level 4, current chess pieces are 2-star Amumu, 2-star Darius, 1-star Fandel, 1-star Vladimir. Where did you get the alchemist baron bond? Yi Feng's message was sent, and Luffy Ming felt a chill on his back. How could Yi Feng know about his barracks? This is unscientific. Then, he was blocked by Yi Feng. The reason why he knew the situation of the other party's barracks was that Yi Feng directly used the highest authority in the war zone to query the basic information of every survivor, including the base level and barracks situation. Yi Feng didn't plan to use the box weapon before. After all, he felt that it was a bit bad. But so many people just wanted to cheat the equipment in his hands, which made Yifeng more and more unhappy and impatient. Now, before opening the private chat message, Yifeng took the lead in using the box weapon to see if the other party's barracks bond is the 3 alchemist barons. If not, they will be blocked. After reading all the private chats, not a single one is real. Yifeng wanted to curse at this moment. This group of people all expected him to be a sucker. Opening the chat interface, there are even people who tagged Yifeng, saying that they know the alchemist baron bond situation. Why Yifeng didn't reply to his private chat message. Looking at these words, Yifeng finally couldn't help it anymore. Wong XX, base level 4, current bond is Maddie, Strub, Set, Trundle, where did you get the alchemist baron? Lee XX, base level 4, bond Viol, Boom, Vandal, Amumu, I don't need to say anything else. Yifeng revealed the barracks situation of several people in a row, which immediately stunned everyone. Damn! Box. Chapter 142. Yifeng pointed out the specific situation to more than 10 survivors, who were trying to fish in troubled waters. Although they didn't know how he did it, everyone understood that it was almost impossible to fool Yifeng. Suddenly, Yifeng's private chat messages were no longer added. Yifeng looked at the empty private chat messages, and couldn't help sighing. It seems that the alchemist baron bond can only be known by trying it out tomorrow. I just don't know what the original losing streak to more glimmers will become. Just as Yifeng sighed, a new private message came. Hey, a new private message? This time, the person shouldn't be a liar again. Yifeng first opened the other party's message, and this time he was right. This buddy's barracks are singed, Renata, Riel, and Smith. This is really a complete 3 alchemist baron bond. This buddy is real. Yifeng happily opened the other party's private chat message. Boss, I don't need the equipment. I just need you to tell me the specific purpose of the glimmer layer. What is the use of it? I can tell you the situation of alchemist baron obtaining glimmer layers unconditionally, and tell you a hidden secret. The other party was not tempted by the scattered equipment proposed by Yifeng, but hoped that Yifeng could exchange some detailed information about glimmer layers with him. And the other party was able to directly reveal that alchemist baron's bond obtained glimmer layers, which was quite sincere. No problem, but the glimmer layer rewards I know may not be correct in this survival game. Just take it as a reference. If you are willing to listen, tell me the detailed bond of alchemist baron first. Regarding the hidden secret mentioned by the other party, Yifeng guessed that it should be the secret of obtaining additional layers of glimmer, that is, how to count as a losing streak in the survival game. After receiving Yifeng's affirmative answer, the survivor on the other side was very happy. He gathered the 3 alchemy baron bonds by chance, but so far, he has not found any special effects of this bond. These days, hunting the increasingly powerful goblins in the wild every day has made him lose several chess pieces every day, and his life is a bit uncomfortable. But he has been reluctant to change it. After all, the bond that requires 15 gold coins and a 3-cost barracks must not be garbage. After struggling for so many days, he finally couldn't help wanting to change the chess piece, but found in the chat interface that Yifeng was willing to take out any basic equipment to exchange for the specific situation of this bond. This made his eyes light up. Big boss Yifeng must know something. In the survival game, the most important thing is the bond between the chess pieces in the barracks. Only when the bond is well matched can the chess pieces become stronger, exert higher strength, and survive more easily in this survival game. Thinking of this, the survivor was overjoyed. What scattered equipment was not attractive to him at all. If Big Boss Yifeng was willing to tell him some information about this bond, he could give all the extra equipment to Yifeng after exchanging with each other. Anyway, he didn't have any extra equipment. After sending the message, the survivor began to wait anxiously for Yifeng's reply. When Yifeng saw the message sent by the other party, he was stunned. He really didn't expect such a losing streak. According to the other party, after he had 3 alchemy barons, he didn't think about it at first until he got the reminder sound of the survival game the next day. Activate the alchemy baron bond, get 10 more layers of glimmer. It was just such a simple reminder, and there was nothing else, and no reward. Just like Iron Blood Conqueror, he only received a reminder, but didn't know what the layers were for. Although he didn't know what the bond was for, the bond that couldn't be put together by the low-level barracks must have its advantages. But the combat power of the alchemy baron bond didn't improve at all. For several days in a row, he lost several chess pieces every day, and the reward he got was just a reminder sound every morning. Activate the alchemy baron bond, get 10 more layers of glimmer. Such a change made him almost want to dismantle all the barracks and replace them with other lineups. Even if he loses some gold coins now, it is better than losing money all the time. However, after 3 consecutive days of losses, he found a new change. Activate the Alchemist Baron bond, and if more than 5 Alchemist Baron chess pieces are killed every day for 3 consecutive days, the number of glimmer layers will be increased by 20. This time, the number of glimmer layers obtained has doubled. So far, a total of 50 glimmer layers have been obtained. This thing must be useful, but he has no idea how many layers are needed to be effective. Just when he was confused, he actually encountered Yi Feng using equipment to collect the Alchemist Baron bond. This made him feel like a drowning man grabbing the only straw, so he immediately chatted with Yi Feng privately. In order to know what the glimmer layers are used for, he even gave up what Yi Feng said about giving a random equipment, just asking for an answer. After reading the other party's explanation, Yi Feng was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the survival game would turn losing streak into losing more than 5 chess pieces every day. Even the cheap Basinge would need to invest 5 gold coins every day to have a chance to keep the Alchemist Baron's losing streak and obtain the glimmer. And in the game, the 3 Alchemist Barons can obtain 15 or 35 layers of glimmer, but the survival game actually castrated it to 10 and 20 layers. After the other party told Yi Feng everything he knew about the Alchemist Baron's bond, Yi Feng did not hide anything and directly told the other party what he knew about the Alchemist Baron glimmer reward. Brother, if my information is correct, you can get a reward for every 100 layers of glimmer, and the rewards will get better as time goes by. After reaching 100 layers of glimmer, you can choose to receive the reward or continue to stack glimmer. If you choose to continue to stack glimmer layers, the Alchemist Baron chess piece can get some maximum health compensation. That's the general situation. As for the equipment, you still have to give it. What basic equipment do you want? I should have extra here. Just tell me directly. After Yi Feng sent the message, he took another look at the name of the survivor, Tian Peng. After Tian Peng got Yi Feng's reminder, he immediately had a direction in his mind. He currently has 50 layers of glimmer. If he holds on for another 3 days, he can reach 110 layers of glimmer to see what the reward is. It can be regarded as a hope. If he didn't know the number of glimmer layers, he might have really given up. He had to lose 5 gold coins every day to get extra glimmers. This life was not a life for a human being. When he saw Yi Feng said that he could still ask for equipment, Tian Peng was a little excited. He wanted the information too much just now. Now the equipment is in front of him. If he really doesn't want it, then he will be in trouble for his life. Boss, give me a giant belt. Chapter 143. Are you going to get the giant belt again? Yi Feng shook his head. Since the 2 pieces of equipment, the Sunfire Cape and the Morello's Secret Codex, which have percentage burning, came out, the demand for the giant belt has been rising. Luckily, I have the War Treasure Hex Enhancement bonus, and there are enough basic equipment that have exploded. And the intelligent chess pieces can also help pick up the loot orbs, and hunt down all the goblins in the forest base every day, which is very profitable. Now there are still a lot of useless basic equipment left in the backpack, and I have hardly ever worried about basic equipment. Just when Yi Feng was about to double the amount of his backpack to give Tian Peng a giant belt, he suddenly found out that there were other equipment left, but the giant belt was really gone. This is so embarrassing. Just now I said that I should give what I should give, but the other party really asked for the giant belt, and I couldn't give it. Where is the face of my boss? With an embarrassed mood, Yi Feng replied to the other party. Brother, I found that the giant belt is really gone. I give you some other equipment. Tell me what other equipment you want. Seeing Yi Feng's reply, Tian Peng laughed at himself. I am still too naive. It is obvious that the other party is just being polite to me. After all, I said that I don't need equipment, and I just want Yi Feng to tell me what the number of glimmer layers is for. Now that I have obtained the information I want, I still want to get another piece of equipment. It's a bit too much to think. I think that Boss Yi Feng just said it casually, but I actually took it seriously. Thinking of this, Tian Peng closed the chat interface in disappointment. At least he knew that he could get the reward in 3 more days. Tian Peng comforted himself. Yi Feng looked at the basic equipment in his backpack. There were more than 30 pieces, but there was no giant belt. Since there was no giant belt, he should give the other party some other equipment. I don't know what else this brother needs besides the giant belt. After waiting for a long time, Yi Feng did not wait for the other party's reply. Even Yi Feng's several urgings were like a stone sinking into the sea without any response. What's wrong with this buddy? Seeing that the other party did not reply, Yi Feng decided to pick out the scattered equipment for him. There were 3 basic equipment in Total Storm Sword, Magic Resistance Cloak, Tears of the Goddess. Using his authority, Yi Feng directly mailed these 3 pieces of equipment to the other party, and attached a message. Brother, I don't know what equipment you need, but with the Storm Sword and the Magic Resistance Cloak, You can make a drain sword for Smithy. After doing all this, Yifeng finally relaxed and decided to take a rest by himself. On Tianping's side, just as he was about to go out hunting with his chess pieces, he suddenly heard a prompt. The War Zone Administrator Yifeng sent you an email. Do you want to receive it now? Ah? At this time, Tianping, like Zhang Jingguo before, was completely dumbfounded. What is this? Why does the survival game have an email function? And how did Yifeng become the so-called administrator? At this time, Tianping felt that there was a book of 100,000 whys in his mind, and he urgently wanted to find someone to tell him the answer. However, he was not answered. If you can't figure it out, then take the so-called email first. Congratulations to the survivor for receiving the email and getting the storm sword. Congratulations to the survivor for receiving the email and getting the magic resistance cloak. Congratulations to the survivor for receiving the email and getting the goddess's tears. 3 prompt sounds in a row shocked Tianping. Ah, just got 3 basic equipment like this? Then, the survival game continued to broadcast. Manager Yifeng left a message. Brother, why don't you reply to my message suddenly? I really don't have the giant belt anymore. I don't know what you are missing, so I picked 3 pieces for you. After hearing this message, Tianping felt his face turn red, and his heart was full of embarrassment and guilt. If it weren't for the fact that he was the only one in the base, Tianping estimated that he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into on the spot. His behavior was simply to judge others by his own meanness. Boss Yifeng really just didn't have the giant belt. If he really didn't want to give it to me, why would he mail me 3 basic equipment? Looking at the 3 extra equipment in the backpack, Tianping was full of sighs. I got a great bargain this time. 3 basic equipment, the value is far greater than 1 giant belt. From the intelligence point of view, the 2 of them exchanged information, and neither of them suffered a loss. It can even be said that Tianping made a big profit. After all, as long as Yifeng put together 3 alchemy baron bonds, he would sooner or later find out the information about the number of layers of glimmer. And if Boss Yifeng hadn't told me that I could get the reward with 100 layers of glimmer, I would probably be completely panicked. In this transaction, I got a great deal. Thinking of this, Tianping hurriedly wanted to contact Yifeng to return the basic equipment. 1 piece was enough for him. If there were more, he would really feel unworthy. However, at this time, Yifeng also closed the chat interface and did not notice Tianping's private chat at all. Seeing that Yifeng did not reply to him, and even did not respond to his transaction request, Tianping looked up at the sky and sighed silently. This is the boss. He didn't show off after giving me the equipment. He was afraid that I would return the equipment and didn't reply to my private message. It turns out that I can't reach the level of the boss. Not only is he strong, but he is also so nice. Speaking of this, Tianping had a desire to share. He wanted to tell other survivors about the goodness of Yifeng, so that everyone would know that Yifeng was actually a good person, not as bad as everyone imagined. Soon, when Tianping told the other survivors in the chat interface about the situation, what he expected did not happen. Instead, a group of survivors regarded Tianping as a water army to build up Yifeng's image. Dude, you are fooling me, keep fooling me. Yifeng will give you 3 pieces of equipment directly for your information about the Alchemist Baron? What a joke. That's right, 1 piece of information can be worth 3 pieces of equipment. Do you know how precious 3 pieces of equipment are? Even if Yifeng is a big boss, can he give you so many pieces of equipment? 3 pieces of equipment just given away. Can you make up a more reasonable story? Do you really think Yifeng is engaged in equipment wholesale? Warzone Administrator? And mailing? Dude, someone just said that Yifeng mailed him equipment, and now you are saying it again. I'm afraid you have received benefits from Yifeng in private, and are whitewashing Yifeng's water army? Just when everyone didn't believe it, the previous Zhang Jingguo popped up at this time. It's true. Yifeng can really mail equipment to everyone. I have successfully passed the border trial with the Sunfire Cape he gave me. The picture behind the message was Zhang Jiantu standing happily in the base of the Scarlet Land. Seeing this, everyone in the chat interface began to waver. Chapter 144. If everyone thought it was fake at first, Zhang Jingguo passed the border trial and went to the Scarlet Land, which was real and not photoshopped. Before, Zhang Jingguo received various magic scrolls in the chat interface, saying that he was ready to try his best to pass the border trial. As a result, he passed it easily in just a short while. Then, there is probably only one answer, that is, what Zhang Jingguo said. Yifeng mailed him a Sunfire Cape. This thing is real. In addition, everyone can't think of any other reason that can make people pass the border trial so easily. Fuck, Master Yifeng. I was wrong. Can you mail me some equipment too? Oh my god, Is the war zone administrator real? I suddenly understand how those people who tried to fool the master were exposed. It must be the privilege of being an administrator. Ha! Are the people panicking? You want to run away after offending the management? Woo woo woo, I want equipment too. Can you give it to me if I deduct one? Although I can't give you equipment if I deduct one, I can revive Lauda if you are willing to deduct one. A group of people were chatting, and the topic suddenly turned to reviving Lauda. This made some older people who didn't surf the internet much look confused, but a large number of replies soon came from the chat interface. I don't want equipment anymore, revive my Lauda. I miss you, Lauda. You must win the resurrection match. Lauda. The chat interface became very chaotic for a while, leaving everyone who opened the chat interface confused. At this time, Yifeng no longer paid attention to the chat interface. Instead, he set out with his chess pieces, preparing to refresh the stronghold again and add some buffs to the diplomat talent. At the same time, send a few more Amumu to die, to double the number of glimmers obtained from the Alchemist Baron bond. More than 5 Alchemist Baron chess pieces must be killed every day to obtain 20 glimmers every day. Yifeng estimated that, except for himself, most survivors could not reach the high-level glimmer rewards. After all, to reach the 100th level, 5 chess pieces must be killed every day for 6 consecutive days. And the daily minimum allowance is only 10 gold coins. With such consumption, the combat power cannot keep up, and the Alchemist Baron bond itself does not have any attribute bonus. If you are lucky, you may be able to survive to the 100th level of Glimmer. If you want to survive to the 200th level of Glimmer, you may not be able to eat enough every day, and the magic balls that explode are not enough to sustain your life. After all, if your combat power does not increase, the goblins outside the base will continue to increase their combat power. By then, it is very likely that you will not be able to defeat even the goblins, not to mention the beast invasion every 7 days. If you are not careful, you will be completely finished. However, these problems are not stressful at all for Yifeng, not to mention that he has 3 Triple Crown barracks, which can provide 3,927 gold coins every day. Just this point, the gold coins Yifeng gets every day are far more than other survivors. In addition, Hedge Fund Hex Enhancement allows Yifeng's interest to be directly raised to 10 gold coins, which is twice that of other survivors. There is also a minimum living allowance of 10 gold coins per day, which means that the fixed gold coin income alone has reached 47 per day. What's more, there is also Gold Coin Collector who can get another 2 gold coins every day. The most important thing is that there are 10 treasure chests from God-given Ergot every day. Even if the basic equipment and gold coins in the treasure chests are 50 to 50, there can still be 15 gold coins. That is to say, Yifeng earns more than 60 gold coins every day, and with investment strategy and golden cookware to continuously improve combat power, these extra gold coins, even if all used to upgrade the base, without recruiting new chess pieces. Yifeng's strength can keep up with the progress of monsters becoming stronger, and easily defeat these monsters. The most important thing is that others need to sacrifice fixed Alchemist Baron chess pieces, but Yifeng doesn't need it. Yifeng, who has the Alchemist Baron emblem, can equip him with the Alchemist Baron emblem as long as other chess pieces lose their value, and become one of the 5 cannon fodders every day, and Amumu is the most suitable cannon fodder. Yifeng recruited 10 Amumus in the early stage, and now Amumu has basically been marginalized. Using Amumu to fill the number of chess pieces that need to be killed by Alchemist Baron can also be regarded as Amumu's last wave of shining. This time, Amumu is really going to burn out. Just when Yifeng went out, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in his ears. The alarm sounded rapid and piercing, as if a thunder exploded in Yifeng's ears. Yifeng took a breath of cold air, and covered his ears with his palms, and rubbed them. LeBlanc and Leona, who were following Yifeng, hurried forward on the left and right, asking Yifeng what was wrong with concern. Supported by 2 beauties, Yifeng directly leaned his body weight on LeBlanc. At this time, he finally reacted. This piercing alarm sound actually came from his mind. Damn, what the hell is this survival game? Yifeng was just about to greet a wave of survival games, and suddenly the alarm exploded in other people's minds, which would really scare people, but the survival game sounded a prompt immediately. In an emergency, please prepare the nearest war zone administrators, and go to the exception handling column as soon as possible to check and handle. Warning, as the administrator with the highest authority in the war zone, you must handle related abnormal situations, and this task cannot be refused. Hearing this, Yifeng just wanted to curse. War zone administrator, the authority given is not very practical. Give yourself 10 or 8 golden spatulas, maybe you can still be happy. As for the function of collecting intelligence, it is somewhat useless. I haven't enjoyed much benefit, and now I suddenly give myself a wave of explosion prompts, and I can't refuse it. It's really black-hearted. Thinking of this, Yifeng raised his middle finger to the sky, regardless of whether the people behind the survival game can see it. Anyway, I feel much better. Although he complained about the survival game's black heart, Yifeng was still a little curious about the sudden appearance of exception handling. He wanted to see what this so-called exception handling was that could make the survival game so anxious. Yifeng opened his interface. In the exception handling column, a deep red light kept flashing, making people feel that the situation was critical. Information to be processed. 1. Yifeng opened the content. There was only a very short message in blood-red text. Threat appeared in Z291 of Yenhua War Zone. Threat level, B. Do you want to go now? Something happened in other war zones? What is this threat? Yifeng's mind was a little confused at this time, but he didn't think much about it. B-level threat. It must not be too difficult, so he went to meet it for a while. Chapter 145. Go now. When Yifeng chose to go, a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and he was teleported to a forest. Is this the forest base? No, this is not his forest base, because Yifeng found that the map function could not show the specific location at all. The previous exception handling prompt also told Yifeng that he might have gone to another survivor's base. Yifeng looked around, and all his chess pieces were sent over, whether they were pendant chess pieces or main battle chess pieces. No chess piece was spared. Even the derivative chess piece summoned by the 3 Black Rose Fetters, the War Machine Shaun, was also teleported here. What the hell is this survival game? I don't even let myself select the chess pieces. It's not easy to command with too many chess pieces. Yifeng arranged the chess pieces in a line. For safety, he protected more than a dozen Darius around him, and then let the remaining Darius disperse in 4 directions. The survival game only indicated that there was a threat in the Z291 war zone, but what was the threat? It didn't mention it at all. What could cause a threat in the survival game? This made Yifeng a little confused. For a moment, he couldn't find the source of the threat, so he just randomly went in a direction. Isn't this survival game a mechanical program behind it? When a threat appears, they know to shake people, but they don't know how to shake people directly to the destination. If the existence behind the scenes is intelligent, why doesn't it send itself to the scene directly? Do you have to slowly search for it yourself? Yifeng searched in the forest for more than 10 minutes, but still did not find any abnormality. This forest was no different from his base. The trees on the ground blocked his sight. The only regret was that there were no goblins. Wait, Yifeng keenly noticed something was wrong. No goblins appeared. Yes. That's the problem. How could there be no goblins in this forest? This is unreasonable. Where did all the monsters go? At this time, Yifeng suddenly found that there was a sound like glass breaking in the sky. Then, the sky seemed to be torn open, and a crack appeared, and this crack continued to expand. From the first few cracks, it became more than 10, dozens, and finally the sky shattered like a mirror, and a black hole with purple and red light appeared. In the black hole, nothing can be seen. The pure black seems to swallow everything. A long roar of a monster suddenly resounded throughout the forest. This long cry made people feel very uncomfortable, and a negative emotion lingered around them. Soon, a purple-skinned, red-haired monster more than 10 meters long soared into the sky and flew towards the crack in the sky. Looking at the monster, Yifeng suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Soon, Yifeng realized it. Isn't this the monster hatched from the giant egg he found on the top of the tree before? However, the monster Yifeng encountered at that time was only a few meters long, and compared with this monster, it was just a mini version. Just when the monster was about to fly into the black hole, a familiar colorful light appeared, blocking the black hole temporarily. The monster, which was about to get into the black hole and leave, bumped into the colorful light and fell directly from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. The huge sound of heavy objects falling to the ground resounded throughout the forest. The dust was everywhere, and I don't know how many trees were affected. Warning: please kill the Scarlet Power monster in the forest within 1 hour. Difficulty rating of this threat: a level. Something is wrong. How come this threat has been upgraded to another level? The reminder sound of the survival game came to his ears, and Yifeng finally understood what the so-called exception handling was, which was the monster in front of him. Yifeng glanced at his chess pieces, and in order to prevent the pendant chess pieces from being sacrificed, he directly ordered these pendant chess pieces to wait in place. Yifeng took 7 chess pieces: Darius, Draven, Morgana, Renata, Malzahar, LeBlanc, and God-given Urgot, as well as the derivative chess piece War Machine Shaun. All other chess pieces stayed where they were and waited. When Yifeng passed by several Amumus, he seemed to have thought of something when he saw Amumus, who was less than half a person's height. He took 5 more Amumus with him. The alchemist Baron's glimmer level requires chess pieces to be sacrificed, so it's just right to feed a Mumu to that monster. A simple sentence determined Amumu's fate. Yifeng was not far from the monster, and he arrived here in a few minutes of jogging. Because the monster fell from the sky before, it destroyed a large area of the surrounding trees, forming an open area, which opened up the view a lot. During this period, the monster tried to rush to the crack in the sky several times, but was stopped by the colorful light. Only then did it give up unwillingly, and kept roaring on the spot to vent its anger. When it saw Yifeng rushing towards it with a group of chess pieces, the monster roared, and the red hair on its body stood up, and it actually shot like a rain of pear blossoms, like steel needles, attacking the chess pieces in front of Yifeng. Yifeng had never seen this move before, and it seemed that this monster would be much stronger than the previous one. -738. The red hair on the monster swept across each chess piece in the front row, and immediately dealt a good damage. Fortunately, Darius's recovery ability was strong enough, and this damage could be recovered in 2 seconds. All the chess pieces were in place, and they were dispersed according to the formation. Although this monster looked much stronger than the one Yifeng encountered in his base last time. However, Yifeng's strength has also improved, and it is not difficult to take down this monster. Yifeng only noticed at this time that there are more than 30 tentacles behind this monster. It seems that if the monster he dealt with before was in its infancy, this monster looks more like a growing stage. Yifeng had expected that this would be a tough battle. After all, this monster is immune to various negative effects, and Malzahar's infection and equipment burning cannot be triggered. Only by relying on damage can the monster be defeated. 1 hour is definitely enough. Soon, Yifeng's chess piece output slowly stacked up, and the damage to this monster reached more than 1 million. And Amumu was finally targeted by the monster at this time. Compared to Darius, it is obviously more fragile. After several attacks by the monster, it was unfortunately killed. Okay, 1/5 of the alchemist Baron chess pieces have been killed. Hurry up and kill this monster. Seeing an Amumu die, Yifeng didn't feel sad at all, but was actually a little happy. However, the next moment, Yifeng couldn't laugh anymore. Chapter 146. After Amumu died, a shadow flew out of his body and flew towards the monster. The monster opened its mouth and sucked the shadow into its mouth, as if it had eaten some rare delicacy, and roared happily. What is this? Yifeng was puzzled, but he knew the answer the next moment. After the monster swallowed Amumu's shadow, a green number appeared on its head. At 1 million. Seeing this number, Yifeng almost couldn't help vomiting blood. It took a long time to destroy the monster's 1 million health points. After Amumu died, the monster absorbed the shadow and recovered 1 million health points? Wouldn't it be a waste of time? It's bad. Yifeng suddenly thought that after the chess pieces entered the battle, unless they were intelligent chess pieces, other chess pieces could not obey orders at all and acted entirely on instinct. The remaining 4 Amumus were scattered around the boss monster. If the boss didn't kill the 4 Amumus first, then Amumus would become the monster's mobile health pack. At this moment, Yifeng wished that Amumu would die immediately. Don't waste your output. It seemed that the monster heard Yifeng's voice. The tip of the tentacles behind it was as sharp as a blade, waving around. What a coincidence, the 4 Amumus were among the targets of this attack. -2,525. The terrible damage exploded from Amumu's body. Amumu himself was only 3 stars, and the basic health was only 1944 points. Even if the investment strategy for so many days increased the health, it only increased 14 by 35 health, less than 500 points, and Amumu's total health did not break through the 2,500 mark. This wave of attacks directly killed Amumu. For Amumu died on the spot, and 4 phantoms flew into the monster's mouth and were eaten by the monster. Fortunately, although the death of each chess piece provided the monster with 1 million recovery, the current blood loss of this monster did not exceed 1 million, and the extra treatment was all overflowed. Okay, now it's time to officially push you. Yifeng took out the magic scroll from his backpack and decided to add various defensive buffs to the back row chess pieces. After all, the back row chess pieces are relatively fragile. If one person dies, then most of the output for half a day will be wasted. And this survival game requires a time limit of 1 hour to kill this monster. As the Enchantress magic training continuously provides spell strength to the whole team, the magic strength of Renata, which was originally considered a functional pendant, has gradually increased. While the missile is fired at the enemy, it can also provide Darius with a shield of about 200 values. As the output continued to increase, the monster seemed to have noticed something was wrong. With a roar, the tentacles on the monster's body emitted purple and scarlet light. After a moment, the tentacles whistled and slashed at the nearest Darius. Minus 3,316. This damage was extremely exaggerated, enough to beat a full-blooded 3-star Darius to a bloody skin. Even though Yifeng's Darius was abnormal enough, he lost about 1/3 of his blood. And the monster did not stop after the attack, and continued to wave its tentacles to pursue the victory. Is this a disciple of Ma Baogua, preparing to perform a lightning 5 whip? However, in the gap between them, for types of mages in the back row, Morgana, Renata, LeBlanc, and Malzahar also released their skills. Morgana's skill had the lowest damage, dealing only about 1,000 damage. However, although it was only about 1,000 damage, since Yifeng had gathered 6 profit bonds, the damage caused could restore 16% of the damage value to the chess piece. Suddenly, a green light of at 160 lit up on the body of a Darius, and his life was raised a little bit again. The skills of 15 Morganas made the Darius in the front row light up sporadically. Then came several Renatas, and the missiles rushed out, and all the friendly forces touched had a white shield of more than 400 points on their bodies. There were only 5 Renatas, but they were dispersed reasonably. The skills of the 5 Renatas also allowed more than 30 Darius to benefit from the shield. Then, the missile hit the monster, which also did not cause much damage, but it also triggered the profit bond effect, restoring some health for Darius. Next was the Enchantress. As a 2-star, 5-cost Enchantress, she had 4 pieces of equipment and an exaggerated bonus of 9 Iron Blood Conquerors. Especially with the Archangel Staff, her spell strength had already reached an exaggerated 3,000 spell strength. A Fate Chain hit the monster, causing about 13,000 damage to the monster, and the next 3 normal attacks all had additional magic damage, and each normal attack caused more than 1,000 damage. More than 20 Enchantresses, after 1 round of skills, hit the monster's health by hundreds of thousands. Although Malzahar is also a 5-cost chess piece, since the monster does not take abnormal effects, Malzahar's Crown of Embers is not invalid, and the most important infection layer stacking of the skill is also ineffective. Relying only on hard damage to deal 4-digit damage, the gap is a bit too big for LeBlanc. Yifeng looked at Malzahar's skill damage, and couldn't help but have a headache. It seems that Malzahar still has to change an equipment later. Fighting various bosses in the later stage, it is not possible without Archangel Staff. It would be best if there is an extra grid, so that everyone can have an Archangel Staff in the future, and the spell strength will grow infinitely. However, although Malzahar's output is not particularly outstanding, the Hextech gun laid plus 6 profit bonds allow Malzahar's skills to provide more recovery for the front row chess pieces. The 2 add up to a full 40% of the damage value life recovery. And because of the attack speed of the sheath knife, Malzahar's skill release speed is so fast that after images appear. And every time a skill is released, the amount of recovery can also restore nearly 1,000 health points for Darius. When the monster's blade-like tentacles launched the second attack, Darius's health had almost been restored, and an extra layer of shield was added to his body. The second attack still caused more than 3,000 points of damage, but with the treatment bonus of the back row chess pieces, the shield supply, and the health recovery of Darius' own 2 equipment and skills, there was no loss at all. After the monster's tentacles quickly waved 5 times, the light on its body completely dimmed. Good guy, it's really a lightning 5 whip. If it were other survivors, this wave would definitely send away a row of chess pieces, and then turn into the monster's blood bag, allowing the monster to recover full blood again. You call this a Class A threat? I'm afraid other survivors will die here. Chapter 147. Over 10 minutes, Yifeng's output became more and more powerful. During this period, the war giant Shaun died. But perhaps because Shaun is a derivative of Black Rose, the monster was unable to absorb the phantom to restore its health. In addition, there was an accident, which caused the monster to spit out purple light and hit a Renata remotely, killing Renata instantly. But fortunately, the monster seemed to have a distance limit to absorb the phantom of the dead chess piece, and Renata's death did not restore the monster's health. Although the percentage skill of God-given Ergot was ineffective against this monster, it still had a lot of fixed damage, and for some reason, the stun effect of God-given Ergot's skill could still work on this monster, which was also good news. Seeing the monster's health getting lower and lower, Yifeng suddenly heard a voice coming from behind him. Is this the A-level threat? It doesn't look that powerful. That's right. This is the first time I've encountered this. I thought it would be very scary, but it turns out that others can handle it alone. Why do we need several people to come together? Yifeng turned around and found that there were 2 more survivors behind him. These 2 survivors seemed to be quite strong. Yifeng observed that one of them had 6 soldiers, and the other had 7 soldiers. The 2 boys looked at the monster in front of them with disdain in their eyes, as if they thought the monster was not worth mentioning. Behind them, there were more than 200 chess pieces each. Yifeng roughly scanned the chess pieces of the 2. One person's chess piece lineup is Tristana, Urgot, Zyra, Nunu and Will Lump, Strub, Lux. And Tristana's star rating has reached 3 stars, and the other 1-cost chess pieces have also reached 3 stars. Only Urgot and Nunu have only 2 stars and 1 star. 3 experiments, 2 mages, 2 fighters, 2 gunners plus diplomat fetters. This lineup is good, and if you go to the Crimson Land early, Tristana can also stack up a good attack power bonus. In the survival game, Tristana's passive effect is that every time a skill kills a different monster, it can get a 1.25% attack power bonus. Most of those who can come here are the first in other war zones. It seems that this guy should have some adventures. Another person has an exaggerated number of barracks of 7. The lineup is Singed, Aurelia, Rel, Loris, Renata, Vigus, Akali. The bond of 4 sentinels plus 3 prophet looks a bit uncoordinated, but among his 1-cost pieces, Singed and Aurelia have both reached 4 stars. The other 2 1-cost pieces have also reached 3 stars, and the 2-cost Renata has also reached 3 stars. The strength is also not bad. The 2 talked and laughed, and when they saw Yifeng looking at them, they even greeted Yifeng easily. Brother, it seems that this boss is easy to fight. Don't take it all by yourself. Let us share some of the rewards. That's right, brother, although your Darius is good, his tankiness is definitely not as good as my Singed. Let me show you a 4-star 4 sentinel Singed. It is definitely the best among the best. After the 2 finished talking, they prepared to call their own chess pieces to attack the monster. Seeing this, Yifeng suddenly felt a headache. No matter how strong these 2 people were, the health of the chess pieces would not be too much. After all, not everyone had the blessing of Hex Tech Enhancement. If these few people gave the boss a few heads, I'm afraid it would be back to full health immediately. Don't go up, you can't beat it. Yifeng was a little anxious and hurriedly shouted to stop the 2 from attacking. This bastard survival game is also playing Saturation Rescue, one exception handling actually called the strongest people in 3 war zones. Obviously, I can easily handle it by myself. This is a typical case of not trusting myself. After Yifeng shouted like this, the 2 survivors really stopped. However, the expressions of the 2 people looking at Yifeng were all suspicious and puzzled. Brother, what do you think? I think you are also quite relaxed. The one who spoke was Zhuanghao, the survivor with 7 barracks. He saw that Yifeng also had 7 different pieces, with 4-star Darius as the front row and 6 different output pieces in the back row. Zhuanghao recognized Draven, Morgana, and Renata, but did not recognize Malzahar and LeBlanc. He just regarded them as 3-cost barracks that he had never encountered before, and did not think much about it. As for God-given Urgot, in Zhuanghao's eyes, it must be a 2-cost barracks Urgot, only 1 star, most likely to form a brawler bond with Draven. Don't go, this monster is very fierce. If you go, it will cause trouble. The monster will recover health after the chess piece dies. Hearing this, Zhuanghao laughed. So you're worried about this? Just kidding. Look at Yifeng, there's only 1 4-star Darius in the front row, and the bond is only Iron Conqueror. Even if the equipment is good, the tankiness can only be said to be average, and his lineup, that's 4 Sentinels bond, which increases armor and magic resistance by more than 100 points, and his 4-star Aurelia and Singed both have 3 pieces of godly equipment, so the tankiness is really strong. If your 4-star Darius can withstand it, then my 4-star Singed and Aurelia can easily resist this boss. Another survivor, Wang San, is also full of confidence. Although his chess piece is only 3 stars and not 4 stars, the experimental bond he chose is also very powerful, and his front row chess piece also has a piece of light equipment, so its strength should not be underestimated. Wang San had the same idea. If Darius could handle it, why couldn't my chess piece? We are all the strongest in each battle zone. Why do you think you are better than us? Zhuanghao suddenly thought of something, and suddenly slapped his forehead, and said with sudden enlightenment, I understand, you want to complete the exception handling by yourself, and take the reward alone, right? Hearing this, Wang San also reacted immediately. There is only 1 boss, but 3 people came. If the survival game is kind, maybe rewards will be given according to the contributions of the 3 people. If the survival game is a little tricky, you can't get a penny of reward. I didn't expect this guy in front of me to have so many tricks, just wanting to take the reward alone. Ha ha, brother, you are definitely not as good as me in carrying chess pieces, so let's do it together. After saying that, Zhuang Hao was ready to command his chess piece to move forward. Wang San, who was standing by, also smiled and said to Yifeng, Brother, let's share the reward. The reward for handling this exception is definitely not bad, but don't think of taking it all by yourself. As they said that, the two of them commanded the chess pieces to prepare for the attack. Chapter 148. Seeing these two people preparing to attack, Yifeng was really furious. It was not easy to beat the boss's health of tens of millions, and you just set a few chess pieces up. I'm afraid that the boss will set back to full health again? I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. If these two people really go up, they will most likely become the boss's mobile health packs. And the 1 hour mission limit will definitely not be completed. Stand there. Don't make trouble. After Yifeng shouted this, he immediately shouted to LeBlanc, LeBlanc, come here and prepare to stop them. Morgana, go and shake the others over to me. At this time, Yifeng suddenly regretted leaving the other chess pieces in the previous place. If the remaining Anbisa, Swain, and Leona were present, they could easily stop these two people. If you really don't understand, then I know a little bit about fighting. At Yifeng's command, the intelligent LeBlanc immediately stopped attacking and turned to look at the chess pieces behind the two survivors. After hearing Yifeng's order, Morgana left the battlefield and walked outside. Intelligent chess pieces? Zhuang Hao smiled contemptuously. He also had this thing. He gave it to Aurelia. This thing was of no use in improving the strength of the chess pieces. At most, it made the boring survival game a little warmer at night. Although he had never seen what kind of barracks Yifeng's intelligent chess piece was, Zhuang Hao was not worried at all. The color of the opponent's chess piece was obviously only 2 stars. Even if it was a 3-cost chess piece, 2 stars and 3 costs were still not worth mentioning when facing the 4-star Aurelia with 4 sentinels bonus. So Zhuang Hao also shouted to the chess pieces in his barracks, Aurelia, come and have fun with this friend. Following Zhuang Hao's order, Aurelia walked out of the team and met LeBlanc's eyes. Both sides seemed ready to attack at any time. Wang San, who was on the other side, also called out his intelligent chess piece, Cannon. Brother, don't think that you are invincible just because you are the strongest in this war zone. Everyone has a trump card. Believe it or not, my cannon can kill you in 1 skill. Wang San was very confident. Cannon's skill was passive. Every time he killed a different monster, he could get an attack power bonus. So far, his cannon's attack power bonus has reached about 30%, which is equivalent to an extra piece of finished equipment. In other words, the combat power of his cannon's 3 pieces of equipment is enough to rival that of others' 4 pieces of equipment, and he also used the chess piece abnormal mutator awarded by the War Zone Championship on cannon. Wang San chose physical expert, and the chess piece gained 55% additional attack power, and all sources were effective. That is to say, the passive 30% additional attack power of the cannon can also be further improved. His cannon is comparable to other chess pieces with 6 pieces of equipment, but can anyone equip 6 pieces? Impossible. Even a barracks equipped with 4 pieces is impossible. Brother, don't think you are invincible. My 3-star cannon has been refreshed passively for a long time, and the abnormal mutator rewarded by the champion has also been used by him, which is comparable to the 6-piece barracks chess piece. Do you think you can defeat us? If you don't know what's good for you, you will die. Wang San also called out the cannon at this moment, looking at Yifeng arrogantly. Both of them thought that Yifeng might have some strength, but they were all the first in each battle zone, so their strength wouldn't be too different. Wang San looked at Yifeng with a look that was even more wrong. In his opinion, Yifeng's behavior was to want to take the boss alone, which was simply a way to his death. Do you think your 2-star chess pieces with 3 equipment slots can block the output of my small cannon comparable to the 6 gods? Wang San continued. Hearing this, Yifeng confirmed a fact, that is, they did not kill the monster in the giant egg in the forest base. After all, if they killed it, they would know about the equipment slot expander, and they would not say that Yifeng had 3 equipment slots. Although these two people are strong, they are still not good enough to face the terrifying monster in front of them, which is more powerful than the monster hatched in the giant egg. Even if their hand speed is amazing, and all kinds of magic scrolls are fully loaded, the chess pieces can instantly pull up the blood volume without being killed, so that they have a chance to slowly grind to death this boss. However, whether their magic scroll inventory is sufficient is another new problem. Seeing that the two of them each sent out their own chess pieces to confront him, Yifeng estimated the time, and Morgana went to call the other chess pieces over. It was estimated that it would take only 7 to 8 minutes to go back and forth. Before the boss died, the chess pieces would not change their attack targets. If the two sides really fought, only one LeBlanc could help, even if she used one skill per second, but two fists could not beat four hands, and she could not beat the hundreds of chess pieces of these two people. Yifeng also secretly said in his heart that he was careless at this time. He should wait for other chess pieces to come before taking action. Now that they have already boasted, it is not easy to act casually. You think you are strong, but this boss is stronger. If you go, you will only restore the health of this boss in vain. After hearing Yifeng's words, Zhuang Hao and Wang San both showed displeasure on their faces. Both of them were rushed here after receiving exception handling. When they came, they were not teleported to the boss, and rushed all the way here. The two met on the road and informed each other of their identities. Only then did they know that this time exception handling sent more than one survivor. They exchanged some information with each other and rushed here. But they never thought that Yifeng would get there first. At this time, they heard that Yifeng doubted their strength, and they were even more angry. You are also the first in the war zone. Do you really think you are a child of destiny? After the two sides confronted each other for a while, Wang San finally couldn't help it. He decided to strike first. Since this person wanted to die, he would kill him and then deal with the boss. Thinking of this, Wang San looked at Yifeng with a somewhat unfriendly look. Killing intent filled the air. Wang San was ready to attack. Small cannon, attack the opponent's chess piece. When Wang San shouted, Zhuang Hao on the side also reacted instantly, and also commanded the chess piece to prepare to attack. Aurelia, go up and kill the chess piece on the opposite side first. Following the orders of the two, Small Cannon picked up the weapon in his hand, and fired at LeBlanc. And Aurelia also rushed forward quickly, ready to attack LeBlanc. Tip: detected to be attacked by survivors, now you can counterattack. Hearing the prompt of the survival game, Yifeng smiled. When he saw the chess piece figure vaguely appearing in the distance, Yifeng felt more stable in his heart. In this case, let's not say that I didn't warn you. LeBlanc, kill the opponent for me. Chapter 149. After hearing Yifeng's order, LeBlanc immediately waved her staff. When Yifeng called LeBlanc, her mana was already full. At this moment, with a wave of the staff in his hand, Chain of Fate appeared instantly, locking both the cannonball and Aurelia in front of him. The chain that appeared out of thin air immediately locked the two chess pieces of the opponent. Seeing this scene, Wang San smiled. This skill seemed to be very powerful, but judging from the posture, it must be a control skill, not to be feared. It is likely to reduce the speed of the chess piece or temporarily prevent it from moving. However, as a long-range output chess piece, his cannonball can still attack even if its movement is restricted. As long as his cannonball has enough mana, one shot can kill the opponent's chess piece. Thinking of this, Wang San couldn't help but look forward to the scene in a moment when the cannonball blasted the opponent's chess piece into slag. However, the imagined scene did not appear. Before Wang San finished speaking, the two chess pieces hit by the chain had 5-digit damage, which instantly evaporated them. Wang San was stunned. How could his chess piece disappear in such a short time? How could the opponent's chess piece deal 5-digit damage with a single skill? Compared to Wang San's confusion and shock, Zhuang Hao felt that his entire worldview was about to collapse. His 4 Sentinels fetters, coupled with 3 pieces of meat tank equipment, allowed him to push forward in the survival game. Even if he encountered some boss, no boss could kill his chess piece instantly. As long as he had enough recovery scrolls, he could basically withstand it. But now, Yifeng's chess piece only used one skill to kill his 4-star Aurelia. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhuang Hao shook his head vigorously, suspecting that everything he saw was an illusion. But the disappeared Aurelia reminded him all the time that yes, your chess piece was instantly killed by the opponent's skill. Zhuang Hao looked at LeBlanc in front of him, his eyes full of anger. Damn it! Dare to kill my chess piece? Even if your output is high, it takes time to release skills. I don't believe that your chess piece can withstand the attack of hundreds of my chess pieces. Zhuang Hao, who was overwhelmed by anger, gave an order directly. All chess pieces, attack the opponent's chess piece. For a moment, all 7 types of chess pieces of Zhuang Hao moved and rushed towards LeBlanc. Seeing this, Wang San, who was standing by, actually stepped back and deliberately kept a distance. Then he sent out another dozen people, secretly aiming at LeBlanc and preparing to attack. Looking at the chess piece coming forward, LeBlanc did not panic. She waved her staff and used normal attacks with extra magic damage to hit the chess pieces in the front, killing them all in one blow, without giving the other chess pieces any chance at all. How is it possible? Not only is the skill damage high, but why is the normal attack damage so terrifying? Zhuang Hao was completely dumbfounded. What kind of chess piece is this chess piece holding a staff? Why is it so powerful? When I find a chance later, I must build a barracks for this chess piece. Thinking of this, Zhuang Hao became even more ruthless. He took out several magic scrolls from his backpack and tore them open on the spot to add buff to the chess piece. These magic scrolls were not used to fight against the boss monster, but were first used in the internal fight. LeBlanc's attack was very fast. But there was only one person, and the opponent's front line soon advanced. And Wang San's cannon began to sneak attack LeBlanc, causing a lot of damage to LeBlanc. Fortunately, the other chess piece's 6 Profit Bond effect and Malzahar's Hextech gun recovery effect also took effect on LeBlanc, allowing LeBlanc to pull back her health in time. However, danger soon came quietly. Wang San's cannon's mana was almost full. 10 cannons released their ultimates at the same time. Even if they recovered, LeBlanc might not be able to withstand it and died. But at this moment, Wang San's cannon was also attacked. That's right, Yi Feng's other chess pieces arrived. 10 NPCs rushed up like gods descended from heaven, aiming directly at the cannons in the back row. Swain also rushed directly into the crowd, fearless, absorbing all the damage from the opponent. Leona suddenly appeared with a shield and a long sword in her hand, and appeared in front of LeBlanc, creating a safe line of defense for LeBlanc. LeBlanc also took this opportunity to retreat and distance herself from the opponent. 10 two-star crows rushed into the crowd, looking like sheep in the mouth of a tiger, and their health dropped quickly. However, as the mana was also stacked by the attack, the mana of the 10 swains was finally full. Skill started. Restore health and cause damage to surrounding enemies. 9 Iron Blood Conqueror provides a lot of spell strength for crows, so the damage of the skill is very considerable, and the life recovery is also considerable. The equipment on the crows is Eternal Flame, Morello's Secret Book, Archangel Staff, which can become stronger as the battle lasts. 10 crows stand together, and the closest chess pieces are instantly killed by the terrifying damage of the 10 crows. And with the death of a chess piece, a chain reaction occurs like dominoes. When the enemy dies, the skill duration can be stacked. 10 crows piled together are like a death storm, whistling past, making the surrounding chess pieces face death instantly, like a red-hot fireball, falling into the snow, crushing all the way. Wang San's 10 small cannons were killed by Nbisa in just a few shots. Seeing this scene, Wang San was dumbfounded. How come this Yi Feng suddenly has so many chess pieces? His population has reached more than 10 people. All this is because Wang San did not notice that there was a Wei, a Riel, a Vigus and several Amumu not moving not far from the forest. Otherwise, he would not have thought that Yi Feng only had 10 people. Only the 30 chess pieces that appeared again resisted the joint attack of Zhuang Hao and Wang San, and the other battlefield where the boss was killed was still proceeding in an orderly manner. Both are the first in the war zone. Why is the opponent so outrageously strong? It can even be said that they are not at the same level at all. It's simply a spear against a machine gun. There is no way to win. As a 2-star 4-cost Nbisa, it has not played a big role. Today, it finally showed its skills. 10 Nbisa kept hunting and jumping in the battlefield. Every time it attacked, it would definitely take away an enemy in a very short time. Wang San and Zhuang Hao's chess pieces soon lost more than half. The two were shocked. Yi Feng looked at the expressions of the two people and laughed in his heart. Even the first in the battle zone still has a gap. Chapter 150. The terrifying strength of Yi Feng's chess pieces immediately made the two panic. In their impression, everyone is the first in the war zone. Even if there are some differences in strength, the gap will definitely not be too big. But no one expected that Yi Feng was so ridiculously strong. Especially when Yi Feng shook out several different chess pieces, they were dumbfounded. Why can Yi Feng have more than 10 people? Where did he get golden shovel, golden pot and the like? Wang San thought of the situation in his own war zone. At first, no one knew what golden shovel and golden pot were used for. Later, someone discovered that golden shovel could be synthesized, and immediately bought it in the chat channel. Such behavior immediately alerted others. As a result, not much was received, but the secret of equipment synthesis was directly exposed. It immediately caused a frenzy of scramble. Wang San relied on luck to get only 2 crowns and increased the population to 6. How could this person receive so many crowns? Zhuang Hao was also dumbfounded. It took him a while to figure out that golden spatula and golden pot could be combined into equipment. The first equipment he combined was Prophet's Emblem. Later, he tried to combine 2 golden spatulas, and then he found that he could combine into a crown that provided an additional number of barracks. He carefully purchased and earned a lot of things for himself. But the initial stage, the chaotic initial stage, had passed. People did not realize the value of golden spatula and golden pot. Some people even took these things out to exchange just for some supplies. At that time, Shuang Hao also didn't know the preciousness of this thing. In addition, he didn't buy a lot of it in the early stage because he had a lot of supplies. Unexpectedly, it would be much more difficult to buy it later. Finally, after the news of equipment synthesis spread, it became even more difficult to buy these things. How did Yifeng do it? Could it be that the survivors in their war zone couldn't react to the importance of these equipment in the later stage? There is a limit to the number of golden spatula and golden pot that can be dropped in a war zone. It's impossible for him to buy all the equipment in the entire war zone by himself, right? The two didn't know that Yifeng's confidence was because he was familiar with all the intelligence and took advantage of the information gap to buy a large number of golden spatula and golden pot at the beginning of the game. Moreover, they only thought that Yifeng synthesized the crown to make the population reach 10 people. But they never thought that Yifeng's chess pieces had a lot of job transfer emblems. If they knew this news again, they would probably be completely desperate. Brother, stop! Stop now, we know we are wrong, the boss is yours. Friends, we admit defeat, stop fighting. If we continue fighting, all the chess pieces will die. The two of them admitted defeat at the same time, hoping that Yifeng would stop. After all, if they continue like this, in a few minutes, they may be left alone, by then, let alone completing the exception handling task. Back to their own war zone base, whether they can still guarantee survival has become a problem. The only humane thing is that the chess pieces can be stopped when a fight occurs between survivors. Seeing the two people admit defeat, Yifeng did not stop the chess pieces, but let his chess pieces continue to harvest. Finally, Wang San was the first to be unable to withstand the pressure. Seeing his chess pieces being taken away by the black-skinned female warrior, he felt his heart bleeding. These are all chess pieces recruited with gold coins. Those are all golden coins, and now they are being slaughtered by the opponent's chess pieces at will. Stop! Good brother, as long as you stop, I will compensate you. This time I was wrong, I apologize. Hearing this, Yifeng smiled with satisfaction. If you said it earlier, wouldn't there be so many things? Yifeng looked at Anbisa, who was harvesting among the chess pieces, and shouted, Anbisa, stop fighting with this survivor. As the voice fell, both of them wanted to stop, and they immediately stopped fighting. Survivor Yifeng and Survivor Wang San have stopped fighting. The reminder sound of the survival game sounded. Yifeng now knew the other party's name. Wang San? Could it be that guy who wanted to die? On the other side, Shuang Hao was relieved when he saw Yifeng calling a halt. However, he soon reacted. Yifeng only called a halt to the attack on Wang San. A large group of two-star swains were still spreading among his chess pieces like a death storm. Didn't we agree to stop? Fortunately, Shuang Hao's mind turned quickly, and he immediately understood the key. Brother, stop! I have something to apologize for this. Hearing this, Yifeng smiled at Shuang Hao. A teachable child. Finally, the internal fight between the survivors ended. As for the monster, Yifeng estimated that he could kill it in 5 or 6 minutes. In order to prevent the situation where all the monsters were teleported back after the boss died, Yifeng decided to make a quick decision. I only give you 3 minutes to take out the things. Don't try to fool me. You can decide for yourself what kind of things can buy the lives of so many chess pieces. After saying this, Yifeng ordered Anbisa to be ready for battle at any time. Looking at Yifeng's chess pieces that were staring at him, Shuang Hao's original idea of using something to fool them suddenly disappeared, fearing that the things would make Yifeng dissatisfied and his chess pieces would be slaughtered again. Wang San, who was standing aside, was rolling his eyes at this moment, thinking in his heart that he had a few special items whose uses he didn't know, and he didn't know if he could get away with it. Seeing that neither of them took out anything, Yifeng felt that perhaps his attitude was too gentle. I only give you one chance. If you're not satisfied with what I give you, I'm sorry. Let's play another game. Countdown, start. Yifeng took out an alarm clock from the backpack of the survival game. This was the material that had exploded before. It had never been of any use, but now it came in handy. After setting the 3-minute countdown, Yifeng put the alarm clock directly on the ground. If the alarm rings and the things haven't been taken out yet, or the things I took out don't satisfy me, then I'm sorry. Today you will have only one person to return to your base. Hearing Yifeng's words, the two fell into silence. Their brains were rapidly calculating what to use to satisfy Yifeng. Seeing that the two were silent, Yifeng continued to increase the heat and said, Silence? Silence also counts as time. When the 3 minutes are up, all your chess pieces will be destroyed. Chapter 151. Generally speaking, in this situation, you must not let the other party calm down. The less calm you are, the easier it is to panic. Many scammers will create a tense atmosphere when they cheat people, so that the victim has no time to think. Yifeng is also creating a tense atmosphere now, so that the two can take out the most precious things as much as possible in exchange for Yifeng letting them go. Only in this way can we have a chance to squeeze out the treasures of the two people as much as possible. Zhuang Hao's mind is working rapidly at this moment. What should he give to the other party to keep his remaining chess pieces? Equipment? It doesn't seem to work. With the attributes of the other party's chess pieces, the equipment is definitely not bad. And there are at most some finished equipment in his backpack, and the light equipment has been equipped on the barracks, and it is impossible to remove it for a while. Chess piece abnormal mutator may work. It's a pity that after getting this thing, he used it for himself as soon as possible. After all, who would keep things like combat power? Zhuang Hao thought about it, and only had some special items left to use. But can any of these things make the other party excited? Looking at the other party's posture, it is obvious that they have the two of them in their grasp. Suddenly, Zhuang Hao thought of something in his mind. Maybe this thing plus something else can make the other party excited. I have 2 design drawings here, plus a special item. Can you see if it works? Zhuang Hao immediately took out these 3 things, and sent them to Yifeng. Brother, take a look. It will definitely be useful. Yifeng picked up one of the design drawings, which was a design drawing of a magic scroll. Advanced Life Field Magic Scroll Design. After use, you can unlock the production of Advanced Life Field Magic Scroll. Advanced Life Field Magic Scroll. It can generate a circular area with a radius of 20 meters. The chess pieces in the area can recover 400 health points per second. This effect cannot be superimposed and lasts for 1 minute. This thing is not bad. It directly buffs the field and recovers 400 health points per second, which is enough to deal with many situations. This is a good treasure. I didn't expect that this person didn't use it immediately after exploding this kind of thing. Yifeng naturally accepted it without hesitation. He picked up the second design. This time it was a building design. Transmission Tower Construction Design. The transmission tower can locate 10 coordinates for transmission. This thing has some overlap with the function of positioning transmission device, but it can locate 10 coordinates at the same time, which is a lot more convenient, enough for Yifeng to explore the outside more conveniently. This thing is good and acceptable to Yifeng. As for the third thing, the so-called special item, it is a round shield that looks a bit shabby. Special item, round shield of the will of the King's Knight, broken. After hearing the name of this item in the survival game, Yifeng's eyes lit up. This item also exploded during his S-level trial. A spear and a set of armor, all special items, without any effect. Could this item be put together as a set? Thinking of this, Yifeng became interested in this item. These 3 items are of good value. Even if you really kill all the opponent's chess pieces, you won't get any reward. Being able to get these 3 things is also an extra income. Yifeng is quite satisfied with the value of these 3 things. I take the things, no problem. Zhuang Hao was relieved when he heard Yifeng's words, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. However, when he thought of the high-level magic scroll, he didn't have time to unlock it, and gave it to Yifeng directly, which made him feel painful. Wang San on the side was still thinking, trying to use some things to confuse Yifeng. However, Yifeng looked at the time on the alarm clock and saw that there was still 1 minute left, so he turned to look at Wang San. It's better that what you give is the same or better than what this buddy gave, otherwise, don't blame me. Hearing Yifeng's words, Wang San immediately became anxious. Seeing Yifeng's satisfied look and Zhuang Hao's painful expression, Wang San knew that Zhuang Hao had definitely lost a lot of money. If the other party is not satisfied with what he gave, then it will be all over. Thinking of this, Wang San gritted his teeth and greeted Zhuang Hao's family. Damn it for Yifeng to force everyone to hand over the treasure. Damn it for Zhuang Hao to actually take out the good stuff. It's simply putting himself in a passive position. Both of them have already died. If there is a chance to turn over in the future, I must kill them completely. Wang San immediately made a decision and took out a design and a magic scroll from his backpack. These 2 things will definitely satisfy you. Yifeng took the design and magic scroll from Wang San's hand and immediately checked the properties of the 2 things. Design of Intermediate Warfield Magic Scroll. After use, you can unlock the production of Intermediate Warfield Magic Scroll. Intermediate Warfield Magic Scroll. Generate a war field within a radius of 10 meters, which can increase the attack power and spell strength of all chess pieces by 20 points. Lasting for 5 minutes. The value of this thing is naturally not as good as the design given by Zhuang Hao. Yifeng's eyes suddenly became a little cold. Is this guy trying to fool him? Could it be that this magic scroll is more valuable? Thinking of this, Yifeng suppressed his anger first and continued to look at the second thing, the magic scroll. Magic Scroll of Permanent Life Enhancement. After use, it can permanently increase the health of chess pieces in a barracks by 30 points. This thing is good, and can permanently increase the health of chess pieces. However, the effect of only increasing the health by 30 points is very limited. It is not even as much as the health value increased by Yifeng everyday investment strategy. Such a thing is just a practical thing, but compared with the 3 things Zhuang Hao took out, it is obvious that the value is not at the same level. This Wang San still wants to get away with it by playing tricks. It seems that this person needs to be taught a lesson before he can hand over some things honestly. Anbisa, kill 10 more of his chess pieces for me. As Yifeng ordered, the intelligent Anbisa immediately took action. Before Wang San could react, he quickly rushed into Wang San's chess pieces and took the life of one of them. Yifeng's sudden action made Wang San dumbfounded. This is not playing by the rules. Although I know that what I have brought out may not be very good, and most everyone can bargain and pull it, but the other party actually took action directly. After killing 10 chess pieces, Anbisa stopped, and Wang San did not dare to fight back against Yifeng. After all, he can't beat him at all. There are only 10 seconds left. If you can't bring out anything, then you will understand what I mean by I don't eat beef. Chapter 152. After hearing Yifeng's emotionless words, Wang San didn't quite understand what not eating beef meant, but he could understand from the tone that this was definitely not a good thing. He turned his head and looked at the alarm clock that was about to ring. At this moment, it was like the death god in his eyes. Once it rings, it means that the death god is ringing the death bell. He had no doubt that once the alarm rings, Yifeng will definitely be able to kill all his chess pieces. At this time, Wang San finally knew what fear was. Or rather, he didn't know that he was afraid, but he knew that he might really die. He hurriedly took out a pocket watch from his backpack and explained anxiously, This will definitely satisfy you. I originally wanted to keep it for my own use, and I will definitely not suffer any loss. Yifeng took the ancient-looking pocket watch from Wang San's hand. There were no time scales in this pocket watch, but some azimuth scales, and the pointer in the middle was constantly shaking. This thing seems to be a compass? The name of this thing was quickly reported to Yifeng by the survival game. Special item. Frost Compass. After activation, you may be able to find them for help. It was a nonsensical introduction, but as a special item that can be activated directly, the value of this thing made Yifeng very satisfied. Before Yifeng spoke, the alarm clock suddenly rang. When he heard the alarm clock ring, Wang San looked at Yifeng as if he was facing a great enemy, gathered the chess pieces together, and was ready to fight Yifeng to the death at any time. Yifeng raised his head and looked at Wang San. Seeing him so nervous, he couldn't help but feel a little funny. You have passed the test. Why don't you take this thing out earlier? Hearing this, Wang San was relieved. At this time, Wang San looked at Yifeng and just wanted to leave quickly. Staying with Yifeng, he was worried that Yifeng would change his mind after getting the things. The things belong to you, and the boss is also yours. Let's say goodbye. After saying this, Wang San quickly called his chess pieces to run in the direction they came from. Seeing Wang San ready to run, Zhuang Hao on the side also immediately called his chess pieces, said goodbye to Yifeng, and prepared to run directly. Stop right there. Hearing this, Zhuang Hao and Wang San both stopped. Zhuang Hao looked at Yifeng with a smile on his face, puzzled. Brother, I've given you everything. What are you doing? Compared to the smile on Zhuang Hao's face, Wang San couldn't hold it anymore. His face was gloomy, and he stopped and looked at Yifeng, ready to fight with Yifeng at any time. The other party is too much. All the good things have been taken away, but he still doesn't want to let everyone go. Yifeng completely ignored Wang San's gloomy expression. He wanted these two people to try the output of this boss in person. Otherwise these two BS would definitely feel that they were bullying the weak. Each of you send a front row chess piece. Go up and try this boss, and you will know. Zhuang Hao was a little surprised. Was Yifeng going to let them share a piece? You know, this time the exception handling survival game arranged 3 people to come, so if there is a reward, it is likely to be distributed according to contribution. The initial conflict among everyone was for the reward of this boss. Originally, everyone wanted to have a share, but Yifeng was too strong, so the two had no choice but to let Yifeng handle the boss. But now the other party actually asked them to send out chess pieces to test the strength of the boss? What is this? A slap in the face, and a reward of a date? Zhuang Hao was puzzled. Wang San on the side was also puzzled, his face turned pale. In his opinion, Yifeng's move was undoubtedly a murder, and he must have come up with some new routine to play with the two. But the situation was stronger than the person, so he had to bow his head. Yifeng, Do you have to force everyone to fight to the death? Wang San looked at Yifeng angrily. If he was strong enough, he would make Yifeng understand what it meant to live a life worse than death. When Yifeng asked them to send out a chess piece to test the boss, all he thought in his mind was that Yifeng had some conspiracy behind the scenes, so he did not act. Seeing that the two did not act, Yifeng continued to urge them. In case you think I'm deliberately bullying you, I give you a chance. Send a front row chess piece to try the damage of this boss. If you think you can beat it, I give it to you. After Yifeng's statement again, both of them were stunned. Especially Wang San, who looked at Yifeng with an extremely vigilant look, thinking that there must be a conspiracy. Looking at the two hesitant people, Yifeng couldn't help but want to complain. Why are you so scared? Brothers don't eat people. Yifeng even took out a mirror to look at his appearance. He was definitely a kind and good young man. After a period of doubt, Zhuanghao decided to send a chess piece to try the boss. Anyway, at most, this chess piece will be lost. If what Yifeng said is true, then he will definitely not lose this wave. Okay. It's a deal. Zhuanghao immediately ordered an Aurelia to attack the boss. Wang San, who was standing by, saw this and sent a chess piece to try. That's what you said. If we can withstand it, you give the boss to us. Yifeng would naturally agree, but the premise is that they can really withstand the damage of this boss. Zhuanghao and Wang San's front row chess pieces approached all the way. Only when they entered the battle could they see the specific damage value. In the minds of the two, Yifeng's 4-star Darius could withstand it, so there was no reason why they couldn't. Especially seeing how Yifeng beat this monster so leisurely, without even using the recovery scroll, it is conceivable that the attack power of this monster is definitely not too high. The two were full of confidence. When their chess pieces began to attack the boss, they were finally able to see the combat data of Yifeng's chess pieces. -304,201. Seeing the damage coming out of the monster, both of them couldn't help rubbing their eyes. What a joke, a skill that damages 300,000. Wang San was the first to react and said with a smile, the damage is quite high. It seems that you carry the Archangel staff in the back row, and the spell strength has been stacked for a long time. Hearing this, Zhuanghao suddenly realized that Yifeng must have teleported here a long time earlier than the two of them, and it took so long to have such high damage. Hearing this, Yifeng did not deny it. Indeed, the Archangel staff played a certain role in being able to deal such high damage, but the Archangel staff alone could not enhance such high damage. Soon, the boss got angry again, and the tentacles on his body glowed again, ready to use the lightning 5 whips. And the two chess pieces were also among the targets of this attack. The two were completely unaware of anything, and even shouted arrogantly, "Let me show you the strength of our chess pieces. Do you really think you can take down this boss alone?" Chapter 153. Zhuanghao was the most confident. His 4 Sentinels Aurelia could definitely withstand the attacks of the boss, letting the other party know that his strength was not weak. When the boss launched the attack, Zhuanghao shouted proudly, "Let me show you how strong my chess piece is." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was shocked by the terrifying damage of the boss. His Aurelia, with the blessing of 3 pieces of equipment, has a health of about 5,000 points. With such health, coupled with high armor and magic resistance, he is confident that his chess piece will be even stronger than Yifeng's Darius. However, reality soon slapped him in the face. After only 2 attacks, the health of Aurelia, who he was proud of, was directly reduced to the bottom. The 3rd attack directly sent Aurelia to the west. And Wang San's chess piece on the side was even more miserable. It was killed on the spot after only 2 attacks. Zhuanghao froze in place like a petrified man, totally unable to believe what he saw. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhuanghao felt that his worldview was about to collapse completely. Originally, he thought he was invincible, but after the War Zone challenge, he realized that there were countless other war zones. At that time, Zhuanghao was still confident that he was not much worse than the people in other war zones, and even that he was the most powerful survivor in all war zones. In the first exception handling mission, he met Wang San. After the two compared, as he expected, his strength was much stronger than Wang San. This made him more confident, thinking that he would be able to show his skills in the survival game. But the appearance of Yifeng shattered his dream of becoming a strongman. After being suppressed by Yifeng, he wanted to vent all his anger on the boss, and prove to others that his strength was not bad. Unexpectedly, the damage of this boss was also very outrageous, and Zhuanghao lost 2 chess pieces before he could react. Wang San was also dumbfounded. He never thought that his chess pieces would be like harmless sheep in front of this boss without any resistance. After the 2 chess pieces died, the 2 phantoms were absorbed by the boss, and instantly restored 2 million health points. This scene was also seen by the two people, and they now understood why Yifeng wanted to stop them from participating. The death of a chess piece restores 1 million health points for the boss. If Zhuang Hao and Wang San participate in the battle, it is very likely that the boss will still be full of health even if they die. This boss is really so terrifying. No wonder Yifeng was so generous to let everyone try this boss. It turns out that he already knew the strength of this boss. Damn it, I lost another chess piece. Wang San was angry. He did not think that Yifeng's move was out of kindness. Instead, he thought that Yifeng was humiliating him nakedly. Yifeng knew that this boss was very powerful, but he still let them try, and even said that if they could resist, he would give the boss to them. In other words, from the beginning, Yifeng knew that they could not get the kill of this boss at all. Damn it, damn it. At this moment, Wang San pushed all the responsibilities onto Yifeng, and all the hatred in his heart was on Yifeng. But he forgot that Yifeng had persuaded them at the beginning that they were no match for the boss, and asked them not to take action. Unlike Wang San, Zhuang Hao was thoughtful at this time, and soon his eyes looked at Yifeng with complexity. From this point of view, it was really the two of them who were wrong first. Yifeng told the two of them, and stopped them, but he was worried that the two of them would cause trouble by helping. After all, the task was limited in time. If the exception handling was not completed within the specified time, what kind of punishment would be received, no one knew. If it was more serious, it might be directly wiped out by the survival game. It was a pity that at that time, they did not listen to Yifeng's words at all, and even thought that Yifeng wanted to take the boss alone, which made Yifeng anxious, so he stopped them. Thinking about it this way, it seems that I was wrong first. It seems that the unpleasantness that occurred later could not be blamed entirely on Yifeng. Thinking of this, Zhuang Hao seemed to understand that Yifeng had killed so many of his chess pieces, and asked him to compensate him, and his hatred for Yifeng dissipated for the most part. Just as the two were thinking, the health of the boss finally couldn't hold up. With a shrill scream, the monster fell to the ground powerlessly. The death of the boss announced the end of this exception handling. Still the same, after the monster died, it did not turn into a crystal stone or a trophy magic ball, but turned into a ball of dark purple gas, which kept floating around. This scene made Zhuang Hao and Wang San's eyes widen. They had never seen such a strange scene. Then, auspicious clouds appeared, emitting colorful rays of light, causing the dark purple gas mass to dissipate. After the dark purple gas mass completely dissipated, the colorful clouds became more and more brilliant. The colorful clouds emitted a ray of light, and sprinkled on Yifeng. Is it another blessing from God? However, when this ray of light sprinkled on Yifeng, there was no reminder sound of the survival game in his ears, but he just felt warm and comfortable all over. After the irradiation, Yifeng felt an itch on his forehead, but he didn't think much about it. After the light ended, the colorful clouds gradually dissipated. The huge space crack above this forest base also began to heal slowly, restoring the appearance of a clear sky. Exception handling has been completed, and all survivors will be teleported back to their bases. The reminder sound of the survival game came, and the three were wrapped in light, and were about to be teleported back to their respective bases. Zhuang Hao looked at Yifeng, and suddenly smiled with relief. We were reckless this time. If it weren't for you, we might not be able to handle this exception handling at all. Even if we had to handle it, it would have cost a huge price. My name is Zhuang Hao. I hope we can meet again in the future. Wang San didn't say much, but just stared at Yifeng, as if he had remembered Yifeng's appearance firmly in his heart. He also scanned Yifeng's chess pieces, and remembered all of them in his heart. After returning, he must study what Yifeng's chess lineup is in the future. Soon, Yifeng was submerged in white light, and the whole person and all the chess pieces returned to his base. This trip, we gained a lot. Zhuang Hao and Wang San's things are all pretty good, and we can be said to have returned with a full load. The only thing that made Yifeng feel unhappy was that this dog survival game was so stingy. It solved the exception handling, but didn't give any rewards. When he thought of this, Yifeng couldn't help but raised an international friendly gesture to the sky. The detailed data of this exception handling has been sorted out, and can be queried on the administrator interface. Chapter 154. Yifeng, who had just returned, had not had time to count the spoils harvested from Zhuang Hao and Wang San, when the reminder sound of the survival game rang in his ears. The details of this exception handling? What is this situation? Yifeng opened the so-called details with curiosity. After opening it, it recorded in detail the source and specific situation of the monsters of this exception handling. It turned out to be the monster in the giant egg on the top of the tree in another war zone. The strongest person in that war zone was not very strong. After knowing that there was something on the top of the tree, he directly opened the giant egg. As a result, he could not beat the monster that appeared, but let the monster kill all the creatures in the entire forest. And the survivor was also swallowed by the monster, and turned into the monster's nutrients. In the Z291 war zone, this monster went to the forest-based space of several survivors in succession, swallowed a total of 6 people, and continued to grow to what Yifeng saw. At the 7th forest base, the survival game finally came up with a response plan. After all the survivors and monsters in the forest base were transferred, only an empty base was left. When the monster wanted to tear the space to escape, it was stopped again, and exception handling was issued to let the strongest people in other war zones come to deal with it. There are many doubts in this. According to the detailed battle report above, why did the survival game recruit 3 war zone administrators to deal with it? And with the strength of Zhuang Hao and Wang San, it is indeed difficult to kill the monster, unless the magic scroll is continuous, and the hand speed is amazing to ensure that the chess piece is always full of blood. Otherwise, if there is a slight mistake, the death of a chess piece can restore 1,000,000 health points for the boss, and half a day's output is equivalent to a waste. This is unscientific, and the time of handling was not immediately arranged for someone to handle it. It was not until the monster devoured several survivors that exception handling was issued to Yifeng. Even the time of release by Zhuang Hao and Wang San may be later. Could it be that there is an artificial idiot behind this survival game? Everything can only be done according to the program. Otherwise, if there is a manipulation of intelligent creatures behind it, people should be arranged to take action at the first time. It should be able to distinguish the specific strength of each war zone administrator and distribute the exception handling task this time according to the strength. However, Yifeng could not know the truth. Everything was just his guess and might not be correct. After reading the details, Yifeng was about to close the interface, but at this time, he noticed that there was a small arrow below. There is also a next page. The finger touched the virtual arrow, and the page immediately turned to the next page. Participants in this abnormal handling: Yifeng from the Z031 war zone of Yin State, Zhuang Hao from the X016 war zone of Yin State, and Wang San from the T003 war zone of Yin State. The contribution ratio of the participants this time: Yifeng 99.98%, Zhuang Hao 0.01%, and Wang San 0.01%. The survival game will issue corresponding rewards based on the contribution ratio of each participant. Do you want to receive the reward now? Seeing this, Yifeng was happy. Sure enough, there is still a reward, but this reward is not directly prompted, but hidden in this corner. This survival game is probably inspired by the Blue Star Horse Flower Vine, and any benefits are hidden, for fear that players will get a bargain. Do you want to claim it now? Just kidding. If I don't claim the reward, can you still give me interest if I stay here? Yifeng decisively chose to claim it. Successful claim, rewards being issued. Congratulations to the survivors. You have received the following rewards for this exception handling. 1. Base upgrade time is reduced by 30 days. 2. Subsequent gold coins are used to reduce the base upgrade time by 1 gold coin each time. 3. Barracks Replicator X1. 4. Unlock all maps within 100 miles of the Scarlet Land base. A series of prompts sounded, and the rewards were finally issued. The first reward is worth 120 gold coins. No, combined with the second reward, each time the upgrade time is reduced, 1 less gold coin is required, which means that the value of the first reward is also reduced, and it can only be worth 90 gold coins. The second reward: in the future, Yifeng will only need 3 gold coins to reduce the upgrade time by 1 day, which can allow Yifeng to reach a high level and find 5-cost cards as soon as possible. The properties of this effect are somewhat similar to Hex Enhancement. The third reward is a replicator that can replicate barracks of any level. This thing is also good. It will be useful to save it for 3 stars and 5 mana in the future. As for the last reward, unlocking the map within a radius of 100 miles is also an extremely useful reward for Yifeng, which can save a lot of trouble in exploration. Excited, Yifeng immediately opened the map. Sure enough, many places that were originally a group of black fog now appeared in front of Yifeng. What excited Yifeng the most was that there were many marks on the map this time. Each monster stronghold has a monster head logo on it, and the monster strongholds that have been solved by Yifeng have a cross on them, which allows Yifeng to confirm which monster strongholds have not been killed yet. Yifeng observed the map bit by bit, checking everything on the map, as if he was watching something interesting. Suddenly, Yifeng found a different mark. On the map, it seemed to be something like a town. Ah, there are towns in this Scarlet Land? Yi Feng was a little surprised. And in the town area, there was also a standard symbol, a disc-like symbol, and I don't know what it means. That place is more than 80 kilometers away from Yi Feng. It will take many days to explore it slowly, but Yi Feng is a little excited at this moment, and even a little impatient, and he can't wait to fly there to find out the truth over there. There is a town mark here, so has anyone else found the town mark? Thinking of this, Yi Feng directly opened the entire map with the authority of the War Zone Administrator, and searched for the situation in other survivors' Scarlet Land bases. After more than an hour of searching, nothing was found. Most survivors have not explored far. Even if there are some survivors with good strength who have explored a distance, there is no town with a disc standard. It seems that if you want to know the truth, you still have to go there yourself. After closing the map, Yi Feng took out all 3 blueprints he had obtained this time from his backpack again. Advanced Life Domain Magic Scroll Blueprint, Intermediate War Domain Magic Scroll Blueprint, Transmission Tower Construction Blueprint. The 3 blueprints were all held in Yi Feng's hands, and the next moment, the 3 blueprints were used together. Suddenly, 2 new magic scrolls were unlocked in the Magic Scroll Production House. At the same time, a high tower rose from the ground in the base, and the top of the tower emitted a dazzling light. Chapter 155. Each Advanced Life Domain Magic Scroll requires 500 magic essences to make. It is also an Advanced Magic Scroll, which is more than twice as expensive as the previous Advanced Life Magic Scroll of 200 magic essences. But the effect of this magic scroll is obviously stronger in comparison. For many survivors whose chess pieces have low health, such recovery efficiency is simply a mobile fountain. If Yi Feng takes this magic scroll and sells it, it will definitely be snapped up by everyone. Thinking of this, Yi Feng looked at the 2-star chess piece Swain. Nowadays, most survivors' bases have reached level 4. It can refresh the 3-cost barracks, and the loot orbs dropped by killing wild monsters have a chance to open corresponding fragments. But the probability is relatively low, only about 15%. Some survivors with bad luck may not be able to explode a 3-cost barracks fragment in a day. To synthesize a complete barracks builder with 3-cost barracks fragments, 30 fragments are needed. Purchasing a 3-cost barracks requires 15 gold coins. Even if a survivor has saved 50 gold coins and gets 5 gold coins in interest, he will only get 15 gold coins every day. For most survivors, they are unwilling to buy a 3-cost barracks. After all, the attribute improvement is limited, and the gold coins consumed and the return are not proportional in the early stage. Yi Feng now has a bold idea, all 3 stars. The number of 3 stars of 1-cost chess pieces has reached the limit, but not many people have 3 stars of 2-cost and 3-cost chess pieces. Renata, Leona, Rel Swain, maybe they can all be chased to 3 stars directly. Thinking of this, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a little excited. If all the members are 3 stars, the strength of the chess pieces will naturally be stronger. Take Swain as an example. If he reaches 3 stars, not only can his basic health reach 2,106 points, but his skill bonus will also be more exaggerated. He can even become a real undead demon. Yi Feng checked his backpack and found 5 pieces of Swain's barracks fragments. If you want to pull Swain to 3 stars, you need 175 pieces. In the Magic Scroll Production House, Yi Feng directly made 60 Advanced Life Field Magic Scrolls. Then he opened the chat interface and prepared to use these magic scrolls to trade Swain's barracks fragments. Are you still worried about your chess pieces not being able to hold up? Are you still worried about not being able to beat the border trial? Good news, Advanced Life Domain Magic Scroll is on sale. You only need 3 Swain barracks fragments to exchange for one of this magic scrolls. With it, the border trial will definitely not be a problem anymore. At the end of the message, Yi Feng attached the detailed properties of the Advanced Life Domain Magic Scroll. When the people who were chatting in the chat interface saw the message sent by Yi Feng, some survivors had not yet reacted that it was sent by Yi Feng, thinking it was an advertising scam or something like that. After all, under the pressure of wiping people out in the survival game, some people actually seized on the mentality of others wanting to survive, and came up with a lot of fraudulent information. After someone took a look at the properties of this magic scroll, he replied unhappily, "Restore 400 health points per second, there is no limit on the number, and it even lasts for 1 minute. It is equivalent to restoring more than 20,000 health points for all members. This thing of yours is purely photoshopped. If it's real, I eat it." In his opinion, the properties of this magic scroll are too powerful. It is so powerful that if he has it in his hand, he will definitely use it as a trump card, and will never sell it casually. This thing can definitely become a magic weapon to turn the tide at a critical moment. However, after his message was sent out, not many people agreed with him. Because others have noticed the ID of the spokesperson, it is none other than Yifeng. Everyone still believes in Yifeng's words. After all, as the strongest boss, there is no need to come to everyone to have fun. Since Yifeng took out this thing, and said he wanted to exchange it for Swain's barracks fragments, he must be here for the barracks fragments. Brother, do you want to see who the spokesperson is before you speak? Brother, you've been slapped in the face. It's Big Boss Yifeng showing up. Ha ha ha. Brother must not have noticed that it was Big Boss Yifeng. Brother, you're here to cheat for food and drinks again, otherwise brothers will crowdfund for you. I suspect the guy is Lao Ba, but there's no evidence. After hearing everyone's replies, the survivor noticed that the person who sent this message was Yifeng. Damn, this is so embarrassing. When he thought of his confident speech just now, he felt his face turn red. Fortunately, everyone can't see it in reality, it's just bragging on the chat interface. Wait a few days, maybe everyone will forget it. Thinking of this, the buddy immediately closed the chat interface. After closing it, the buddy continued to recall the advanced life field magic scroll sent by Yifeng in his mind. That attribute is really good. Unfortunately, he probably didn't have the Swain's barracks fragments he needed. Thinking of this, the guy opened his backpack dejectedly. At this moment, he was surprised to find that he had collected 3 Swain's barracks fragments in his backpack. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. He didn't even remember when the 3 Swain's barracks fragments were dropped. Maybe he didn't notice the things that fell when he opened the magic ball yesterday? Or was it the intelligent chess piece that went out today that dropped it for him? Knowing that the intelligent chess piece can hunt monsters on his behalf, can also help pick up loot, and can even be used for daily use in addition to daily use, he decisively used the intelligent chess piece scroll for Lux, and gave it to Lux to lead the team to hunt during the day, and he would browse the chat interface and brag. As for the night, Lux's burden was even heavier. Looking at the 3 Swain's barracks fragments in his backpack, he didn't care about any face issues. He opened the chat interface again. At Big Boss Yifeng, I have 3 Swain barracks fragments here, are you ready to trade now? As soon as he popped up, he immediately attracted a lot of ridicule. Brother, I thought you were pretending to be dead, but you're still here. Ha ha ha, let's eat something, hurry up, everyone is waiting. At this time, he completely ignored the ridicule of others, and laughed if he liked. The best way is to find Big Boss Yifeng to exchange for the magic scroll. As long as you have this magic scroll, some boss will dare to take the risk. At this time, Yifeng, after trading with the survivor, happened to see the message from this buddy. Convenient, of course convenient. Why not trade the barracks fragments that were delivered to your door? Chapter 156. Of the 60 magic scrolls, half were traded out quickly. There are only 28 left. If you need them, you can chat with me privately. When Yifeng sent this message, many survivors became anxious and wanted to exchange for a magic scroll. Unfortunately, they really didn't have that many Swain barracks fragments. After all, there were more than 10 3-cost barracks, and the fragments that could be exploded every day were only 1 or 2 at most. If they wanted to get all Swain barracks fragments, the probability would be even lower. I'm so anxious, I only have 2 Swain barracks fragments. Is there any brother who can sell me 1 Swain barracks fragment? I exchange it with you for a low-level recovery scroll. Ah, I only need 1. Is there any good brother who can sell me 1? I exchange it with other magic scrolls. I just sold 3 Swain barracks fragments a few days ago. Can you understand how I feel now? It's worse than eating shit. These survivors are all complaining at this time. Especially the buddy who sold the Swain barracks fragment a few days ago just to exchange for a 2-cost barracks fragment to make his chess piece reach 2 stars. At this time, when he thought that he could now find Yifeng to trade for a high-level magic scroll, he felt even more distressed. Every time he thought of this, he wanted to slap himself a few days ago. If I had endured for a few more days, wouldn't I have been able to exchange it for a high-level magic scroll? I'm so stupid, really. I only knew that barracks fragments could be exchanged for barracks fragments, but I never thought that there would be a big guy who would exchange it for a high-level magic scroll. This guy is already regretting it so much. Seeing the news about this buddy, many people started to tease him. Brother, are you the modern Xianglin Saw? What did you do to me? I suddenly recall the fear of being dominated by Zhou Shuren in high school. While everyone was teasing, someone came out and stabbed the wound of the buddy twice. Damn, buddy, it's you? What a coincidence, I'm the one who exchanged 6 2-cost barracks fragments with you for Swain. Thank you so much. I was thinking of slowly putting together a 3-cost barracks when I was free, but now I don't need it. I went directly to Yifeng to exchange for a magic scroll, and I'm going to go. Once these words came out, the lethality was not small. If everyone was together in person, they might be able to see that the buddy's face was almost red at this moment. Originally, he would have endured the loss, but he didn't expect that the buyer of the transaction, the one who got the bargain, would jump out and show off. This is intolerable. The other onlookers also laughed out loud. It was certainly uncomfortable to exchange magic scrolls with Yi Feng for the shards, but seeing others who had the chance to have them, but lost them, everyone's mentality suddenly became much calmer. It was certainly uncomfortable to have a bad life, but when you find that other people are not doing well, then this discomfort will be much less. A group of people laughed, and only the big brother, who had just sold the Swain barracks shards a few days ago, became the only injured person in the whole scene. Other survivors, who did not have enough barracks shards, also took out their own things and wanted to exchange Swain shards with others, hoping to get enough 3 barracks shards to exchange for such a high-level magic scroll from Yi Feng. The value of the Swain barracks fragment also rose rapidly. Looking at this situation, Master Yi Feng is going to make a 3-star Swain chess piece. Is this chess piece very powerful? You are talking nonsense above. If it is not powerful, would Master Yi Feng take out such a good treasure to exchange? That's right, this magic scroll is so awesome. The cost of one copy is probably not low. Where did Master get so many magic essences? It takes me half a day to kill a sandworm, but I only get a little magic essence. Why is Master the master? He must be more awesome than us. Need I say more? I guess the monsters killed by Master can drop dozens of magic essences. If these people knew that the Gobi giant scorpion monster killed by Yi Feng could be exchanged for thousands of magic essences, what would they think? Soon, more people came to Yi Feng to trade magic scrolls. Yi Feng often announced how many magic scrolls were left in the chat interface, which played a role of hunger marketing, making people more anxious, fearing that after he collected the barracks fragments, Yi Feng would have no magic scrolls in his hand. After an hour of selling, Yi Feng finally collected the required Swain barracks fragments. Sold out, but I may need to collect some 2-cost barracks fragments later. But if you want to exchange for magic scrolls, the price will definitely be higher. It is temporarily set at 5 2-cost barracks fragments for 1. I will tell you what specific barracks fragments you need later. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he directly closed the chat interface. He did not tell the chat interface in advance what barracks fragments he needed, so that when he wanted to collect them, the things were scattered in everyone's hands, so that some people would not hoard them all and then come to bargain with him. After Yi Feng closed the chat interface, everyone in the chat interface was completely excited. Damn, there will be more later. What is Yi Feng's lineup? Does anyone know? Tell me quickly, I go collect the barracks fragments now. What are you dreaming about upstairs? I guess the brothers who have 2-cost barracks fragments in their hands are not willing to sell them easily. Some people were ready to remember that Yi Feng's original lineup was Darius and Draven, and immediately deduced that it was very likely that the 2-cost barracks fragment that Yi Feng needed was Riel. Immediately, someone expressed his desire to buy Riel at a price slightly higher than the previous market price. Unfortunately, no one was willing to trade. Even after this person's reminder, many people reacted, and it seemed that Yi Feng's lineup was really Iron Conqueror. Then Riel is the most likely one. Of course, there are also some survivors who think that the price of barracks fragments is higher than usual, and they can exchange for relatively more supplies, so they are ready to take this opportunity to throw the fragments out directly. After all, after Yi Feng gets his chess piece to 3 stars, he will no longer need 2-cost barracks fragments, and the price of barracks fragments will definitely fall back at that time. Only by stopping when you are ahead can you make a steady profit. At this time, Yi Feng had no idea about these things. The reminder sound of the survival game in his ears made him a little excited. It is detected that the survivor can synthesize a 2-star Swain barracks builder. Do you want to synthesize it? It is detected that the survivor can synthesize a 2-star Swain barracks builder. Do you want to synthesize it? After the synthesis, the highlight is finally here. It is detected that the survivor can synthesize a 3-star Swain barracks builder. Do you want to synthesize it? Chapter 157. As the prompt sounds rang out, Swain's barracks finally turned into 3-star gold. The original 3-star Swain chess pieces were also coated with a layer of gold at this moment, and successfully upgraded to 3-star crows. Congratulations to the first survivor to achieve 3-star Swain. The number of 3-star Swains is limited. 1/3 after reaching 3 stars. The health volume directly increased from the original basic 1170 to 2106 points. Plus the investment strategy buff for so many days, the health volume reached 2,596 basic health points, which can be regarded as breaking through the 2,500 point mark. In addition, The Eternal Flame and Morello's secret codex on his body each provide 150 points of health, and Swain's health has reached 2,896 points. In 3 days, he will be able to break through the 3,000 point mark, and the Archangel staff provides him with the confidence to continue fighting and become stronger. 3-star Crow, the frontline skill Demon Sublimation, instantly restores 380% of the spell strength of the health and ascends. During the ascension, it restores 145% of its own spell strength of health per second, and causes 95% of the spell strength of AoE damage to the enemy. And Swain's basic spell strength has reached more than 300 points, with the blessing of the high-level number of Iron Conqueror. In other words, releasing skills can instantly restore more than 1,000 health points, and subsequently restore more than 400 health points per second. This effect is comparable to the effect of the 2 equipment on Darius, and with the continuous stacking of Archangel Staff, this effect will become stronger and stronger. If the crows are used as back row mage output, the skill Crow Slaughter summons 8 crows, which deal a total of 700% of the enemy's spell power, or more than 2,000 points, and the 8 crows will also cause 90% of the spell power magic damage to other nearby enemies. The cumulative damage of the skill is as high as 1,420% of the spell power. Compared with 2-star LeBlanc, if you only look at the skill damage, it can basically be evenly matched with 2-star LeBlanc. After all, the total damage of 2-star LeBlanc skills is only 1,560% of the spell power. However, this is only a 50-50 split in terms of damage. The special effect of LeBlanc's Fade Chain is naturally irreplaceable by other chess pieces. Yi Feng suddenly remembered that when the 3-star Swain was prompted just now, the number that could be reached seemed to be only January 3rd, instead of 1 out of 5, like the 3-star Darius before. In other words, at most 3 survivors can reach 3-star Swain. Could it be that as the level of the barracks increases, the number of 3 stars will also decrease accordingly? If the inference is true, then the number of 3 stars of the 4-cost chess piece is at most 2. And the number of 3 stars of the 5-cost chess piece is only 1. Yi Feng didn't know whether this guess was right or wrong. Maybe he could wait until the 2-cost chess piece is 3 stars, and see if it prompts 1/4, then he could confirm whether his guess was right or wrong. Yi Feng looked at the 2-cost barracks at this time. There are 3 in total: Renata, Leona, and Riel. Among them, Riel's equipment is a 3-crown tool man, which doesn't seem to be too necessary. However, Riel's skill Broken Formation, in addition to causing damage and providing shields, has another effect, which is to steal the enemy's armor and magic resistance to improve its own dual resistance. 1-star Riel steals 10 points of dual resistance, 2-star Riel steals 12 points, and 3-star Riel can steal 15 points with 1 skill. And Yi Feng's current lineup has reached 6 Prophets. As a member of the Prophets, Riel's skill release speed will not be too slow. Pulling her to 3 stars may have a miraculous effect when facing some monsters with relatively high defense. As for Leona, who is also a frontline tank, her skills have only improved slightly after upgrading to 3 stars, but after all, he has had in-depth exchanges with Leona, and Yi Feng feels that he cannot be so partial to one over the other, so he naturally wants to pull Leona to 3 stars, the last Renata. After reaching 3 stars, the shield value of her skills can be increased again, and the damage can be directly doubled. The only thing that makes Yi Feng regretful is that Renata's appearance under the mask is a little hard to see at a glance, so Yi Feng has not been able to find the object to use the remaining chess piece intelligent scrolls. After the crow is 3 stars, Yi Feng began to calculate how many magic scrolls are needed to pull the remaining 3 2-cost chess pieces to 3 stars. A 2-cost barracks only needs 20 fragments to synthesize a barracks builder. From 2 stars to 3 stars, each barracks needs 120 barracks fragments, a total of 360. Yi Feng previously told people that 5 fragments can be exchanged for 1 advanced life field magic scroll, which means 72 magic scrolls are needed. Yi Feng simply exchanged 80 in one go, just as if he was helping everyone, and it didn't matter if he exchanged more. Soon, after Yi Feng exchanged the magic scrolls, he opened the chat interface again. As soon as he opened it, he saw that everyone was still guessing what the 2-cost barracks fragments Yi Feng wanted to exchange were. Some people even used hero fragments as bets to bet on what kind of barracks fragments Yi Feng would collect. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Yi Feng originally sent all the messages in one go, but accidentally pressed the send button and sent the message directly. Yi Feng popped up again, which immediately made the survivors in the chat interface anxious. Boss Yi Feng, you finally showed up. I have a lot of 2-cost barracks fragments waiting for you. Boss, you must have Vandal barracks fragments. This is the most I have. Vladimir, find out. You can form a supervision bond with your Darius, don't miss it. Yifeng didn't beat around the bush, and after the 1-minute speech cooldown, he directly said all the barracks fragments he needed. Leona, Renata, Riel, buy 120 pieces of each of these 3 barracks. 5 barracks fragments can be exchanged for a magic scroll. If you don't have 5 pieces of a single barracks fragment, you can also exchange them together. Yifeng's words immediately caused a lot of discussion. The survivors who guessed correctly were ecstatic. This time, they could trade for several high-level magic scrolls. They could finally try to defeat the stronghold they couldn't defeat last time. The survivors who didn't guess correctly sighed and shouted that they didn't have that luck. At this time, someone asked, "Boss, didn't you reveal your lineup?" Seeing this message, Yifeng smiled. The lineup was exposed, so what? His lineup was never the most important. The key was the extra combat power provided by Hextech Enhancement, and the golden spatula and golden pot that he'd bought in large quantities based on the information gap in the early stage, so that his population and job transfer emblems were all in large quantities. If others want to learn Yifeng's lineup, they must have a large population before learning. And even if they learn it, if they really have so many populations and job transfer emblems, their combat power will still not be as good as Yifeng's. Chapter 158. The transaction was in full swing, and Yifeng soon collected enough fragments. During this period, many people began to analyze the barracks fragments collected by Yifeng. Renata's bond was Alchemist Baron plus Prophet, Riel's was Sentinel plus Iron Conqueror plus Prophet, and Leona's was Piltover Academy plus Sentinel. Combined with Yifeng's previous inquiry into the detailed effects of the 3 Alchemist Barons' bonds, someone immediately guessed Yifeng's lineup. Brothers, if you want to become stronger, you can take a look. I have roughly guessed Yifeng's chess lineup. This survivor deliberately kept it a secret, which aroused the curiosity of many people. Hurry up, brother, tell me. Tell us quickly, let's see how Master Yifeng matched the lineup. I will learn from him. Urgent, hurry, hand over the lineup quickly. Nothing else, I just remembered that I had a brother who always liked to be a real man, but he was hit by a car when he went out, and his scream was so miserable when he was sent to be cremated. Ha, I will add one more thing to the upstairs. After the ashes were taken out of the crematorium, a gust of wind blew the ashes away, and the sprinkler truck happened to pass by at this time. The survivor who kept the secret was not angry at everyone's evaluation of him, but was very proud in his heart, enjoying the attention of everyone. After seeing that everyone's curiosity was aroused by him, he spoke out all his analysis proudly. Everyone remembers the first 2 chess pieces of Yifeng, right? Darius and Draven. I won't tell you what their bond is. You can check it out yourself. An Alchemist Baron has another chess piece, which is a 1-cost singed. I'm sure you all know this. As soon as these words came out, everyone remembered the 2 chess pieces that Yifeng had in the early stage. Even if the survivors didn't know the bond between these 2 chess pieces, they hurriedly switched out to check the bond between Draven and Darius. Iron Conqueror, Overseer, Brawler. After everyone understood the bond between these 2 chess pieces, they continued to look forward to the next analysis of this person. Ha, I think everyone has seen it. That's right, 2 Iron Conqueror plus the unactivated Overseer and Brawler bonds. Then look at the 3 2-cost barracks fragments collected by Big Brother Yifeng. What do these add up to? Everyone calculate it yourself. Hearing this, many survivors began to calculate in their minds what bonds Draven, Darius, Rel, Leona, and Renata had, and what bonds they could generate when they were put together. 3 Iron Conqueror, 2 Prophet, 2 Sentinels plus the unactivated Piltover Academy, Overseer, Brawler, Alchemist Baron. After waiting for a minute, the man continued to speak. Everyone should have figured out the bond situation of Big Boss Yifeng. This is the situation of the 5 barracks on the surface. Of course, Big Boss Yifeng's lineup is far more than 5 barracks. After all, Big Boss Yifeng was just collecting 3-cost barracks Swain. In addition, Big Boss Yifeng asked about the Alchemist Baron bond, so I have reason to suspect that Big Boss Yifeng must have a singed bond. But in this case, the Sentinel bond, Iron Blood Conqueror bond, and Alchemist Baron bond are all missing one. Everyone looked at the analysis made by this person, and immediately felt that it made sense. There is a high probability that there is a singed in Big Boss Yifeng's barracks, so that 3 Alchemist Barons can be made up. But even so, the bond still looks a little wrong, making people feel very awkward. Someone wanted to speak and ask, and the previous person continued to infer. Everyone has also discovered that among the existing bonds, Yifeng's bond is missing one, so the bonus to Yifeng's chess piece attributes must be limited. The question is back to Swain. What is his bond? Then I guessed that his bond must be between Iron Blood Conqueror and Alchemist Baron. As for why he didn't guess Sentinel, after my observation, most Sentinel chess pieces have a set of armor. This person's inference is very good. Swain's bond is indeed Iron Blood Conqueror. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. Does it mean that if we follow Master Yifeng, we will probably be able to learn the 4 Iron Blood Conqueror bonds, or the 3 Alchemist Baron bonds? Damn, I bet it's the Alchemist Baron bond. After all, that's the information that Master Yifeng has to spend his equipment to collect. It might be a very cool bond. After the previous person's analysis was almost complete, he made a summary. As for the remaining bonds that haven't been put together, I think Master Yifeng has other chess pieces, such as Aurelia, to supplement the 4 Sentinels. I can't guess the other situations, but as for Swain's bond, I'm sure it must be Alchemist Baron or Iron Blood Conqueror. Yifeng watched the whole analysis of this survivor. This guy is quite interesting. This analysis seems simple, but for a world without the Golden Shovel game, it's not bad to be able to analyze these out of nothing. Good analysis, I give you a magic scroll as a reward. After sending it, Yifeng directly mailed a magic scroll of the advanced life domain to the other party. Yifeng's sudden appearance immediately made everyone excited. This is equivalent to the person concerned personally admitting Swain's bond situation. After everyone's subsequent level is upgraded, if you want to add new chess pieces, you must try the bond again. Now that you know the bond situation of a barracks in advance, it can be regarded as eliminating a lot of wrong answers for everyone's subsequent development. And the survivor who made the analysis never thought that he just wanted to show off his saintly outfit in front of others, but he could get the approval of the boss, and even give him a magic scroll, looking at the email that suddenly appeared. He chose to receive it without hesitation. When a magic scroll of the advanced life domain was really placed in his hands, he felt his legs a little weak, and everything seemed a little unrealistic. He pinched his thigh hard, and the pain made him sure that this was real. Fuck, boss is awesome, he can mail things to me directly. Let me show you my advanced life field magic scroll. This guy showed off decisively in the chat interface, making other survivors envious. Boss, why don't you give me one too? Wow, how can you forget me when you're giving out benefits? Boss, why don't you give me a few more? I want it too, I should have come to analyze it earlier. Chapter 159. However, Yifeng didn't see the news from everyone at all. After sending a magic scroll to that buddy, Yifeng took the barracks fragments he collected and prepared to upgrade the star. The barracks fragments of Renata, Leona, and Riel in the backpack are enough for 3 stars. Upgrading the chess pieces first is the first priority. Congratulations to the first survivor to achieve 3-star Leona. The number of 3-star Leona is limited, 1/4. Congratulations to the first survivor to achieve 3-star Riel. The number of 3-star Riel is limited, 1/4. Congratulations to the first survivor to achieve 3-star Renata. The number of 3-star Renata is limited, 1/4 in the base. Golden light continued to emerge from Yifeng's base, reflecting the entire base in gold. The 3 barracks were upgraded to 3-star barracks at the same time. As the 3-star Leona and Riel in the front row, the basic health points have reached 2,592 points. With the blessing of Hex enhancement, all of them have reached more than 3,000 points of health. Although this amount of health is still a little behind Darius, the main tank, it can withstand damage from most bosses, and will not be killed easily. So far, in Yifeng's lineup, Darius and Draven have reached 4 stars, and Amumu, Rel, Renata, Leona, and Swain have all reached 3 stars. The combat power of the chess pieces is unprecedentedly strong. At the same time, through the report on the 2-cost 3-star chess pieces, Yifeng reconfirmed his previous guess. That is, the number of 3 stars of the 1-cost to 5-cost chess pieces is most likely to be in the order of 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. In the later stage, only one person can get the 3-star 5-cost. Perhaps that person is the strongest Gu King that the person behind the scenes of this survival game wants. No, Yifeng immediately thought of something wrong. There is more than one battle zone, so many survivors. Each battle zone can raise one person to form a 3-star 5-cost lineup. So what is behind this survival game? Yifeng felt a little overwhelmed, and couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. After finishing the chess piece star upgrade, Yifeng decided to count the various things he encountered in these days, to see how to act in the future plan. At present, for the Scarlet Land, Yifeng has encountered several special areas after so many explorations. The Gobi Desert located through the trial portal is full of Gobi giant scorpions in the endless Gobi Desert. They have amazing defense, but they are not immune to the burning effect of light equipment, but they can easily deal with it. Even for Yifeng, The Gobi giant scorpion is simply a holy place for brushing magic essence. According to Yifeng's inference, the Gobi area is definitely not accessible to survivors at this stage. But Yifeng used the positioning transmission device and the trial transmission gate to force a bug and arrived at that area in advance. There may be some secrets waiting for Yifeng to explore in that area, but the exploration there is relatively dangerous and is not the best choice. In addition, there is a place that looks like a town on the map, with a disc mark. But that address is dozens of kilometers away from him. Even if he unlocks the transmission tower and explores step by step, it will take several days to get there. Shit, when can I get a teleporter? Or if anyone drops an off-road vehicle or other loot, I go find them to exchange, otherwise it's too tiring to walk every day. Yifeng muttered. In addition, there is a new direction, which is the compass obtained from Wang San. Frost Compass, after activation, you may be able to find them for help. This compass does not have a detailed description of the effect, just like the Riddle Man, saying that you can find them for help. They? What do they mean? Is there any other intelligent creature race in this Scarlet Land? Activating this compass may be of great help in exploring the Scarlet Land, but you have to face new intelligent creatures, and everything is still unknown. This made Yifeng hesitate. Just as Yifeng was thinking, Leona suddenly walked in front of Yifeng, staring at Yifeng's forehead with a pair of eyes. What's wrong? Yifeng touched his forehead in confusion. Could it be that his hairline moved back because of the recent hard work? Seeing this, Leona told Yifeng what she saw. Master, there is a mark on your forehead, which looks very good. Ah? There is a mark on the forehead? What the hell? Yifeng hurriedly took out a small mirror from his backpack and observed the situation on his forehead. Yifeng in the mirror looked handsome and unrestrained. Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, handsome people are different. But when he saw his forehead, Yifeng himself was dumbfounded. What's going on? On his forehead, a golden mark appeared. The pattern of the mark looked like a disc. More importantly, when Yifeng shook the mirror and shone the light on his forehead, the mark actually reflected light. What the hell is this? Give me a tattoo. How can I pass the physical examination for the civil service exam in the future? Wait, when did this thing appear? It seems that there was no such thing before going to exception handling. Hiss. Yifeng suddenly remembered that after the auspicious cloud shone down this time, he did not get anything, but felt an itch on his forehead. I didn't feel anything at the time, but now thinking back, it must be the problem of the auspicious cloud. Damn, not only did you not give me a reward, but you also gave me a tattoo. You will be responsible if I can't pass the civil service exam in the future. Yifeng teased in a playful way, but unfortunately, no one could understand what he said. Several intelligent chess pieces looked at their master yelling there alone, and they all stood there in a daze, not knowing how to deal with it. What does the mark on the forehead mean? Yifeng kept searching for relevant memories in his mind, trying to see if there was any impression of this disc mark in his memory. Suddenly, a sense of familiarity came to his mind. Yifeng immediately opened the map and kept zooming out, until he reached the place that looked like a town that he had discovered on the map before. Sure enough, the disc mark on it was exactly the same as the mark on Yifeng's forehead. This is definitely not a coincidence. It seems that the next goal has been determined. Yifeng tapped the mark on the map with his finger. The goal is here. Move in this direction every day, and use the teleportation tower to establish the coordinate point when you reach the farthest point. After returning to the base, continue to explore in this direction the next day. 5 days is definitely enough for me to get here. I want to see what this mark represents. Chapter 160. The town on the map is 80 kilometers away from Yifeng. If walking, a person can walk about 5 kilometers per hour, and it seems that it will take less than a day to reach the destination. But humans are not robots after all, and they have to rest. And the road is not all flat, and you have to fight monsters when you encounter them, which will consume a lot of time. Therefore, Yifeng plans to reach the destination in about 5 days. It is not too late now. It is just around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yifeng decided to move forward a distance in the direction of the town. The town is in the southwest corner of Yifeng's base. There are 7 or 8 strongholds in the middle, one of which is an A-level stronghold. When Yifeng set out with his chess pieces, many survivors, who had just arrived in the Scarlet Land, were still in a state of confusion. In the base, there is nothing except the existing barracks and houses. The promised magic scroll production house was not seen at all. This is natural. For the survivors who enter later, the level of the border trial itself is only the lowest level D trial. It is basically like a blank slate coming to the Scarlet Land without any benefits. After coming here, the survivors with slightly stronger strengths fight sandworms every day and exchange magic scrolls, with crystal stones from the survivors, who have unlocked the magic scroll production house. However, this kind of exchange is naturally not fair. The intermediary fees charged by many survivors far exceed a proportion of 50%. And the types of magic scroll production owned by these survivors are only one or two common types. Many people only miss Yifeng at this time. Miss his rich magic scrolls, and the fees charged by Yifeng, compared with these people now, are simply conscientious sellers. Unfortunately, Yifeng is too lazy to do the business of trading crystal stones to make a profit. If he had this time, he could go hunting a goby giant scorpion directly, and the magic essence would not be a crazy income of tens of thousands. A survivor, after exploring outside for a while, finally encountered a different monster. Finally, it's not a sandworm, he shouted excitedly. But when he entered the battle, he realized that he regretted it. This is a D-level stronghold, but this survivor didn't know it. Although he also got an archangel staff among his chess pieces, the strength of the chess pieces themselves is not too strong after all. The front row can't hold on a bit, and if they want to hold on until the archangel staff can stack the magic power to easily kill the monster, it is likely that the front row chess pieces will be wiped out. What kind of monster is this? Do I have to use that treasure here? Thinking of this, the survivor showed a painful expression on his face. He used more than 10 fragments and exchanged them for 3 advanced life domain magic scrolls from boss Yifeng. Originally, he wanted to keep them for when he encountered an irresistible enemy or the next round of beast invasion. But he never expected that he would encounter such a difficult monster after walking a few kilometers when he was ready to explore the Scarlet Land. The monsters a few kilometers away are so scary. If you want to explore farther places, how long will it take? At this time, he had not yet realized that this was not a small monster, but a boss monster in a stronghold. Seeing that the health of the chess pieces in front of him was gradually declining, even if he used low-level recovery scrolls crazily, it was still a bit stretched. He was forced to use his trump card in the end. If you force me to use my trump card, you will die. A green magic scroll appeared in his hand. When it was torn, the whole ground was lit up, and a huge magic circle appeared on the ground. From the magic circle, a little green fluorescence lit up, which looked very beautiful. The chess piece, which had already been in danger of losing health, lit up a green value of plus 400 under the fluorescent light. The boss attacked once more than 2 seconds, and each time it caused 800 damage. It doesn't sound like this amount of health is much, but for many survivors, the star rating of the chess piece is only 2 stars. The health of a 2-star chess piece is only about 1,000 points. Even if a 2-cost chess piece reaches 2 stars, the basic health is only about 1,500 points. Even if 3 finished equipment are equipped, the health is at most 3,000 points. If there is no recovery scroll, even 3,000 points of health can't last more than 8 seconds, but when the advanced life field magic scroll is used, the surroundings seem to have become a sea of life. The chess pieces of this survivor continue to recover their health, especially the chess pieces that are not attacked by the boss monster, and their health is quickly restored to full. And the dozen chess pieces that were attacked can also resist the attack of the boss without consumption under the continuous recovery of health, and their health is even slightly rising. Great, so great. The survivor was overjoyed. If he had more of these magic scrolls, he could walk sideways in this survival game. It's a pity that there are only 3 magic scrolls. And except for Boss Yifeng, no one else probably has this thing. Alas, I don't know if Boss Yifeng is short of anything else. As long as he needs it, I wish I could trade more magic scrolls with him. He just sighed like this. He didn't think he could trade more magic scrolls from Boss Yifeng. After all, Boss Yifeng would definitely not look down on the things in their hands. Maybe save some other 3-cost barracks fragments. If Boss Yifeng needs other barracks fragments later, you can get a few more copies of this magic scroll. Soon, 1 minute passed, and the emerald green light on the ground disappeared. The values that were constantly recovering on the chess pieces stopped. The survivor who had just rested for a while saw the light disappear, and quickly took out a few low-level recovery magic scrolls. Damn, this effect is great, but it disappears too early. If I can get more, I'm willing to exchange my 10 years of no-sex life for it. The monster's health has reached the bottom, and with the help of several low-level recovery scrolls, the survivor successfully killed the monster. Congratulations to the survivor for clearing the D-level monster base. The base treasure chest has been unlocked. Please search and check it yourself. The prompt sound from his ear made the survivor stunned. What's going on? Base? What is this? Although his head was still a little confused, he still caught the key words of the survival game prompt. That is base treasure chest. There is a treasure chest. That means a treasure has dropped. I have to find it quickly. Where is this treasure chest? Thinking of this, the survivor excitedly searched nearby. Chapter 161. After completing the killing of the D-level base, after hearing the prompt of the survival game, Yang Zhe was extremely excited. He didn't care about anything else and hurriedly searched everywhere nearby. Everyone thought that the monsters in the Scarlet Land could only drop various crystal stones. The function of crystal stones is to exchange for magic essence, and use them to make various magic scrolls. However, the premise of all this is to unlock the magic scroll production house first. This step has already stumped everyone. The first batch of people who entered at least had a guide task to unlock the magic scroll production house step by step. The survivors who arrived at the Scarlet Land later not only had no guide tasks, but also looked confused, and had no idea how to explore this Scarlet Land. The previous survivors did not provide any intelligence information to the later ones, but also took advantage of the differences between different batches of survivors to earn crystal stones from other survivors, and they could earn income every day just by lying down. Relying on this income, some people can even obtain various materials without hunting, and even find people to exchange some equipment, and their life can be said to be enjoyable. But now Yang Zhe encountered a different event. After killing this powerful monster, the survival game reminded him that he had cleared the monsters in the D-level stronghold, and even rewarded him with a stronghold treasure chest. Yang Zhe thought, this may be just like the various copies in the game, scattered all over the Scarlet Land. There are D-level ones, and naturally there are higher level ones. Maybe the rewards of those strongholds can be more generous. However, these are not what Yang Zhe should consider at the moment. His current goal is to find the treasure chest in this D-level stronghold first. After searching for more than an hour, Yang Zhe couldn't help but want to curse. After defeating the boss, the treasure chest didn't drop directly, but had to be hidden and wait for the survivors to search for it by themselves. It was simply torture. If it was a real game, Yang Zhe would have wanted to ask if the planner's family was well. But this is a real survival game, so he had to bow his head and admit his defeat, and try to find the treasure chest as soon as possible. Finally, hard work pays off. Yang Zhe found the trace of the treasure chest in a gap in a corner. Looking at the treasure chest buried in the gap, Yang Zhe couldn't help but want to curse. Who can tell me why the treasure chest is hidden in such a strange place? Looking at the small wooden treasure chest in his hand, Yang Zhe felt that all the hard work was worth it. Or, give me a construction plan of a magic scroll production house? This way I can also earn crystal stones. Yang Zhe thought happily, and after putting the treasure chest on the ground, he first took out a few incense sticks from his backpack. That's right, it's incense. Although he didn't know why the loot ball in the survival game would explode this, he still kept it. He didn't expect it to come in handy now. After lighting 3 incense sticks, and inserting them in front of the treasure chest, Yang Zhe tied a white headscarf on his forehead. Finally, after 3 bows and 9 countdowns, he went forward and prepared to open the box. Please bless the gods and demons from all sides, so that I can successfully explode the top reward. After saying that, Yang Zhe wiped his hands, went forward to pick up the treasure chest, and carefully opened it. Congratulations to the survivor for opening the D-level base treasure chest and obtaining the special reward item, Fated Badge. Yang Zhe was dumbfounded. Hearing the name, he felt that the reward of this treasure chest must be extremely high. He found this special item from his backpack and took it out to check the details. It was a palm-sized badge with a dull gold color on it. The badge looked like a sun or an eye. What's the use of this fated badge of special item? It once recorded a glorious moment, and it may also play a role now. Yang Zhe also heard from other survivors that some strange special items would occasionally appear, which had no effect, like chicken ribs that were useless. Suddenly Yang Zhe thought of Yifeng. No one knew how to use the crystal stone before, but Yifeng was the first to tell everyone. That thing can be exchanged for magic essence, and magic essence can be used to make various magic scrolls. Perhaps, the special items that everyone thinks have no use are just because their strength has not reached that level, and they cannot access the correct use of these special items. Boss Yifeng may know the value of this thing. If I give this thing to Boss Yifeng, can I exchange it for another advanced life field magic scroll? With this idea, Yang Zhe sent a private message to Yifeng. Boss, I have a special item here. Do you want to take it? Just give me a high-level life field magic scroll. Below the private message, there is also a picture and text description of the fated badge. At this time, Yifeng was killing all the way to the town on the map. During this period, he passed by 2 D-level strongholds. In order to improve the attributes of Enbisa's diplomat bond, Yifeng decisively cleared all the monsters in the stronghold. In one afternoon, Yifeng advanced a total of 10 kilometers, and there was still some distance to reach the destination in 5 days. 80 kilometers in 5 days. If a fragile college student came, he would be completely exhausted. At this time, Yifeng took out a recliner and rested on the spot. After walking for so long, his feet were a little numb. Sleeping on the recliner, under Yifeng's arrangement, 3 pairs of slender hands reached out to his body. Leona and LeBlanc leaned over on both sides of Yifeng, carefully massaging Yifeng's legs to relieve the fatigue of his legs. And Morgana stood behind Yifeng and pinched Yifeng's shoulders. This scene was so pleasant. After seeing this, the other survivors could only curse, envious and jealous. Yifeng noticed at this time that a private chat message was sent to him. It was not someone else, but Yang Zhe's message. After reading the previous content, Yifeng was ready to close the chat interface directly. Previously, there were survivors who said they had special items. However, the so-called special items were only special items that he personally thought of. There was no label for special items in the definition of survival games. Special items basically need to kill some special monsters to drop. Who among the survivors at this stage can beat the special monsters and boss in the Scarlet Land? However, Yifeng continued to look down and happened to see the photo of the special item. Oh my god! Yifeng stood up suddenly, which surprised the 3 women who were massaging Yifeng, and Anbisa, who was not far away, hurriedly became alert. The reason why Yifeng was surprised was the appearance of the badge. The badge in the photo and the mark on Yifeng's forehead were actually 90% similar in appearance. Chapter 162. It's the disc mark again. There must be some big secret in it. Yifeng is determined to get this badge. The other party only asked for a magic scroll. In Yifeng's opinion, the value of this special item is far more than a magic scroll. I take it. Brother, can you tell me how you got it? Yifeng decided to take it and ask where the other party got it. After Yang Zhe sent the private message, he waited nervously for the reply from Yifeng. He was not sure whether Yifeng would be interested in this thing. This D-level base was the first time he encountered it. He just felt that it might be a treasure, so he gave it a try. Before waiting too long, Yang Zhe received Yifeng's reply. When he saw that Yifeng said he would take this special item, Yang Zhe jumped up excitedly. This is not a loss. At least the high-level life domain magic scroll that was used has paid off. Yang Zhe quickly told Yifeng the whole process of how he got the badge, and then asked Yifeng when he could trade. Yifeng, on the other side, saw that the other party got this thing in a D-level base, and couldn't help but sigh that people's luck is really different. I have cleared D-level bases several times before, and the best I got was some low-level magic scroll production drawings, and the worst was even only a basic equipment. The few times I got special items, they were basically obtained by killing some powerful boss. Comparing people are pissed off. After understanding the situation clearly, Yifeng initiated a trade with the other party. Survivor Yifeng has initiated a trade request with you. Do you accept it? Yang Zhe was waiting, when he suddenly heard the notification sound of the survival game. Looking at the trade request initiated by Yifeng, he did not hesitate and quickly chose to accept it, fearing that if he hesitated for a moment, Yifeng would regret it. The trading interface appeared, and Yang Zhe immediately put the special item on it, and clicked the confirmation button. He was not worried that Yifeng would default on the debt, but he was only worried that the other party would change his mind. Yifeng looked at the special item on the trading interface. Sure enough, the real thing was the same as the one in the picture. This thing must be very useful. Thinking of this, Yifeng did not hesitate and directly put 10 advanced life field magic scrolls on it. The transaction was completed, and Yifeng happily took the badge in his hand to play with it. This badge is not big, but it is very heavy to hold, even heavier than gold. What material is this made of? Yifeng muttered to himself, but no one could answer this question. On the other side, Yang Zhe heard the sound of the transaction being completed and shouted excitedly. Transaction completed. Obtained 10 advanced life domain magic scrolls. I got my money back. I didn't lose money this time. I even made a few crystal stones. The consumed advanced life domain magic scrolls were replenished, and the lost low-level recovery magic scrolls should be able to be compensated with crystal stones. After all, this is a crystal stone dropped by the boss level, and it must be able to exchange for a lot of magic essence. The only trouble is that he himself has not unlocked the building that converts crystal stones into magic essence, and he doesn't know whether the price others say is true or false when he gives it to others for trading. Just as he frowned and thought deeply, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wait, the number of scrolls in the survival game just now seemed to be more than one. Yang Zhe hurriedly opened his backpack to check, and immediately saw that the number in the lower right corner of the Advanced Life Field Magic Scroll was not X1, but X10. 10. Yang Zhe felt his breathing quicken. This was a full 10. 10 Advanced Life Field Magic Scrolls were enough for him to walk sideways in the Scarlet Land. If he encountered another D-level stronghold, one scroll would kill the boss and explode. Special items. Wouldn't it be possible to roll more and more? Of course, this was just his beautiful idea, and it was somewhat unrealistic to want to do this in reality. But 10 scrolls also made Yang Zhe feel a lot straighter. That's 10 in total. I guess I'm the survivor with the most advanced life field magic scrolls in the entire survival game, except for Yi Feng. When he opened the chat interface, Yang Zhe saw that everyone was still sighing that Yi Feng's advanced life field magic scroll was too powerful. Some survivors, who haven't unlocked the border trial yet, after hearing about this thing, wanted to take out all kinds of equipment to exchange for one. It's a pity that the stock of this thing is very small, and Yi Feng himself won't pay attention to these people. It's too difficult to get one from other survivors. No one can guarantee that there won't be bigger troubles later. Keeping an advanced life field magic scroll is just a little more confident, so if you want these people to trade the scrolls, you must take out something of greater value. One basic equipment. Brothers, please exchange it for an advanced life field magic scroll. Please brothers, I'm really going to die if I don't pass the border trial. Can I exchange it for a giant belt? Let's help each other. Brothers who have advanced life field magic scroll, please make an offer. Don't ask too much. In the chat interface, many people are asking for advanced life field magic scroll, but most of the things they can get are basic equipment. Looking at these chat messages, Yang Zhe felt that his blood was boiling. He has 10 advanced life field magic scrolls. If he trades all of them for basic equipment, wouldn't he be able to synthesize 5 basic equipment? If so, the strength that his chess piece can improve is simply unimaginable. Yang Zhe felt that his heart began to beat violently. When he got 10 advanced life field magic scrolls, just now, he was not as excited as he is now. He just wanted to open the chat interface to show off. But now that he knew the value of this thing, he immediately understood that the 10 scrolls that Big Boss Yi Feng gave him casually were simply a mountain of gold for him. I give you 8 advanced life field magic scrolls, 1 for each basic equipment. As soon as Yang Zhe's words were spoken, everyone was shocked. What a joke. 8. Where did so many come from? No one believed Yang Zhe's words, and they all thought that Yang Zhe was joking. After all, this is not the first time such a thing has happened. From time to time, there are survivors who brag, which is typical of hurting others and not benefiting themselves, wasting everyone's time. Brother, can you make a draft before you brag? Do you know that except Big Boss Yi Feng, other people only have 1 or 2 at most? That's right, 8. Who do you think you are? Big Boss Yi Feng? Chapter 163. No one believed that an unknown Yang Zhe could take out 8 advanced life field magic scrolls. Looking at the doubts of the crowd, Yang Zhe finally understood what it meant to play the pig and eat the tiger. Perhaps he should smile like the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Thinking of this, Yang Zhe took out all 10 magic scrolls, a fixed stack, and held them all in front of his chest. After taking the photo, Yang Zhe grinned and sent the photo directly. As a result, because he was too nervous, he actually forgot to add a text and sent it directly. The photo was sent, but there were only slight differences in the edges between the magic scrolls, and if you don't look carefully, you won't notice these at all. Therefore, after this photo was posted, no one believed Yang Zhe's words at first, and they all thought that he took out a few other magic scrolls to fool everyone. No, buddy, you just want to fool us with a few magic scrolls? Ha ha ha, who doesn't have magic scrolls? The important thing is to get advanced life field magic scroll. Your pile of garbage scrolls are not even half as good as others. Brother, how did you manage to open the equipment so seriously? There were also sharp-eyed survivors who found some problems. There is a pattern on the edge of the magic scroll, and the number of patterns on magic scrolls of different levels will also be different. Generally speaking, low-level magic scrolls only have 1 pattern, but the magic scrolls in Yang Zhe's hand can be vaguely seen to have more than 5 patterns, and the patterns are very exquisite, which looks a bit extraordinary. Wait, the pattern on this scroll is not right, buddy. You are not playing for real. Ah? What pattern? Damn, I also enlarged the picture and took a look. The pattern is really wrong. Wait, I also have a copy of Advanced Life Domain Magic Scroll, and I feel that the pattern on the edge is so similar. Ah? Is it true? Are you kidding? I thought it was a fake, but now it's really a real one. Amid the discussion, everyone gradually noticed that the pattern of the magic scroll in Yang Zhe's hand was different. Now, everyone was really excited. It's true, How did this person get so many advanced magic scrolls? Could it be that in addition to Big Boss Yifeng, there are other ways to get this thing? Oh my god, brother, how did you get this magic scroll? Can you share it with me? Brother, I want to be your licking dog. Can you give me a few magic scrolls? Looking at the people's pursuit, even thinking that he, Yang Zhe, is also a hidden big boss. This makes Yang Zhe feel very comfortable. But he also understands that he is not a big boss. After enjoying the flattery of the crowd, he directly told them the situation. Anyway, telling them would not have much impact on him. I am not a big shot, I am just lucky, I got a special item, and traded some magic scrolls with Big Shot Yifeng. I want to sell the magic scrolls in my hand, one for each basic equipment, a total of 8, brothers who need it, please private message me. After Yang Zhe finished speaking, everyone heard that he was really selling it, and there were still 8, and they all hurriedly private messaged Yang Zhe to prepare for the transaction. Soon, Yang Zhe's private messages were full. At the moment, an advanced life field magic scroll is simply a life-saving talisman for those survivors who have not yet passed the border trial. As for the loss of a basic equipment that led to a decrease in strength later, that was no longer a matter for these people to consider. If they couldn't even pass the border trial, they would be dead, so what else could they talk about? Soon, Yang Zhe sold all 8 magic scrolls, carefully selected 8 basic equipment that suited him best, and synthesized 4 finished equipment. With all these equipment equipped, the strength of the front row was greatly improved, and the output of the back row mage also had the Archangel staff, which could also fight in a protracted war. Looking at the chest barracks armed to the teeth, Yang Zhe couldn't help but smile. This wave of his can be said to be a turnaround battle. Among all the survivors, there are not many people who can have as many equipment as he does. At this time, someone asked Yang Zhe what special item made Yifeng so excited. Yang Zhe didn't keep it secret, and told everyone directly. It's just a badge, described as a special item, and I don't know what it's used for. I originally just wanted to exchange it for a magic scroll, but I didn't expect that Master Yifeng waved his hand, and gave me 10. After Yang Zhe explained the whole story, many people were envious. 10, just got it so easily. How many people would be envious? Moreover, this guy just exchanged 8 scrolls for 8 basic equipment, and now the strength of the chess piece is estimated to have been greatly improved. Just a special item badge, whose use is unknown, let him upgrade his shotgun and take off instantly. It's just like winning 10 million in the lottery. Some people want to continue to inquire where the special item badge came from. This time, Yang Zhe did not answer. This thing is a secret. While his strength has greatly increased, he will try and find a few more bases. If a few more special items are revealed, he will make a lot of money again. As for things are precious because they are rare. If everyone knows about the base, and the special item is revealed, even if Yifeng is interested, the purchase price will definitely be lower if there are more items. In order not to lose the benefits he may get, he will naturally not say much. And some survivors actually have good luck in these days, and have special items that they don't know how to use. Yang Zhe can exchange special items for magic scrolls. So can they? Thinking of this, many survivors who have special items in their hands began to have ideas in their hearts. Some people even took this opportunity to send private messages to Yifeng. At this moment, Yifeng, after resting, was preparing to continue his journey. There was a B-level stronghold not far ahead, so he could just clean it up along the way. It doesn't take much time to clean up a B-level stronghold anyway. The B-level stronghold's boss is many times stronger than the Forest Banshee in terms of strength. If it had been given to Yifeng to deal with 20 days ago, even with the Sunfire Cloak, Yifeng estimated that he would not be able to withstand the attack of the B-level stronghold monster. It's really amazing. The monsters that used to run away are now easily crushed. After easily solving the B-level stronghold's boss, Yifeng mobilized everyone to find the treasure chest and opened it casually. Congratulations to the survivor for opening the B-level stronghold treasure chest and obtaining the finished equipment, Madman Armor. Chapter 164. Hearing the prompt sound of the survival game, Yifeng couldn't help shaking his head. Yifeng was obviously not satisfied with the dropped items. A B-level base only gave him a finished equipment. Are you kidding me? I have too much equipment, and I have nowhere to use it. Just then, Yifeng opened the survival game panel and found that he didn't know when he had a lot of private chat messages. What's going on? Why are there so many private chats suddenly? With a curious attitude, Yifeng opened the private chat message. Boss, I have a special item here. Can I exchange it with you for advanced life field magic scroll? Boss Yifeng, I have a special item here. Can you see if it is worth 10 advanced life field magic scrolls? Boss, I met a very powerful boss here. Unfortunately, I can't beat it. I guess there will be good things after I kill it. Can you give me a few advanced magic scrolls? I will give you the rewards after I beat it. Boss, I also have a badge here, which is also a special item, and it has not faded. Can you see if it is worth 20 magic scrolls? Most of the private chats were to explain to Yifeng that they had some special items, and hoped to use these special items to exchange for advanced life field magic scrolls. Needless to say, it must be Yang Zhe who traded the faded badge just now. For this, Yifeng did not blame anything, and even felt that if he could really receive some useful special items, it would be 1/3 of Yang Zhe's credit. There were more than 80 private chat messages in total, and Yifeng checked them one by one. After reading more than 20 messages, most of the so-called special items, that is, some of the special items they think are special items, are not special items recognized by the survival game at all. When encountering such people, I delete the private chat messages without thinking. The most outrageous one is that someone even sent a monster crystal stone to ask Yifeng if this special item can be exchanged for a high-level magic scroll. No, buddy, aren't you here to make fun of me? Although the crystal stone is a special item, everyone knows its effect. Your crystal stone of a garbage monster is less than 10 points of magic essence at most, and you still want to exchange it for a high-level magic scroll, or even more than one. This is better than Yin Country's XXN making wishes. After reading some private chat messages, Yifeng saw a few things that really belong to special items. But I don't know what these things are used for. These things have nothing to do with the disc symbol of his current target, but considering that they are special items, Yifeng still expressed his willingness to purchase them at the price of 1 magic scroll. After receiving Yifeng's reply, some survivors readily agreed, and soon reached a deal with Yifeng. Some people felt that their special items were hard-earned, and they were at a disadvantage in trading for just a magic scroll, so they would rather keep them, and let them rot than sell them. For such survivors, Yifeng was too lazy to bargain. If they didn't want to sell, then they didn't want to. He respected everyone's choice. After reading all the private chat messages, Yifeng got a total of 7 special items. Although he didn't know what they were used for at present, he would definitely know how to use them in the future. Whether it is a profit or a loss, we need to wait until later to see the result. However, for Yifeng, the price of a high-level magic scroll is easy to get. After all, the Gobi Giant Scorpion is simply a good brother who can brush magic essence for him. If there is time, brush the Gobi Giant Scorpion for a few more days, and you can have as many high-level magic scrolls as you want. However, Yifeng does not have so much time to brush magic scrolls. After all, the effects of this life field magic scroll cannot be superimposed, so it is enough to use it. After reading all the private chat messages, Yifeng stretched his waist and finally finished. Just as he was about to close the interface, suddenly the private chat message option that was originally empty, once again added a red font one. Another private message. If you see it, you must click it, otherwise it will be uncomfortable to look at it. Boss, I have a task item here. It requires you to kill a giant scorpion with this item. I have never seen it before. See if you can exchange this thing for a high-level life domain magic scroll. At the end of the private message, there is detailed information about the task item. Task item. Proof of the strong. Killing 500 Gobi giant scorpions with this item will unlock the next stage of the task. After completing all the tasks, you will receive a high reward. This is the first time I have seen a task item, and according to the description, it is a series of tasks. You have to complete it all the way to get the final reward. How much is the final reward of this thing? And how many rewards need to be completed along the way? Everything is still unknown. Yifeng thought about it, and suddenly remembered something. Wait, Gobi Giant Crab? Isn't that the monster that gives you magic essence? I have to avoid being besieged when I kill the Gobi Giant Scorpion now. How can this survivor get the quest item about the Gobi Giant Scorpion monster? It's unscientific, absolutely unscientific, but Yifeng must get this thing. At the same time, Yifeng was also a little curious about how this survivor got this thing. No problem, deal. Can you tell me how to get this quest item? Maybe I can give you more magic scrolls. After seeing Yifeng's reply, the other end jumped up excitedly. That's fine. He originally thought that it was a great fortune to be able to exchange for a high-level magic scroll, but he didn't expect that Big Boss Yifeng was not only willing to exchange. What's more, as long as he can tell where this thing came from, he can give himself some extra magic scrolls. This is simply a good thing that falls from the sky. He didn't hesitate for a moment, and told the origin of this quest item in detail. Speaking of which, his luck was also very good. Outside the Scarlet Land, he found a different place, which seemed to be a relic of civilization. Then he accidentally touched something, and a magic circle appeared, and a monster appeared. When he was running with the chess piece, he encountered a ruined building that suddenly lit up, and he rushed over directly. The monster behind him pressed on step by step, and also rushed up. Unexpectedly, after rushing into the range of light, the monster could not move. In this way, the survivor spent more than a day to completely defeat the monster. After killing it, the reward was the proof of the strong item of this task. After listening to the other party's story, Yifeng could only say that everyone has his own dog luck. 10 Advanced Life Field Magic Scrolls. How about trading now? Chapter 165. The person on the other end of the private message was stunned when he saw Yifeng's reply. 10? He felt like his brain was going to crash. He knew that this thing that he got by luck might be useful, but he didn't know how long it would take to encounter the Gobi giant scorpion written on it. After all, it was still a bit difficult for him to kill even the basic monsters outside the Scarlet Land. He was able to get the quest items because of his good luck. I don't know why the terrifying monster was immobilized and couldn't move. So, he was lucky to get this thing. It's better to exchange it for 10 high-level magic scrolls than to let it rot in his hands. He was like the man just now, taking out some of the basic equipment for the trade to arm his chess pieces, and he could keep a few as his treasures. After trading the things, looking at the 10 high-level life domain magic scrolls he received, he felt a sense of unreality. Happiness came too suddenly. I hurriedly went to the chat channel to sell the scroll in exchange for basic equipment. Yifeng also got the task item proof of the strong. This is a token-like thing, which needs to be used to kill 500 Gobi giant scorpions. Although you can use the burning effect of light equipment to hunt, it will still take 1 or 2 days to kill 500. Let's wait and see. The current goal is to go to the town symbol area on the map first. Time has come to night. Monsters will not change at night in the Scarlet Land. However, when the scarlet moon hangs high in the sky at night, all the monsters in the Scarlet Land are like chicken blood, and their vitality, attack power, etc. have increased a lot. For most survivors, exploring the Crimson Land at night is just adding difficulty to themselves, and the monsters' drops will not be different. But Yifeng did not stop, and continued to move forward with the night buff of the Crimson Land. It was more than 9 o'clock in the evening, and Yifeng opened the map to check how far he was from the base. This time, Yifeng found that he had only advanced 13 kilometers. The destination is 80 kilometers away. Before, I wanted to reach the destination within 5 days. According to the current progress, it will take about a week to have a chance to reach the destination. Yifeng sat down, took off his shoes, and rubbed his sore feet, and decided to return first. Let's use the teleportation tower to locate a coordinate point here first. The positioning of the teleportation tower is very simple. Yifeng just sensed it in his heart, and suddenly a silver-white light appeared from the air. The light fell on the ground, drawing a beautiful and complex magic circle pattern on the ground. This silvery white light showed a different aura in the scarlet night sky. It was this silvery white light that attracted some monsters nearby, and they attacked Yifeng furiously. Unfortunately, the monsters nearby were all low-level monsters. Although they were stronger than sandworms, they were only slightly stronger. For Yifeng, there was no pressure at all. So, when these monsters rushed over, they were immediately rushed forward by a group of chess pieces, and all solved in a few moves. After the teleportation array at the coordinate point was arranged, as long as the array was activated, the teleportation action could be carried out in the base teleportation tower and various arrays. Let's go back first. I have to find some means of transportation tomorrow, otherwise I will be exhausted. After calling all the chess pieces to the teleportation array, Yifeng directly activated the teleportation array. Suddenly a ray of light lit up, and the next moment, Yifeng returned directly to his base. The numbness from his feet made Yifeng just want to relax. He took off his clothes and plunged into the fountain of life without caring about anything else, ready to take a hot bath. Lying in the hot spring, Yifeng closed his eyes and prepared to relax his body, but suddenly heard someone else walking into the water in the hot spring. Who could it be? Leona, LeBlanc, or Morgana? At this time, soaking in the hot spring, Yifeng felt the fatigue constantly surge in his heart, and he didn't even want to open his eyes. The voice kept approaching Yifeng, and soon, Yifeng felt a pair of soft little hands on his legs, massaging his feet little by little to relax him. Yifeng squinted his eyes, and opened them to look over. It was Leona, who had also taken off her clothes, and was massaging Yifeng's legs. At this moment, Yifeng felt his left hand being grabbed by someone, and then his arm touched 2 soft lumps. Turning his head, LeBlanc also came down and carefully massaged Yifeng's arm and back muscles. Soon, Morgana also came down and massaged Yi Feng's right arm. Seeing the three beauties serving him so gently in front of him, Yi Feng suddenly felt that he didn't seem to be so sleepy. Although his body instinctively wanted him to rest early, if he fell asleep in this situation, wouldn't he even be considered a man? Soon, a sweet voice came from the hot spring. From the hot spring to the room, it lasted until the early morning, and Yi Feng finally went to sleep. The next day, Yi Feng woke up, and his legs were no longer sore, but the moment he stood up, he suddenly felt a little weak in his legs. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully surviving to the 22nd day, and the daily gold coins have been issued. The investment strategy Hex Tech Enhancement has taken effect, and the health of all barracks chess pieces has increased by 50 points. Survivor, Yi Feng. Base level, LV5. The current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 5 plus 10. Base upgrade, 8 days later. Consume 3 gold coins to advance the upgrade time. By 1 day, the time came to the 22nd day. Due to the Hex Tech Enhancement effect of hedge fund, the daily interest has also reached 10 gold coins. Correspondingly, the reward of investment strategy has also increased to 50 points of health for all members. In addition, the Golden Cookware Hex Enhancement can provide 30 health points for chess pieces, as long as the equipment carried in the barracks has the golden spatula or golden pot accessories. The only difference is that even if there are multiple such equipment, a barracks can only provide 30 health points. Now there are 8 barracks, which directly provide Darius with 240 health points. A total of 290 health points were added, and because the 2 pieces of light equipment increased the health by an additional 32%, Darius's health increased by 383 points a day. Darius's health is only 317 points away from the 10,000 health mark, and his health has reached 9,683 points, with a daily guarantee of 10 gold coins, plus 10 interest from the hedge fund, and 27 gold coins from 3 triple crowns every day. Yi Feng got a total of 47 gold coins. Chapter 166. There are only 8 days left to upgrade to the 6th level base. The reward for abnormal handling allows Yi Feng to spend only 3 gold coins each time 1 day in advance. 24 gold coins can raise the level to level 6, so it is natural to directly raise the level. The base level has been upgraded again. The original small wooden house has now become an ancient courtyard, which looks very quaint. The scope of the base has also been expanded again, extending the boundaries outward. The land included in the territory of the base has changed from the original red color to the normal soil color. With Yi Feng's current chess piece bond, 10 Iron Blood Conqueror plus 6 Prophet are the 2 most important bonds. The others are 3 Black Rose, 3 Alchemy Baron, 3 Sentinel, 2 Hex Machinery, 2 Supervision, 2 Mage, 2 Brawler, Diplomat, and a lot of small bonds. The current bond situation is shown in the figure. The population brought by the upgrade. If you choose a Sentinel chess piece, you can provide more than 10 points of dual resistance for the chess pieces. The best choice is Loris among the 3-cost chess pieces. Not only can you form a 4 Sentinel bond, but you can also form a Law Enforcer bond with Wei. However, such an improvement is better than nothing for Yi Feng. The dual resistance provided by Anbisa's Diplomat bond has now reached 50 points of armor and magic resistance, and it is an improvement for all members. In addition, the chess piece that Yi Feng wants most is Spider Elise. The 3 bonds of Dual Warrior, Fighter, and Black Rose can upgrade Black Rose to a 4 Black Rose bond, and form a double Dual Warrior with Crow Swain, which can provide 15% damage reduction as a front row and 20% damage bonus as a back row. Unfortunately, Spider Elise is a 4-cost card. The probability of getting a 4-cost card at level 5 is only 2%, and even now at level 6, the probability is only 5%. And it is not realistic to collect fragments to get a spider. Because most survivors are only level 4, they can only drop 3-cost barracks fragments at most, and it is impossible to get 4-cost barracks fragments. Therefore, it is basically impossible to get a spider at this stage. Then, as a second choice, perhaps among the remaining fetters, pulling Alchemy Baron to 4 Alchemy Baron may make the number of glimmer layers increase faster. Thinking of this, Yi Feng went to check all the tips of today's survival game again, and there was indeed a tip about the number of glimmer layers. Get glimmer layers. 10 layers. If you want to get 20 layers of glimmer a day, you must have more than 5 glimmer pieces killed every day for more than 3 consecutive days. This is only the first day, and the effect is not obvious enough. In the game, 3 Alchemy Baron and 4 Alchemy Baron, under the premise of no losing streak, get the same number of glimmers, but after more than 3 consecutive losses, for Alchemy Baron can get 50 layers of glimmers, while 3 Alchemy Baron can only get 35 layers, a difference of about 1/3. I just don't know how big the difference is in the survival game. Speaking of which, there are really 2 Alchemy Baron among the 3-cost chess pieces. Otherwise, go collect another wave of barracks fragments. Yifeng thought about how to arrange the new population provided for the upgrade. In addition, Yifeng has another idea, which is to save the population and directly pull it to 4 diplomats later. There were too many ideas, and Yifeng didn't know how to put together a lineup to ensure the maximum combat power. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted everything. He even considered whether to get another big mouth, a perfect late-stage turret. All kinds of ideas made Yifeng feel that his brain was overloaded, just like when he was playing a game and only had 1 card left to get 3 stars and 5 mana, and he sold all the chess pieces, and was in a hurry to open D. His brain was overloaded, and he didn't know how to choose. Fuck, let's take a look at the chess pieces refreshed every day, but this survival game doesn't allow survivors to open D actively. It's really difficult to get 3-star chess pieces. Yifeng couldn't help but complain. It was indeed unreasonable that this survival game couldn't open cards, force everyone to trade to obtain various barracks fragments to upgrade. When Yifeng opened the 5 barracks refreshed every day, he was stunned. No, buddy, I really didn't open it. Yifeng was shocked. The 5 barracks that appeared were simply given by the dealer. Rennie, Smithy, Aurelia, Ziggs, Elise. Damn! Here comes the 4-cost Elise. Not only that, the other 2 3-cost barracks of Alchemy Baron are all out. When the barracks were refreshed, Yifeng was only at level 5. The probability of a 3-cost barracks appearing is 20%, while the probability of a 4-cost barracks appearing is only 2%. With such a low probability, not only did the 3-cost and 4-cost pieces appear, but they were all the pieces he needed. This was something Yifeng himself could not have imagined. If this were put in the game, if someone released a Spider Elise at level 5, the other 7 opponents would probably mark him like crazy, and then question whether Yifeng had opened it. This, who put the Spider Elise in my daily refresh barracks? Yifeng felt his brain was a little dazed. Nobody. He was still struggling with how to choose, and the dealer gave the answer directly. Yifeng currently has 123 gold coins, and it takes 20 gold coins to buy a 4-cost barracks. First buy the Elise barracks, and suddenly another barracks appears, which is the Elise barracks. There are 103 gold coins left. If you recruit an Elise, the number of gold coins will be only 99. However, Yifeng still has the God-given ergot, and the 10 treasure chests every day have not been opened. 10 treasure chests, you can get more than 10 gold coins at the bottom. Thinking of this, Yifeng first took all the chess pieces back to the forest base. Everything in the forest base is safe. Leaving a few chess pieces is enough to defend against the occasional monster harassment in the base. After arranging several intelligent chess pieces to go hunting with conqueror chess pieces, Yifeng took several Darius and God-given ergot to prepare to take out all 10 treasure chests for today. Today's 10 treasure chests. Luck is finally good. Among the 10 treasure chests, 8 treasure chests gave out rewards of 3 gold coins, and only 2 treasure chests gave out basic equipment. This wave, another 24 gold coins were collected, and the number of gold coins reached 127. This gold coin is enough to recruit Elise, and then replenish some for other chess pieces. Is it time to go back and recruit Elise, and buy the Alchemist Baron barracks as a backup? Or continue to upgrade the base level? Chapter 167. After the base reaches level 6, it will take 70 days to upgrade to level 7 next time. If 1 gold coin is not reduced for each upgrade, the required gold coins will be close to 300. It can be said to be an astronomical figure. Even after reducing the cost, it will take 210 gold coins to reach 7 people. For Yifeng, it will take several days of gold consumption. After returning to the base, Yifeng decided to put this issue aside for the time being. Directly consume 4 gold coins and recruit an Iris to form a bond. After recruiting Iris, a sexy woman with black silk on her legs and arms and spider tentacles growing on her back appeared in front of her. This is Spider Iris, who is half human and half spider. As a 4-cost chess piece, the 1-star Spider Iris has a basic health of 750 points, and the double resistance is different depending on the front and back rows of the transformation. Elise, who is in the back row, has a basic dual resistance of 30 points, and a skill called Self-Detonating Spider, which releases small spiders to 4 enemies. When they come into contact with an enemy, they explode, causing 205% of the spell power's magic damage to the main target, and 90% of the spell power's magic damage to other enemies around them. If you switch to Elise in the front row, the basic dual resistance will be increased to 60 points, and the skill will also change to Cocoon, which will jump forward and wrap all nearby enemies with spider webs, causing 1.75 seconds of dizziness and 120% of the spell power's magic damage to the enemy, and restore 400% of the spell power's health. And the duration of the stun can also be increased with the increase of Elise's star level. The addition of Elise has once again increased the original 3 black rose feathers to 4 black roses, and the strength of War Machine Shaun has been further improved, and the damage of all chess pieces belonging to Black Rose will also be improved to a certain extent. The one who benefits the most is naturally LeBlanc. As the main magic output, his strength has been improved again this time. In addition, Swain has received the biggest improvement. Spider Elise and Crow Swain form a double-double warrior fetter. As the frontline Crow, it has 15% damage reduction, and the tankiness can be greatly improved. In addition, the addition of Elise can also make up for a lot of control effects in the team. AoE control, the effect is still very significant. Wait for the chess pieces to clear all the monsters on the forest base, and then see how many things can be exploded, and then equip the spider with appropriate equipment based on these things. There were 123 gold coins left. He looked at Amumu. There were only 5 left. They were the designated cannon fodders of Alchemy Baron, so he needed to add more. After adding 13 Amumu in one go, Yifeng added 2 more enchantresses, and everything was ready. At this time, Yifeng looked at the spider carefully. The so-called clothes on his body were more like a layer of skin. Good guy, it's interesting. Yifeng thought about it. He had collected 6 chess piece intelligent scrolls one after another. Now this spider Elise is not impossible. Thinking of this, Yifeng took out the magic scroll and used it directly on Elise. So far, Yifeng's intelligent chess piece has one more person. I am happy to serve you, my master. After getting intelligent, Elise smiled sweetly at Yifeng and knelt down to show her respect for Yifeng. The spider legs behind Elise were also shaking. Yifeng walked up and touched it curiously. The touch was a little strange, and some of them were hard to describe. However, looking at the 2 bulges on Elise's chest, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, it was a spider with original skin. Some skins were like airports. At this time, a goblin came over from nowhere near the base and rushed into the base with a roar. Seeing a goblin approaching the base, Yifeng didn't have time to order other chess pieces to take action, and the intelligent Elise rushed over first. After launching several long-range attacks, Iris actually rushed forward and turned into a giant spider. Then she jumped up and covered the opponent with a spider web. Change back. Although Iris, who was fighting, didn't understand why her master ordered her to do so, she immediately obeyed Yifeng's order and changed back to human form. Although Iris was a 4-cost chess piece, she didn't carry any equipment and her basic health was only 750 points. The goblins outside had been continuously strengthened for so many days. Although they could win, Iris's health would be greatly damaged. If she died accidentally, she would have wasted an intelligent magic scroll. Other chess pieces, come up. Following Yifeng's order, the remaining chess pieces in the base rushed forward and soon took down the goblin easily. Elise, you are not allowed to change into spider form without my order in the future. Yifeng felt that he had to give the other party an iron rule, that is, without his permission, he must not change back to spider form. After all, if he didn't warn her in advance, if Elise suddenly changed back to spider form when she was having the most fun, it would be a big problem. Maybe there will be a brother who likes that, but Yifeng is sure that he definitely doesn't like that. It was 11 o'clock in the morning, and all the chess pieces that went out hunting returned to the base. All the goblins in the forest base were cleared out again. At the base, Shaun was left to guard the base, and Yifeng took the other main battle chess pieces to the Scarlet Land with confidence. Today's goal is to continue to advance to the town. By the way, why don't you go to the chat interface to ask if anyone has dropped something for a means of transportation? Even a mountain bike would be much easier than walking step by step. Thinking of this, Yifeng opened the chat interface again. I'm looking for a means of transportation. As long as it's easier than walking, you can send it directly to me. If it's suitable, you can trade it directly. The price is negotiable. As soon as the message was sent, it attracted the interest of many survivors. Ah? The forest base isn't that big, you can walk around without a means of transportation. Are you stupid or dumb? The boss is definitely not visiting the forest base, he must be visiting the Crimson Land. Damn, awesome, I feel like I can't get out of the Crimson Land now. Any small monster takes a long time to kill, I might as well kill goblins in the forest base to continue to strengthen my strength. This is the difference between you and the boss has probably explored several kilometers in the Crimson Land. Maybe he needs some boss monsters? Ha ha, boss, I have a unicycle here. Can it be considered a means of transportation? Yifeng roughly scanned these comments, most of which did not have useful information. It seems that the possibility of loot orbs dropping means of transportation is a bit low. Chapter 168. Just then, a buddy's speech attracted Yifeng's attention. I have something that should be considered a means of transportation, but the conditions for use are too harsh. Would you like to take a look? Yifeng hurriedly chatted with the other party privately, wanting to see what it was. After receiving Yifeng's private chat, the survivor seemed very excited. Yesterday, he heard that many people use special items to exchange for advanced life domain magic scrolls from boss Yifeng. Just looking at it made him envious. However, he didn't have any special items at all, and he had no way to trade with boss Yifeng. At this moment, he was just browsing the chat channel, and he happened to meet Yifeng buying a means of transportation. He immediately thought that he happened to have a means of transportation, and the effect looked great, but for him, the conditions for use were too harsh, and there were even risks. Magic Transition Teleport Stone. Consume magic essence to transition between spaces. Unlocked map areas cannot be jumped, and 10 points of magic essence are consumed for every 1 meter of distance. This thing can be directly teleported to various areas you want to go to. But the premise is that you need to unlock the map of the area first, that is, you need to go there in advance and light up the map first. For most survivors, it is now a luxury to want to go too far outside the Scarlet Land base. Even if the map is unlocked, there is another problem, that is, the consumption problem. The crystal stone dropped by a sandworm can only be exchanged for 1 point of magic essence, and if you want to move 1 kilometer, you need 10,000 points of magic essence, which means you need to kill 10,000 sandworms, and with so many magic essences, the cost price of a low-level magic scroll is only 5 magic essences. Running 1,000 meters requires 2,000 magic scrolls. This is not a jump device, it is clearly a money-burning device. So, this survivor sent the attributes of the thing to the chat channel, but he didn't have much hope. After all, even the most powerful boss would not waste so many resources in a panic. Not only he thought so, but others also thought so. Wow, you need 1 point of magic essence to walk 1 meter, and 1,000 magic essence to walk 100 meters. That's how many magic scrolls. You call this harsh usage conditions? You are a money-burning machine. Even if you are a big shot, you don't have so much magic essence to waste. Wow, brother, your thing looks great, but it can't be used in places where the map is not unlocked, which means you have to walk there first, and then you can teleport the second time. I almost didn't notice this restriction. The big shot must want to explore the outside world when he collects the means of transportation. This thing means you have to walk there first before you can use it. It's completely useless. Everyone talked about it, and all of them pointed out the shortcomings of this item sharply. Being talked about by everyone, the survivor who took out the prop no longer had any hope, and even felt a burning pain on his face after being scolded by everyone. Yifeng, who was at the other end, saw the prop information said by this person, and his eyes lit up. Wow, this thing is tailor-made for me. The first limitation is that you need to unlock the map before you can teleport. For others, you have to be in a place you have been to before to use this jump device. But for Yifeng, it is any portal within a radius of 100 kilometers. After all, the previous reward of exception handling allowed Yifeng to unlock all the surrounding maps. As for the high consumption of magic essence, it may be a big problem for others, and they may even think that this thing is not practical enough. But for Yifeng, it is still relatively easy to brush up the magic essence. There are still about 67 kilometers left to the town icon area on the map, which requires more than 600,000 magic essence. As long as you kill about 100 Gobi giant scorpions, you can gather the required magic essence. This thing is not bad. 5 high-level magic scrolls trade. Can you accept it? After Yifeng's message was sent, the other party was surprised. He originally thought that this useless thing was just a try-and-see mentality, and sent it to Yifeng to see. He never thought that Yifeng actually accepted his things and gave 10 magic scrolls in the same generous way. Thinking of this, he was very excited and hurriedly initiated a trade with Yifeng. Everyone in the chat channel widened their eyes. No! Big boss Yifeng really wants it? Is this thing worth 5 high-level magic scrolls? Ah, big boss, if you save the magic essence from using this item, I can even carry you. Ah! I don't understand. Big boss Yifeng really wants to buy this money-burning machine that costs 10,000 magic essences per kilometer? After sending the purchase information, Yifeng temporarily closed the chat channel, and went directly to the magic scroll production house to get some more magic scrolls. I didn't know it when I saw it, but I found that the previous magic essence was not much, only less than 10,000. Although the high-level magic scrolls to complete this transaction were enough to make, there was no extra magic essence to directly transfer to the town area on the map. It seems that I have to go to the giant scorpion again, just in time to complete part of the progress of the mission items of the Certificate of the Strong. Soon, Yifeng exchanged 5 more magic scrolls, and invested more than 100,000 magic essences from the Gobi giant scorpion in the equipment production house. 100,000 magic essences, and the results will be known on the 27th day. The remaining magic essences were almost consumed in order to pull 3 stars for the chess pieces and purchase various special items. This magic essence is really not enough. More than 100,000 magic essences are simply astronomical figures that other survivors dare not think about. With the current strength of most survivors, it takes 1 or 2 minutes to clean up a sandworm, and the chess piece may also be damaged. After an hour, the sandworms that can be killed are only about 60 at most. The crystal stone of a sandworm can be exchanged for 1 point of magic essence, which means that 60 points of magic essence can be obtained in 1 hour. Even if you don't eat or drink, and don't count the loss, it will take more than 2 months to hunt sandworms for 24 hours to obtain so much magic essence. After the transaction was completed, the survivor excitedly sent a photo of 5 advanced life domain magic scrolls in his hand. This scene made everyone envious, but they could only sigh that they didn't have such good luck to get the props that Yifeng wanted. And Yifeng soon got the so-called magic transmission stone. Chapter 169. It was a fist-sized magic stone. Holding it in the hand, a warm breath came into the hand. Just hold this teleportation stone and activate the magic leap teleportation stone with your mind. Yifeng tried it, and when he closed his eyes, he heard the prompt of the teleportation stone. Please select the teleportation location in the unlocked map. The upper limit of chess pieces that can be carried. 200. Yifeng tried to select the area that seemed to be a town in the unlocked map, and silently recited the teleportation in his heart. This teleportation distance, 79.8 kilometers, consuming 798,000 magic essence points, insufficient magic essence, unable to teleport. Yifeng opened his eyes, and put the teleportation stone away first. Unexpectedly, this thing actually has a limit on the number of chess pieces that can be carried. This is something Yifeng had never thought of. Carrying only 200 chess pieces, can they withstand any accidents? Yifeng was a little worried. 200 chess pieces were still not enough. However, the current problem is to replenish the magic essence first, and as for the other things, we will make plans later. To hunt the Gobi giant scorpion, Yifeng only plans to bring Darius and Malzahar. After all, the giant scorpion monster is immune to the special effects of ordinary equipment, and its defense is extremely terrifying. It is only thanks to the special effects of the light equipment that Yifeng can kill these monsters. Returning to the area where the Gobi giant scorpion is located, Yifeng took out the quest item proof of the strong that he had traded. Although he didn't know what this thing was used for, it was just right to hunt these giant scorpions now, and he could also increase the number of 500 giant scorpions in the quest. Taking out the proof of the strong and holding this token-like task item, Yifeng looked at the endless desert around him, and asked Darius to turn around first. After walking a few steps, the ground felt shaking. A giant scorpion emerged from under the desert. When Yifeng first saw the giant scorpion, which was more than 30 meters long, he was full of uneasiness and worry. But now facing this giant scorpion monster, he no longer had these emotions in his heart, and just regarded the opponent as a rich magic essence. The giant scorpion rushed towards Darius. Yifeng once again commanded other chess pieces to attack the giant scorpion. The giant scorpion's attack only caused more than 700 points of damage to Darius. This was much better than the first encounter, when Darius's health was hit by 1,000 points. The monsters in the Crimson Land will not become stronger, but the combat power of the survivors' chess pieces can be continuously improved. Now facing this giant scorpion monster, Yifeng feels a lot more relaxed. After consuming a low-level recovery scroll to replenish the health of the chess piece, the first giant scorpion was easily taken down. First, kill 150 of them, collect 1,000,000 or so magic essences, and then go back to see what is on the other side of the map. Yifeng set a goal for himself. These giant scorpion monsters are hidden underground, and there is no way to know how many there are underground before approaching. Although Yifeng's chess pieces are very strong now, Darius's health is close to 10,000 points. But if dozens of giant scorpions are attracted at once, the chess piece may also be killed. Take it slow, and seek stability is the kingly way. Yifeng sent out another Darius as bait to attract the nearby giant scorpions. After an hour of struggle, Yifeng hunted more than 30 giant scorpions, and it took him more than a minute to kill one giant scorpion. The efficiency was not slow, but not fast either. To get the goal of 150, it would probably take until the afternoon. For 3 consecutive hours, Yifeng did not rest much, and the number of kills finally exceeded 100. Hundreds of Gobi giant scorpion crystal stones were enough to exchange for 700,000 magic essences. This job is really tiring. I haven't been so tired for a long time. Yifeng complained, walked to the place where a giant scorpion that had just been killed fell, and picked up the crystal stone. For 3 hours, he kept hunting, and his position changed. When he opened the map, he found that he was several kilometers away from the original location. I go back in 2 more hours. As soon as the voice fell, 7 giant scorpions suddenly emerged from the ground. Looking at the 7 giant scorpions, Yifeng was not afraid. 7 of them should be able to hold out, so let's just take care of them all at once. The 7 giant scorpions attacked together, and for Yifeng's chess pieces, their health would indeed drop a little too fast, causing him to release recovery scrolls more frequently. Feeling the numbness in his arms, Yifeng directly tore open an advanced life field magic scroll. As the scroll was torn open, a green fluorescent ocean suddenly appeared in the desert. Darius, in addition to the nearly 500 health points restored by the equipment per second, also restored an additional 400 health points. With nearly 1,000 points restored per second, Yifeng basically didn't need to do anything else to easily withstand the attacks of these giant scorpions. 2 minutes later, all 7 giant scorpions fell to the ground, leaving only crystal stones. It's a pity that intelligent chess pieces can't use magic scrolls, otherwise I can just hang up in the base and wait for them to spawn monsters. After picking up the crystal stone on the ground, Yifeng found that there was a wind-eroded residual hill standing in front of the Gobi area where he was currently. This residual hill is tens of meters high and about 100 meters long. From a distance, it looks like the back of a giant beast crawling on the sea of sand. If you stand on the top of this wind-eroded sand dune, the view must be very wide. Thinking of this, Yifeng prepared to move towards the top of the residual hill to see if there is anything else outside the Gobi nearby, or if there is a more vast Gobi wilderness outside the Gobi. Along the way, several giant scorpions appeared again, and they were all killed by Yifeng without any suspense. After much difficulty, Yifeng finally reached the top of the hill. Looking at the direction he had just come from, Yifeng felt that there was a vast expanse in front of him. Sure enough, the higher you stand, the farther you can see. Yifeng looked into the distance, and it was still an endless Gobi desert. Except for the pond, there was nothing else. Shaking his head, Yifeng changed another direction, ready to see if there was anything in other directions. After changing several directions, he didn't find anything special. The sky was full of yellow sand, and he couldn't see anything special at all. However, when Yifeng looked to the east, he was stunned as if he had been electrocuted. In the distance of the horizon, there seemed to be a huge human-shaped statue. What is that? Yifeng was shocked. Could it be a mirage? After all, according to science, in this Gobi environment, the most likely possibility of seeing something is a mirage. Yifeng rubbed his eyes and looked at the statue again. It still stood there, as if it had been like this since ancient times. Let's go see what this statue is. Yifeng made a decision immediately. Chapter 170. But visually, the giant statue seems not far away and can be reached soon. Yifeng looked at the time. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There were still more than 2 hours before the bloody moon appeared at night. Looking at the distance of the giant statue, it was estimated that it would not be too far. It should take more than 10 minutes to walk there at most. With this idea, Yifeng called a group of chess pieces to set off. Only after setting off did he realize how wrong he was. As the saying goes, a horse will die if it is seen from a mountain. In such a large area of flat terrain, the human eye's judgment of distance can easily appear distorted. Yifeng walked for more than 20 minutes, and found that the so-called statue only became a little bigger in the naked eye. How far is it to get here? It doesn't look that far. However, since he had already taken action, Yifeng decided to walk to the end to see what that thing was. After more than 40 minutes of walking, Yifeng finally reached his destination. From a distance, the human-shaped statue only looked larger. After arriving, Yifeng finally understood what grandeur meant. This was a statue that had long been eroded by wind and sand, and its original appearance had now turned into a chaotic shadow. The statue was full of honeycomb-like holes formed by wind and sun. When he walked in, Yifeng discovered that only the upper body of the statue was exposed, and this upper body was more than 20 meters high. The lower part should have been completely submerged under the Gobi Desert after years of baptism. Yifeng carefully observed the statue. Although it was severely eroded by wind, He could still vaguely see a human figure, but the head of the statue looked a little strange, and the face was a little protruding. The statue's hands were crossed in front of its chest, holding something like a scepter. It should have been tens of meters high in the air, but now it was just parallel to the ground, and even a small part of the palm was submerged in the yellow sand. There was nothing else to be found around except this half-buried statue. The statue was very large, and it took more than 20 minutes to walk around it. After Yifeng walked around it, he still didn't find any useful information. It seemed that this place was just a statue standing alone here. Not finding any useful information, Yifeng shook his head and prepared to leave. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. He had searched for a long time before in the Scarlet Land where he had encountered the remains of civilization, but he didn't get much useful information. Later, after taking out the special item, the Iksha Saber, a tree demon boss monster suddenly emerged from the ground. Finally, the tree demon boss was killed, and Yifeng once again received a blessing from God, a special item Scarlet Land token, and an S-level trial scroll. The reward of that time, the S-level trial scroll, finally gave Yifeng 2 job transfer emblems and a crown. This is the best reward Yifeng has ever received from the trial portal trial task. In addition, the weekly trial task was also refreshed yesterday. It's just that this time the task is the worst E-level trial task. Yifeng easily solved it with a few chess pieces, and the reward is a basic equipment, which is better than nothing for Yifeng. So is it possible that this statue is also related to some special items? Thinking of this, Yifeng took out a lot of special items that he had acquired yesterday, and took out the Fated Badge and 7 other special items whose uses were unknown. But there was still no reaction. It seems that the use path of this pile of special items is not here. Yifeng put all these things back, and then searched for the remaining special items in his backpack. Ali Iksha's saber, took out the saber, and still had no reaction. Then King's Nightwill's armor, King's Nightwill's lance, King's Nightwill's round shield, broken, were taken out by Yifeng in one breath. These 3 special items, with Yifeng's many years of experience, are definitely a set of items with the same purpose. If not, he would just shit upside down. It's a pity that after taking out these 3 special items, there was still no reaction. Yifeng thought about it, and took out the Frost Compass again. This is a special item that can be used. The item description is the same as the Riddler. It was robbed from the survivor Wang San in another war zone. No, it was traded. Yifeng took out the Frost Compass and felt a chill in his hand. After using it, the pointer, which had not moved at all, suddenly began to rotate. Finally, it turned to a direction, as if it was constantly telling Yifeng the direction to go. This thing is activated, maybe I have to go and find out. But now it has been confirmed that it is still not used in the statue area here. Still not. Yifeng put the compass back into his backpack. The compass may also point to a secret, but for Yifeng now, he does not have so much energy to explore this new secret. After putting the things away again, Yifeng thought about it, and took out the last special item. The special item prop given by the god's blessing for killing the tree demon boss monster. Scarlet Land token. It was a jade card that was soft to the touch. When Yifeng took this thing out at this time, it actually changed differently. The jade card lit up with a golden light, shining like gold, without any external force. The jade card in Yifeng's hand slowly rose and flew towards the head of the statue. When the jade card flew to the top of the statue, the entire jade card melted directly, turning into a golden light and pouring into the statue. The statue lit up with a little golden light, and under the combination of the golden light, the whole statue seemed to come alive. However, the statue only trembled for a moment, and then returned to calm again. The original golden light also slowly dissipated, and it seemed that everything returned to calm, and nothing changed. Wait, is it over? Damn! Where did my special item token go? Yifeng was dumbfounded. Looking at the situation just now, he thought that either a boss would appear or some big reward would be released. As a result, after a long time, everything returned to calm, and nothing happened. Is this reasonable? It is obviously not reasonable. At this moment, Yifeng touched the statue directly with his hand, hoping that the statue could spit out his props. A chess piece that can ascend is detected, and the energy for ascending is insufficient. Only part of it can ascend, and the strength of the warrior is improved. Do you want to ascend now? Chapter 171. Ah, ascension? What is this? However, judging from the prompt sound, this is definitely not a bad thing. Since it is not a bad thing, what is there to hesitate about? Ascension now. After Yifeng finished speaking, the statue in front of him trembled again. The yellow sand on the statue fell down, and a golden light lit up at the center of the statue's eyebrows, and the light became brighter and brighter. Finally, the light turned into a light spot that was completely invisible to the naked eye, and it directly shone on all of Yi Feng's Darius chess pieces. After being illuminated by the golden light, the Dariuses actually rose from the ground one by one, and then their bodies changed. The appearance of these Dariuses did not change much, but the original green appearance was added with a layer of dark gold, which looked secretive and luxurious. During this period, a giant scorpion was attracted by the movement here and approached this side. As a result, before he even got close to the statue, he was hit by a beam of light and turned into ashes in an instant. Fuck awesome! Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh. This giant scorpion needed about a minute to kill one with the special effects of the light equipment. So, it was gone after just one encounter? Darius's ascension lasted for 2.5 minutes. After 2.5 minutes, the light dimmed again, and everything returned to normal. All the Darius fell back to the ground. Yi Feng looked at the statue in front of him, and it turned back to its original appearance of severe wind erosion, without a trace of light. What on earth did it ascend to? Yi Feng observed carefully, and found that in addition to the dark golden luster on Darius' body, the giant axe in his hand also had a layer of luster. But what is the use of this? Just then, the prompt sound of the survival game gave Yi Feng the answer. Darius's ascension ceremony is completed, and the attributes have been improved. Darius's basic health value has been improved, 33434045. Darius's basic armor and magic resistance have been improved, 4050. Darius's basic attack power has been improved, 165210. Darius's basic mana bar upper limit has been reduced, 7060. Darius has learned a new skill, and each time he releases a skill, he will release 2 skills. The previous improvements are all numerical improvements, and the last prompt sound surprised Yi Feng a little. Can you get new skills? And according to the prompt sound, after Darius's mana is full, he will not only release the original skill Kill All Around, but also release new skills. And Darius's mana limit has also been reduced after the ascension, with only 60 mana limits, which can reach full mana faster, and the speed of releasing skills will be faster. Hurry up and see what this new skill is like. Thinking of this, Yi Feng hurriedly checked Darius's attributes. Sure enough, there was an extra skill icon on the skill list below the attributes. It was a human-shaped icon that was split in half, which looked familiar to Yi Feng. Darius Guillotine. Use a giant axe to chop at an enemy, causing 1350% spell strength magic damage. During the chopping, Darius will not be affected by any control. If this skill kills a target, Darius will immediately release the skill again, but the damage caused is 25% less than the last time. Isn't this Noxus's ultimate move? Doesn't this mean that every time Darius releases a skill in the future, he will first kill all around to cause damage to the enemy and restore health, and then use the axe to directly chop the opponent to death, if he succeeds in chopping to death? He can chop continuously. If he faces the goblin monsters in the forest base, Darius can probably chop all the way. The only regret is that the damage is reduced by 25% each time, and at most a few times, there will not be much damage. Yi Feng touched his chin, and a sense of familiarity came to him. Why do I feel that this thing is so familiar, but I can't remember it for a while? Isn't he insane? Wait, insane. Lucky star, insane. Fuck. Yi Feng reacted immediately. Where did this damn familiar feeling come from? Isn't this the skill of Lucky Star Darius in the Lucky Star season? Partial Ascension means that the original 1-cost Darius has its attributes upgraded to the level of a 3-cost Lucky Star Darius, and while retaining the original skills, it also gains the skills of a 3-cost Lucky Star Darius. No wonder I always feel so familiar. So that's what it is. I remember the prompt just now said that the Ascension energy is insufficient, and only partial Ascension is possible. If the energy is sufficient, can Darius's strength be increased to the strength corresponding to a 5-cost chess piece? Yi Feng made a guess in his mind. If that's the case, then the strength of a chess piece that ascends to a 5-cost chess piece is equivalent to a 4-star 5-cost chess piece. If that's the case, the chess piece's strength can definitely kill all monsters. After reading the skills, Yi Feng checked Darius's basic attributes again. Darius' total health value was directly increased to 10,517 points. Finally broke through the 10,000 health mark, and the health recovery value per second provided by the 2 pieces of equipment life armor and Pride of the Madman on his body also broke through the 500-point mark, and can fully restore 525 health points per second. The basic values of armor and magic resistance were also increased by 10 points. Now Darius's armor is as high as 172 points. If the monster does not have the means to ignore armor, The damage reduction of armor alone has reached a very exaggerated level. This time, it can be regarded as an unexpected big harvest. Thinking carefully, this harvest is somewhat coincidental. Originally, I just wanted to hunt some magic essences, and I walked farther and farther unknowingly. I saw the ruins, and was about to climb up to see the surrounding situation, but I didn't expect to find this statue. It was even more coincidental that the special item required for this statue happened to be the reward Scarlet Land token given by the previous god's blessing. It can be regarded as a successful reward. Seeing Darius become stronger, Yifeng couldn't help but want to test his strength. After returning to the base with the chess pieces, Yifeng immediately took 5 Darius out of the base, and prepared to try his hand in nearby sandworms. When Yifeng first came to the Scarlet Land, he was frightened by the huge sandworm. Later, he found that the sandworm monster outside the base was the most typical one that looked good but was useless. It was just a scare. Not long after leaving the base, Yifeng encountered a sandworm. And there were 3 sandworms at the same time. Just try Darius's current strength. Looking at the sandworm monster now, Yifeng was calm. The sandworm monster that was a bit troublesome in the eyes of others was just a harmless large earthworm in Yifeng's eyes. Chapter 172. The sandworm took the lead in attacking Darius's chess piece, but the current attack was like tickling Darius, and the damage was not as good as Darius's recovery, so it didn't hurt at all. Due to the reduction of the upper limit of mana, Darius's skill release speed also increased, and soon his mana was full, and he began to release his skills to the sandworms. Darius's ascension also increased his basic attack power to 210 points. The higher the basic attack power, the more Iron Blood Conqueror bonuses can be obtained. Without any output equipment, Darius' basic attack power has exceeded 500 points. The skill Massive Killing was launched first, which can cause physical damage of 240% of the attack power, and bleeding damage of 200% of the attack power to the enemy. The axe rotated and hit the sandworms, causing about 1,000 points of damage, and the sandworms were still bleeding. Then, after releasing Destroy All, the 5 Darius all jumped up and chopped at the enemies in front of them with their giant axes. Minus 3,510. This damage was already very considerable, and as the 5 Darius axes chopped down, the first sandworm could not withstand the damage and fell to the ground and turned into a crystal stone. After killing the first sandworm, the Darius jumped again and chopped at the second sandworm nearby. This time the damage was obviously reduced a lot. Minus 2,633. Not bad. Soon, these sandworms were easily solved by Darius. Not bad, not bad. This ascension effect feels good, but the prompt sound seems to be insufficient. If the ascension is stronger, the attributes can continue to rise. After testing Darius's attribute strength, time has unknowingly reached evening, and it will be dark soon. It seems that we can only wait for the next time to explore the suspected town. At this time, Yifeng felt that time seemed to be insufficient, and a day passed. It seems that we can only wait until tomorrow. The giant scorpion crystals collected today should be enough. I will go to brush some more tomorrow, get some magic scrolls for backup, and then set off. Just as Yifeng was about to return to the base, he suddenly remembered an important thing. It's bad, today's Amumu hasn't sent himself to death yet. The number of glimmer layers of Alchemist Baron almost didn't have any extra bonus. Thinking of this, Yifeng hurried back to the base, and set off with Darius and 5 Amumu. Yifeng's target was the location of the Gobi giant scorpion before. Yifeng did not change the positioning point, and it was still near the pond in the trial mission site. Because he found that this area was considered a safe area after the mission was completed, and there was no trace of other monsters. If he positioned directly on the Gobi Desert, he would be besieged by a large group of monsters as soon as he landed. Even if he could solve the problem, there would definitely be casualties. Amumu, let's go! With Amumu and Darius, Yifeng walked towards the Gobi Desert outside. The sun, which was about to set on the horizon, completely set at this moment. At the moment the sun set, the whole world was dark for a moment, as if it had lost all light sources. In just a moment, the surroundings lit up again, and the scarlet moonlight sprinkled down, covering the earth with a layer of red gauze. In the sky, a blood moon hung high in the sky, as if it was an eye, staring at everything below. The alternation of day and night in the Scarlet Land made people feel a little creepy. In just a moment, the sun disappeared, and the world lost its light. In another moment, the blood moon hung directly in the sky, covering the whole world with a layer of red. Hurry up and send Amumu away, and run away. Thinking of this, Yifeng commanded several Amumus to move forward to see if they could directly hook out the giant scorpion under the ground. However, I don't know why. After searching for more than 10 minutes, no goby giant scorpion appeared. What's going on? What's such a big monster? The night wind brought a hint of chill, blowing across the goby, taking away some of the yellow sand, which made Yifeng shudder all over. Yifeng walked in another direction for more than 10 minutes, but still did not see any monsters. Are all these monsters gone? Yifeng frowned even more deeply. This unknown feeling made him feel a little uneasy. After another 7 or 8 minutes, Yifeng finally found something unusual. The Gobi Desert was originally an endless expanse of yellow sand. But a blood-red light appeared on the ground not far away, like a cage, covering an entire area. What is that? Yifeng couldn't help but speak. However, he also knew that no one could give him an answer to this question. As the saying goes, a skilled person is a bold one. Darius's strength had just been improved, so Yifeng was not worried and decided to go forward to find out. The blood-red light area was about 2,000 meters away from Yifeng, which was not too far. When there were only a few hundred meters left to that area, Yifeng could already vaguely see the situation in the red light area. Through the red light, a large number of goby giant scorpions could be seen inside. These monsters were all standing there calmly without any movement. No wonder there were no monsters, they were all here. Although he didn't know what this red light area was, Yifeng was sure of one thing, that is, Amumu finally found a target to die. Amumu, go up and attack the giant scorpion in the red light. A giant scorpion has 25 million health points, and Amumu's passive skill can only deal a few points of damage at most. If Amumu had wisdom, he would probably doubt his life, like Ben Borba. However, these chess pieces would only obey Yifeng's orders to attack the monsters without any hesitation. Watching Amumu stumbling forward, Yifeng also took out the positioning transmission device. Once he confirmed that Amumu was dead, he could start the transmission back to the base. When Amumu was less than 100 meters away from the red light, a harsh and shrill voice sounded. This voice directly pierced the eardrum, as if it went straight to the mind, making Yifeng feel pain in his ears. Amumu did not get closer, and several tentacles emerged from the ground. The tentacles were red, and looked extremely ferocious. With just one encounter, all 5 Amumus were sent away. What other monsters are there, so powerful? Yifeng was a little surprised, but it didn't matter. Anyway, his goal was just to send Amumu on the road and then go back. Just when Yifeng was about to start the transmission to go home, the ground around him tore open, and the previous tentacles actually extended to the front. Chapter 173. Yifeng was still several hundred meters away from the red light area. He didn't expect that the tentacles of the unknown monster could extend hundreds of meters underground to attack here. How big is the body of this monster? However, Yifeng was not worried about anything. After all, the portal was ready. Even if the tentacles of this monster could kill Amumu instantly, it would be very difficult to kill Darius. After all, this is a tank with 10,000 HP. However, when the tentacles touched the nearest Darius, Yifeng's eyes widened, and he was shocked by the exaggerated damage. Minus 9,687. Nearly 10,000 horrible damage came out from several Darius, almost killing Darius instantly. At this time, the portal was finally ready. Hurry up and enter the portal. Under Yifeng's order, the dozens of Darius brought over all walked into the portal. The tentacle attacked again, sweeping across and hitting several chess pieces again. One of them, Darius, was unlucky. He was chosen as one of the targets in 2 consecutive attacks and fell to the ground and died. When Yifeng walked into the portal, he saw the terrifying tentacle getting bigger and bigger in his sight. At the last second, the portal was completely activated and sent Yifeng away. The huge tentacle suddenly missed and hit the sand on the ground. Suddenly, the yellow sand on the ground was blown away, and a layer of yellow sand covered the surroundings, making it impossible to see anything else. Roar. From underground, a monster roared, as if it was angry for letting Yifeng run away. Yifeng, who returned to the base, couldn't help but feel scared when thinking about the huge tentacle that was just so close. Before all the chess pieces he carried died, the monsters could not attack the survivors. But once all the chess pieces he carried died, he would have to face the monsters' attacks. If Yifeng only brought a few Amumu today, he would be done after delivering Amumu's head. Then the tentacle that suddenly appeared just now would probably kill Yifeng directly. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he didn't feel troubled and brought some Darius with him, so nothing happened. What secrets are there in the red light area? I remember going there during the day before, and there didn't seem to be anything unusual. At this time, Yifeng had new doubts in his heart. What on earth is that thing that can attract all the giant scorpion monsters to it? And the terrifying tentacles underground make Yifeng sweat when he thinks about it. The attack was close to 10,000 points. If it was any other survivor, the chess piece would be killed instantly. Only Yifeng had a chance to resist, but it was only a little longer. The Gobi region was not an area that the current survivors could set foot in. Just the ordinary Gobi giant scorpion monsters were enough to scare many survivors away. Yifeng could kill these monsters with his light equipment to obtain a large amount of magic essence, but the danger still existed. It was just that he had not encountered it, so Yifeng relaxed his vigilance. It seems that I still have to continue to improve my strength. In the Gobi region, except for the giant scorpion to brush magic essence, I should be cautious in exploring other areas. Today, Yifeng decided to exchange all the monster crystal stones he harvested for magic essence. A total of 108 crystal stones were exchanged for more than 750,000 magic essences. These essences are enough for Yifeng to use for a long time. The premise is not to use the expensive magic jump teleportation stone. Brush another 50 heads tomorrow, and then go to the town point on the map. After setting a goal for himself, Yifeng felt that it was not too early, and he should rest early. At this time, several intelligent chess pieces also came up and asked Yifeng what happened with concern. Yifeng shook his head and said that there was no problem. Iris just needs to go back to the room with me tonight, and the rest of you can rest on your own. After making arrangements, Yifeng hugged Iris and entered the house in the base. Feeling the soft touch on Iris's skin, Yifeng felt very satisfied. Hugging Iris, Yifeng soon fell asleep. Congratulations to all survivors for making it to the 23rd day. Daily gold coins have been issued. Investment strategy Hex Deck Enhancement has taken effect. All barracks chess pieces have 50 health points added. Golden Cookware Hex Deck Enhancement has taken effect. Darius barracks have 240 health points added. Survivor, Yifeng. Base level, LV6. Current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 6 plus 10. Base upgrade. 79 days later Golden Cookware Hex Deck Enhancement has brought Darius's health directly to 10,833 points. Yifeng looked at Darius's barracks, and only then noticed that Darius's barracks had changed after his ascension and strength improvement. The originally green barracks, like the chess pieces, now have many dark gold lines on them. These lines form symbols, but unfortunately, Yifeng does not know what these symbols are. Looking at other barracks, Yifeng is considering whether he needs to exchange Golden Cookware Hex Enhancement for another barracks to increase the HP. After all, Darius's current HP is enough to deal with most of the current situations. Why not increase the HP of the back row, so that they will not be killed instantly? This problem may not be obvious now, but if you need to know how to cut the monsters in the back row later, then Yifeng's back row is likely to suffer. Forget it, let's finish the daily work first. Clearing all the monsters in the forest base every day has been jokingly called a daily task by Yifeng. After arranging other intelligent chess pieces to take some chess pieces to set off, Yifeng himself began to return to the Gobi with a team of people. Gather another wave of giant scorpion crystals, and then go directly to the suspected town on the map. After arriving at the Gobi area, Yifeng rushed in the direction of last night, wanting to see what the weirdness he encountered last night would look like during the day. Hunting giant scorpions all the way, everything in the Gobi during the day was normal, as if everything Yifeng encountered yesterday was illusory. However, Yifeng still found some clues at the location where he teleported back yesterday. There was also a crack on the ground. Although it was smaller than last night, and only a small crack remained, it was still discovered by Yifeng. It seems to be true. After confirming it, Yifeng no longer entangled in this matter, and devoted himself to hunting giant scorpions. Everything was ready, and near noon, Yifeng returned to the Scarlet Land base. God-given Ergot exploded 18 gold coins and 4 basic equipment today, bringing Yifeng's gold coins to 165. After a rest, today he can finally go to the place that Yifeng has been thinking about. Chapter 174. After Darius became stronger, in addition to his original tank position, he could also deal decent damage to the enemy. The upper limit of each chess piece is 200. Yifeng directly consumed 51 gold coins to replenish the number of Darius to 200. With the remaining gold coins, Yifeng chose to buy 3 days of base upgrade time, and then added 2 Draven. The gold coins were used up, and it was time to set off. Before setting off, Yifeng looked at the magic scrolls that had been unlocked so far. There were a total of 7 magic scrolls. After exchanging 100 copies of all of them, nearly 100,000 magic essences were consumed. After preparing, Yifeng began to consider how to carry chess pieces in the safest way. After all, the teleportation stone can only carry 200 chess pieces at a time. Darius must be carried. This is the most important frontline tank. Carrying 100 is not too much. In addition, the backline output Draven, LeBlanc, and Malzahar should each have 20, which should not be too much. This has reached the number of 160 chess pieces, and there are 40 chess pieces left to choose. Morgana, as a carrier of auxiliary equipment, is a mobile buff totem, so naturally she needs to be brought along. 10 Morganas should be enough for the back row. For the last 30 chess pieces, 2 God-given Urgits must be brought along, and 4 Renatas can also provide a certain shield value for the team, so they must also be brought along. For the last 20 or so places, Swains must be brought, and then 10 each of Anbisa and Leona. The team of 200 chess pieces is ready to go, in order to save some magic essence. Yifeng did not directly use the magic warp teleportation stone, but first used the teleportation tower to reach the farthest position that had been explored before. The teleportation tower lit up, covering all the chess pieces selected by Yifeng. The next moment, Yifeng disappeared with many chess pieces. When Yifeng reacted, he was already 13 kilometers away from the base. Yifeng took the magic leap teleportation stone in his hand, and found the target area on the map. This teleportation distance, 66.2 kilometers, consumed 662,000 points of magic essence. Do you want to teleport now? When Yifeng chose to confirm, the teleportation stone in his hand emitted light, and then Yifeng felt that everything in front of him had changed, and he appeared in a completely unfamiliar area. Yifeng checked the map, and found that he was at the edge of the town area on the map. Yifeng looked around, and there were no monsters around, and it looked very peaceful. However, Yifeng did not dare to relax. After all, no one knew whether there would be any monsters hiding in the dark to launch a sudden attack. The environment nearby was no longer a grassland, but a barren land that had long been dry and cracked. The land seemed to have lost moisture for many years. If it continues like this, it may slowly turn into a desert like the Gobi Desert. Yifeng looked into the distance and saw the outline of the town. The town looked a little blurry, as if there was an invisible layer around it, which made the visibility very low. Finally here. What is this disc mark? The chess pieces were on guard, and Darius was scattered around. The back row output chess pieces were located in the central area like Yifeng. Be careful and move forward slowly. Yifeng walked cautiously towards the outline of the town ahead. The dry ground on the ground, with a strong step, can crush the soil into pieces. Yifeng looked down, and saw that the broken soil looked somewhat similar to yellow sand. Perhaps, this is what the Gobi looked like before it was formed. When Yifeng advanced a few hundred meters, he was less than 100 meters away from the town. No monsters appeared along the way, and the surroundings were quiet, even without the sound of the wind. This silence made the sound of everyone moving forward become particularly clear, and it can even be said that it seemed to echo in the ears. Yifeng looked at the town ahead at this time, and finally saw a majestic city wall. What appeared in front of Yifeng was a city wall with no end on both sides. The city wall was more than 50 meters high, and some faded patterns could be vaguely seen on the wall. One of the patterns, Yifeng recognized, was the disc pattern, which was the pattern on Yifeng's forehead. This city wall just stands here, as if a giant dragon is entrenched here. It's really a town. I wonder if there are indigenous people here? Why is the pattern on my forehead the same as this place? This place shouldn't be dangerous. After all, this symbol is a symbol given by God's blessing, which means that this town should be the same force as the survival game behind it. With this idea in mind, Yifeng came all the way to the city gate. This city gate is shining with golden light, as if it is made of gold. The gate is about 100 meters long and is tightly closed, so Yifeng can't find the entrance. Yifeng was not in a hurry to find a way to enter, but took the chess pieces to walk around the city wall, first check the situation outside, and then find a way to enter the city. This walk, he walked 7 kilometers before he saw the corner of the city wall. In other words, the length of the city wall that Yifeng saw was estimated to be about 14 kilometers. After all, generally speaking, the gates of the city wall are located in the central area. The distance from the city gate to the corner is about 7 kilometers, so the length of the entire city wall should be about 14 kilometers. If all the city walls are explored, it will take more than 50 kilometers. Yifeng suddenly regretted his decision and just wanted to walk to the next city gate and study how to enter it. After walking another 3 kilometers, Yifeng saw another city gate. The size of this city gate is much smaller than the previous city gate, with a width of only more than 30 meters, more like a side gate. But at this time, Yifeng didn't care whether this was the main gate or not. He just wanted to study how to enter the city. Yifeng touched the gate with his palm, and the cold metal touch came through his fingertips. He knocked gently with his hand, and a dull sound came, indicating that the thickness of the gate was not low. It was obviously impossible to break the gate by force to enter. Yi Feng looked around the gate, but did not find any mechanism. Suddenly, Yi Feng remembered the special item Fated Badge. Fated Badge. It once recorded a glorious moment, and it may also play a role now. The pattern of this badge is the same as the disc symbol on the city on the map, and it may be useful. Holding the badge in his hand, the gate was still silent, and did not respond. Yi Feng had a headache. He couldn't come here, but couldn't enter. Chapter 175. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Feng slapped the gate vigorously with his hands, but there was still no response. Open the gate. If you have the ability to put a disc symbol on my head, then open the door, if you have the ability. I'm coming. In this situation, Yi Feng still shouted nonsense. Hiss. Yi Feng suddenly felt a tingling pain on his finger. He quickly took his hand away from the gate, and took a closer look. He found that his index finger had been pierced at some point, and a few drops of blood oozed out. This was the source of the tingling pain. Hoo. Yi Feng put his index finger to his mouth and blew it hard, using this method to relieve the tingling. What's wrong with this gate? Yi Feng was a little puzzled. This gate looked very smooth, so how could it pierce his index finger? Looking at the area he had just touched, he didn't know when a sharp thorn of about 3 millimeters appeared. Yi Feng's finger was pierced when it touched this place. At this time, there was still a drop of Yi Feng's blood hanging on the spike. And this drop of blood was slowly absorbed by the city gate at a speed visible to Yi Feng's naked eyes. Oh my god, what is this thing? It can even suck blood? Amid Yi Feng's exclamation, the city gate suddenly lit up with a faint light. As the city gate lit up, Yi Feng felt his forehead suddenly get hot. He took out a mirror from his backpack, and was surprised to find that the symbol on his forehead actually lit up with golden light. The city gate lit up with a light, which shone with the light on Yi Feng's forehead. Soon, the light of the two merged together to form a disc pattern that Yi Feng had seen many times. After the disc pattern flashed in the air for a moment, it sank into the city gate. Suddenly, the city gate, which had been silent for a long time, finally changed. Without anyone pushing it, it made a creaking sound. A crack appeared in the city gate, and some light in the city could be barely seen through the crack. Buzz. As the crack in the door opened, a stream of air squeezed out from inside, and the door gradually opened, about to open everything for Yi Feng. After opening a gap of 5 meters, the city gate suddenly stopped. The city gate wanted to continue to open outwards, but it seemed to be stuck by something, making a clicking sound. After vibrating for a while, the city gate completely stopped moving, and just opened a small crack. This gap was enough for Yi Feng to enter and explore. However, before entering, Yi Feng still activated the positioning transmission device and conducted a positioning here. After all, if there were any problems after entering, it would be better to teleport away directly. After making preparations, Yi Feng added all kinds of buff magic scrolls to the chess pieces, and then he felt relieved to enter the city. After entering the city, Yi Feng was shocked by the scene in front of him. All he saw was purple, and all the buildings in the city were covered with purple things like coral. Yi Feng didn't know what it was, but just from the appearance, people felt a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts, and they didn't want to get close to it. Yi Feng always felt that this thing was very familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't remember where he had seen it. The ground inside the city gate was paved with bluestone slabs, and now it was also covered with many purple coral thorns. In the entire city, there was only one tower in the center of the city, emitting a faint light, not covered by the purple coral. On the top of the tower, there was a golden disc, exactly the same as the symbol on Yi Feng's forehead and the symbol on the fated badge. The secrets may be solved in the tower in the center of the city. However, along the way, he was blocked by the purple coral, and Yi Feng did not dare to touch these things directly, fearing that there might be some threat. Darius, move forward a distance. Yi Feng called to Darius to move forward, ready to let him lead the way. When Darius moved forward and touched the purple coral on the ground, his body froze in place. Then, the purple coral he stepped on burst open, and a bunch of purple bugs burst out from it, attacking Darius. -300. -300. -300. Each of these bugs is only about 10 centimeters long, but the damage is very exaggerated, and can cause 300 points of damage to Darius. There are 8 of these bugs, and they cause 2,400 points of damage to Darius in one round. Fortunately, Darius has thick skin and high health, otherwise if another survivor came, I'm afraid the chess piece would be finished on the spot. After a round of attacks, Darius's mana was directly full. Suddenly, the axe in Darius's hand rotated, causing considerable damage to all the bugs around. And after releasing massive killing, Darius immediately jumped high and released his second skill. However, such an exaggerated action, coupled with a bug that was only more than 10 centimeters long, looked somewhat funny. The giant axe chopped down and killed a bug instantly. Then Darius started the second attack. 3 consecutive axes cleared 7 bugs. Until the 8th bug, the damage was only about 600 points, and the bug was not taken away directly. Although the attacks of these bugs were exaggerated, their health was estimated to be about 1,000 points, which was not a big deal. Soon, all 8 purple bugs were cleared. After these bugs died, they did not turn into crystal stones, nor did they disappear, but turned into shriveled corpses. Yifeng walked forward carefully, ready to see what these purple bugs were. When Yifeng approached, he used a clothesline to knock the bug corpses. These bugs did not have legs under their bodies. Their bodies were flat. They had a pair of purple compound eyes on their heads, and their mouthparts were covered with dense and fine teeth. Although this thing looks small, it can cause quite a lot of damage. Just as Yifeng was about to bend down to check the specific situation of these insect corpses, several insect corpses suddenly trembled. This frightened Yifeng, and he stepped back. After taking a few steps back, Yifeng finally came to his senses. Wasn't this insect broken? It can still move. Suddenly, Yifeng felt his right leg was a little hot. He lowered his head, and saw that a faint light came out from his trouser pocket. Yifeng reached his hand into it. There was only the faded badge in the pocket, which Yifeng had taken out and put in his pocket before, and forgot to put back into the backpack. When Yifeng took the badge out of his pocket, the light on the badge became brighter. The insect corpses, under the illumination of the badge, began to tremble one by one. The previous abnormality was caused by the badge. Chapter 176. As the badge continued to shine, the original insect corpses became more and more shriveled, and soon only a layer of shell remained. When the badge returned to its original state, the insect corpses on the ground turned into a pile of flying ashes, and disappeared under the breeze. Yifeng looked at the badge in his hand with some surprise. This thing can actually absorb the energy of dead insect corpses. However, what is the use of absorbing insect corpses? After confirming that the badge can absorb insect corpses, Yifeng decided to clean it all the way to the tower. By the way, let's see if there will be any new changes as the badge continues to absorb the energy of insect corpses. In this way, Yifeng crushed all the purple corals on the ground like a minesweeper and released the purple bugs inside. The same purple coral has different bugs inside. They have different appearances and sizes. The only thing in common is the purple and charming shell. After cleaning all the way, Yifeng didn't know how many purple bugs he had killed. After about 2 hours of fighting, he finally advanced to the vicinity of the tower in the center of the city. In the center of the city, there is a huge square. The tower stands in the center of the square. The warm light, like the sun, sprinkled on the square, isolating the purple coral outside. The edge of the square formed a clear dividing line. Inside the square, there is a clean and peaceful scene. Outside the square, there are purple corals everywhere, as if it is no longer a human territory. Just when Yifeng wanted to walk into the square, the purple corals around him all trembled. This abnormal change naturally caused the tower in the square to behave strangely. The light emitted by the tower was like substance, turning into a light curtain, as solid as an extremely hard wall. Yifeng stretched out his hand to pass through the light curtain, but found that even he was blocked outside. Damn! Blocked by the light curtain, Yifeng could not enter it for a while, and could only be on guard in place, waiting for the changes in the surrounding purple corals. Soon, all the purple corals in the city burst. The sound of pop-pop-pop continued to echo in the city. The purple corals in the entire city hatched several purple insects, rushing towards the square. Countless purple insects formed a purple wave, and the interlaced insect legs made this wave produce countless dense forests of arthropods. The sound of rustling echoed, and countless insects crawled past, and the sound was like a sigh when the yellow sand covered everything. When the swarm of insects approached, the sound seemed to pierce Yifeng's eardrums, making people feel extremely terrified. At this time, Yifeng felt his scalp tingling. In such a big city, there were purple corals everywhere, and no one knew how many there were. Now all of them have hatched into those purple insects, and the number is estimated to be over 1 million. Such a number is enough to wipe out the 200 teams brought by Yifeng. Yifeng's scalp tingled, and he hurriedly took out the positioning transmission device and prepared to run away. This item is temporarily invalid, and cannot be used. The cold reminder sound of the survival game rang, and Yifeng's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. How could this happen? Immediately, Yifeng thought of the magic jump transmission stone again, and wanted to use this thing to teleport himself out of the city first. This item is temporarily invalid, and cannot be used. The same prompt sound came, making Yifeng feel like he was trapped in an ice cave. I didn't expect there would be such a big danger in this city. Yifeng regretted it a little. He shouldn't have been so arrogant, and went directly to the city, which led to the current predicament. There was no way. Yifeng could only bite the bullet and prepare for the battle at this moment. After adding all the buff magic scrolls, Yifeng took the advanced life field magic scroll in his hand, and was ready at any time. However, the actions of these purple insects made Yifeng a little confused. After all these insects gathered near the square, they did not attack Yifeng, but gathered together to form a sea of purple insect tides. Immediately afterwards, a hissing sound came from the insect tide, and these purple insects actually attacked each other. Ah! Killing each other? There is such a good thing? However, Yifeng soon found something wrong. After fighting each other, these insects will devour the bodies of dead insects. The purple worms that devoured the same species will become even bigger. If this trend continues, the worms in the entire city may eventually breed a terrifying giant monster. By then, Yifeng will still have no way out. However, Yifeng soon thought of one thing, that is, Fated Badge can also absorb the energy of dead purple worms, then we will fight against them. He also took this opportunity to hunt more purple worms, and use Fated Badge to absorb some of the worm's energy, which can be regarded as weakening the last Goo King purple worm. Give me freedom to attack. Attack! Yifeng gave the order, and the chess pieces immediately attacked the purple bugs. As for the dead purple bugs, Yifeng only took the badge in his hand, and he could see that as the light on the badge shone, the bug corpses killed by the chess pieces instantly turned into ashes. Soon, these bugs continued to devour each other, and 3 giant bugs over 40 meters long appeared, which looked chilling. This was the result after Yifeng used the badge to kill a lot of purple bugs. If Yifeng hadn't intervened, perhaps the giant bugs that appeared now would have been 100 meters long. Even so, these 3 giant bugs didn't look like easy guys to deal with. The skin of the 3 giant bugs had a metallic luster and looked very strong. These 3 monsters all had purple one-eyed eyes, which occupied about 1/3 of their bodies, were more than 10 meters long and more than 3 meters wide, and were huge vertical eyes. In addition to the huge vertical eyes, the front of these 3 giant bugs only had a huge mouth full of spikes. The back of the monster was covered with layers of purple scales. The giant worms stood on 2 legs, but had no hands. The 3 giant worms hissed at each other, as if they were communicating something. The next second, the 3 giant worms lowered their heads, and then crashed into the light curtain of the square. Crack! There were cracks on the light curtain. If these giant worms crashed into it again, it would break completely sooner or later. Mature void creatures detected, requesting the living to clean up as soon as possible. Yifeng's ears suddenly heard the reminder sound of the survival game. It seems that when Yifeng heard this reminder sound, he also reacted instantly. Where did the familiar feeling of this purple coral come from? Chapter 177. Void Creatures. Yifeng immediately realized that it was the void race in the background world view of the game, invading reality and destroying it. I didn't expect that it also exists in the survival game. Among the void creatures, there is a hero, the Void Queen Davii. After killing the enemy, it will generate purple coral. Yifeng had not linked the two together before. But now, with the prompt of the survival game, he suddenly felt that his head exploded, and everything was figured out. Isn't the purple coral in this city the purple coral that appeared after the Void Queen Davii killed the enemy? After figuring this out, Yifeng suddenly felt that he had a better understanding of the truth behind the Scarlet Land. It seems that the void invasion in the game also exists in this world. Then, Yifeng suddenly remembered that he had activated a tree monster in a civilization relic before. Among the fragments found at that time, the 3 words Ma, seal, and disaster were found. At that time, he foolishly thought of the so-called Mayan civilization. Now it seems that the biggest possibility is Shurima. After all, in the background of the game, it is Shurima who fights against the void monsters. Yifeng felt that all kinds of information he had encountered before were connected together at this moment. The truth behind the scenes was revealed, but not completely. This feeling is like a beautiful woman taking off her outer clothes in front of him, but still wearing a layer of gauze, which makes people feel itchy. However, now is not the time to think about these things. The 3 monsters are still attacking the light curtain. If they don't take action, the light curtain of the square will be destroyed sooner or later. The most urgent task is to deal with the 3 giant worms first. Aim at one of them, and hit it hard. Yifeng gave the order, and Darius, as the front row chess piece, immediately rushed up, and the back row chess pieces also began to attack. For safety reasons, Yifeng directly used the Advanced Life Domain Magic Scroll, and also opened and used the Intermediate War Domain Magic Scroll, and the domains of the two different magic scrolls were superimposed together. Darius attacked one of the giant worms. After being attacked, the giant worm turned its huge head and looked at the Darius chess piece with its vertical eyes, and directly smashed its head on the ground to attack Darius. The giant worm's attack was very high, and it dealt a terrifying 3,000 points of damage at once. And the chess piece that was hit suddenly had a dizzy debuff state on its head. The only thing that comforted Yifeng was that the Dariuses were relatively scattered, and not all of the 100 Dariuses were hit. The chess pieces in the back row began to attack, but the hard shells on these giant insects were like the strongest armor, which greatly reduced the output of the back row. A rough estimate showed that the damage reduction of these three giant insects was about 70%. With such damage, it was obviously still difficult to quickly deal with these giant insects. You still don't have enough chess pieces. It seemed that the high tower in the square also saw the current situation clearly, and 3 beams of light shot out from the high tower again. This time, the light shone directly on the 3 giant insects. Suddenly, the hard shell on the surface of the giant insect's body melted instantly, just like snow meeting hot water, and turned into a purple liquid that dripped slowly on the ground. The 3 giant worms screamed miserably. The loss of their shells seemed to make them extremely painful. And with the loss of their shells, their defense ability has almost become 0. Originally, LeBlanc's skill only dealt about 3,000 points of damage, but now it has soared to more than 10,000 points, and this damage is still increasing as Archangel's staff continues to increase the magic power. With the disappearance of the shell, Malzahar's skill special effect Infection also takes effect on these 3 monsters. If it continues to stack, the damage will reach a terrifying value, and after the target dies, if there are other targets nearby, the infection layer will continue to maintain the original number of layers and continue to infect the next hostile target. That is to say, when a giant worm has hundreds or even thousands of layers of infection, once it dies, so many layers of infection will be directly transferred to the next giant worm. That damage will accumulate to become an extremely terrifying number. It has to be said that the blood volume of these monsters is indeed very thick. And the damage is also a bit terrifying. Fortunately, after Malzahar's infection layers were stacked up, the Hextech gun plus the 6 Prophet effects could effectively provide a steady stream of life recovery for Darius in the front row, so that there would be no casualties. LeBlanc's Archangel staff was still stacking spell strength, and the health of these monsters was a bit ridiculous. The only thing that made Yifeng feel relieved was that except for the giant insect that was attacked, the other 2 giant insects were still ramming the light curtain and did not participate in the battlefield here. Otherwise, if the 3 giant worms attack at the same time, the damage they cause at one time is enough to exceed 10,000. Even if Darius has a lot of health, he may die accidentally. The battle lasted for a while, and Yifeng suddenly heard a prompt sound from his ear. Archangel's staff has reached the upper limit of 10,000 points of increased magic power. This is the first time Yifeng has encountered this prompt sound. He didn't expect that the increase in magic power has an upper limit. I have never noticed this prompt before, or in other words, no monster before could last until Archangel's staff reached the upper limit. However, with the increase of 10,000 points of magic power, coupled with the abnormal mutation effect of LeBlanc, her spell strength has reached an exaggerated value. One skill can cause hundreds of thousands of damage. After Malzahar's infection layers are stacked, the damage is also terrifying. The damage that jumps out every second is as high as 1 million. Under this exaggerated damage, the giant worm finally ran out of health and fell to the ground unwillingly. As the giant worm fell down, the badge in Yifeng's hand vibrated more violently this time, and the light enveloped the entire body of the giant worm. After absorbing the energy in the giant worm, the badge that had long lost its color now bloomed with a little golden luster again, as if it had regained its former glory. The giant worm fell, and the original infection layers instantly spread to the other 2 giant worms. At this time, the light curtain was already covered with lines, as if it could be completely broken at any time. The 2 giant insects that were constantly hitting the light curtain were enraged by the damage, and gave up attacking the crumbling light curtain and rushed towards Yifeng's chess piece instead. Chapter 178. The 2 giant insects charged so fast that the entire ground shook, as if an ancient giant beast was shaking the earth. The bluestone slabs on the ground were instantly overwhelmed and turned into debris. The 2 giant insects rushed towards the chess pieces in the back row with an unstoppable momentum. They completely ignored Darius's obstruction. The chess pieces that were hit in the middle had a stun icon on their heads, and were directly controlled on the spot. Boom bang. After charging for a distance, the two giant insects finally stopped. In this wave of charging, they rushed directly into the back row camp, causing terrible damage to the back row. The chess pieces that were touched received more than 3,000 points of damage. None of Yifeng's back row chess pieces has exceeded 3,000 health points. Even LeBlanc, who has the highest health points, has only about 2,100 health points after so many days of investment strategy blood. Even if a buff scroll with a 10% maximum health bonus was given, it still couldn't escape the fate of being killed by the giant insect. This collision immediately killed 3 LeBlancs, 2 Dravens, 3 Malzahars, and 1 Morgana. This wave of losses is as high as more than 30 gold coins. This made Yifeng's heart bleed. In the past, he only lost a few chess pieces, and everything was within a reasonable range. This time, the loss was so big that it was still difficult for Yifeng to accept it. It also made Yifeng want to scold himself in his heart. Why did he have to explore these things in advance? Just follow the development process of the large army with peace of mind, occasionally fight various stronghold bosses, and brush up the diplomat levels. Wouldn't life be worry-free? After everyone enters the Scarlet Land on the 25th, perhaps the survival game will arrange some new orders. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine for everything. Losing chess pieces now is a small matter. If the 2 purple giant worms are not killed, maybe I will have to die here. After all, without chess pieces, the monster's attacks will fall on the survivors themselves. Yifeng looked at his 1.8 meter height, and then looked at the giant worm's body that was dozens of meters high. If he really goes into battle, there is no need to think about the ending. It only takes 1 second to be easily crushed into meat paste by the giant worm. Yifeng quickly took out the low-level damage reduction magic scroll. If used properly, LeBlanc can survive a giant worm attack. As for the other back row chess pieces, they can only pray for good luck. After the giant worm stopped hitting, it began to search for targets on the spot, using its body as a weapon to attack the chess pieces. In just a few seconds, 5 more Draven were killed. Fortunately, Darius in the front row finally came over and surrounded him again. The surrounded giant insects really shifted their attack targets to Darius and stopped attacking the back row chess pieces. This made Yifeng feel relieved. At least there would be no more casualties for the time being. However, the current situation still made Yifeng feel a little difficult to handle. If 2 giant insects attack together and hit the same chess piece, the damage caused is more than 7,000 points, and there is a stun effect from time to time. If the blood volume is not replenished in time, it is very likely that Darius, who is not full of blood, will be sent away directly in the next round of attack. Soon, casualties in the front row also appeared. The attacks of the 2 giant insects all hit one place, hitting all 6 nearby Dariuses, causing huge damage and stunning all 6 Dariuses on the spot. Malzahar's Hextech gun and Prophet Bond effect were immediately triggered, restoring the health of these few Dariuses with low health. The health of 5 of the Dariuses was fully restored at this moment, but the health of 1 Darius was not fully restored. As a result, in just a moment, the giant insect attacked again, and the target was still the chess pieces just now. Several Dariuses with full health survived, but the Darius, who was not full of health, was unlucky. Directly under the repeated attacks of the 2 giant insects, he fell down and died. Darius's loss increased by 1. The battlefield continued, and the number of infection layers continued to increase, making the balance of victory continue to tilt towards Yifeng. At this moment, the 2 giant insects suddenly lowered their heads again, using their bodies as weapons to launch another round of charge towards the back row chess pieces. After the last round of charge, the 2 giant insects were not far away from the back row. Except for the intelligent chess pieces, other chess pieces could not adjust their positions by themselves. In this round of charge, most of the back row chess pieces were attacked by the giant insects. The casualties this time were horrible. At least more than 30 back row chess pieces were killed in the charge of the 2 giant insects. The losses were further expanded. Yifeng was so angry that he wanted to go up too. However, he knew that he did not have the strength to do so, and could only watch the chess pieces continue to be injured and killed in the battle. After this round of charge, more than half of the back row chess pieces were killed or injured. Malzahar sacrificed the most, with less than 10 left. However, the only thing that Yifeng was thankful for was that after Malzahar's death, the infection layers already inflicted on the enemy would not disappear. It would be like a maggot on the tarsal bone, and it would not dissipate until the monster died. Therefore, Malzahar's death did not reduce Yifeng's output too much. After another round of fighting, Darius lost more than 10 pieces, and the second giant worm finally couldn't stand it and fell down. With the death of the second giant worm, the infection layers on its body were transferred to the third giant worm, and with the death of the giant worm, the last giant worm could not pose a death threat to the front row at all. The only worry was that this giant worm would charge again. After all, the back row can't withstand such a charge. If it charges again, I'm afraid all the back row pieces will die. By that time, even if the 3 giant worms are killed, the loss of gold coins will be as high as nearly 300 gold coins. Even Yifeng can't bear such a huge loss. However, what you fear will come true. As the battle continued, the damage of infection became more and more terrifying, and the giant worm suddenly went crazy. Ignoring everything else, it directly charged several times in succession in the battlefield. Every time it charged, it could hit a lot of chess pieces. When the back row chess pieces were hit like this, a lot of them died directly. And this giant worm seemed to be tireless and charged 6 times in a row. After 6 times, only 2 LeBlancs, 1 Malzahar, 3 Morganas and 1 Renata were left alive in the back row. The rest of the back row chess pieces all fell down. After the collision, the giant insect seemed to be unable to bear it any longer and stopped moving. Only the infection layer on its body was still jumping and hurting. F***K, if I come to explore these things beyond the current survivors, I will be a dog. Chapter 179. Finally, as the infection damage continued to emerge, the last giant worm finally died. Looking at the dead giant worms, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Finally killing them all, take out the badge, absorb the 2 giant worms in the battlefield, and the huge purple worm corpse slowly turned into debris. The wind blew, and it immediately brought a gust of purple sand, which scattered in every corner of the city, and no trace could be found. Only the traces of destruction on the ground proved that these 3 giant worms had been here. After a count, more than half of the 200 chess pieces brought by Yifeng were killed. A total of 18 Darius died, 20 Draven died, 18 LeBlanc died, 19 Malzahar died, 7 Morgana died, and 3 Renata died. In addition, Yifeng also arranged Swain, and Bisa, and Leona to join the battle, especially Swain, who played a big role in the previous stage of clearing the purple bugs. It's a pity that they all died at the beginning when facing the attack of the purple giant bug. This time, the number of chess pieces lost was as high as more than 100. If calculated from the gold coins lost were as high as 300 gold coins. For Yifeng, although he won, he still lost. It was even more painful than the 3-star 5-cost card that was about to be synthesized, and the opponent directly clicked it. When he went out to check the settlement panel, it showed 3 2-star 5-cost cards. Pain too painful. At this moment, Yifeng suddenly felt that he could understand Vigo's pain. After all the giant bugs fell, the light curtain around the square slowly dissipated, revealing the secrets to outsiders. The symbol on Yifeng's forehead lit up again, echoing with the top of the tower, as if to signal Yifeng to keep moving forward. From the top of the tower, a ray of light fell on the ground, forming a path to guide Yifeng forward. Yifeng continued to move forward along the light, walking towards the tower. As he got closer to the tower, Yifeng only felt that the symbol on his forehead was getting hotter and hotter. But this heat did not cause any harm to the body. This was a very wonderful feeling, making Yifeng feel indescribably comfortable. The square was very large, and a person walking in the square seemed extremely small, with only the tower left between heaven and earth. Yifeng walked into the tower step by step, and finally came to the bottom of the tower. The tower stood in the clouds, and only when you were really under the tower could you understand how magnificent it was. Yifeng circled the tower, and did not find any entrance. The symbol on Yifeng's forehead was getting hotter at this time. When Yifeng touched the tower with his palm, he found that his arm went through the wall of the tower and reached inside. This, Yifeng showed a surprised look on his face, and then tried to go deeper. Sure enough, this so-called high wall was like nothingness, and did not really exist. I didn't expect that I had been wandering for so long and wasted so much time on a fake high wall. Thinking of this, Yifeng stepped his whole body into the tower. When Yifeng completely entered the tower, he suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness. The whole person was in a strange space, and the feeling of up, down, left and right disappeared. He was in this space, and didn't know where he was. However, in a daze, Yifeng felt that his whole body was wrapped by a stream of energy, and his body became extremely comfortable. I don't know how much time has passed. In this space, it seems that time has lost its effect. In a daze, Yifeng fell asleep directly. When he woke up, he found himself floating in the sky. In front of him was the disc symbol floating on the top of the tower. At this time, Yifeng's forehead lit up, and the disc on the top of the tower also lit up. The two lights shone together, and Yifeng actually saw some pictures in front of his eyes. It was a battle between some chess pieces and void monsters. Yifeng looked at these chess pieces and felt somewhat familiar, but the picture was too blurry, so Yi Feng couldn't recognize it for a while. These pictures changed rapidly like slides. The picture was frozen in a picture that was a human-shaped purple void monster, floating in the air. At its foot was the city that Yi Feng encountered. The city below was completely covered by purple corals, leaving only the tower in the central square intact. The last scene was the humanoid purple void monster cutting through space and leaving the place directly. And this city was submerged in the long river of history. The scene in front of him gradually dissipated, and what appeared in Yi Feng's eyes was the golden disc in front of him. Clearing the void creatures is complete. The dead chess pieces will be resurrected. A voice sounded. This time it was not the survival game prompt sound coming from the mind, but the sound of the disc in front of him. It's just that this sound is exactly the same as the prompt sound of the survival game. As the voice sounded, the disc lit up with a ray of light, which shot straight to the city below, where Yi Feng had previously used chess pieces to fight the 3 purple giant insects. The light shone on the ground, outlining the phantoms of the chess pieces one by one. When the light faded, all the chess pieces that had been sacrificed were resurrected at this moment. Not one chess piece was missing, and after the 200 chess pieces were restored, they all stopped there, waiting for the return of their master. Seeing this scene, Yi Feng could not hide his excitement. The chess pieces could still be resurrected, so there would be no loss on his trip. This was not over yet. After all the chess pieces were resurrected, the badge hanging on Yi Feng's waist automatically flew up, and then a ray of light shot out from the badge, all injected into the disc in front of him. After the light was fully injected, the badge, which had been somewhat shiny, returned to its original appearance again. The disc now emits a dazzling light, as if a sun is hanging in the sky. The brave warrior deserves a medal. Your heroic act has restored the city of Tyre to normal. The reward will be issued soon. 1. Get 200 gold coins. 2. Get 2 hero replicators. 3. The faded badge has been activated for use. 4. All barracks equipment slots are increased by 1, and this status is permanently valid. 5. All barracks chess pieces gain 500 points of vitality, and this status effect is permanently valid. 5 consecutive reward messages. There are 200 gold coins alone. So many gold coins are enough to make Yi Feng take off instantly, and the barracks replicator can allow Yi Feng to get 3-star chess pieces faster. The use of the faded badge is activated. Although it is not clear what it is, it must not be too bad. Finally, there is a permanent buff. All barracks can be equipped with an extra piece of equipment, and the vitality is increased by 500 points. This improvement is the biggest improvement for Yi Feng's combat power. Yi Feng suddenly felt that exploring these difficult places seemed to be not bad. Remembering what he said before, exploring these places again is like a dog. At this moment, Yi Feng only wanted to say one thing to himself just now. Emma, it smells so good. Woof woof woof. Chapter 180. At this moment, Yi Feng felt that he was good enough. Although this wave of actions was thrilling, the final reward was definitely worth it. It can even be said to be a huge profit. If you go to hunt various strongholds, how much can you get? It is definitely not as much as it is now. Tasks are being issued. The survival game sent a prompt again, which surprised Yi Feng. There are rewards. Thousands of years of war, more than 10 reincarnations. This war will eventually eliminate all enemies. The recovery of the city of Tyre will be the first step in the counterattack. Go to the 4 poles, kill the enemies sealed in it, and recall the former ascended warriors. The location of the 4 poles has been issued. Please check and go as soon as possible. After issuing the tasks, the light of the disc slowly weakened and eventually became less dazzling. As all the purple corals in the city were cleared, Yi Feng looked outside the city and found something wrong. The red soil of the original Scarlet Land actually slowly turned into the yellow of normal soil. This range continued to spread outward, and finally stopped 3 kilometers outside the city. Yi Feng's body was uncontrollably carried by a force from the top of the tower to the square. A few minutes later, Yi Feng landed steadily on the ground. All the chess pieces around him had been resurrected and were now rushing towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng took out the positioning transmission device, which was now ready for use. It seemed that everything in the city had returned to its original state. Yi Feng suddenly remembered something and took out a mirror to check his forehead. The disc symbol was still there, and now it was shining with a hint of golden light, which made Yi Feng look more handsome. The problem in the city was solved, and Yi Feng arranged several intelligent chess pieces to explore the situation in the city. If there was any important information, remember to collect it and tell him. Yi Feng himself was waiting for several intelligent chess pieces in the square, and at the same time, he checked the coordinates of the so-called 4 poles of the mission. You don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked when you see it. The so-called 4 poles, The nearest point is a full 10,000 kilometers away from me. What a concept! The radius of the Earth is only more than 6,000 kilometers, and the length of the equator is only about 40,000 kilometers. In other words, the distance to the nearest point is equivalent to a quarter of the length of the equator, which is enough for people to go all the way from Yin country to Africa. Such a long distance. Wanting to go there, for Yi Feng, is simply an astronomical figure that cannot be reached. Such a long distance. Did you bury your horse's ashes there? Yi Feng couldn't help but burst out this one quote. Fortunately, this mission has no time limit, otherwise it would be really annoying. If the person behind the scenes really appeared, Yi Feng really wanted to ask a question. Blow the horn of counterattack. Then let me ask you. Do you know what 10,000 kilometers means? Do you know how long it takes to walk? Answer me. Even if I use the teleportation stone, how much magic essence will it consume? Answer me. Look my eyes. Tell me. Why? Baby! Why? Tell me, how can I get there at such a long distance? Unfortunately, no one responded to Yi Feng. An hour later, several intelligent chess pieces returned to the square and brought some useful information to Yi Feng. Master, I found a lot of damaged buildings in the city. They look exactly like our barracks, but there are no heroes on the barracks. This is the news brought back by Nbisa, and this news is pretty good. Next, some information from LeBlanc. She also found many buildings similar to Yi Feng's base, but they were all damaged and could no longer be used. Morgana, on the other hand, did not bring back any useful information. Perhaps the previous war completely destroyed many things in this city. The town is too big, and Yi Feng does not want to search carefully, which is a waste of time. For him, it is better to consider hunting the Gobi giant scorpion to complete the task item proof of the strong. However, for the origin of this city, Yi Feng combined the information found by the chess pieces and the task just released, and made an irresponsible guess. That is, this city is what the survivor base looks like after it has been upgraded to a higher level. After all, too many buildings are very similar, and, in the words of issuing the task, more than 10 reincarnations were mentioned. Although Yi Feng did not believe in reincarnation and fate, he still thought that perhaps there really was a group of other survivors who had come to this world thousands of years ago. Or, history is constantly reincarnating. Of course, Yi Feng did not dare to be sure of the truth, and everything could only wait for the future to reveal it. After finishing the work, Yi Feng prepared to return to the base. It was almost evening, and it was time to go back and rest. Using the positioning transmission device, Yi Feng returned with all the chess pieces. After returning, the first thing Yi Feng did was to check his remaining gold coins. Sure enough, after being rewarded with 200 gold coins, Yi Feng currently had 300 gold coins remaining. Unfortunately, the hedge fund has been weakened. If it was the hedge fund with no upper limit on interest, Yi Feng dared not imagine how strong he could develop in the later stage. But all this can only be thought about. Yi Feng thought about it. 200 gold coins and recruiting chess pieces would not be of much use to his improvement in the short term. Perhaps upgrading as soon as possible and buying all the high-cost cards early would be the best choice. Thinking of this, Yi Feng directly took out 180 gold coins and exchanged them for 60 days of upgrade time. The time required for the remaining upgrade of the base was reduced from 76 days to 16 days. It takes 48 gold coins to upgrade to level 7 base. Yi Feng doesn't want to waste gold coins. Ensuring that he can earn 10 gold coins in interest is the most important thing for Yi Feng. Therefore, Yi Feng kept the remaining 120 gold coins for future use. After finishing these, Yi Feng thought about it. The third round of Beast Tide will appear again tomorrow, which will be a huge test for many survivors. And after entering the 25th day, that is, the day after tomorrow, if the survivors who have not unlocked the Scarlet Land will even be directly wiped out. In other words, there is not much time left for these survivors. They have to go to the border trial, and then they need to resist tomorrow's Beast Tide. Thinking of this, Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh. Maybe when he wakes up the day after tomorrow, there will be a lot fewer survivors in the chat interface. Yi Feng opened the chat channel, and sure enough, the chat channel also had a sad atmosphere. Many survivors could not pass the border test, and knew that their lives in the survival game were about to enter the countdown. At this time, they all talked about their past in the chat channel. Chapter 181. Why? Why are all the 3-star chess pieces occupied by others? I can't accept this. We all enter this broken survival game. Why do you get to enjoy the good life? I work so hard every day, and can't get much. There is only 1 day left. I can't accept this. Let me go home. I will never quarrel with my family again. Go back? It is estimated that everyone in the entire Blue Star has entered this game. The only regret is why this damn survival game suddenly came. Equipment can't be dropped. Without Sunfire Cloak, there is only one way to go in the end. Most of the survivors with weaker strength, and who feel that they have no hope of passing the border trial, have now chosen to lie down completely, and vent their dissatisfaction in the chat channel unscrupulously. Looking at the situation in the chat channel, Yifeng could only sigh. After closing the chat channel, Yifeng still checked the equipment slots of the chess pieces first. The rewards given by the Disc Tower for killing the purple giant worm earlier included 2 permanent buffs. One is that all barracks gain an additional 500 health points. Yifeng has confirmed this after checking, and this additional health point can also be increased by equipment bonus. Among Darius's equipment, Pride of the Outlaw and Sunlight Cloak cumulatively increased the health point by 32%, directly increasing the 500 health point bonus to 660 points. Darius' total health points soared to 11,493 points. In addition, there is another permanent buff, which is to increase all barracks equipment points by 1. This is the most important reward. All members can equip one more piece of equipment, which is definitely a big improvement for others. It can even be said that the extra equipment slot is more exaggerated than 500 health points for other improvements. Especially this buff reward is for the survivor Yifeng, which means that in the future, when Yifeng replaces any chess piece, the new barracks can enjoy the effect of adding one equipment slot. Yifeng currently has 16 barracks, which means that at least more than 30 basic equipment are needed to equip these barracks with new equipment. Such consumption is simply an astronomical figure for many survivors, but for Yifeng, the basic equipment in his backpack is piled up like a mountain, and basically nothing is missing. Even Yifeng is still worried about how to choose equipment with so many chess pieces to maximize combat power. Thinking of this, Yifeng felt a headache. For Darius, his 3 pieces of equipment are all health equipment at present. In terms of armor and magic resistance, there are Sentinel and Diplomat bonds, which are not too much of a problem. Then the most suitable upgrade for Darius is either the warrior's blood-sucking equipment Draining Sword, or the mage's artifact Archangel Staff, so that Darius's new skills can be fiercely hacked. There is another option, which is to equip Darius with Heart of Determination to further improve Darius's damage reduction, which can also take Darius's tankiness to the next level. In Yifeng's subconscious mind, what he wants most is naturally to equip Darius with Archangel Staff. After all, who can resist a Noxus who can hack like crazy? However, this combination is somewhat inappropriate from a rational point of view. Darius is positioned as a frontline tank, and the output is enough for other backline chess pieces. After all, with one more output, Darius can't increase the damage too much. On the contrary, it can increase the tankiness and make the backline more stress-free. The special effect of Draining Sword can obtain a shield of 25% of the maximum health value. For Darius, it is a shield of nearly 3,000 points. And the all-round blood-sucking provided can also make Darius recover a little, and become more resistant. However, Yifeng thought again that Malzahar's Hextech gun and the 6 Prophet bond are basically enough for Darius to recover. Therefore, this does not seem to be a good choice. Then, Heart of Determination can increase the damage reduction by an additional 15%, which seems to be a feasible solution. Thinking of this, Yifeng set the tone for Darius's equipment, that is, to choose Heart of Determination. Chainmail plus gloves, and instantly synthesized the equipment Heart of Determination that Yifeng wanted. Darius equipped with Heart of Determination, the health distance increased a little again, and the damage reduction of the double monitor also increased from the original 30% to 40.5%. In other words, the original 100 points of damage would only cause 70 points to Darius, and now it can only cause 59.5 points. After equipping Darius with the equipment, Yifeng was very satisfied. Now Darius's tankiness can basically face most enemies. After finishing Darius, Yifeng's eyes were on Draven. This is Yifeng's only back row physical output chess piece. The equipment he carries now is Gunsu's Rage Blade, Infinity Blade, and Giant Slayer. Attack speed, critical damage, and additional damage are all available, and in terms of armor penetration, there is Obsidian Cleaver carried by Morgana, so Draven does not need to carry armor penetration equipment himself. Then what Draven needs is the most extreme output. After all, if he is equipped with a defensive equipment, he will still die when he should die. Then, the most extreme physical output equipment is Sharp Blade. Sharp Blade. Add 55% attack power and 10% damage increase. This equipment does not have any special effects, but the unconditional increase of 55% attack power and 10% damage increase can make it stand out from the crowd of physical equipment and stand out from the crowd. After confirming Draven's equipment, Yi-Feng found 2 storm swords in his backpack, synthesized sharp blade, and equipped it to Draven's barracks. This time, Draven's attack power directly climbed to more than 550 points. Looking at Draven's equipment, Yi-Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If the barracks also had the equipment Ruined Blade, then Draven would become the strongest boss. After getting the equipment of Draven and Darius, Yi-Feng looked at the remaining more than 10 barracks and felt a headache. There are more than 10 pieces of equipment to get. Let's equip one cost card slowly. Yi-Feng looked at Amumu's barracks and was about to think about preparing something for Amumu, but suddenly remembered a very serious thing. That is, the alchemist Baron chess piece didn't seem to have killed 5 chess pieces today. I actually forgot about this again. Thinking of this, Yi-Feng didn't care that it was almost night, and decided to take Amumu to the Gobi Desert now. Chapter 182. There are only 10 minutes left before nightfall. Yi-Feng subconsciously prepared to teleport to the Gobi Desert, but soon he stopped again. The terrifying tentacles encountered at night were still vivid in his mind, and he had no idea what kind of monster it was, and judging from the situation, the risk factor was extremely high. Thinking of this, Yi-Feng still felt that he should be more cautious. Amumu must die, but he can die in other ways. Let's go to the forest base. The monsters there have been getting stronger for so many days. It is estimated that the monsters at night, although they cannot kill Amumu at once, can slowly beat Amumu to death. With this idea in mind, Yi-Feng returned to the forest excitedly with 10 Darius, 5 Malzahar, 5 LeBlanc and 5 Amumu. The forest base at night was still pitch black, and there were not many light sources. Compared with this side, the base in the Scarlet Land seemed extremely bright. At the forest base, Yi-Feng left a war machine Shaun and some other chess pieces bound by Black Rose to guard the home, and there was no trouble. Yi-Feng took out a searchlight and handed it directly to the intelligent chess piece LeBlanc. You don't have to fight later, just help hold the light. After making the arrangements, Yi-Feng led a group of chess pieces out. Not long after, Yi-Feng saw several cat monsters gathered not far away. The fur of these cat monsters had different lusters. Yi-Feng suppressed the idea of wanting to kill these monsters directly, and only ordered 5 Amumu to go forward. Amumu, attack. Amumu stumbled towards the cat monsters, and when the cat monsters saw the enemy coming, they all released their magic skills. The cat monsters, who originally didn't have any skills, now almost know some magic as their strength continues to improve. Ice cones, fireballs, poisons, lightning, etc. attacked Amumu. But the 5 Amumus didn't retreat at all, and still attacked the cat monsters. These magics hit Amumu, causing only more than 30 points of damage. Seeing this damage, Yi-Feng's face turned black. The reason why the damage is so low is that Amumu's passive is a fixed damage reduction, and Nbisa's diplomat talent also improves the armor and magic resistance of all chess pieces. In addition, Amumu's supervision bond can also provide it with a certain amount of damage reduction. Fortunately, Amumu's HP is only about 2,600 points, and it can be solved by spending more time at most. However, when the recovery effect appeared on Amumu, Yi-Feng couldn't hold it anymore. I almost forgot that Amumu was equipped with Prophet's Emblem, which has the effect of 6 Prophet skills causing damage to restore the health of the chess piece. Amumu's skill Abandon Technology is to cause 25% of the magic power of magic damage to the enemy every second. In other words, Amumu can cause 20 points of magic damage per second and restore 2 or 3 points of health per second. Although not much, but back and forth, the efficiency of the cat monster killing Amumu will naturally be lower. Soon, several cat demons fell completely and turned into several white magic balls, and the most seriously injured of the 5 Amumus only lost more than 100 health points. And Amumu's skills belong to the range AoE, and when several cat demons are hurt at the same time, the recovery effect is increased several times. After killing the cat demon, several Amumus stood there blankly, and Yi-Feng at this time wanted to kill Amumu himself. Damn, these cat demons in the forest base, do they have so little health? Yi-Feng, who has been used to fighting various bosses for a long time, now hunts these cat demon monsters again, and actually feels a sense of relief. This makes Yi-Feng sigh in his heart. The cat demon that he had to work hard to solve at the beginning, now several Amumus can be easily killed. This cat demon's 10,000 points of blood are too vulnerable. It seems that I have to find more cat demons before I have a chance to give away Amumu's head. In fact, for many survivors with weaker strength, the chess piece can only attack a few dozen points of health at most. Even the chess piece's skills can only deal 3-digit damage. It still takes a certain amount of time and energy to kill a cat demon. Facing the attack of the cat demon, the chess piece will lose hundreds of health points at once. If you are not careful, the chess piece may be killed. The cat demon that is getting stronger and stronger at night is simply a terrifying existence for them. But now, many survivors know that cat demons are difficult to kill, but they still keep hunting cat demons in the wild. The reason is simple. Tomorrow is the 24th day, and they must complete the border trial and resist the next round of beast-tide invasion. Their hopes all rested on being able to synthesize Sunfire Cape or Morello's secret book. The explosion rate of monsters at night would be relatively higher. So these survivors decided to give it a try tonight. In the chat channel, many people were complaining, but they couldn't stop. Damn, the health of this cat demon has exceeded 10,000 points. What the hell is this? I won't sleep tonight. I must get the giant belt. Either the cat demon dies tonight, or I die. The damage of these cat demons is really abnormal. Just now, a lightning struck my chess piece with hundreds of health points, and the total health of my 2-star chess piece is only more than 1,000. Yifeng happened to open the chat channel at this time, and looking at everyone's complaints, he had a strange feeling in his heart. It seemed that he and everyone were no longer playing the same survival game. Most people are still struggling for survival, but I have already explored some of the truth behind this Scarlet Land, and I am also revealing the truth step by step. After looking at the chat channel, Yifeng put away his thoughts and continued to walk into the forest with his chess pieces. It's been a long time since I came back to visit this forest. Recently, Yifeng basically let the intelligent chess pieces lead the chess piece troops to sweep, and the spoils were also picked up by the intelligent chess pieces. Does this count as a revisit to the old place? Yifeng sighed to himself. After walking forward for a distance, Yifeng stopped in front of a big tree. LeBlanc looked at Yifeng curiously with a lantern, not knowing why Yifeng stopped. Yifeng walked to the big tree, squatted down, and touched a mark on the tree with his hand. I remember that this was the mark I made on the first day I came to this survival world. I was afraid that I would get lost in the forest. Now that I have a map, I am no longer afraid of this. It has only been more than 20 days, but for Yifeng, it seems like many years have passed. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the depths of the forest. The sound resounded throughout the forest and penetrated Yifeng's eardrums. What's going on? Is there any big monster in this forest base? Chapter 183. The sudden roar made Yifeng a little confused. After all, after unlocking the forest map, he only saw 3 special marks on it. The 3 special marks corresponded to the forest banshee, the Yiksha monster in the underground cave, and the giant egg on the top of the tree that had not been hatched. Yifeng had cleared these 3 areas. Logically speaking, there were only some cat monsters left in the entire forest base at night. And these cat monsters could not have made such an amazing roar. I don't know if it was only my forest base that had an abnormality, or if all the survivors' bases had an abnormality. Did you hear the roar coming from the center of the forest? Yifeng sent a message in the chat channel to ask if other survivors had encountered the same situation. After the message was sent, someone responded soon. What roar? Aren't there other cat demons in this forest? I'm really fighting with Hakimi. If I'm strong enough, I'd definitely give Cat Love TV a try. Where did the roar come from? You must be confused. In this forest, there is nothing else except the screams of these cat demons. It seems that except for the forest base on his side, the forest areas of other survivors are all normal. In this case, he will go and explore alone. Yifeng was not worried about anything. In the forest base, his Amuma could walk sideways, so he was not worried that the roar would be a powerful character. The roar seemed to come from hell, with a shrill sound of wind, which sounded a little creepy. Yifeng continued to move forward in the direction of the sound. After walking for a distance, he checked the location on the map and found that he was not far from the cave he had found before. It was the place where there was a magic circle in the underground cave, and several Yiksha monsters appeared. At that time, the Yiksha monster gave Yifeng the feeling that it seemed to have some wisdom, and after death, the saber on its body did not disappear, but remained and became a special item. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a little confused. Could it be that the monster appeared in that place again? When Yifeng came to the outside of the cave, he heard the roar again, and this time he was extremely sure that it really came from this cave. Oh my god, there is another boss in this cave. Looking at the dark cave, Yifeng did not feel scared, but a little excited. At the beginning, an elite Yiksha made Yifeng flustered. Now, if he meets Darius with more than 10,000 HP again, he will let him know what it means to be a father. Step by step, he walked into the cave, just like the first time he came. The cave seemed to have no end, and seemed to lead directly to the depths of the earth. Walking all the way to the bottom of the cave, Yifeng finally saw the source of the roar. It turned out to be a giant yikshaw that was several times larger than the previous yikshaw. At this time, a huge magic circle on the ground lit up, and the yikshaw monster was squeezing its body into this world from the magic circle little by little. But for some reason, a small part of its feet was stuck in the magic circle, and was not teleported out together. It was for this reason that the giant yikshaw kept roaring, and the sound came out from the cave, and happened to be heard by Yi Feng, who rushed back. Looking at this giant yikshaw, Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a coincidence. If he hadn't come back to let Amuma give away his head, he probably wouldn't have known that this giant yikshaw monster had arrived here. If Yi Feng came again tomorrow, maybe this giant yikshaw monster would have completely escaped from the magic teleportation array and entered the forest. Even if Yi Feng arranged for the chess pieces to hunt on their own, they might be attacked by this giant yikshaw, causing the loss of chess pieces. The giant yikshaw also discovered Yi Feng's arrival at this time. It immediately roared, exerted all its strength, and actually forced its body out of the magic array. This cave was obviously a bit narrow for this giant yikshaw. It moved its body and stared at Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at the giant yikshaw's waist, which also had a saber, and a sense of familiarity arose spontaneously. Yi Feng thought about it, and directly took out the special item Elite Yikshaw's saber that he had obtained earlier, held it in his hand and tossed it, deliberately showing it in front of the giant yikshaw. Sure enough, when Yi Feng took out the saber, the yikshaw's eyes showed anger. It drew out the huge saber from its waist, as if it wanted to kill Yi Feng directly. Unfortunately, it was ready to attack, and Yi Feng also had no intention of keeping it. For a monster with a bright health bar, there are only two choices in the eyes of the survivors. If you can't beat it, run away. If you can beat it, kill it. Obviously, for Yi Feng, the second option is to kill. Darius stepped forward and took the lead in stopping the yikshaw from moving forward. Darius now, with his terrifying HP, high double resistance and high damage reduction, is like a wall in front of this giant yikshaw. LeBlanc and Malzahar, on the other hand, focused on output in the back row. 5 Amumus also rushed up under the command of Yi Feng. Although Amumu is not of much help to the battle, he still has to kill Amumu, and now is a good time to do so. The saber in the giant yikshaw's hand is 5 meters long, with a cold light, and looks extremely brave. Seeing this, Yi Feng took out the magic scroll directly, and decided to use the advanced life field magic scroll, just in case. A touch of purple light appeared on the blade of the saber in the yikshaw's hand, as if the weapon was enchanted, and it looked even more powerful. Seeing this, Yi Feng no longer hesitated and directly tore the magic scroll to ensure the safety of the chess pieces. Soon, the giant yikshaw moved, and the long sword slashed horizontally like a sword, and a huge blade light came out, carrying a breath of destruction, directly hitting all the chess pieces. Even after the blade light hit Darius, after its power was weakened, it continued to spread outward and hit LeBlanc and Malzahar. Seeing this scene, Yi Feng shouted in his heart that it was not good. The damage of this yikshaw is penetrating. At this time, after an attack, the ugly face of the yikshaw showed a cruel smile. In its view, the power of this sword will destroy all the chess pieces in front of it. As long as the chess pieces die, the human will naturally die. Remnant die. Chapter 184. This sudden voice startled Yi Feng. Although the voice sounded a little awkward, and even the pronunciation was a little non-standard, Yi Feng could still understand the meaning of this sentence. The monster could speak, and it was the Yin language that everyone could understand. Is this giant yikshaw intelligent? Yi Feng was a little excited. Although both sides were enemies, if it had intelligence, perhaps it could get some useful information from the other side. Remnant? What do you mean by that? Yi Feng looked at the giant yikshaw, wanting to find out. However, the giant yikshaw did not reveal any other information, but kept repeating the words remnant die. Seeing this, Yi Feng also knew that this yikshaw was probably unable to communicate. Since there is no way to communicate, then we can only convince people with reason. Of course, this reason is the law of physics. Yi Feng only noticed at this time that the seemingly extremely powerful knife of the giant yikshaw hit Darius, but it only caused more than 600 points of damage, and only about 1,000 points of damage to the back row chess pieces. That's it. I thought this yikshaw monster could be so powerful, but the damage was just this little. After seeing the damage of the giant yikshaw clearly, Yi Feng put his heart back in his stomach. And the yikshaw, after slashing 3 blades in a row, also found something wrong. It stopped attacking, with a blank look in its eyes, and it didn't think that its attack didn't work. However, before it could figure out what was going on, the attack of Yi Feng's chess piece came like a rainstorm, and the damage was not low. The giant yikshaw's attack did not cause much damage to Darius, so he had no problem keeping his HP full throughout the whole process. Although Yi Feng had few chess pieces, they were all elite chess pieces, And the strength of this giant yikshaw was only good-looking but not useful. It looked powerful, but in fact, its strength was just like that. As time went by, Malzahar's infection layers accumulated crazily, causing the giant yikshaw's HP to drop like an artery was stabbed. The yikshaw, which was previously ferocious, seemed to have sensed the infection layers that were constantly destroying its life. If it continued like this, it knew it would die. The yikshaw monster wanted to attack the chess pieces in the back row, but unfortunately, its output was really limited, and its attack speed was not too high. It could only launch an attack every 2 or 3 seconds. Although this attack could cause more than 1,000 points of damage to the back row, it was not fatal. Malzahar's technology gun and 6 profits could instantly pull the health of the chess pieces back. Therefore, even if Yifeng only had more than 20 chess pieces, he could still deal with it easily and at ease. Soon, the health of the yikshaw was about to run out. During this period, it did not speak until the last moment of its life, when it said a lot of words that Yifeng could not understand, and finally shouted to Yifeng unwillingly, "Remnants die." The yikshaw's body fell down with a bang, splashing countless dust, making the vision in the entire cave blurred. Cough, cough, cough. Yifeng was choked by the splash dust in his mouth, and suddenly, he couldn't breathe smoothly, and he started coughing violently. When the dust dispersed, the body of the giant yikshaw had begun to gradually dissipate. Soon, the giant yikshaw completely disappeared, leaving only a huge long sword and magic crystal stone on the ground. Special item. Yikshaw Commander's long sword. Yifeng went forward to try the long sword, but found that it was so heavy that he couldn't lift it at all, so he had to put the huge long sword into his backpack. This thing is definitely intelligent. Yifeng looked at the deep pit on the ground where the giant yikshaw fell and fell into thought. Being able to speak the Yin country language means that this thing is definitely intelligent. It's a pity that this thing can only repeat the same sentence, without much useful information. At this moment, Yifeng fell into deep thought, with a very tangled face. This Amumu didn't give it away. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but scold the giant yikshaw who had died. Waste, too waste, even Amumu can't be killed. If the giant yikshaw could hear this, it would probably be so angry that he would win the resurrection match with Lao De, and come out to question Yifeng. It's only been more than 20 days, and your chess piece's HP has exceeded 10,000. You even created a colorful bond and a 5-cost chess piece. You cheated so hard, and you blame others for not working hard? It's a pity that the giant yikshaw is really broken, and it can't prompt anything at all. At this time, Yifeng completely forgot one thing, that is, after killing the yikshaw monster in the cave, the survival game rewarded him with 40 gold coins, abnormal mutator and random emblems, which can be said to be extremely generous rewards. But now there is no prompt sound from the survival game. If Yifeng observes carefully at this time, he will find that the magic circle on the ground has only lost its luster, but it can still be vaguely seen with the naked eye, and the magic circle still exists. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yifeng was completely immersed in the disappointment that Amumu was not killed. Even due to Malzahar's efforts, Amumu, who had lost some blood, now has full blood again. It seems that there should be no monsters in the entire forest base that can kill Amumu. At this moment, the magic circle under Yifeng's feet lit up a faint purple light. However, at this moment, Yifeng did not notice this change at all. Just when Yifeng was helplessly preparing to get up and return to the base, preparing to find a place outside the Scarlet Land to send Amumu away, the magic circle under his feet suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, reflecting the entire cave in purple. Yifeng subconsciously used his arm to block the dazzling light. In the light, a huge tentacle stretched out from the magic circle and swept over Darius and Amumu, who were closest to Yifeng. This attack caused more than 6,000 points of damage, sending all 5 Amumus away. Seeing this, Yifeng was not angry but happy. The 5 Amumus were finally dead. Great news. After the giant tentacle succeeded in one attack, it was ready to launch a second attack. At this moment, the faded badge carried by Yifeng suddenly lit up, emitting a golden light. Under the shining of this golden light, the tentacle stopped moving, shaking in place, but unable to move at all. Obviously, it was fixed by the light of the badge. After struggling for a long time without success, the tentacle slowly retreated into the magic circle and finally disappeared. And the light of the magic circle also slowly dimmed, and finally disappeared completely. Congratulations to the survivors for killing the giant yikshaw commander. Rewards are being distributed. Chapter 185. As the magic circle completely disappeared, Yifeng finally heard the prompt sound of the survival game. I didn't pay attention just now, but I didn't expect that the magic circle in the cave did not completely disappear, but something new appeared, But fortunately, the tentacle was not powerful, and it could even be said that it had bad intentions, but did good things, helping Yifeng to send Amumu away in one wave. At the critical moment, the fading badge also played a surprising effect, directly forcing the tentacle back. Yifeng was about to check the details of the badge, and the prompt sound of the reward rang in his ears one after another, so Yifeng put this matter aside for the time being. Reward survivors with 80 gold coins. Reward survivors with 2 random emblems. Reward survivors with 1 abnormal mutation selector. Reward survivors with 1 equipment collector of the past. Rewards have been distributed. Please check for yourself this time. The reward is twice as much as the first encounter with the elite Yiksha. This makes Yifeng very excited. 80 gold coins are enough for him to raise the base level to level 7 today. If he is lucky, there is a 1% chance of a 5-cost chess piece appearing tomorrow, and the 2 random emblems, if you are lucky, can make Yifeng's bond reach a higher level. Yifeng even wondered if he could form a full-color bond in the future if he followed this trend. Of course, this is just Yifeng's fantasy. To achieve this step, he still needs a lot of effort. The most exciting reward for Yifeng is this chess piece abnormal mutation self-selector. Among Yifeng's many chess pieces, only Malzahar and LeBlanc have abnormal mutation effects, and Malzahar's abnormal mutation effect is not very practical. At that time, Yifeng did not choose to continue refreshing abnormal mutations because of the gold coin problem. Thinking about it now, he still feels a little regretful. Judging from the name, the effect of this thing is to select abnormal mutations by yourself. In other words, with the existence of this thing, Yifeng no longer has to worry about not being able to choose the abnormal mutations he wants. The only thing to worry about is which chess piece to use the abnormal mutations for. However, the last reward made Yifeng a little confused. This is a small bottle-like thing with various exquisite patterns and symbols engraved on it. The whole body of the bottle is red, which looks very beautiful. Holding it in the hand, a warm feeling surged into the whole body, which made people feel very comfortable. Past day equipment collector. Killing enemies with it can collect energy. When you have enough energy, you may be able to create some artifacts of the past. With such an unclear description, Yifeng didn't know how to use it. However, this thing is just a small object after all, and the size is only about 2 thumbs. It is easy to carry, so Yifeng directly carried it with him like the badge, and did not put it back into the backpack. After putting the equipment collector into his pocket, Yifeng took out the previous badge again. The moment the tentacles appeared just now, this badge was a great achievement. Moreover, in the previous town, Yifeng remembered that the survival game prompted that this badge had been activated and used, but he did not have time to check the specific effect. When Yifeng carefully checked the properties of the badge at this moment, he found that this faded badge has now regained its brilliance, and even the name of the item has changed. Thor badge can absorb the energy of void creatures, and can play a certain role in dispelling the attacks of void creatures. The name of the badge has changed, and the introduction of the badge has become clearer. The badge is no longer as dim as it used to be. After absorbing the energy of void creatures, the original pattern has become much clearer, and the golden pattern flowing on it can be vaguely seen. After checking all the things, Yifeng returned to the base with the rewards. After returning, Yifeng was worried about the equipment of each barracks again. By the way, 2 random emblems were rewarded. Let's see what they are. When the backpack was opened, Yifeng found 2 new job transfer emblems quietly lying in the backpack. The first job transfer emblem is a white emblem with a blue background, which looks like a suit of armor. It is nothing else but the Sentinel emblem. This emblem is helpful to Yifeng now. After all, there are exactly 3 Sentinel bonds. If this emblem is added, it will be a 4 Sentinel bond, and the chess piece's dual resistance can be further improved. As for the other job transfer emblem, it makes Yifeng even more happy. The black and white icon is the monitor emblem. Like the alchemist Baron emblem, the monitor emblem cannot be obtained through synthesis. It is really lucky to be able to get it. Compared to the 2 monitor bonds, the 4 monitor bonds increase the damage reduction by 15%, from the original 30% damage reduction to 45% damage reduction, which can further improve the chess piece's tankiness. Yifeng could already imagine how powerful Darius would be after activating 4 monitors. As for which chess piece to use to form 4 monitors, Yifeng was also ready. That was Vladimir. Yes, it was the 2-cost barracks Vladimir with 3 bonds of Black Rose, Monitor, and Mage. Yifeng had used this barracks before, but later he eliminated Vladimir in order to form other bonds. Now if he can form another Vladimir, he can not only form 4 monitor bonds, but also make the Black Rose bond reach 5 Black Roses. By then, War Machine Shaun will be further strengthened. These 2 emblems are very useful emblems for Yifeng now. This time, the harvest was so abundant that Yifeng felt comfortable all over, which was even more exciting than the one-shot soul in the game. In addition, this time's harvest also included a full 80 gold coins as a reward. This brought Yifeng's gold coins directly to 200. It would take 16 days, or 48 gold coins, to upgrade to a level 7 base. Yifeng naturally did not hesitate and raised the base level to level 7 tonight. After consuming 48 gold coins, the base level was finally upgraded to level 7, with a 1% chance of getting a 5-cost chess piece. The next natural upgrade of the base will take 120 days, and, with this upgrade, the entire base suddenly underwent earth-shaking changes. The original small base expanded outward crazily, and the area covered extended to more than 300 acres. Chapter 186. As the base continued to expand, the interior underwent earth-shaking changes. First, the original wooden house in the center became a majestic ancient courtyard. In the expanded base, many small courtyards appeared, which could be used for living. There was even a high tower in the central courtyard of the base. Standing on the tower, one could overlook the entire situation in the base. This small base is almost becoming a small city. As soon as Yifeng finished his sigh, he suddenly thought of something wrong. The current appearance of my base is really similar to the abandoned city I went to before. At least in terms of style and layout, there are 60% or 70% similarities. Could it be that those abandoned towns were the survivor bases in the past? When this thought came up, Yifeng was surprised. If this guess is true, perhaps this will be a huge discovery. As for Malza, he must choose strength training. Malza can increase his attack power by 4% every 3 attacks. With Malza's full attack speed, 5 attacks per second, basically, the attack power can be increased by about 6% per second. The mana recovery efficiency of the 8 Prophet is not enough, but it is necessary to add some more mana equipment. After thinking for a while, Changshun decided to choose the first piece of equipment as Little Angel Staff. Thinking of that, Yifeng couldn't help but wonder if he had forgotten all the math he learned in junior high school. This was definitely the most useless episode about math. The damage seems low, but it's an arithmetic progression. The damage gets lower the further you go. With that amount of health, 2 pieces of equipment that can restore health can restore 800 points per second, so it can basically hold up against even a small number of monsters. However, compared with Dravenhar and other chess pieces, the speed is still slightly faster. Before sweeping around, Changshun directly equipped a Mumu with Sentinel Emblem, making a Mumu completely a bond pendant and cannon fodder. Its equipment at the end is Static Electric Blade, Pearl Gauntlet, Spear of Shojin. Yifeng directly equipped it with Bank's Magic Hat, which increases the magic weakness and reduces the probability of treasure chests appearing, saving a lot of time every day. After the base was upgraded, Yifeng did not care about this problem, but instead considered who should be given the 2 newly obtained emblems. In addition, this is not a normal mutation of Thousand Sword Slash. Each attack causes 30 points of real damage, and 12 points of damage are added to the same enemy per second. Dravenhar originally lost 7 equipment slots for the game, and now it has been upgraded by 1 more slot, and it has directly reached the lower limit of 8 slots. There was no way to continue to open new equipment slots before. Hearing that news, Yifeng felt relieved. The normal mutation that Yifeng was thinking about for Darius was Defense Expert or Legacy of Shurima. Before finishing the 2 emblems, the highlight was Normal Mutator of your choice. Before finishing LeBlanc's equipment, it was God-given Ergot. At present, Changshun Ji's equipment is Iron Conqueror Emblem, Spear of Shojin, Hextech Gunblade, Crown of Ember, Ginsa's Rage Blade, no attack speed, no job transfer, no mana recovery, no life sucking, no damage amplification and special effect burning. It's not that calculating the benefits of Darius's armor and health increase is too troublesome and simple, which makes Yifeng feel that his cerebellum is overloaded, and he simply wants to calculate it carefully. Of course, all this is based on the premise that Yifeng's guess is correct. The feeling of self-selection is exactly the same. Each attribute that can produce a positive mutation will appear directly in front of you. You only need to click it to directly obtain the corresponding normal mutation. Spear of Shoji is probably the worst choice. Malza Barracks obtains a positive mutation of Thousand Swords. As for LeBlanc, the current 7 pieces of equipment are Iron Blood Emblem, Little Angel, Sheep Knife, and Light Magic Explosion. LeBlanc's equipment is just like that. It only takes more than 10 minutes to improve it. All chess pieces can make monsters explode with a single attack. Maybe we should start to make some preparations in terms of mana recovery. As for Sentinel Emblem, for Yifeng, it only provides 13 points of armor and magic resistance for the whole team, and for the Sentinel chess piece, It increases the double resistance by nearly 40 points. Defense Expert. Gain 90% extra armor and magic resistance from all sources. Definitely provide Darius with that normal mutation, so the armor and magic resistance obtained from the Sentinel Bond, Diplomatic Officer Bond, and equipment can be increased by 90%, basically doubled. Armor can be increased to about 300 points. And magic resistance can also be close to 200 points. Yifeng searched for a while, and successfully found the normal mutation of 1,000 swords. It only takes 10 minutes, and the single extra real damage of 1,000 swords will reach 80,000. In terms of damage, the little angel is constantly providing spell weakness, which is not bad, and the sheath knife provides attack speed, and the speed of releasing skills is also too fast. As the props are used, one after another positive mutation information appears behind Yifeng's eyes. So just don't be so determined, just choose 1,000 swords. Thinking of that, Yifeng took out the positive mutator he chose and chose to use it directly on Chang Xuanji's barracks. Before finishing the punishment of the giant Yiksha, Yifeng looked at the 8-7 cost barracks again. And the increase in attack power basically cannot be effective for all members. Even the mage chess piece needs to attack normally to get the bonus. After combining with the supervision bond, his damage reduction can reach an exaggerated level like Darius. In the past, when encountering these small bosses with low defense or even immune to burning effects, Mao's 1,000 blades would also be used as a guarantee to deal real damage. And with 7 blades per second, the cumulative damage is less than 10 million terrifying values. Monitoring Emblem, Yifeng is ready to give it directly to Swain. After all, the 3-star Crow also has the 15% damage reduction of Dual Warrior, which is comparable to the damage reduction provided by Determined Heart. The equipment slot has been upgraded by 1 slot, so naturally I have to equip the 7-cost barracks as the main force with new equipment. My actual combat effect is not too bad, but the daily treasure chest that can be provided is very tempting. That thing cannot choose a positive mutation for a chess piece. Yifeng's goal is to give Darius a tank-type positive mutation, or to give Maoza 1,000 blades or strength training to help with the protracted war. And Shurima's heritage. 10 seconds before retreating into battle, gain 50% minimum health and 60% attack speed. It is also correct, Darius must match the normal mutation, so before retreating into battle, the health can directly reach 16,000. Before choosing that normal mutation in my mind, the prompt sound of the survival game suddenly came to my ears. Chapter 187. After finishing the equipment of the 5-cost chess piece, Yifeng also replenished the equipment of other chess pieces. Morgana and Renana, who are bound to profit, are equipped with Ginsu's Rage Blade. And Leona, another chess piece in the front row, is equipped with Redemption. Yifeng did not prepare to update the equipment of other chess pieces. After all, the remaining chess pieces seemed a little weak in every battle. After finishing these, Yifeng chose to sleep and rest. Congratulations to all survivors for surviving to the 24th day. Daily gold coins have been issued. Investment strategy hex enhancement has taken effect. All barracks chess pieces have 50 points of health. Survivor, Yifeng. Base level, LV7. Current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 7 plus 10. Base upgrade, 119 days later. The 24th day is the deadline for the survival game to require everyone to enter the Scarlet Land. If you don't pass the border trial and get the qualification to go to the Scarlet Land after today, you will be completely wiped out by the survival game. So most of the survivors today have fallen into the final madness. If Yifeng opens the chat channel at this time, he can see how crazy everyone is at this time under the danger of death. Some people swear to be willing to work like a cow or a horse for some equipment. Some people even put down their last dignity for equipment and posted their own explicit photos in the chat channel, threatening that as long as someone is willing to help her, they can become the other party's ex-slave in the future. Some people even didn't get much supplies during this period, and their lives were tight. They didn't have enough food and clothes every day. Now that they know that death is in front of them, they simply rush to the forest border for their lives. As for the result, there is no need to think about it. He was probably taken away by the monsters in the forest before he got there. However, Yifeng didn't know about these. When he woke up, the first thing he did was to check the system prompts of the survival game. Sure enough, he found a prompt about Alchemist Baron. Gain Glimmer Layers. 20 layers. After sending away 5 Amumu for 3 consecutive days, the Glimmer Layers of Alchemist Baron finally began to double. The current number of glimmers is a total of 40 layers, and it will take 3 days to reach 100 layers, and then you can get the first reward. After finishing this, Yifeng decided to open the barracks that refresh daily first. After all, it was not easy to reach level 7, and finally there was a chance to brush a 5-cost card. If I was a little luckier, maybe I could get a 5-cost barracks now. When I opened the interface, the golden 5-cost barracks did not appear. Although this was expected, Yifeng still couldn't hide his disappointment. Last time I was able to give a spider, so it's not too much to give a 5-cost card again. Although there are no 5-cost barracks and 4-cost barracks, the barracks have exactly the Vladimir that Yifeng needs. As long as you buy it, you can get 4 supervision bonds and 5 black rose bonds, 10 gold coins. For Yifeng now, it's very easy to spend, he won't even blink an eye. After the construction of the Vladimir barracks was completed, Yifeng directly recruited a Vladimir. After all, he didn't expect this chess piece to be a combatant, one was enough. His role is the same as other pendants, that is, to stay in the base to ensure that the main battle chess piece can get their bond bonus. However, Yifeng was still planning to raise Vladimir to 3 stars. After all, the star upgrade of the Black Rose chess piece can also improve the strength of the War Machine Shan. Therefore, Yifeng still exchanged a lot of advanced life field magic scrolls, ready to exchange for some Vladimir's barracks fragments. To collect Vladimir fragments, the price is still the same, 5 fragments per scroll, exchange with advanced life field magic scrolls, a total of 160 fragments. Some friends hurry up. After Yifeng sent the message, he noticed that the chat channel was now in a mess. It was even more chaotic than Northwest Shaanxi. After Yifeng sent the message, it was quickly drowned out by everyone's messages, and only a few survivors noticed Yifeng's message. However, those few people did not have many Vladimir barracks fragments to trade. Seeing this situation, Yifeng had to send the same message again, hoping that everyone could see it. At this time, a survivor who had made all preparations, but still had no idea in his heart, was ready to rush to the forest border as if he was going to die. Today was the last day. If he didn't go now, he would not have enough time to get there, and then return to the base to teleport to the Scarlet Land. Although he was still worried, he had to go and give it a try. On the way, he opened the chat channel casually, and happened to see the message from Yifeng. At this time, he stared at Yifeng's message with his eyes wide open in disbelief, and couldn't believe his eyes. Vladimir fragments? I just happen to have them, and there are more than 10 of them. This is not a joke, right? If it is true, then it is like sending a pillow when you are sleepy, and Yifeng is sending benefits. Seeing that others have not reacted yet, he took the lead in privately chatting with Yifeng. Boss, I have 14 pieces of Vladimir fragments here. Can you give me a chance to exchange for 3 magic scrolls? As soon as the message was sent, Yifeng replied. The reply was very simple, just 2 simple words. Yes. Seeing Yifeng's reply, the survivor was ecstatic, as if he was excited by the rain after a long drought. A few minutes later, looking at the 3 high-level magic scrolls in his hand, he felt his hands were still shaking, and he couldn't believe that such a good thing actually fell on his head. Similar things happened to other survivors. By the time other survivors reacted, Yifeng had collected enough barracks fragments, blocked strangers from private chatting, and began to upgrade the Vladimir barracks to 3 stars. Congratulations to the 3rd survivor, who achieved 3-star Vladimir. The number of 3-star Vladimirs is limited to 3-4 at this time. Some survivors who were late to realize the situation in the chat channel started crying and shouting. Where is Boss Yifeng? I have Vladimir fragments here. Can anyone contact him? Please trade. Why? I just didn't pay attention to the chat channel and missed such an important thing. Can brothers who have extra scrolls give me a chance to exchange 5 more fragments from you? You won't lose out. At this moment, Yifeng, after making all preparations, was ready to brush the Gobi giant scorpion to complete the proof of strength mission. Chapter 188. After finishing everything, Yifeng's bond is already very good. A colorful 10 Iron Blood Conqueror. Although there is no further improvement after exceeding 9 Iron Blood, it also provides a lot of spell strength for the god-given ergot. There are now 2 gold-level talents, namely 6 Prophet and 5 Black Rose. The former provides full member recovery, while the latter summons the derivative chess piece Shaun. The 4 Sentinels and 4 Supervisor silver-level talents make Yifeng's tankiness even better, and he can be said to be indestructible. Of the remaining 6 bronze-level bonds, the most useful one is Nbisa's Diplomat Bond. As a bronze-level bond, it actually provides 50 points of armor and magic resistance to the whole team, which is completely comparable to the gold-level bond, but this is also reasonable. After all, according to the normal development of the game, getting Nbisa will take time. Moreover, the survivors who get Nbisa will not have too much strength to clear too many monsters in the base at the beginning. It is already good to have a double resistance of about 10 points. The remaining bronze-level bonds are basically some small improvements. Now the bonds of all Yifeng's chess pieces are as follows. In terms of equipment, Singed, Vigus, and Rel are the 3 barracks of the 3 crowns. They are currently equipped with only 3 crown equipment, and the extra equipment slots have not been updated. Darius, Pride of the Madman, Life Armor, Sunlight Cloak, Heart of Determination, for tank equipment, making Darius the strongest defense. Draven, Ginz's Rage Blade, Infinity Edge, Giant Catcher, Sharp Sword, with the abnormal mutation of 1000 blades, the combat power is also extremely strong. The equipment on Amumu was split by Yifeng. After all, the Golden Cookware Hex enhancement in the survival game increases the health according to the number of equipment barracks carrying accessories, such as golden shovels. A barracks can only provide 30 health points, so it is better to distribute the job transfer equipment. Only Prophet Emblem and Alchemist Baron Emblem are left on Amumu to ensure that 30 health points can be provided. The Golden Shovel Crown and Sentinel Emblem originally on Amumu were given to the 2 barracks of Vladimir and Spider. Morgana added a sheath knife to the original 3-piece set of Zyke's Harbinger, Energy Chalice, and Obsidian Cleaver to ensure that the attack speed increase can continue the Black Cut effect. Renata's equipment, Black Rose Emblem, Iron Conqueror Emblem, Coin Collector, Ginz's Rage Blade. Leona, Iron Conqueror Emblem, Light Shield Badge, Dragon Claw, and added a redemption to provide recovery for surrounding chess pieces. Swain, Eternal Flame, Morello's Secret Codex, Archangel Staff, Sign of Supervision. The damage reduction is the same as Darius's current. Both are high damage reduction. After this operation, the health value that Golden Cookware can provide every day has directly reached 300 points. After completing the equipment adjustment of all chess pieces, Yifeng still has 187 gold coins left. It will take 119 days before the next base upgrade, which is 357 gold coins. Yifeng did not raise the base level all at once. After all, there may be new changes in the survival game after tomorrow, so it may be more useful to prepare some gold coins for storage. So Yifeng only added 17 more Draven, increasing the number of Draven to 79, and then left 170 gold coins unused. The troops were still divided into 2 groups. Yifeng arranged several intelligent chess pieces to go to the forest base to hunt. The exploded magic balls can also be picked up by intelligent chess pieces, so there is no need to worry about these supplies. Yifeng, on his side, took 50 Darius, 10 Malzahar and 5 Amumu and set off, preparing to go to the Gobi area to continue hunting Gobi giant scorpions. The first task of the task item Proof of the Strong is to hunt 500 Gobi giant scorpions. At the current progress of Yifeng, there are only more than 100. Yifeng's goal today is to take down all 500 of the quest. Heading to the Gobi region, Yifeng hunted all the way. As Darius's health increased, Yifeng felt a lot more relaxed when facing the Gobi giant scorpion. The burning effect of the 2 pieces of light equipment also made hunting easier. Time was constantly lost during the hunt. During this period, Yifeng didn't know how many Gobi giant scorpion crystals he had picked up. He felt as if he had turned into a factory assembly line worker, repeating the cycle of attracting monsters, killing monsters, and picking up spoils. There seemed to be no difference between the 2. Yifeng hunted all the way, and came to the giant statue again. It was a pity that after losing the token, Yifeng's arrival did not change the giant statue. Yifeng, who was skilled and courageous, continued to move forward in one direction along the way, and the number of hunts was also increasing. However, in the entire Gobi Desert, except for that statue, there were no other special buildings. It was afternoon, and it was close to the time for the beast tide to invade in the evening. The number of giant scorpions hunted was about to reach the mission target. The cumulative hunt had reached 437, and the remaining 63, Yifeng decided to come again tomorrow. Although Yifeng was confident that his intelligent chess pieces would be enough to deal with the 3rd beast tide invasion tonight, for safety reasons, Yifeng decided to go back to the base first to ensure safety. After returning to the base, there were only a few minutes left before the beast tide invasion. Yifeng's chess pieces had already completed the hunt in the forest base, and all returned to the base. While waiting, Yifeng opened the chat channel, and found that the number of people chatting now was much more than before. Perhaps for some survivors, this chat may be the last time. I have no chance to revive. I finally passed the border trial. I won't be able to withstand the beast invasion now. This survivor has accumulated a lot of resources and props, and finally completed the border trial today. Although he has unlocked the Scarlet Land map, he has died once before. If he can't withstand the beast invasion tonight, he will have to die again, and dying again means real death. At this time, he felt that his mood was like a roller coaster, as if he finally caught up with the goddess he had been thinking about, and played an online game. But the girl told him, "Oh, May sure, the probability is drenched." Beast invasion begins. Monsters in this beast invasion. Giant Minotaur X1. Eliminate the monster. It is considered to have passed this beast invasion. Past this beast invasion, you will get 10 gold coins. The third beast invasion has officially arrived. Chapter 189. Listening to the prompt sound from the survival game, there is only one monster. However, this prompt sound did not make everyone feel relieved, but instead made them highly nervous. Because the strength of the beast-tide invasion is stronger every time than the last time, now there is only one monster left, which means that the strength of this monster is the combination of a group of monsters, and this kind of strength improvement is definitely not a simple 1+1. For example, if there are 10 monsters, each causing 200 points of damage, scattered on each chess piece, the recovery scroll can easily pull back the health. But if a monster hits 2,000 points of damage, some survivors' chess pieces do not have so much health limit, so it is very likely to be taken away directly by such a blow. If the chess piece dies, then no matter how many recovery scrolls there are, the chess piece cannot be brought back to life. In addition, the reward this time also surprised everyone. There are a full 10 gold coins, which is much more expensive than a basic equipment. You should know that the rewards for the previous 2 beast invasions were only a random basic equipment. When the rewards are increased, the difficulty will definitely increase. So many survivors are worried. Yifeng is not too worried about the changes in this beast invasion. Soon, a huge minotaur more than 20 meters tall appeared out of thin air not far from the base. This minotaur has black hair all over its body, which looks like steel thorns. Under the hair, you can vaguely see the swollen and exploding muscles of this minotaur. The minotaur holds a huge axe, which is about the same height as the minotaur, and is also more than 20 meters long. If an axe chops down, it should be enough to split the mountains and cut off the water. Facing this terrifying minotaur, many people's scalps tingled, but they had to command the chess pieces to rush forward. Once the beast tide really invades, these monsters can demolish all the buildings in the base except the houses. In other words, even if people are alive, the barracks will be demolished by monsters. For the survivors, it is also a huge blow, and it can even be said that it is no different from death. When many survivors were nervous and worried about meeting the enemy, Yifeng's performance was very calm. Looking at the giant minotaur rushing over, Yifeng directly commanded Shaun summoned by the Black Rose Bond to meet the enemy. The 5 Black Rose Shaun has now turned gold, which is the color of 3 stars. Shaun also held a giant axe and rushed towards the minotaur. The 2 behemoths exchanged fire, and they seemed to be evenly matched. Shaun's charged axe can cause dizziness and damage to the giant minotaur, and the minotaur will occasionally chop it down with an axe, also causing considerable damage. However, as a derivative chess piece, Shaun's strength is still limited. If he doesn't hold on for too long, his health will be completely exhausted. After Shaun died, he could recover again the next day, so Yifeng didn't feel bad. Seeing that Shaun was dying, he called all other chess pieces to rush up. Suddenly, Yifeng's chess pieces rushed over like a flood and beast, and it didn't take much time to solve the giant minotaur. Perhaps for this minotaur, Yifeng's side is the real beast invasion. He easily solved the beast tide, and got a reward of 10 gold coins. In addition, today the god-given ergot was taken out by the intelligent chess piece to hunt on his own, and got 15 gold coins. Yifeng's gold coins increased from 170 to 195 again. Yifeng's side was over, and the other survivors suffered a lot facing this giant minotaur. The attack method of this minotaur is to chop with a giant axe, and each attack can cause thousands of damage, and this attack is AoE damage. One hit is a large area. In addition, another skill of the minotaur is to charge around continuously, making the chess piece dizzy and causing huge damage, which made many survivors suffer. More than half an hour passed, and people started to pop up in the chat channel one after another. Fuck, this beast invasion was so fierce, we were almost wiped out. The continuous charge before death was inhuman. Fortunately my hands were fast, and I had enough recovery scrolls. Today I finally passed the border trial, and thought I could breathe a sigh of relief. But suddenly I remembered that there was a beast invasion, which scared me to death. Fortunately I didn't crash. It's over, it's all over. Although I passed the border trial, this minotaur demolished 3 barracks for me. What should I do when I go to the Scarlet Land? It's terrible, this survival game is really deadly, but fortunately I resisted. 10 gold coins, at least the loss is made up. Everyone talked about it, some lamented the difficulty of surviving the disaster, and some collapsed because they did not pass the border trial. But no matter what, Everything will be a foregone conclusion. Yifeng didn't care about these, and after dealing with the beast invasion, he prepared to rest directly. An hour later, the survival game suddenly sent a reminder to all players. This beast invasion has ended, and all rewards have been distributed. Survivors who fail to enter the Crimson Land after tomorrow's update will be killed. The survival game is about to unlock the second stage, and the war zone communication and war are about to start. Please prepare in advance. 3 reminder sounds announce 3 things respectively. The beast invasion lasted for an hour. This beast invasion will end only when the survivors are killed or killed by the survivors. In other words, someone spent an hour to kill the Minotaur. I think this guy is quite resistant. He lasted so long before it ended. The second message is something everyone knows. It was mentioned again by the survival game at this time. The biggest role is to rub salt into the wounds of those who have not passed the border trial. For the survivors who have not completed the border trial, although there are still 12 hours, it is enough to complete the task back and forth. However, the monsters in the forest at night are also stronger. Just wanting to kill cat demons all the way to the destination requires considerable strength. For those who have this strength, why would they have to complete the border trial only now? For those who don't have this strength, the cat demons along the way are enough to devour all his chess pieces. The last piece of news surprised everyone. The exchanges and wars between war zones are about to begin, which means that everyone is likely to meet survivors from other war zones. This incident made many survivors excited. This change may be a new opportunity and challenge. Even if they can't surpass Yifeng, they can take this opportunity to become the first person under Yifeng. Chapter 190. Overnight, the survival game has reached the 25th day. Congratulations to all survivors for making it to the 25th day. Daily gold coins have been issued. Investment strategy Hex Deck enhancement has taken effect. All barracks chess pieces have 50 health points. Survivor, Yifeng. Base level, LV7. Current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 7 plus 10. Base upgrade, 118 days later. Yifeng checked the gold coins. The current number of gold coins has 47 gold coins added, directly reaching 217 gold coins. However, after looking at the time, the daily reminder used to refresh at 8 o'clock, but today it refreshed directly at 7:30, half an hour earlier, which was a bit surprising. Yifeng opened the chat channel, and found that a large group of people were excited. The expected annihilation did not occur. They survived until the 25th. Not annihilated. Damn, I survived. This survival game is a lie. I won't die at all. Ha ha, I don't have to die, that's great. These survivors who have not unlocked the Scarlet Land were all excited when they found that they were not annihilated. They vented their excitement and happiness in the chat channel. At this moment, they seemed to be reborn. Some people even stayed up all night without rest. At this time, they finally breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to check the chat channel again and go to sleep. Some people also regretted it at this time. Damn, if I had known that I didn't really need to be annihilated, I would have gone to clear the border trial later. What a big loss. I really invested all my resources in the border trial yesterday. I didn't even keep the gold coins to earn interest. It's over. Fuck, today is not April 1st. How can there be April Fool's Day in a survival game? The more I think about it, the more I lose. I can't stand it. These survivors who cleared the border trial were still celebrating yesterday that they finally cleared the border trial, but today they were slapped in the face. At this moment, they seemed to be the most clown existence. The gold coins were used up, and the gold coins were basically exploded. It was basically very difficult to catch up with others in the future, and even lower than those survivors who didn't go to the border trial. Didn't they say yesterday that survivors who didn't go to the Crimson Land after today's update would be wiped out? Isn't this pure bullshit? In the chat channel, at this time, a group of people were mocking those survivors who fought hard and finally got to the Crimson Land. Ha ha, buddy, we still have some resources. We won't be wiped out at all. I will stay here in the forest base for the rest of my life. You guys go to the Crimson Land and fight for your lives. I just need to have food and drink every day. Keep working hard. I just lie down. However, these survivors who didn't pass the border trial didn't laugh for too long, and soon a new reminder sound came from the survival game. Number of survivors in the Crimson Land unlocked in the Z031 war zone of Yin Country. 1083 people. Ununlocked survivors wiped out. The survival game used the coldest words to tell the nightmares of many survivors. Many people who were still posting messages in the chat channel to gloat over the misfortune were dumbfounded at this moment. The survivors who were still showing off in the last second were all frightened in the next second. At this time, some people were still unwilling to believe this reminder, and shouted in the chat channel, "What a joke. It's all fine. How could it be wiped out again? What a joke." I just breathed a sigh of relief. It's fake. It must be fake. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ah! However, within a few minutes of their message being sent out, it disappeared directly from the chat channel. Even the previous messages disappeared. It was as if there was no trace of them in the survival game. This sudden change made many people feel that their brains were overloaded. The continuous changes even made people's emotions numb. Especially for the survivors who were still doubting the meaning of their desperate efforts to pass the border trial, and even felt like a sucker, their brains were blank at this time. Really wiped out? This was the first time that everyone had such a large-scale close contact with death. Originally, a large group of living people disappeared instantly at this moment. And in the upper right corner of the chat channel, there was an additional prompt. Current survivors in the war zone. 1083. This prompt proved that the annihilation was not a lie. There are only about 1,000 people left in the entire war zone, which is very sad. Everyone has not come out of this emotion yet, and the survival game continues to release new tips. This time the amount of information is very huge. The survival game enters the second stage, and there will be exchanges between the war zones. Every 5 days, the survivors of each war zone will be randomly matched and go to the secret realm to obtain various resource rewards. Cross-war zone transactions have been opened, and survivors can consign various props, and other survivors will bid to buy them. After the game meets certain conditions, it will challenge the Blue Star countries to determine the strongest national war zone. When the survivor base reaches level 7, the base will be upgraded to a small town, which can absorb other survivors to form an alliance. A series of messages were sent out, and new messages came one after another, causing everyone to rush to check. The most important thing is the secret realm that appears every 5 days. Although it is not clear what the so-called secret realm is, judging from the literal meaning, it is likely that the survivors from different war zones will be thrown to one place to get rewards. However, this reward is likely to be obtained by only one winner. This is an activity with both opportunities and challenges. If you are strong enough, you can grab more resources and gain a foothold in this survival game as soon as possible. This secret realm seems to make the strong stronger and the weak weaker. However, with multiple survivors randomly matched, it is hard to say what other changes may occur. The second change is the so-called cross-war zone transaction, which makes everyone excited. Cross-war zone transactions can reduce the prices of many things. You can even get some things that are not available in this war zone. However, everyone is still confused about how the transaction is carried out. After all, there is no item that can serve as equivalent currency in the survival game. The survival game will challenge countries as units to determine the strongest national war zone, which is even more interesting. Doesn't it mean that the various war zones of one country may need to unite and point their guns at the outside world at that time? Some people even thought excitedly that if this was true, wouldn't they have a chance to fight hard with the survivors of Shao Rishur? Thinking of this, many people's blood boiled, and they set a goal for themselves in their hearts. We must survive until that time, and then bite off a piece of Shao Rishur's flesh. Chapter 191. When the survivor base reaches level 7, the base will be upgraded to a small town, which can absorb other survivors to form an alliance. The last prompt sound has no meaning for most survivors. Level 7, who knows how long it will take to reach it. It is unclear whether people are still alive or not by then. However, this piece of news has aroused Yifeng's great interest. After all, Yifeng's current base has reached level 7. That is to say, Yifeng can absorb other survivors to form an alliance. However, Yifeng is not clear about the benefits of absorbing other people, so he decided to check the relevant situation. Sure enough, when Yifeng opened the panel of the survival game, his interface had several more options, one of which was Alliance Management. Alliance Name, Unnamed. Current survivors available, 1-7 below the interface. A detailed description of the situation after the establishment of the Alliance was given. Survivors in the Alliance can teleport between two bases at will, which means that they can help whether they are exploring outside or seeking support. As the leader of the Alliance, Yifeng can enjoy additional benefits. He can also enjoy 50% of the gold coin interest income obtained by the Alliance members every day, rounded down. In other words, if Yifeng pulls all the members of the Alliance, then one person gets 5 gold coins interest for 50 gold coins every day, and Yifeng can also get 2 gold coins interest from it. If there are 6 people, it means an extra 12 gold coins interest every day. This is definitely a considerable income. The most important thing is, I don't know if the interest obtained in this way can activate the bonus of investment strategy. If it is effective, then the improvement for Yi Feng is simply huge. Even Yi Feng can create an invincible team. All this needs to be verified. As a member of the Alliance, the welfare benefits that can be enjoyed are that you can borrow the chess pieces of the Alliance leader to fight. When everyone upgrades to level 7 in the future, if you want to attract people to join, you basically have to use powerful chess pieces as an attraction. If the Alliance leader lends chess pieces to members, his own strength will also decline. When that time comes, there will definitely be only a few leaders who are willing to lend out chess pieces on a large scale. Considering the Alliance members, Yi Feng first thought of Yang Bin and Wen Jiahao. These two people are also the few people he knows in the survival game. They can be pulled over, but I don't know if they are willing. Thinking of this, Yi Feng directly sent a private message to the two. Brother, do you want to join my alliance? Yi Feng's message was very brief. After sending it, both of them quickly replied to Yi Feng. After all, at this moment, everyone must have heard the prompt of the survival game and must be watching the chat channel. As long as they pay a little attention, they can see the private chat messages sent by others. As soon as Yi Feng's message was sent, Yang Bin took the lead in replying to Yi Feng. Ah, brother, your base level has reached level 7 so quickly? No problem, I will join now. Yang Bin did not even ask what benefits there would be after joining, and agreed to Yi Feng's invitation without even thinking about it. Not long after Yang Bin answered, Wen Jiahao also responded. Is it level 7 so soon? Yi Feng is indeed the number 1 in our war zone. Great, how do I join? I will definitely join. I will wait for you to protect me in the future. Both agreed to Yi Feng's invitation. After changing the name of the alliance to Hard D and Ren, Yi Feng invited the two to join the alliance. Survivor Yi Feng invites you to join the Hard D and Ren alliance. Do you want to join? The prompt sounded in Yang Bin's ears. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Yang Bin decisively chose to confirm. However, after agreeing, he couldn't help but have a question in his mind. What does this Hard D and Ren mean? And Wen Jiahao, after seeing Yi Feng's strange alliance name, was also confused and a little confused. After the two agreed, a portal instantly appeared in their base. Such a change surprised them. Soon, they knew how to use the portal. As long as they passed through the portal, they could come to Yi Feng's base. No, it should be more appropriate to say that it is a small town now. The two came directly to Yi Feng's base. At this time, Yi Feng was taking out a bunch of food and putting it on the table. Are you here? It's just right to have a luxurious breakfast together. Looking at the various delicacies prepared by Yi Feng on the table, Yang Bin's eyes lit up. Although he was not short of supplies, the top-level supplies that exploded were still few after all. Yi Feng's table had birds' nests, shark fins, abalone, etc., and the exploded dishes were all hot dishes that could be eaten directly. Brother Feng, where did you get so many delicious foods? Yang Bin looked at the table full of delicacies and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Wen Jiahao looked at the food in front of him, and his eyes were also full of anticipation. Hurry up and sit down to eat together. At Yi Feng's invitation, the three of them sat down and began to devour the delicious food on the table. After eating, the three of them burped. It smelled so good. This meal made the three of them feel bloated. By the way, after joining the alliance, you can borrow my chess pieces. Each of you can take 5 Darius and 1 Malzahar from me. It will definitely be enough for you. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Wen Jiahao's face showed a bit of weirdness. Yi Feng looked at Wen Jiahao, and his expression was also a bit strange. What are you two looking at? Yi Feng looked at the two people, and it was obvious that they didn't care about Yi Feng's request to take a few chess pieces away. Brother Feng, my enforcer chess piece is quite strong. I appreciate your kindness, Wen Jiahao replied with a smile. As for the strength of Darius, he naturally knew that as a one-cost barracks chess piece, even if Yi Feng reached 4 stars, his strength would not be much stronger, and there were only 5 of them, so they would not be of much use, not as good as his enforcer and fighter strub. As for the other chess piece Malzahar, I have never heard of it, and it is probably a 3-cost or 4-cost chess piece. But how much effect can one have? So Wen Jiahao did not care about it. The reason for Yang Bin was even simpler. He was originally a salted fish, and the current chess piece strength was also okay. He was satisfied to be able to muddle through every day. Adding these pawns would not make his life more comfortable, and he felt it was unnecessary, so he also said, Brother Feng, no need, thank you for your kindness. Looking at the expressions of the two, Yi Feng immediately guessed the reason and said to them with a smile, You said this, don't regret it later. After Yi Feng finished speaking, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, which made the two a little confused. Chapter 192. Yi Feng's smile made the two of them a little confused. It was just Darius. Could there be another secret hidden in it? Then come with me to see my chess pieces first. Yi Feng took the two to the barracks, ready to let them see the specific attributes of the chess pieces. Looking at the expressions of the two, it is obvious that they did not know enough about Yi Feng's Darius' strength, so they made such expressions. Now Yi Feng's base is completely a small town, and the barracks are now in the same area. In the barracks area, when Yang Ben and Wen Jiahao looked at the densely packed barracks, their jaws opened and could no longer close. A full 17 barracks were neatly arranged together, which gave people a very shocking impact. Fuck. 17? Where did they come from? Oh my god, 17 barracks, Brother Feng, you are getting more and more awesome. With so many barracks, the gold coins alone are a huge sum of money. The two could only describe the scene in front of them with jaws dropped. Although they knew that Yi Feng had more barracks than others, they did not expect that he could have as many as 17. This was beyond their cognition and imagination, and the two froze in place without moving. What's wrong? Why are you all standing there stupidly? Yi Feng's words woke the two up. Yang Ben was so surprised that he stuttered and pointed to the barracks. Damn it! 17, Brother Feng, how did you get such a large number of barracks? How is this possible? Could it be open? Wen Jiahao was also at a loss, unable to understand how Yi Feng did it. This is not the fault of the two. Basically, no one knows that two golden shovels can be combined into a crown. In addition to Yi Feng, there may be some people who know about this, but they all bury this secret deep in their hearts and never tell others. After forming an alliance, Yi Feng can choose to hide the barracks equipment information from the alliance members. Therefore, they cannot see the equipment hanging on the barracks. Otherwise, the number of chess pieces and equipment alone is enough to shock the two again. Since they are all family members, Yi Feng did not hide anything. 2 golden spatulas can increase the number of barracks by 1 after being combined. The two heard this, and immediately showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Naturally, neither of them forgot that Yi Feng had purchased a large number of golden shovels in the initial stage of the game. Now that Yi Feng said that golden spatulas can increase the number of barracks, it made them feel a lot more reasonable. But soon they had new doubts. There are so many barracks, but the gold coins required are definitely a huge sum of money. Each barracks can recruit 50 chess pieces. If the number of chess pieces is not full, blindly expanding the number of barracks will have limited effect on the improvement of combat power. Yi Feng did not answer the two people for this question, but just looked at them and asked again, I will lend you 5 Darius and 1 Malzahar. Are you sure you don't need it? The two people looked at each other at this time, and they were no longer as sure as before. After all, Yi Feng's 17 barracks are placed here, which is the most silent show-off. 17 barracks are enough to produce a lot of fetters. With the addition of so many fetters, Darius may be really powerful. Thinking of this, the two of them had some expectations in their hearts. But then again, Brother Feng wants to help the chess piece, so we naturally shouldn't refuse, Brother Feng, has your Darius's health exceeded 5,000? Yang Ben answered first, making a choice in a teasing tone. In his mind, perhaps Yi Feng's Darius's health has already exceeded 5,000 points, and the armor and magic resistance attributes are definitely not too bad. Although Wen Jiahao did not answer directly, the smile on his face, and the embarrassed scratching of his head also exposed his thoughts. Brother Feng, just think of me being ignorant just now. If you want, I will definitely take it. Don't worry, I have recovered and I guarantee that your chess piece will not be injured or killed, and I will return it to you in full at that time. The two of them were a little curious at this time. How powerful is the attribute of Darius that Yi Feng is so confident of? Wait a minute, I will go to distribute the chess pieces. Chess pieces can be prepared in the barracks at ordinary times, and summoned when needed. Yi Feng was going to bring 10 Darius and 2 Malzahars. After Yi Feng left, Yang Ben and Wen Jiahao also started chatting. Brother, how strong is Feng's Darius? I see he is full of confidence, so he must be very strong. Yang Ben threw the topic to Wen Jiahao. Wen Jiahao tilted his head and thought seriously. The basic HP of a 4-star Darius must be more than 3,000 points. With 3 pieces of equipment, the HP is estimated to be more than 5,000 points. If there are other bonds that he doesn't know about to provide health for the whole team, the HP may be able to break through 6,000 points. As for armor and magic resistance, the Sentinels can provide armor and magic resistance for the whole team, and Yi Feng has several barracks that he has never seen before, and these barracks may also have overall buffs. Otherwise, Yi Feng would not spend a lot of money to build barracks that are not very useful. Then Wen Jiahao deduced that Yi Feng's Darius's double resistance is definitely above 120 points. I estimate that the health is about 6,000 points, and the double resistance is 120, which is stronger than my Streeb, and it is very powerful among tanks. Although when Jiahao said so, he couldn't help showing a little pride when talking about Streeb. His Streeb is also 4-star, and he got 3 pieces of tank equipment, and relying on the fighter bond, the health is also pulled to more than 5,000 points. And his Streeb skill can bring recovery effect, and it can restore teammates. Compared with Darius's skill that can only restore his own health, this is definitely more useful. The reason why Yifeng is so powerful must be that he is powerful in other chess pieces. Among the initial chess pieces, he is confident that the gap between him and Yifeng will not be too big. More than 6,000 HP? That is really terrifying. It is simply a mobile fortress. While the two were chatting, Yifeng came over with the chess pieces. Okay, you look at the attributes, take them to build more strongholds. There are a lot of good things. Behind Yifeng were 10 Darius and 2 Malzahar. Both Darius and Malzahar had seen each other, but they had never brushed Malzahar, and they didn't know what kind of bond Malzahar had and how powerful he was. Okay, take a look at Darius's HP. The two reacted at this time and checked Darius's basic attributes. They were shocked when they saw it. Darius's HP was more than 11,000. This HP alone made the two completely dumbfounded. When Jiahao's eyes widened, and Yang Bin even hugged Yifeng's thigh exaggeratedly. Brother Feng, I'm determined to hug your thigh. Chapter 193. Although when Jiahao did not perform as exaggeratedly as Yang Bin, he was no less shocked than Yang Bin. He could never have imagined that the health of a Darius could reach 11,493 points. It was more than twice his strip. However, when he saw the armor and attack, when Jiahao was so shocked that he could hardly speak. What a joke, more than 500 attack power? Is this really the attack power that a tank chess piece should have? And 172 points of armor? This armor value is almost catching up with those chess pieces with the Sentinel Bond, and the spell strength of this Darius has directly reached more than 200 points, which is simply a hexagonal warrior. Brother Feng, are all the 3 pieces of equipment of your Darius Orn artifacts? In their cognition, the most powerful equipment is the Orn artifact. Yifeng's chess pieces can reach such a terrifying value, and the equipment carried by the barracks must not be underestimated. Yang Bin did not think so much, no matter what the reason. It is enough to know that Brother Feng is awesome. Just hold on to his thighs. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng, lend me 5 Darius, you must not regret it. With such a cool front row, my back row can output without pressure. Alliance Leader Yifeng borrows Darius X5. Do you accept it as Yifeng operated? The prompt sound of the survival game sounded in the ears of Yang Bin and Wen Jiahao. The two naturally chose yes without any hesitation. After the choice, the 10 Darius behind Yifeng were divided into 2 teams and walked behind Yang Bin and Wen Jiahao respectively. Behind Yifeng, there were only 2 Malzahars left. After taking control of Darius, Yang Bin couldn't stop being excited. He felt like ants were crawling all over his body. He wanted to go out and hunt monsters. Seeing Yang Bin's anxious look, Yifeng laughed. Don't worry, Malzahar, you don't want it anymore? Malzahar, this was the first time Yang Bin heard the name of this barracks chess piece. Yang Bin and Wen Jiahao had already checked Malzahar's attributes. This chess piece has only more than 1,000 HP, and its armor and magic resistance are not high. And it seems that it is only a 1-star chess piece, so its strength is not too strong. The only thing that can be seen is that the spell strength is pretty good. So the two did not have much expectation for Malzahar's strength, just as a bonus. Hey Feng, this should be the output of the back row mage. No need, my burst damage is enough. Feng, I don't need it here either. Darius is enough. One more chess piece won't increase the output much. Both of them said they didn't need it. In their opinion, the biggest gain this time was 5 Darius. After listening to the two, Yifeng was simply disappointed. The two's words were simply a modern version of buying the casket and returning the pearl. Malzahar's value is simply a super godlike existence when fighting boss. As long as the front row can hold on, the damage can be infinitely increased, and the recovery of 6 prophets and hex-deck guns can keep the front row alive. In other words, let the two of them take Darius and Malzahar to hunt in the Scarlet Land. As long as they don't encounter too exaggerated stronghold boss, they can basically grind through it slowly. You all don't know what's good. I'm telling you straight. This thing is a 5-cost barracks. 1 chess piece costs 5 gold coins. Its strength is definitely beyond your imagination. 5 gold coins for 1 chess piece? Hearing this, the two looked at the Malzahar chess piece with a hint of surprise. It's so expensive, and according to the price ratio of the barracks and chess pieces, Wouldn't it cost 25 gold coins to buy this barracks? This is the gold coin income for 2 full days. No wonder Yifeng only has 1 star. That being said, the two still have some doubts about Malzahar's strength. Yifeng did not continue to explain, but simply said, "Don't worry, you should be able to sweep the Scarlet Land with it. As long as it's not a too scary boss, you can win by protecting Malzahar." After lending Malzahar to the two also prepared to take Yifeng's chess piece to test its combat power. Yang Bin remembered that he had encountered a place with a boss monster near his base some time ago. At that time, he tried it with a viola, but the chess piece couldn't hold up, so he didn't fight the boss. Now with Darius given by Yifeng, he immediately thought of going there to try. When Yang Bin rushed to the previous boss point with the chess pieces, he commanded Darius to go up first. The boss's attack hit Darius, causing only more than 400 points of damage. This surprised Yang Bin very much. After all, his chess piece was hit like this, but it suffered more than 1,000 damage. Yifeng's chess piece not only has high health, but also has such strong defense. Suddenly, Yang Bin was more confident in dealing with this boss. Soon, Malzahar also joined the battle. Yang Bin looked at Malzahar's skills. As the blue bar was full, a mechanical door appeared, causing a pretty good damage to the boss. This damage looked good, but for his 5 gold coins and Yifeng's words that he could overthrow most bosses, it was a bit inconsistent with the name. However, Yang Bin didn't have any other ideas. It was enough that Brother Feng was willing to lend him chess pieces. But Yang Bin soon found something wrong. Malzahar released his skills too fast, and the damage was increasing every time. Not only that, Yang Bin noticed at this time that the boss had a state of continuous blood loss, and the damage of blood loss was constantly increasing. It has only been a few minutes, and the boss has lost nearly 10,000 HP per second. The damage in this minute can reach hundreds of thousands. Thinking of this, Yang Bin couldn't believe his eyes. His explosion released a skill every few seconds, and one skill could cause more than 2,000 damage to the boss. In 1 minute, it only dealt tens of thousands of damage, and the damage of Malzahar was dozens of times that of explosion. Is this a 5-cost chess piece? This is too scary, and this is only a 1-star 5-cost chess piece. If it reaches 2 stars, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Thinking of this, Yang Bin couldn't help but sigh. It's worthy of being Brother Feng. I thought he was at most much stronger than us, but it turned out to be more than a lot. It's simply not the same dimension. Another 2.5 minutes? This boss that Yang Bin didn't dare to deal with before just fell down like this. Congratulations to the survivors for clearing the sea-level monster base. The base treasure chest has been unlocked. Please search and check it yourself. Hearing this prompt sound, Yang Bin's thousands of words in his heart finally converged into one sentence. Malzahar is awesome. Chapter 194. After seeing off Wen Jiahao and Yang Bin, Yifeng also casually opened the barracks interface that he refreshed every day. Originally, he just opened it casually to take a look, but this look immediately made Yifeng's whole body energetic. Among the 5 barracks, there was a golden barracks. That was a 5-cost barracks. More importantly, this barracks was none other than the Sevica barracks. Sevica, a 5-cost card, has the bonds of Alchemist Baron, Brawler and his exclusive bond Altered Iron Hand. This is completely a superior barracks for the 4-cost way. It perfectly matches the bond of Draven's Brawler, and can also further upgrade Yifeng's current 3 Alchemist Barons to 4 Alchemist Barons. At that time, the number of glimmer layers that can be provided every day will definitely be much more. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help rubbing his eyes, wanting to confirm whether he was dazzled. After closing and reopening the barracks construction interface, the Sevica barracks still quietly displayed in front of him, not a false existence. Fuck. With a 1% probability, my buddy really took off. I gave it to Spider at level 6, but I didn't expect that Sevica would come to me just after reaching level 7. Yifeng sighed at this time. He is indeed the chosen one. If I had this luck when playing the golden shovel before, would I be eliminated every time? Looking at the 4-cost Wei barracks in the base, Yifeng could only say sorry to Wei. Her pendant mission was completed, and she could retire gloriously. Under Yifeng's operation, the towering Wei barracks was dismantled and recycled, turning into 8 cold gold coins. The original barracks were now empty, with no trace of their existence except for the 8 extra gold coins. The current number of gold coins is 225. It takes exactly 25 gold coins to buy a 5-cost barracks. Yifeng did not hesitate and decisively bought the Sevica barracks. Suddenly, a new barracks rose from the empty space of the original Wei barracks. The new barracks was the Sevica barracks. Yifeng immediately recruited 4 Sevicas and spent 20 gold coins. Suddenly, For female warriors with left-handed mechanical arms appeared in Yifeng's base. Sevika's basic health reached 1,200 points. As a warrior, her basic armor and magic resistance were as much as 60 points. Her skill reversed the situation randomly releases one of the 3 skills. The 3 skills are Flamethrower, Telescopic Fist, and Chew. The Flamethrower deals true damage based on the target enemy's own damage attack power every second, and deals half the physical damage to other nearby enemies in front, which lasts until the target dies. The Telescopic Fist deals 3 times the damage of the Flamethrower to the target, and after shaking the target away, it rushes to the nearby enemies, and deals 1.3 times the physical damage of the Flamethrower to all nearby enemies. And chewing it deals 3.2 times the damage of the Flamethrower to the target, and if the target's remaining health is less than 15%, it will directly execute the target and release this skill to the enemy with the lowest health nearby, causing 80% of the original damage. At first glance, Sevika's skills are not too powerful. But her exclusive bond versatile Iron Hand can make her skills more powerful. Changing Iron Hands. When releasing a skill, a Jinx modifier will be randomly added to the skill and 80% damage reduction will be obtained for 1.5 seconds. The 3 modifiers are to release 8 artillery pieces that can cause 100 damage, 500 shield value for 4 seconds, 3 gold coins, and even a chance to triple the enhancement. The only thing that makes Yifeng regretful is that Sevika's gold coins are also limited. All Sevikas can only get no more than 9 gold coins per day. However, this is also a kind of enhancement for Sevika's combat power. After all, as long as the upper limit is reached, the modifier enhancement is only output or shield. After the Forecastway was dismantled, all the equipment on her body returned to the backpack. Both are warrior chess pieces, so there is no need to deliberately change the equipment. After equipping the 3 pieces of equipment Draining Sword, Strucker's Challenge Gauntlet, and Titan's Resolve, Yifeng prepared Infinity Blade for Sevika because of the extra equipment slot from the permanent buff reward, which further improves Sevika's output ability. With these 4 pieces of equipment, Sevika's basic attack power reached 132 points, health points 1350 points, magic power 125 points, and dual resistance reached 155 points with the blessing of Diplomat and Sentinel. If the special effects of the 2 pieces of equipment Titan's Resolve and Strucker's Challenge Gauntlet are triggered, the attack power can be further increased to 200 points, the health points are 1688 points, and the spell power is also 175 points. His Flamethrower skill causes 2.4 times the attack power plus 20% spell power damage, that is, in the strongest state, Sevika's basic skill damage is more than 500 points, and more than 500 points of true damage per second until the target is killed. If another skill is triggered, the damage will be even higher. An Infinity Blade can make the skill critical, and in actual combat, this damage can be further improved. After replacing Sevika's equipment, Yifeng was satisfied. Today's harvest was simply refreshing. Although Sevika's damage does not seem high, it can give gold coins, and it can also make the Alchemist Baron's bond stack glimmer faster. Being able to get Sevika, 1/3 of the credit goes to the Forecastway. As for the other chess pieces, Yifeng can only say that he is really unfamiliar. Looking at the remaining 180 gold coins, Yifeng directly took out 20 gold coins to replenish Amuma chess pieces. After all, this is the daily designated consumable of Alchemist Baron. Now there are not many, so it is better to replenish some more in one go. The current number of Glimmer layers has reached 60 layers. Today, there is one more Sevika, reaching 4 Alchemist Baron. I don't know how many more Glimmer layers can be provided tomorrow. With the remaining 160 gold coins, Yifeng replenished 15 Malzahars again. After all, there are still 5 days before entering the Secret Realm match, and in the past few days, if you want to upgrade your level to another level, the gold coins required will make Yifeng not upgrade for so many days. Darius's health has reached about 12,000, and Yifeng reselected the life bonus of Golden Cookware to Malzahar. At present, Malzahar's health has reached 1,700 points after so many days of investment strategy bonus, which is also a good value. Providing 300 health points of Golden Cookware to Malzahar every day will only take a few days to make Malzahar's health break through the 3,000 mark. In the future, facing some bosses who can cut back will also be much easier. Chapter 195. After finishing the equipment of Sevika's barracks, Yifeng still let the intelligent chess piece take the chess piece to the forest base to hunt, while he took Darius and Malzahar, and went to the Gobi area again. Today's goal is to complete the proof of the strong mission. With 50 Darius and 20 Malzahar, Yifeng has only one goal in mind, which is to complete the proof of the strong mission, and according to the introduction on this mission item, It seems that killing 500 Gobi giant scorpions is only a first stage mission. There are other tasks in the future. After completing all of them, you can get a high mission reward. Going to the Gobi area, Yifeng did everything as usual and took the chess piece all the way forward. Now Darius's health is high enough. Facing the Gobi giant scorpion, Yifeng feels that it's time for him to be bolder. If there are a few more weeks, and he gets a few more hex enhancements, then Yifeng feels that he can walk sideways in the Scarlet Land. Facing any monster, he can say low-key that he doesn't eat beef. Yifeng was not far from the target of 500 giant scorpions, and it didn't take long for him to successfully complete the first stage of the task. When the 500th giant scorpion died, the certificate of strength in Yifeng's hand lit up. The first stage of the task has been completed, and the reward will be issued soon. This reward is a useless big gem. Useless big gem. Add 150 health points. Special effect. Your chess piece gains 5% damage increase. For every second the carrier survives after entering the battle, your chess piece gains an additional 1% damage increase, up to a total of 20%. This is a good auxiliary equipment, which can provide a 20% damage increase for the entire team, which is equivalent to providing an extra piece of equipment for other chess pieces. After returning, I will see which chess piece is more suitable for use. After the first stage of the task was completed, the appearance of the task item proof of the strong also changed slightly. It was originally a token-shaped prop, and now there are some exquisite and simple patterns on it, which adds a bit of ancient charm to this token-shaped prop. Soon, a new task prompt appeared. Second stage task. Find the broken statue of God and provide it with energy to wake it up again. The second stage of the task was described in a haphazard manner, so Yifeng didn't know how to find it. However, Yifeng soon thought of the huge statue in the Gobi Desert that was weathered beyond recognition. Could it be the so-called statue of God? With the idea of giving it a try, Yifeng went to the previous statue. The previous statue used the token obtained to help Darius ascend, and his strength was improved to a certain extent. I don't know if that statue is the statue of God mentioned in this task. It was still early, so Yifeng was not in a hurry. He walked and hunted along the way, slowly rushing towards the huge statue. When he came near the huge statue, Yifeng's ears suddenly heard a prompt. The broken statue of God has been found. Please provide energy to it as soon as possible to wake it up again. Good news. The statue was found. Bad news. Where can I provide energy for this statue? Yifeng looked at the statue in the vast yellow sand, and suddenly he didn't know how to provide energy. After all, there was no prompt for this task prop. As if remembering something, Yifeng took out the previous faded badge, which has now changed its name to Thor badge. Holding the badge in his hand, Yifeng couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This thing absorbs void energy. I wonder if it can provide it to the statue. If so, how can it be provided? Or do I have to find the previous token props?" The badge was held in his hand, and there was no abnormality. Unable to figure out what to do, Yifeng stood up and sighed. Forget it for now, just treat it as a reward of artifact equipment. Useless big gem is not bad, it's okay. After that, Yifeng prepared to take out the transmission device and leave here. Just as he was about to leave, the badge in his hand suddenly vibrated. Then, in Yifeng's stunned eyes, the badge slowly floated up to the sky as if defying gravity. The swaying appearance was like a balloon filled with hydrogen, slowly flying into the sky. The sudden change made Yifeng forget to put the badge away, and just watched the badge float higher and higher in the sky. Yifeng wanted to see what tricks this badge could do. When the badge flew all the way to the head of the statue, it finally fixed its position and stopped floating upwards, just staying in the air. Soon, a ray of light lit up on the badge, and a stream of energy vented from the badge and poured into the statue. As the badge energy continued to pour into the statue, which had been weathered beyond recognition, was slowly repairing itself. The face of the statue, which had long been unclear, finally showed some outlines, and could be seen much more clearly. Unexpectedly, the second stage of the task was completed so easily. Soon, the head of the statue was almost restored, and the outline of the head could be roughly seen. It was a dog head, and the whole statue was a dog-headed statue. Seeing this scene, Yifeng's head exploded. Turtle, sun disk, dog-headed statue, incomplete void monster. Isn't this Shurima versus the void monster? There is only one truth, that is, this Scarlet Land is really related to Shurima in the game background. The dog-headed statue in front of him seems to be the statue of the dog-headed Nasus. Just when Yifeng thought that the statue would return to its former appearance, the badge suddenly stopped. As if all the energy was drained, the badge fell down like a feather. Energy is not enough to activate the statue of God. Please collect as much energy as possible to complete the task. Yi Feng never expected that the energy in the badge was not enough. This is the energy of hunting a pile of purple corals in a city to generate 3 purple giant insects, but it is not enough to activate the statue. Even so, the statue has become much clearer than the weathered appearance at the beginning. From a distance, you can even see the original appearance of the statue. It seems that I have to find these void monsters to collect energy. Just as Yi Feng was sighing, a sound in his ears shocked him like thunder. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor for reaching the highest level of conquest and unlocking the final reward. The reward will be issued directly. Chapter 196. Listening to this prompt, Yi Feng was stunned. After such a long time, I almost forgot the highest reward of Iron Blood Conqueror, and now it suddenly popped up. The full level reward of Iron Blood Conqueror is 2 golden shovel crowns, 80 gold coins, and the most important finished equipment of all members is bright. This can be said to be a fortune. Yi Feng was full of pride, but the excitement lasted only 5 seconds, and the whole person became completely gloomy. Something is wrong. It seems that I have lost a lot. I clearly got the buff of adding 1 to the equipment slot of all chess pieces, but for some not very practical pendant chess pieces, Yi Feng did not fully equip them. In other words, Yi Feng was equipped with at least more than 10 pieces of equipment, which is equivalent to losing more than 10 pieces of bright equipment. Thinking of this, Yi Feng felt a pain in his heart. Pain, too much pain. Even Vigo, the king of destruction, could not compare to Yi Feng's pain at this moment. If I had known, I would not have wasted time. This time I lost more than 10 pieces of light equipment. Yi Feng felt his heart twitch. Less profit means loss. I really lost a lot this time. At this time, Yi Feng could not care about anything else. He went back to the base to see the harvest of this wave of light equipment. Although some light equipment was missing, the upgraded light equipment was still nearly 30 pieces of light equipment. This wave, for the main battle chess piece's combat power improvement, it can be said to be earth-shaking. After returning to the base, Yi Feng checked all the rewards. Sure enough, it was the same as in the game. 2 crowns, 80 gold coins, and all the finished equipment became light equipment. Thanks to the money-making skills of Sevika and God-given ergot, plus the 80 gold coins rewarded by the conquest level, Yi Feng's gold coins suddenly soared to 204. Yi Feng did not rush to check the light equipment, but thought of another thing. The vampire carried a golden spatula crown on his body, and now the conquest level gave him 2 more golden spatula crowns. As long as he used the recasting hammer to knock out the golden pot crown and the golden pot crown, he could get another barracks with 3 crowns. Then he could get 9 more gold coins every day. Yi Feng looked at the recasters in his backpack. After so many days of hunting, he had more than 10 recasters without realizing it. Thinking back to the time when he was looking for a recaster all over the world, Yi Feng could not imagine that in less than a month, he had achieved equipment freedom, and even all kinds of props were piled up in his backpack. Yi Feng put one of the golden spatula crown on the vampire barracks. Now there are 2 golden spatula crown on the vampire barracks. Then, the first recaster was used directly on Vladimir's barracks. Suddenly, the 2 golden spatula crown on the barracks turned into a beam of light, and then turned into 2 new crowns. Get golden pot crown, golden pot crown. The first recasting did not hit the target, and 2 golden pot crown appeared. This result was expected. After all, it still takes some luck to hit the target. After taking down a golden pot crown with a gold dismantling device, Yi Feng used the recaster again on the golden pot crown on the barracks. As long as the golden spatula crown is knocked out, the work will be perfect. As a result, it took 4 recasting devices to knock out the golden spatula crown. After equipping all 3 crowns to the Vladimir barracks, Yi Feng's number of barracks has reached an exaggerated 19. 2 more empty barracks can be recruited, and the number of gold coins that can be obtained daily, not counting Sevika and God-given ergot, can reach 56 gold coins per day. No, if the daily interest of Alliance members Yang Bin and Wen Xiaohao is taken into account. 50% can be rounded down, that is to say, Yi Feng's daily gold coins have reached 60 gold coins, and if the God-given ergot's treasure chest and Sevika perform normally, it is not a problem to explode more than 20 gold coins every day. In other words, Yi Feng's daily gold coin income can now be stabilized at more than 80 gold coins. Such a generous reward is enough for Yi Feng to raise the level of his base to level 8 before the first Secret Realm challenge. However, this is not the best choice. After finishing the crown, Yi Feng checked the equipment in the barracks. Only 1 Heart of Determination in the Darius barracks is a finished equipment, so only this one equipment is converted into light equipment. The original Heart of Determination equipment has a circle of golden light, and the name and attributes of the equipment have been greatly improved. Inheritance of the Colossus. Add 500 health points, 40 armor, and 20% critical strike rate. Special effect. Get 16% damage reduction. When the health value is higher than 40%, it will get 30% damage reduction instead. Compared with the original Heart of Determination, the basic attributes have increased by 300 health points and 20 armor points. The original damage reduction was doubled, and the original health value dividing line was reduced from 50% health value to 40%, which can continuously trigger high damage reduction. This time, Darius's 4 supervision gets 45% damage reduction at high health value, and now he gets another 30% damage reduction because of the light equipment inheritance of the Colossus. Coupled with the current nearly 200 points of armor, Darius's defense ability can be said to have reached a terrifying level. At the same time, Yang Bin was taking Darius to a new base to hunt the boss. During the battle, Yang Bin suddenly found that the damage of the boss to Darius suddenly changed from more than 100 points to only double-digit damage. What's the situation? Did the boss suddenly become weak? At this time, Yang Bin did not think of the possibility that Darius would suddenly become stronger. And when Jiahao also found the same situation. However, he was more perceptive than Yang Bin. After seeing that the damage of the boss to Darius was reduced, he immediately checked Darius's attributes again, and found that his armor and health were improved again. Did Brother Feng find some special equipment to replace Darius? He simply attributed the reason for the increase in tankiness to the increase in Darius's armor, thinking that Yi Feng had obtained some new equipment. The damage of the boss monster suddenly increased at this time. Seeing this, when Jiahao turned his attention to Malzahar. Malzahar has also become stronger. Brother Feng is really amazing. And the damage of Malzahar is really terrifying. This is probably not a forecast card. At this moment, Yi Feng, after checking Darius's attributes, turned his attention to Draven. After all, the 4 pieces of equipment on Draven were all finished equipment. Now all of them have been upgraded to light equipment, so his benefits are naturally huge. Chapter 197. Draven's 4 equipments are Ginsu's Rage Blade, Infinity Blade, Giant Catcher, Sharp Blade. Now they have become Ginsu's Reckoning, Zenith Blade, Demon Catcher, Radiant Blade. After upgrading to the Radiant Blade, the change is mainly reflected in the additional attack speed provided by each attack, which has increased from the original 5% to 10%. In terms of basic attributes, it only increases the attack speed by 10%. Such an improvement is not obvious. At most it allows Draven to reach the full attack speed of 5.0 faster. The original Infinity Blade, the upgraded Zenith Blade attribute is a world of difference compared to the former. Zenith Blade adds 70% attack power and 75% critical strike rate. Special effect. Skills can be critical hits. If the carrier's skills can already be critical hits, 10% critical hit damage will be provided instead. Compared to the original Infinity Blade, the attack power and critical hit rate provided are directly doubled, and this improvement is actually much more than double. Because the basic critical hit rate of the chest piece is only 25%, the critical hit probability of the original equipment Infinity Blade is only 60%, and the difference between critical hit and non-critical hit damage is still a big gap. Now Zenith Blade directly provides 75% critical hit rate, which makes the chess piece's critical hit rate directly reach 100%. That is to say, every sword is critical hit, and there is no possibility of non-critical hit. The increase in full critical hit can make Draven's output even more exaggerated. And the original attack power increase is an additional 35%. And this is just the improvement of a piece of light equipment. The original Giant Catcher provides 25% attack power, spell strength, and a little attack speed, plus a permanent 5% damage increase, and a 20% damage increase, when fighting against chess pieces with too high maximum health. In the past, hunting various bosses basically had a permanent 25% damage increase. The attributes of the light version of Giant Catcher have also been directly doubled. Demon Catcher. Add 50% attack power, 10% attack speed, 50 spell strength, and 20% damage increase. Special effect. Get a 30% damage increase when fighting against enemies with a maximum health of more than 1750. Similarly, the attributes of the light version of Sharp Blade, which is now Glorious Blade, are also doubled. Brilliant Blade. Add 105% attack power and 20% damage increase. Brilliant Blade has no special effects, but its powerful basic attributes are its special effects. 9 Iron Blood Conqueror reaches full level and unlocks 15 rewards in total, that is, the basic 100% attack power and spell strength of 9 Iron Blood Conqueror are increased. And each treasure increases by 10%, which is an increase of 150%. The attack power and spell strength bonus directly reach 250%, With the blessing of multiple pieces of equipment, Draven's attack power directly reached 949 points, and the spell strength reached 420 points under the bonus. Draven's skill Spitting Axe damage is 1.4 times the attack power plus 40% spell strength. That is, the basic value of Draven's skill attack has reached about 1,500 points. Moreover, this is without a critical hit. Zenith Blade allows Draven's critical hit rate to reach 100%, and the skill can also be critical hit, which means that Draven's skill damage can reach 2,100 points after a critical hit. In addition, the two pieces of equipment provide a 70% damage increase, plus the 8% damage increase of Yifeng's chess piece's Eternal Flame, and the 20% damage increase of the useless Big Gem that has not yet been equipped. This damage increase can almost reach 100%. In other words, the damage can reach more than 4,000 points. In addition, the Bond of Brawler can also cause 6% true damage, which means that without considering the premise of 1,000 swords, Draven's each sword can reach about 4,500 points of damage. And after so many days of blood volume increase, Draven has already reached 3,330 points of health. While the output is high, the high blood volume and almighty blood sucking can also give him a certain self-protection power. Such damage can be described as explosive damage. One knife kills a kid. With the health of the goblins in the forest base, and their armor is not too high, Draven can basically kill a goblin with one blow. This is Draven's upgrade. For pieces of light equipment make Draven the strongest back row physical output of Yifeng. Only one sheep knife is a finished equipment on Morgana and Renata, so they only get the opportunity to turn the sheep knife into a light sheep knife. This is a limited upgrade for the two chess pieces, but it is also good. In order to maximize the upgrade, Yifeng took off the light sheep knife on Morgana and replaced it with useless Big Gem. This may reduce Morgana's strength, but it is a huge improvement for the whole team. Leona's improvement is also good. The Dragon Claw and Redemption on her body have been upgraded to the light equipment Dragon Will and Absolution. Dragon Will. Add 115 magic resistance. Special effect. Gain 15% of maximum health, and restore 10% of maximum health every 2 seconds. Absolution. Add 15 mana, for 100 health limit. Special effect. Heal 25% of the lost health of friendly troops within 2 meters every 5 seconds, and gain 10% damage reduction for 5 seconds. The light version of Dragon Claw has not doubled, and the basic health of Redemption has more than doubled, but the special effect is not particularly high. And the most useful damage reduction effect for surrounding teammates has not been improved. Leona currently has 230 points of armor, and 345 points of magic resistance. The shield value provided by the light shield badge on her body has reached about 400 points. However, Yifeng did not plan to arrange these equipment for Leona. Instead, he took down Dragon Will, and exchanged it with life armor on Darius. This reduced Leona's magic resistance, but the maximum health value was greatly improved, and after Darius equipped Dragon Will, the attribute will reach an even more exaggerated level. Darius's basic health value is even more exaggerated. Although it lacks the 400 fixed health points of life armor, the 15% increase in maximum health value is actually higher than the 400 fixed health points. This wave of improvement brought Darius's health to 12,776 points. The HP recovery of Will of the Dragon, combined with Pride of the Outlaw, can restore 830 HP per second. After the adjustment, the HP of 3-star Leona reached 4082, and both resistances were 250 points. The light shield badge can provide more than 300 points of shield, which can be regarded as a qualified frontline tank. With Darius, the effect of Absolution can increase Darius's damage reduction again, making him even more indestructible. In addition to these chess pieces, Swain, Anbisa, LeBlanc, Malzahar, God-given Urgot, and Sevica have received the upgrade of this light equipment. Chapter 198. Swain's upgraded equipment is Archangel Staff and Morello's Secret Codex, and the light version is Arfu's Staff and Morello's Holy Codex. The basic attributes of the two pieces of equipment only increase the spell power by 65 points, but the special effects are more than doubled. The spell power increased by Arfu's Staff is doubled compared to the Archangel Staff. The true damage burning of the Holy Codex is also doubled, reaching 2% true damage per second. And the burning duration of Morello's Holy Codex is as long as 30 seconds. In other words, as long as the target is stacked with this true damage burning effect, the opponent will lose half of his health even if he doesn't die. Swain's health is currently 3,746 points. Although his health is not very high, he is equipped with Monitoring Emblem and activated Dual Warrior. Therefore, Swain's tankiness should not be underestimated. And once the effect of the Staff of the Archangel of Light is added, his recovery ability is even better than Darius. As long as he is not killed instantly, there is a chance to use the skill Demon Sublimation to pull back his health. If Swain is replaced with the Frost Swain from the previous season, his health can be directly unlimited. Both Mbisa and Sevica are equipped with 3 sets of warriors on the 2 barracks. Titan's Resolve, Draining Sword, and Straker's Challenge Gauntlet are now upgraded to the light version. Titan's Oath, add 30% attack speed and 35 armor. Special effect, gain 3% attack power and 3 spell power when attacking and taking damage, up to 25 layers. Gain 50 armor and 50 magic resistance when full. Blessed Draining Sword, add 40% attack power, 20 magic resistance, 40 spell power, and 40% all-round bloodsucking. Special effect, at 40% health, gain a shield equal to 40% of maximum health. Straker's Ultimate Shield, add 400 health and 30% attack power. Special effect, at 60% health, gain 40% of maximum health and 60% attack power. After all the effects of the 3 pieces of equipment are triggered, they can provide a full 205% attack power bonus, and 115 points of spell power bonus, 85 points of armor, and 70 points of magic resistance. After triggering this special effect of Straker's Ultimate Shield, the HP can be greatly increased. This increase will also increase the special effect shield of the Blessing Draining Sword. The attack power of the 2-star Mbisa, with 3 pieces of light equipment, directly reached more than 500 points, and after the special effect is triggered, the HP can directly reach about 4,700 points. And Sevica is equipped with 1 more Infinity Blade than Mbisa, which has now been upgraded to Zenith Blade. But Sevica, who is not blessed by 9 Iron Blood Conquerors, has only about 300 attack power after all the special effects are triggered. But such a value is also enough. Malzahar and LeBlanc, 2 back row mages, have 3 equipments that are upgraded together: Sheep Knife, Mana Regenerator, and Archangel Staff. Ginsu's Reckoning, Helana's Spear, Arfu's Angel Staff. The basic value increase of these 3 pieces of equipment is not very obvious, and the most important improvement is still in the special effects. Spear of Solana can restore twice as much mana as the original Spear of Shojin with each normal attack, and the Archangel of Light's magic power will also be stacked faster. However, what Yifeng is not sure about is whether the Archangel of Light's magic power limit can also be increased. In addition, the Hextech gun on Malzahar's barracks has also been upgraded to the light equipment Hextech Life Blade. The all-round life sucking has been doubled, and the life recovery provided to friendly forces has also been increased from the original 25% damage to 40%, making the recovery of chess pieces even more impressive. Finally, it was God-given Urgot, who is also equipped with 4 pieces of equipment: Static Blade, Pearl Gauntlets, Spear of Shoj, Bank's Magic Hat. Now these 4 basic equipment have also become light equipment. The light versions of Pearl Gauntlets and Spear of Shoj will not be elaborated on. The Light Blade Static Frenzy has improved the basic spell strength, and the additional damage caused by the special effect has increased, but it is only a few dozen points of damage, which is not worth Yifeng's attention. On the contrary, the light version of Bank's Magic Hat has very exaggerated properties, directly increasing spell strength by 80 points and damage by 33%. After checking all the light equipment of all chess pieces, Yifeng saw that there were still 204 gold coins. He directly raised the base level for 20 days, and spent 60 gold coins. With the remaining 44 gold coins, Yifeng recruited 8 Malzahar and 4 Draven, and used up the gold coins until only 100 gold coins were left. After finishing all this, Yifeng opened the map to see if there were any other special areas on the map. It would be best if he could encounter some void creatures again, use the badge to collect energy, and complete the second stage of the Proof of the Strong mission. However, after checking the map, at least within 100 miles of Yifeng's base, there was no special place. Suddenly, Yifeng remembered something. It was something he got from Wang San in other war zones during the previous exception handling. Special item: Frost Compass. After activation, you may be able to find them for help. Yifeng did not use this item before. After all, he did not know what consequences this item would bring after using it, and at that time, the town marked by the disc on the map was Yifeng's most important goal. However, now that the disc town has been explored, Yifeng has also learned some of the truth about the Scarlet Land. After the Iron Blood Conqueror level was fully loaded, Yifeng's strength was also improved. In Yifeng's mind, he would not be in any danger if he used this special item now. Take out this special item. It looks like a pocket watch that is cold to the touch. The cold breath made Yifeng feel a chill flowing from his palm along his body, as if he would be frozen into an ice sculpture if he held it for a long time. At noon, all the chess pieces responsible for hunting at the forest base returned. Yifeng brought all the chess pieces to his side, and then he was relieved to prepare to use this special item. Bring more chess pieces just in case, and see what this thing is pointing to. After Yifeng finished speaking, he directly activated this special item in his mind. Suddenly, the air temperature around him dropped to freezing point, as if snow would fall in the next second. Yifeng, who was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, was instantly freezing and had runny noses. He quickly searched in his backpack and found a set of down jackets that had exploded and put them on. Soon, the frost compass lit up with a faint blue light that shot forward, condensing into a huge door made of frozen frost in front of him. Chapter 199. The huge door made of frost exudes a bone-chilling chill, and it seems that there is another world behind the door. Yifeng looked at the frost compass in his hand, and its needle was pointing directly at the huge ice door. No matter how Yifeng adjusted the direction, the needle was pointing directly at the door. It seemed to be calling Yifeng to enter. In order to be on the safe side, Yifeng prepared to go all out this time. Only a few chess pieces were left to defend the base, and Yifeng basically brought all the other combat chess pieces. Darius, Draven, Morgana, Renata, Leona, Swain, Anbisa, LeBlanc, Malzahar, Sevica, and God-given Urgot. This time, Yifeng went out in full force. With Darius taking the lead, Yifeng led many chess pieces into the ice door. When crossing the ice door, Yifeng suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill rushing into his body. The cold wind was blowing into Yifeng's collar, causing him to shiver. At first glance, Yifeng was already in an ice field. The surroundings were covered with ice and snow, and the soil on the ground had also turned into a layer of frozen soil. If you were not careful, you would fall down. "Hiss, where is this place? It's too cold." As Yifeng spoke, the water vapor he exhaled quickly condensed in the air. You can imagine how low the temperature around here is. Feeling the chill coming from his body, Yifeng took out a military coat from his backpack. The green military coat was not good looking, but it was really warm. After putting on the military coat, Yifeng felt that his body was slowly warming up, and his body, which was somewhat frozen, slowly stretched out. Yifeng looked up at the sky, and the sun hanging in the sky actually looked normal. It was not the scarlet sun in the Scarlet Land. Unfortunately, the sun here only provided light, but not warmth. It was as if the sun in the sky was just a huge incandescent lamp hanging high in the sky. Yifeng took out the frost compass, and the pointer pointed in a direction. Yifeng asked the chess pieces to set up their formation and headed in the direction pointed by the pointer. Along the way, Yifeng was cautious, but the expected monsters did not appear. The whole world was quiet, with only endless ice and snow, as if the whole world was frozen. After walking for half an hour, the area where Yifeng was located was still an uninhabited ice field. It was as if Yifeng was the only living person left in the world. The ice field without any reference, coupled with the reflection of the sun's light on the ice surface, can easily make people dizzy. It even makes people lose their way. Fortunately, Yifeng had the frost compass to guide the direction, so he did not lose his way. Is this a new place? Yifeng was puzzled. But judging from the surroundings, this place doesn't look like the territory of the Crimson Land at all. After all, the most obvious feature of the Crimson Land is that no matter where you are, the sun hanging in the sky is definitely a scarlet one. Could it be that in addition to the Novice Village and the Crimson Land in the forest base, there is a third place? Yifeng suddenly remembered the secret realm mentioned in the previous survival game. Could this be the so-called secret realm area? So, does this count as arriving in the secret realm in advance? Yifeng tried to take out the teleportation device from his backpack, wanting to see if he could open the portal to return to the base. It would have been fine if he hadn't tried it, but once he tried it, Yifeng was stunned. This item cannot be used in a special area. The reminder sound of the survival game came, which made Yifeng's heart tremble. Could it be that this place really belongs to a new world as he guessed? Another half an hour later, Yifeng finally walked out of the ice field and came to a pine forest. The towering pine trees were covered with rime, and thousands of ice crystals were clustered, like silver chrysanthemums in full bloom, like snow feathers hanging. The destination of the pointer seemed to be in the pine forest, not far ahead. The snow on the ground in the pine forest was very soft and loose, and it did not form a frozen soil like the ice field. Stepping on such snow was like stepping on cotton, which surprised Yifeng, a southerner who rarely saw snow. Sure enough, as he continued to go deeper, a clearing appeared in the forest. In the middle of the clearing, there was a bonfire, and a short humanoid creature was sitting next to the bonfire. The creature was about 1 meter tall, with a head-to-body ratio of nearly 1 to 2, that is, For a 1-meter tall person, the head was about 30 centimeters. Its body was covered with a layer of fur, and from a distance, it looked a bit like a cartoon toy. Behind it, there was a creature that looked like a several-meter-long western dragon lying on the ground taking a nap. After hearing the noise, the humanoid creature turned around and looked at Yifeng. The creature had big eyes, but its mouth and nose looked very delicate and small, and its face was like a cute rag doll. Yifeng noticed that the creature's ears were big and pointed, with fur growing on them, and looked quite cartoon-like. The creature looked at Yifeng vigilantly, and blew a whistle at the same time. The dragon behind him stood up suddenly, and roared at Yifeng with a ferocious look. However, when the creature saw the frost compass in Yifeng's hand, the vigilance on its face disappeared immediately. It seemed to be unable to believe its eyes. It stretched out its small palm to rub its eyes, looked at the props in Yifeng's hand, and asked in surprise, "Is it coming so soon this time?" The creature was a little familiar, and was not afraid of Yifeng. Instead, it continued to talk to itself. "Let me think, how many times has this been? It seems to have been dozens of times, right? There are too many people coming, and it has been too long. I can't remember clearly. Speaking of which, you should be the first person to come in the new era." The creature's tone was full of vicissitudes, as if it had experienced countless years, and witnessed too many people coming and going, like an old man who had experienced vicissitudes. However, his appearance and what he said were different. That somewhat cute appearance made his words feel a little funny. This was the first time Yifeng saw an intelligent creature that could communicate, so naturally he had countless questions to ask. Yifeng was about to ask, but was interrupted by the creature. He put his finger on his lips, made a silent gesture, and issued a task to Yifeng directly. "I know you have a lot of questions, but I can't tell you because it's not time yet. I have trials of different difficulty levels from S to D. Different trials can get different rewards. Which difficulty do you want to choose?" Hearing this, Yifeng understood that the role of this creature was an NPC that issued tasks. Since the higher the difficulty, the better the reward, then naturally choose the highest difficulty. "I choose S level." Chapter 200. Hearing that Yifeng chose the S level challenge, the creature showed a look of surprise on his face. Obviously, he did not expect Yifeng to choose the most difficult S level. He circled around Yifeng, looked him up and down, and reminded him, "According to your progress, you can come here, and there is probably a base of about level 7. Although it is very strong, I still have to tell you that the difficulty of the S-level trial is still very difficult for you at the level 7 base." Although the creature said it was very difficult, in fact, in his heart, he did not think that there would be any survivors who could pass the S-level trial at present. After all, the time between the last survivors was too short, and the strength of this group of survivors was not very strong at all. If you insist on going, then go. If you find that you can't beat it, come back. I will give you a chance to change the difficulty. After the creature said this, he didn't know how to operate his hands, and the frost compass in Yifeng's hand suddenly appeared in his hand. After his operation, the pointer of the frost compass pointed to a new direction. "Go quickly, I wait for you here." After handing the compass back to Yifeng, the creature sat in front of the campfire and started roasting his own fire, ignoring Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng didn't say much. Can't beat him? To be honest, Yifeng didn't believe it at all. With Yifeng's current strength, the strength of the level 9 survivors, who have developed normally in the survival game, may not be stronger than Yifeng. After all, without the blessing of Hex Deck enhancement, the combat power will be very different. "Then I will go to complete the trial first. Please wait for me here for a while. I will be back soon." The creature did not respond to Yifeng, but leaned against the giant dragon behind him, closed his eyes, and rested comfortably. Seeing that the other party did not respond to him, Yifeng did not plan to continue communicating. He went to complete the S-level task first, and then he would be able to communicate well. Following the direction of the compass for more than 20 minutes, Yifeng finally arrived at the destination. This is a huge frozen lake. The ice on the lake reflects the sun's light like a mirror, making people feel a dazzling light in front of their eyes when they look at the ice surface. Is this the destination? Yifeng looked around and did not find any monsters. He did not know what the so-called S-level trial was. Just as Yifeng was confused, the compass in his hand suddenly emitted a deep blue light. This light directly shone on the ice surface in the lake. A magic circle was formed on the ice surface. As the magic circle lit up, the entire lake surface began to vibrate slightly. Suddenly, the ice surface exploded completely. Countless ice cubes exploded into the sky. Yifeng subconsciously wanted to lower his head to avoid it. But suddenly I found that all the exploded ice blocks did not fly far, but gathered above the lake. Soon, the ice blocks continued to gather and merge together, forming the shape of a giant monster. Then, the water in the lake was attracted by the ice blocks above and merged. A minute later, there was only a huge empty pit left here, and the previous lake had long disappeared. The lake water and ice blocks merged together to form a huge monster that was 100 meters high. The monster's body was covered with a layer of ice blocks, like the hardest armor. Inside the ice, his body was made of lake water, and the water flow could be seen. The huge monster jumped down from the sky, shaking the earth. In the woods beside the lake, the snow on the trees also fell down due to the vibration, as if it was a world of ice and snow. The monster roared and rushed towards Yifeng. Is this the monster of the trial? It looks quite powerful, and it is worthy of its S-level trial status. Following Yifeng's command, many of Yifeng's chess pieces also took action. Amumu, Leona, and Swain all dispersed and pushed up from different directions in batches. Leona's role is mainly to provide teammates with the Shield of Light shield badge, as well as the 10% damage reduction provided by the equipment absolution. Swain's Eternal Flame can also provide a good damage increase for the whole team. The back row chess pieces were also divided into numerous small teams to ensure that Morgana, who was wearing aura equipment, could provide aura to other output chess pieces in the back row. And as Morgana's useless big gem continued to increase the damage increase, it could provide up to 20% damage increase for all chess pieces in the team. And Morgana's skills could reduce the effect of the enemy's shield. If this giant ice monster had any shield skills, it could also be restrained by Morgana. And Bisa and Sevika, two warrior chess pieces, also rushed up. Although their health was not much, they were wearing light equipment, so they should be able to fight against this boss. The back row chess pieces also turned on the output mode at this moment, especially Draven. He had 4 pieces of light equipment on him. With one axe, he dealt more than 6,000 points of damage, and the 1,000 swords and fighter fetters also caused some real damage. This real damage may seem insignificant, but as the number of attacks increases, the damage will continue to increase, and eventually reach a terrifying value. The output of the two mages, Malzahar and LeBlanc, is still so stable. After having the light version of the blue knife spear of Solana, the release speed of the two types of chess pieces is also much faster. As a member of the Prophet, Renata's main role is to provide a certain shield for the front row chess pieces. The light equipment has upgraded a light sheath knife. Although the upgrade is not much, it can also make her shield faster. The giant ice monster also launched an attack, and the giant hand hammered towards the ground, instantly smashing a group of chess pieces around into a dizzy state. The damage of the behemoth is not high, and it only hit Leona with more than 2,000 points, while the damage to Darius and Crow is even less. With the blessing of the 2 pieces of equipment Dragon Will and Pride of the Manan, Darius recovers more than 800 points per second, and in just 2 seconds, he is back to full health again. Although Swain didn't have any health recovering equipment, his mana bar was full at this moment. With the activation of the demonic sublimation skill, he instantly recovered a large amount of health, and it was still recovering continuously. Leona didn't have any skills or equipment to recover health, but with the shield of Renata's skills and her own light shield badge, it was not a big deal. And part of the damage caused by the Prophet chess piece turned into a stream of life source, replenishing Leona's health. This S-level trial didn't seem to be that difficult. Chapter 201. This giant ice monster's attack methods are almost all physical attacks, and it constantly attacks the surrounding chess pieces with its fists and feet. Its single damage is not high, but its attack frequency is relatively high, basically attacking once per second, sometimes even twice. And each attack can stun a large group of chess pieces, which is quite powerful. Unfortunately, its attack did not affect the back row. As long as Malzahar continues to output, the life recovery of the front row chess pieces will be sufficiently guaranteed. It seems that taking down this S-level trial behemoth is just a piece of cake. Even the magic scroll can be easily grasped without using it. However, the facts once again prove that champagne should not be opened in advance. Not long after, this monster began to attack remotely. I saw the ice on its body condensed in its hands, forming a huge ice stone. The monster raised the ice stone above its head and threw it hard. The ice stone rushed towards the back row at a very fast speed in the air, and immediately hit the place where a group of back row chess pieces gathered. In that circle, more than 10 chess pieces were attacked by the ice stone. Suddenly a lot of damage values appeared. Minus 1,643. Minus 1,534. Minus 1,534. Fortunately, the damage of this boulder was not fatal. The health of the back row chess pieces all exceeded 2,000 points. However, This ice stone still stunned the group of chess pieces, reducing Yifeng's output in the back row. For safety reasons, Yifeng took out an advanced life field magic scroll and decisively tore it open to restore the life of the chess pieces. Although it is not fatal, if the monster throws it continuously, it is still possible to overturn. The addition of the magic scroll tilted the balance that was already tilted towards Yifeng even more. The superimposed spell strength of the Archangel of Light is indeed much stronger than the original Archangel staff. Soon, the number of infection layers of Malzahar was superimposed to an exaggerated level. The recovery of the light technology gun can basically keep the chess pieces healthy at all times. Even if the back row is attacked, it can continue to recover. The blood volume of the huge monster is getting lower and lower, and only about 1/5 is left in 10 minutes. The monster, whose blood volume has reached the bottom, suddenly activated its ultimate move. It roared, and there were visible sound waves. Under the attack of this sound wave, all the chess pieces were dizzy and stood there without moving. In addition to control, this sound wave also caused additional damage to all chess pieces. About 1,000 points of damage per second, coupled with the stun of the chess piece, may be a difficult matter for many survivors. But Yifeng did not panic. Malzahar's infection layer has been stacked to an exaggerated level. The light technology gun and the 6 profit bond can almost instantly heal the injured chess piece. And this recovery is based on the health of the chess piece. The target is selected, and the injured chess piece with the lowest absolute health is given priority. There is no waste of treatment, and it easily withstands this attack. The monster roared for a minute. If Yifeng had not been able to continue to treat, other survivors would probably have been wiped out by this attack. After all, when everyone is dizzy, they can only rely on the recovery of the equipment itself and the recovery of the magic scroll. Unless the survivor is an octopus that keeps using magic scrolls, Yifeng can't think of any other way to resist this wave of exaggerated attacks. After this wave of attacks, the monster seemed to be at its wit's end and had no other means of attack. Soon, the giant beast was easily solved by Yifeng, and there was no ripple along the way. At most, the sonic attack of the monster just now caused Yifeng a little trouble. Done, now we can go back. After the monster died, nothing exploded. The only change was that the monster shot out a ray of light, which poured into the frost compass in Yifeng's hand. But the compass did not change at all. Maybe it was because the mission boss had no explosion rate. After the monster died, it turned into a lake of water again and returned to the lake. The splash of water from the high altitude almost gave Yifeng a chill. Fortunately, I retreated in time and was not affected. Otherwise, in this icy and snowy place, my clothes would be wet by the lake water. Even if I changed my clothes in time, I would still catch a cold and have a fever. After returning, the creature was still sleeping on the dragon. The bonfire in the center had been burning for so long and had not diminished, as if it was an eternally burning flame. When he heard Yifeng's footsteps coming back, he stood up with an expression on his face that he had known it for a long time. "You're back so soon? You know that the S-level trial is not something you can handle, right? I recommend that you choose B-level or A-level. If you are still worried, you can even choose C-level difficulty, but..." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yifeng. "I have completed the task." Hearing this, the creature, who was lying comfortably on the dragon, suddenly jumped up in surprise. After carefully looking at Yifeng, he said, "I don't like people who brag. Don't you know that after completing the trial, there will be something to prove it? Merely saying it is useless." It took Yifeng only about an hour to go back and forth, and it took more than 40 minutes to go back and forth. Therefore, this creature did not think that Yifeng could complete it. Therefore, his face became gloomy. He didn't expect that the first human who came this time was actually a guy who loved to lie. "I don't like lying humans. Choose a task of a different difficulty. If you complete it, I won't mind your lying this time." The creature showed a trace of displeasure on his face. The human in front of him actually wanted to deceive him. Didn't he know that after killing the trial boss, the frost compass would absorb the energy? Thinking of this, he looked at the frost compass in Yifeng's hand. "Hey, why does it seem a little different on it?" At this time, Yifeng directly handed over the frost compass. "Brother, I'm not lying. I really killed it. This monster didn't drop anything when it died." A beam of light entered the compass. Looking at the compass handed over by Yifeng, the creature showed a look of seeing a ghost on his face. Yifeng couldn't see it, but he could see the energy contained in the compass. What a joke! In just a short time, this survivor has completed the S-level trial. That's an S-level trial. The most powerful person who has passed the S-level trial in the past took 2 hours. Is this human being going against the will of heaven? Chapter 202. After more than 10 eras, The young man in front of him is the most evil human he has ever seen. Although from the aesthetic point of view of their tribe, the young man in front of him does not look very good. But from the perspective of humans themselves, the young man in front of him seems to be handsome? Ahem, since the task is completed. Then sit down and chat together. If you have any questions, just ask. The creature stretched his body to cover up the embarrassment in his eyes. He sat down by the fire, then took out a mat and put it aside, waiting for Yifeng to sit down. He cleared his throat, and was ready for Yifeng to ask him the truth behind the scenes. He enjoyed this very much, and every time he told the survivors who arrived here the story behind the scenes. The surprise, admiration, etc. in the eyes of these humans made him feel very happy. He has lived for many years, and his biggest hobby is these. After waiting for so long, a new human finally came, so naturally he had to pretend to be a senior master. However, he never expected that Yifeng did not ask him all kinds of questions with admiration as he expected. What's going on? He was preparing to show off his skills in front of others, but this human didn't say anything. The creature turned his head and looked at Yifeng, ready to say something, but was interrupted by Yifeng. We can talk about this problem later. Let's talk about the reward first. I have passed the S-level trial, so at least give me some rewards. You don't want to fool me with the reward, do you? Hearing Yifeng's words, and looking at Yifeng's suspicious eyes, the creature felt that his personality was slandered. You're kidding. How could I, Tyr, be that kind of person? I've seen humans from more than 10 generations of you here, and I've never fooled anyone. The character of us Yodel people cannot be slandered. Tyr Jack Shui was very excited. How abominable. This human actually doubted the character of the great Yodel people. It seems that this human must be made aware that the great character of the future Yodel Tyr Jack Shui cannot be slandered. Yifeng looked at the Yodel in front of him. In that case, I tell you about the rewards first, and you can choose one of the three. The Yodel stood up with some anger on his face. But this Q-version appearance looks cute even when angry. With a wave of his hand, 3 groups of light appeared in the sky. In the first group of light, various equipments were shining continuously, and even various emblems and crowns appeared in it. In the second group of light, there were some purple and orange shadows of barracks, all of which were shadows of 4-cost and 5-cost barracks that were constantly emerging and changing. The third group of light was the strangest. It was just a dark blue, like a ball of frost, and there was nothing else. Equipment, barracks, and frost power to strengthen the existing barracks. Choose one yourself. Yifeng did not make a choice. Since he was asked to choose, he had to tell him the details of the 3 rewards. For example, how many pieces of equipment would be given, and the barracks, is it 4-cost or 5-cost, and how many are given in total. If it is a 2-star 5-cost barracks, Yifeng would be tempted to try it. After all, Yifeng has saved up 3 barracks replicators so far. If he can bet on a 2-star LeBlanc barracks builder, then he can directly make a 3-star LeBlanc. The strength of 3 stars and 5 mana is enough to destroy the world. As for the final frost power upgrade chess piece, it is necessary to give a clear value to what extent it can be upgraded. Otherwise, how to distinguish which reward is more practical? Well, can you give a detailed explanation of how many things can be exploded from each of the 3 rewards? Please give me a number so that I can choose. Tyr was stunned. This Yodel has met so many humans. In the past, humans would make choices based on what they needed after seeing the 3 rewards. There has never been a person like Yifeng, who not only did not feel moved by the rewards, but directly asked what specific rewards he had. Yifeng saw the stunned performance of this Yodel. He asked in confusion, "Can I ask about the rewards in advance?" Yifeng's question made this Yodel fall into deep thought. For so many years, although no one has asked about the specific content of the reward, it seems that there is indeed no rule that prohibits asking about the content of the reward. After hesitating for a while, the Yodel Tyr told Yifeng the details of the reward. You passed the S-level trial. If you choose equipment, 7 pieces will be randomly drawn from all the equipment, ranging from finished equipment to various crowns and emblems. Everything depends on fate. There are 5 barracks, and you will randomly draw a level 4 or 5 barracks builder of your era. The final frost power can enhance the properties of chess pieces, and for some specific chess pieces, there can even be additional changes. The specific value of the enhanced property depends on the chess piece. There is no fixed number, but the 3 rewards will definitely not be too different. After listening to the introduction, Yifeng had a bottom line in his heart. Among the 3 rewards, the first equipment is the least likely to be chosen. The upper and lower limits are too different. If you are lucky, you will get 7 emblems or crowns, which are enough to take your chess piece bond to the next level. Even getting multiple colored bonds is not a dream. However, if you are not lucky enough, 7 finished equipment will be 0 improvement for Yifeng. So this option was first passed by Yifeng. As for the second option, there are 12 4-cost cards and 8 5-cost cards, a total of 20 cards. Among these cards, no more than 10 cards are useful to Yifeng, and it is too much of a gamble to randomly draw 5 times, and you may not get what you want. If you try hard, you may be able to catch up with the 3-star Enchantress, but the greater possibility is to draw 5 scattered barracks builders that are not very helpful to the existing bond. The upper and lower limits are also too big, and Yifeng's base level will reach level 8 in a short time, and then there will be a higher probability of refreshing 4-cost and 5-cost barracks. Then, the final choice is to use the last frost power to improve the attributes of the chess piece itself. I just don't know how much this improvement can be. I've decided, I choose first power. After hearing Yifeng's choice, the yodel in front of him nodded, merged the 3 balls of light on his head into a ball of deep blue light, and compressed it step by step into a blue light ball. Take it, this is your reward. Chapter 203. The blue light ball slowly flew into Yifeng's hands, and the reminder sound of the survival game also sounded in his ears at the right time. Congratulations to the survivor for obtaining the special item, Frost Power. Given to a barracks, it can enhance the strength of the barracks chess pieces, and may have special effects on some chess pieces. Looking at the ball of light in his hand, Yifeng asked another question. Well, this has a special effect on some chess pieces. Which chess pieces are they referring to? Can you reveal it conveniently? Hearing Yifeng's question, the yodel in front of him was obviously stunned. However, it seems that it really did not say that this information cannot be revealed to the survivors. And the survivors, who have completed the trial, can ask some secrets from their own mouths. It seems that there is no problem. Thinking of this, the yodel pointed to the swaying chess piece behind Yifeng and gave the answer. If I remember correctly, this chess piece can have some special effects after receiving the power of frost. Hearing this answer, Yifeng's face showed joy, and he directly chanted in his heart to use the power of frost for Swain's barracks. As he thought about it, the frost power light ball in his hand turned into a ball of light and flew towards the swaying chess piece, and then a ray of light appeared to break the boundary of space. A crack appeared in the sky, and through the crack, many barracks on the side of Yifeng's scarlet base could be seen. The light poured into the swaying chess piece, and then flew all the way to the swaying barracks through the crack in the sky. The light became fainter and fainter, and the energy inside was gradually absorbed. When the light completely disappeared, the appearance of the barracks and chess pieces underwent earth-shaking changes. The original golden barracks now have a layer of dark blue blending together. The blend of gold and dark blue looks more elegant and luxurious. The same is true for the chess pieces. Swain's barracks have absorbed the power of frost, and the attributes have been improved. Basic health increased, 21063106. Basic armor increased, 2575. Basic magic resistance increased, 2575. Basic damage reduction increased, 0% 20%. Additional special improvement. Swain's skills have the power of frost and gain additional effects. Please check for yourself in terms of attribute improvement. The health has increased by 1,000 points, bringing Swain's total health to 4,746 points. Then in terms of armor and magic resistance, after increasing by 50 points, it is matched with the 25 points of dual resistance of the 4 Sentinels, and the 50 points of dual resistance of Nbisa Diplomat. Swain's armor and magic resistance directly reached 150 points, which is already a very solid defense. The additional damage reduction increased by 20%, which is equivalent to providing Swain with an extra piece of equipment. Although the effect is not as good as the light equipment legacy of the Colossus, it is much more than the damage reduction provided by the ordinary equipment version of Heart of Determination. For Overseers provide 45% damage reduction, and 2 Dual Warriors provide 15% damage reduction. Swain's damage reduction has reached a very exaggerated level. According to linear calculation, it is about 62.6%. In other words, 100 points of damage hits Swain, only more than 30 points. And these more than 30 points will be offset by armor and magic resistance again. Today's Swain is definitely a frontline tank that can be ranked alongside Darius, and in terms of output, Swain is even better. The improvement of these attributes alone is enough to be comparable to several pieces of equipment. It can greatly improve the upper limit of the strength of the chess pieces in a barracks. After all, there is always an upper limit for bonds and equipment, and this attribute that is added out of thin air has increased this upper limit. With nearly 5,000 health points, high damage reduction and skill recovery, Swain can already do it. It's hard to die. What makes Yifeng most excited is the so-called additional skill improvement. This is the second time Yifeng has encountered an additional skill improvement for chess pieces. Before, it was Darius's Ascension Power, which gave him an extra skill. I don't know what additional effect Swain has now. Yifeng took a look at Swain's skill bar and immediately found something different. As a dual warrior, Swain has two different skills for the front and back rows. Now the back row skill Crow Slayer has an additional description at the end. Frost Force additional effect. After the enemy is killed within 5 seconds after being damaged by Swain's skill, an ice sculpture will be formed, and the explosion of the ice sculpture will cause huge damage to other enemies around it. In other words, if Swain is used as a back row mage, facing a large-scale invasion of mobs, Swain only needs one skill to transform the dead enemy into an ice sculpture, and the explosion of the ice sculpture will cause huge damage. And if the ice sculpture kills the enemy, it will be generated again. Just like dominoes, one by one, even one skill can clear a large number of mobs. This is a good additional attribute. As a frontline skill, Demon Ascension, the improvement of Frost Power makes Yifeng exclaim that it is awesome. This improvement is enough to make Swain comparable to a 5-cost chess piece. After the skill Demon Ascension, there is also an additional description, which is this description that can make Swain have Super God Power. Frost Power additional effect. Demon Ascension restores health, while increasing the corresponding maximum health. During Demon Ascension, health is restored. If the health is full, it will increase the maximum health. This effect disappears after leaving the battle with a concept. That is to say, after Swain releases the skill, the maximum health can be continuously stacked, and with his high defense, during Demon Ascension, the damage caused by the boss to it is not as much as the recovery, and the maximum health can be increased, and Swain is equipped with the Archangel of Light, and the spell strength increases very quickly. When releasing Demon Ascension, 380% of the spell strength is restored. As long as the spell strength is about 1,000 points, releasing a skill can not only restore more than 3,000 health points, but also increase the maximum health value by more than 3,000 points. In the battle phase, it is easy to produce a 10,000 health crow. It is even possible that a terrifying tank with a health bar so thick that it can't be seen clearly will appear in a protracted battle. In other words, as long as Swain is not killed in the early stage of the battle, he can easily increase his maximum health value in the later stage. An invincible crow is easily born. This Frost Power effect is worth it. Yifeng couldn't hide the joy on his face. This Frost Power improvement is much better than the previous two rewards. Seeing Yifeng complete the Frost Power improvement of Swain, the yodel in front of him coughed lightly, pulling Yifeng's thoughts back. Ahem, okay, if you have anything to ask, you can ask it quickly. You should be teleported back in 10 minutes. Chapter 204. After receiving the reward, Yifeng followed and sat down beside him. Not to mention, the cushion that the yodel brought out was quite warm, especially the bonfire in front of him. Although he couldn't see what was burning inside, it didn't seem to be extinguished, and the flames made people feel comfortable as if they were bathed in spring breeze. Yifeng naturally had a lot of questions in his mind that he wanted to know the answers to. But it seemed that there were too many questions at once, so Yifeng didn't know where to start. After thinking for a while, Yifeng decided to ask the most fundamental question of the survival game. What is the purpose of the survival game? When the yodel Jack Shui heard Yifeng's first question, his brows furrowed, and his eyes were erratic, as if he remembered something from a long time ago. His thoughts kept coming to his mind, and he gave an answer after a while. To train the strongest survivors, and fight against the void monsters and scarlet monsters behind the scenes, that's it in a nutshell. Jack Shui said this and sighed. Yifeng was actually not satisfied with this answer. These were all things that Yifeng could guess at the moment, and they were not of much value to Yifeng. Soon, Yifeng remembered the words used by the yodel in front of him. He had said before that he had seen humans from many years going there. Does it mean that there are more than one group of survivors, and even across multiple time and space? After all, the city that Yifeng explored in the Scarlet Land before, and the town after Yifeng's base reached level 7, from the perspective of appearance and layout, are quite similar. Therefore, Yifeng's second question came out of his mouth. What do you mean by multiple eras? Are there more than one batch of survivors coming? Faced with Yifeng's second question, Jack Shui twisted his body, moved his waist around, and gave a direct answer. Before you, there were 12 eras of human survivors. Each era was a little different, but so far, the ultimate goal of this survival game has not been achieved. As if thinking of something, the yodel paused and added, perhaps it won't be long before people from the next era will also begin to be cultivated. The next era? Yifeng was stunned. Could it be that there are different parallel worlds in the Scarlet Land? Otherwise, how can we accommodate two groups of people at the same time? Or, can we cultivate two groups of people directly on the same map, but the probability is too low and unlikely? Seeing that Yifeng was silent, the Yodel did not continue to speak, but waited for a minute or two before taking the initiative to ask Yifeng. Human, do you have anything else you want to ask? After hearing this question, Yifeng pondered. Anything else? It seems that there is not much to ask, and it seems that there is not much meaning in asking, and it is not very helpful for the current situation. Just ask something meaningful in reality. We will cross the war zone and enter the secret realm to compete for resources in 5 days. What are the specific rules? Is there anything we need to pay attention to? For Yifeng, this is the intelligence information that is urgently needed. After having this intelligence information, Yifeng can seize the initiative in the subsequent secret realm competition. The Yodel naturally knew about Yifeng's question. He was about to explain to Yifeng some of the situations in the secret realm competition. Suddenly he realized something, and looked at Yifeng with wide eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Wait! The Yodel's voice rose a few degrees, as if he had heard some unbelievable news. You said you will enter the secret realm in 5 days. How many days have you been developing this time? In Jack Shui's mind, being able to come here. The development of the survivors has long seen the union of several powerful war zones. But from what Yifeng meant, was it just now that the cross-war zone communication friction has begun? Well, today is the 25th day since entering the survival game. Everyone has just arrived at the Scarlet Land. Is there any problem? Looking at Yifeng's blank expression and puzzled look, the Yodel wanted to read the situation in Yifeng's mind directly. What's the problem? This is a big problem. It's only been more than 20 days, and the survivors from different war zones have just had initial contact, and this guy can already come to me? To come to my place. In addition to getting the special item Frost Compass, the survivor's base level must reach level 7. Only after forming an alliance will the Frost Door leading here be opened. Otherwise, the Frost Compass will only summon a random trial monster. After passing it, you can get a certain amount of blessing power to enhance your strength. But this increase in reward is definitely not as good as the Frost Power Strengthening chess piece. Is this human in front of me a monster? In the past, after more than 20 days of development, even the strongest survivors could only have a base of about level 5. With a few good chess pieces and equipment, they would be considered top-notch. According to humans, is this kid cheating? But there is absolutely no such thing as cheating in this survival game. Could it be that this human in front of me is really the child of destiny? After so many reincarnations, is it really necessary to cultivate a strongest person to complete the counterattack against the Void and Scarlet? Thinking of this, the Yodel man looked at Yifeng with fiery eyes. It was as if he was looking at a naked and sexy beauty. Yifeng was terrified by this look, and his whole body was hairy. He quickly reminded, "Why don't you tell me what the secret realm is like?" After being reminded by Yifeng, the Yodel man came back to his senses and realized that his expression was a little out of control. He coughed and prepared to cover up his question. Then he opened his mouth to answer Yifeng about the secret realm. Regarding the secret realm, 3 to 5 people from different battle zones are usually randomly selected to enter it. After entering, everyone fights each other to snatch the rewards in the secret realm. Generally speaking, there is a mission goal in the secret realm, and this mission goal can only be completed by one person, which also causes inevitable conflicts among everyone. The purpose of this is to make you survivors stronger and stronger, and to cultivate the strongest survivors as quickly as possible. Hearing this answer, Yifeng nodded. This is reasonable. After all, the purpose of the survival game is to cultivate the strongest. A group of sheep and a wolf, it is obvious that the wolf is more powerful. No matter how many sheep there are, they cannot form much combat power. Chapter 205. After telling Yifeng about the secret realm, the Yodel seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly slapped his head and hurriedly added to Yifeng, "By the way, in the secret realm, in addition to the basic tasks issued by the survival game, there are also some hidden tasks. Most of these tasks involve void monsters or scarlet monsters. The rewards for these hidden things are very generous, but the difficulty is also relatively large and not fixed. Maybe the tasks in the secret realm itself are very simple, but the hidden tasks that are open may overturn even the strongest survivors. So it can be regarded as opportunities and risks coexisting. Just do what you can." When the Yodel said these words, he looked at Yifeng with eyes like an elder instructing a young man. It always made Yifeng feel a little weird. But what the other party said was really helpful to Yifeng now. So Yifeng still sincerely thanked the other party. Then Yifeng asked about the significance of the subsequent war zone battle. Hearing Yifeng's question, the Yodel became interested, stood up immediately, patted his clothes, and gave Yifeng an answer. You humans are just too weird. I remember the humans recruited in the first era. At that time, there was no war zone division. They were randomly assigned and trained. Yodel's thoughts were getting farther and farther away. It was a long, long time ago. He started slowly and told Yifeng about some things that had happened. At that time, humans trained the strongest 9 survivors. According to you humans, they belonged to different ethnic groups, countries, and even had different religious beliefs. Before the battle with the Void started, the 9 of them started fighting among themselves, and no one could convince the other. The final result was that everyone was hurt, and everyone suffered heavy losses. That was when everyone realized that you humans are too complicated. Perhaps it would be better to let the strongest survivors belong to the same country, and have the same skin color to ensure that there would be no internal fighting. That's how it was. From the second era, there was the War of the War Zone, and that's its meaning. After listening to the story, Yifeng lowered his head and thought. What the Yodel said was very reasonable. Humans are ultimately a group of people from different countries and skin colors. It would be a miracle if they could work together. After all, there are certain contradictions between countries and nations. Let alone anything else. If Yifeng became the strongest, he would find that there were people from Ria among the other survivors who cooperated with him. Then for Yifeng, it doesn't matter what kind of void monster or scarlet monster it is. Kill the people of Ria first, that's the right way. So making the strongest people in the end all come from one country can greatly reduce the possibility of internal fighting. This is reasonable. Soon, Yifeng thought of something. According to this statement, as a country, it will definitely start a war with survivors from other countries. Choose the strongest war zone and rush to the strongest survivors. Then it is likely that other countries' war zones will be wiped out. After all, it is a waste of resources to keep useless people. All the survivors who did not enter the Scarlet Land before were wiped out by the survival game. This also proves this point of the survival game. After all, there is not so much glamour behind this game. In the Crimson Land alone, countless survivors were wiped out. Yifeng did not feel afraid, and even became a little excited. That means that he has the opportunity to represent Yin country and fight against survivors from other countries. Thinking of this, Yifeng felt his blood boiling. It would be best if he could meet survivors from Bangzi country, Lia country, and Lifeng country. At that time, he must let these people know why the flowers are so red. At this moment, Yifeng couldn't help but look forward to the start of the National War Zone War. He even wanted to start it now. He wanted to fight happily. Looking at Yifeng's fiery eyes, the Yodel man on the side didn't say much. He had seen that Yifeng was full of fighting spirit. He couldn't help but mourn for the survivors of other countries in this era. With Yifeng's strength, his country will definitely become the strongest national war zone. There will be no doubts. 10 minutes is slow or fast. Before Yifeng had time to ask new questions, he heard a reminder. We are about to return to the Crimson Land. Countdown 10 seconds. The countdown kept ringing in his ears. Yifeng did not expect that 10 minutes would be up so quickly. He hurriedly asked the last question. How can I find traces of various void creatures in the Crimson Land? I need to hunt these things. The Yodel hurriedly gave an answer. Using some of their special items, we can find them hiding in the Crimson Land. Most of them are in some. Before the Yodel finished his last words, Yifeng felt that the picture in front of him was distorted, and the voice was no longer clear. The next moment, he returned to the Scarlet Land. The frost compass in his hand seemed to have lost its energy at this time, and the pointer inside swung randomly, losing its original ability to point to a fixed direction. What a pity! I didn't expect that 10 minutes would pass so quickly, and I didn't have time to finish asking questions. I should have taken the reward directly, and had more time to ask questions in the future. For the last question, if Yifeng wanted to complete the subsequent tasks of Proof of the Strong, he needed to use the Thor badge to collect the energy of the void creatures, and then activate the statue. Only in this way can the second stage of the task be completed. Unfortunately, the Yodel only gave half of the answer, giving the way to find them. But where to find them, he didn't have time to hear clearly. Yifeng currently has several special items dropped by monsters. Elite Yiksha Saber, Yiksha Commander's Long Sword, and several items of the King's Nightwill. It seems that I have to keep these things outside for a long time in the future, and try them every time I go to a place. After all, if I want to find the Void monsters and Scarlet monsters, it all depends on them. In addition, Yifeng also carries the small bottle of past days equipment collector with him. I don't know what kind of rewards this thing can give out after absorbing enough energy. Yifeng gained a lot from this trip. Not only did Swain get a terrifying improvement, but he also learned a lot of behind-the-scenes information. Then next, It's time to consider what chess pieces to choose for the remaining 2 air barracks. Chapter 206. After the Iron Blood Conqueror has reached the maximum number of layers, Yifeng is provided with 2 additional golden spade crowns. Using the recaster, he successfully created another 3-crown barracks. And Yifeng's barracks population has 2 more vacancies. Previously, he had not arranged what to choose for the 2 vacant barracks. Now Yifeng has a goal. It is better to improve the big bond than to improve the small bond. Directly max out the existing Alchemist Baron. Currently, Yifeng has a total of 4 Alchemist Baron barracks. Singed, Renata, Sevika, and Amumu, who has carried the Alchemist Baron job transfer. Among the chess pieces of Alchemist Baron, there are exactly 2 3-cost barracks. That is Rennie and Smith. Among them, Rennie's bond is Alchemy Baron and Fighter, but the latter Fighter bond has no match. It is simply a Alchemy Baron chess piece pendant. And Smith has another bond besides Alchemy Baron, which is Ambush Expert. It also has no match. So it is enough to build a 1-star barracks and recruit a chess piece as a bond pendant. Yifeng opened the chat interface and prepared to purchase a wave of barracks fragments first. When the chat interface was opened, the survivor number column in the upper right corner surprised Yifeng a little. The original number of 1,083 survivors is now only 1075. It's only afternoon now, and there are 8 survivors in half a day. All Yifeng could think of was that some survivors were too anxious. After encountering the boss, he commanded all the chess pieces to rush forward. Then a group was wiped out, which led to the monster's attack. Apart from this, Yifeng couldn't think of any other possibilities. Does anyone have Smithy or Rennie's barracks fragments? Yifeng sent out the message, but there were only a few responses. It makes sense, now there are only more than 1,000 people in the entire chat channel. At this moment, many people are probably busy hunting monsters and preparing for the Cross-War Zone Secret Realm in 5 days. The few people who responded sporadically did not give the answer Yifeng wanted. I have 1 or 2 fragments of these 2 barracks. Do you want them, Boss Yifeng? I don't have any, but I'm just curious. What is the bond between these 2 barracks? Can you tell me? Ha ha ha, I'm also curious about what the bond is. Why do I feel like Boss Yifeng knew about the bond in advance? To be honest, I have the same feeling. Boss Yifeng, you didn't open it, did you? The 4 people online simply couldn't gather enough barracks fragments. Yifeng regretted it at this time. If I had known earlier, I should have purchased some 3-cost barracks fragments of all kinds yesterday, so that I could have spare pieces for whatever chess pieces I wanted later. It's difficult to gather all the fragments now. Thinking of this, Yifeng was considering whether to just use 2 barracks to make up the number. But turning around, the combat power provided by these barracks was not much, and a lot of gold coins were wasted in vain. Now that I have some extra gold coins, I might as well use them all to upgrade my base. When I reach level 9, I will buy 4-cost and 5-cost barracks like crazy every day. Even if there is no bond bonus at that time, the combat power of 3 stars and 4 mana, and 3 stars and 5 mana is enough to stand out from the crowd. Thinking of this, after Yifeng added a few Draven chess pieces, all the remaining gold coins were used to upgrade the base upgrade time. Yifeng now only has 85 days left to upgrade to level 8 base. According to this trend, perhaps before the secret realm opens, Yifeng can directly raise the base level to level 8. As for the vacant barracks, Yifeng thinks it is better to have nothing than to have something bad, and there is no need to waste gold coins casually. After all, Yifeng is ready to take the chess pieces to the nearby strongholds for a sweep. After all, with Yifeng's current strength, sweeping the stronghold is easy. Sweeping as many strongholds as possible can not only get enough resources, but also further improve NBC's diplomat bond double resistance. Opening the map, Yifeng found a nearby stronghold. Since there was enough magic essence, Yifeng was too lazy to rush on his own. He directly used the teleportation stone and consumed the magic essence to reach a nearby uncleared stronghold. Looking at the monsters that appeared in the stronghold, Yifeng was not in a hurry. He was ready to test the strength of the crow after obtaining the power of frost. 10 crows came out and rushed to the stronghold first. The boss of this stronghold was a huge skeleton cavalryman more than 7 meters tall. The warhorse under the crotch was also made of skeletons. The skeleton cavalryman raised his spear and charged at the crow, looking quite brave. It was a pity that although he looked very handsome, the damage he caused to the crow was very limited. The lance of the skeleton knight hit Swain, causing only about 100 points of painless damage. Instead, it provided Swain with some mana. Swain, who was hit, instantly had full mana and directly released the skill Demon Ascension. Crow's spell strength is as high as 400 points. After releasing the skill, he recovers 3.8 times the spell strength, which is more than 1,000 health points, and due to the effect of frost power, he could also get the corresponding maximum health points. This way directly increased Swain's health points to 6,000 points, and after releasing the skill will restore the lost health points in just 1 second. The subsequent skill recovery, because it is in a full health state, directly provides Crow with maximum health points. Therefore, Crow's maximum health points are still increasing. When Crow's first Demon Ascension skill ended, his health points were close to 10,000. When releasing the skill for the second time, the equipment Archangel of Light greatly increased the spell strength of Crow. Therefore, the maximum health provided by releasing the skill this time is thousands of points. The battle lasted only about a minute, and Crow Swain's health had reached tens of thousands of points. Yi Feng also discovered the shortcomings of Crow's equipment at this time. Although the Morello Codex is effective, the burning effect does not increase the tankiness of Crow much. On the contrary, if you equip an equipment that restores health according to the percentage of maximum health, then once Crow Swain's health reaches tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, the recovery per second will reach a terrifying value. At that time, it will be difficult for Crow Swain, who is in the front row, to die. That is the real invincible Big Crow. The battle did not last too long. After all, Crow Swain carried the light version of the Ghost Book on his body, and the burning damage was not something that these stronghold bosses could withstand. A sea-level stronghold was successfully solved in about a minute. Chapter 207. After clearing the base, Yi Feng mobilized his men to search for the treasure chest in the base. This was a sea-level base, and the treasure chest was not hidden secretly. Yi Feng easily got the things. After opening it, there was another magic scroll design that could increase the attack power of chess pieces. After putting it back in the backpack, Yi Feng took out all the special items that had dropped before. According to the Yodel man he met in the Frost Compass secret realm, these special items can attract all kinds of monsters lurking in the Scarlet Land. After taking out all the things and placing them on the ground, Yi Feng waited for a while. After making sure there was no movement, Yi Feng put the things back into his backpack. After finishing one base, he continued to move towards the next base. In one afternoon, Yi Feng traveled thousands of miles and swept through more than 10 bases along the way. But most of the bases were B-level and below, and no good things that Yi Feng was interested in were revealed. The biggest gain is probably that the dual resistance provided by the Diplomat Bond has reached 74 points. At night, the chat channel finally became lively again. But this liveliness is still much quieter than yesterday. What everyone talked about the most is the Secret Realm competition in 5 days. Does the Secret Realm competition in 5 days count as our transition from PvE to PvP? Your idea above is very interesting, I agree. If we really have to fight against other survivors, there will be casualties. I don't know if we can just muddle through and let others fight for the rewards. It's enough for me to come back safely. Obviously, this is unlikely. With the nature of this survival game, 1 or 2 times may allow everyone to slack off, but if it happens many times, there will definitely be countermeasures. Don't forget, the survivors who did not enter the Crimson Land will be wiped out. Someone mentioned the matter of wiping out, which made the people who were chatting feel cold. Although they survived, many people unlocked the Crimson Land with difficulty. For them, it can be said that they are still scared. This time they survived, but what should they do next, especially since they and some survivors have become friends who have never met in nearly a month. Suddenly, these friends are gone, and no matter who comes, it will be a little unacceptable. Ha ha ha, I hope that everyone in our war zone can come back alive by then. Someone sent a message to dilute the spread of this worry and timidity. Immediately, other people livened up the atmosphere. Ha ha ha, then when we meet survivors from other countries, we must point our guns at the outside world. Of course, if we meet the people of Ria who are living a good life, I promise to be the first to rush. As everyone talked and laughed, the fear of death was diluted. Yi Feng also participated in everyone's topic. Especially knowing that the survival game will select survivors from one country to survive. The survivors from other countries, although not clearly stated, are likely to be wiped out. Thinking of this, Yi Feng felt that maybe he should try to unite everyone. After all, the biggest enemy in the future is the survivor war between countries that will start on the 50th day. At that time, pointing the guns at the outside is the most correct choice. Perhaps Yi Feng can sweep all the survivors by himself, but if too many other survivors die, it seems that there is not much meaning for only a few survivors to remain in the Yin Kingdom war zone. After all, there is no meaning for civilization without people. Thinking of this, Yi Feng spoke directly. Don't worry, I will give everyone a copy of Advanced Life Domain Magic Scroll and mail it to everyone later. After Yi Feng sent the message, everyone was shocked. Ah? Today is not April Fool's Day. Why did Big Brother Yifeng suddenly joke with everyone? Really? Big Brother Yifeng, don't tease us, I can't stand the temptation of a high-level magic scroll. Really? 1111, Big Brother Yifeng, give me a few more copies. Looking at everyone's replies, most of them don't believe what Yifeng said. After all, the value of a high-level magic scroll is seen by everyone. Such a valuable thing. Even if Yifeng has a lot of resources, the resources needed to equip more than 1,000 people are astronomical. No matter how rich Ma Huading is, he has never given money to everyone. The cost of a high-level life field magic scroll is 500 points of magic essence. Giving benefits to about 1,000 people will cost more than 500,000 magic essences. For many people, this is an astronomical figure that is difficult to brush. However, Yifeng has a holy place to brush magic essence. Gobi Giant Scorpion is simply the best holy place to brush treasures. Soon, Yifeng found the option of sending items to all members with one click in the authority of the War Zone Administrator. Yifeng sent about 1,000 magic scrolls to all the survivors by email. I will exchange crystal stones for various magic scrolls for 1 hour every night. I won't charge any handling fees, but you'd better save more before coming to me, otherwise I don't have that much time. Yifeng added that he decided to help other survivors directly exchange various magic scrolls in the future. Of course, Yifeng's own time is also limited. So I set aside 1 hour every day to help with the exchange, and at the same time I hope everyone can save as many crystal stones as possible before coming to me. Yifeng suddenly understood why the War Zone Administrator did not have too many rewards for himself. Perhaps for the behind-the-scenes survival game operator, the War Zone Administrator, it means more responsibility. Everyone who received the magic scrolls was excited at this time. One more high-level magic scroll can make everyone more confident in the secret trial in 5 days. Thank you, Big Brother. By the way, how many magic essences does this high-level magic scroll require? I exchange more when I save more. Ha ha ha, I'm curious too. I want to exchange more if I save more. Ha ha ha, I have about 400 magic essences in the crystal stones I have saved. I wonder how many high-level magic scrolls I can exchange. Seeing that everyone was curious about the price of the high-level life field magic scroll, Yifeng didn't cover up anything and gave the answer directly. 500 magic essences per scroll. In addition, I have some other magic scrolls here. You can take a look at them yourself. At the back, Yifeng attached the prices of various magic scrolls. Seeing that a magic scroll requires 500 magic essences, the buddy who said he had saved more than 400 magic essences fell silent. Chapter 208. However, after a little calculation, everyone got a terrifying result. 500 points of magic essence per person, that is to say, Yifeng gave everyone so many magic scrolls, which consumed more than 500,000 magic essences. A sandworm drops only 1 point of magic essence. In other words, if you want to kill sandworms, you need 500,000 sandworms to be satisfied, and 500,000 sandworms, even if they are left in place for the chess pieces to kill. It is unimaginable how long it will take for more than 200 chess pieces to work together. Even if Yifeng is the strongest, it is certainly not an easy thing to get 500,000 points of magic essence. I didn't expect Yifeng to really take out so many resources to share with everyone. This made many people feel strange. Even a few people who had slandered Yifeng before, now shamefully sent private messages to Yifeng to express their apologies. However, Yifeng didn't care about it. He did these things without any other thoughts. After knowing the truth behind the survival game, I just want to help everyone. At that time, I will try my best to let more survivors of Yin Country survive. After all, only the survivors of Yin Country can recognize the culture together, but Yifeng is not going to tell everyone now. It is good to have pressure, but Yifeng is afraid that too much pressure will crush people. Therefore, Yifeng just replied to everyone. Don't think too much, Yin people should help each other, and everyone should try to survive as much as possible. After saying this, Yifeng closed the chat channel. The days went on step by step. Yifeng played chess during the day and played chess at night. Until the 27th day. Yifeng has proved one thing, that is, the interest of Alliance members cannot provide additional life bonus for investment strategy. It can only be said that it is a waste of joy. Survivor, Yifeng. Base level, LV7. Current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 7 plus 12. Base upgrade, 55 days later. Remaining gold coins, 192. After all the gold coins dropped by Sevica and God-given Ergot were played, Yifeng's gold coins reached nearly 200 again. For 2 consecutive days, Yifeng gave the health increase of golden cookware to Malzahar. Now Malzahar's health has finally broken through the 3,000 point mark. With such a health volume, he will not be killed instantly when facing most boss. As long as he is not killed instantly, with the blood-sucking ability of the light technology gun, he can instantly heal himself back to 1. Yifeng's plan is to increase LeBlanc's health after Malzahar's health exceeds 4,000. Slowly increase the HP of the main back row chess pieces, so that they can both resist and fight. In addition, Yifeng gave the Bright Ghost Book Morello's Codex on Crow to Renata, and the equipment added to Crow's Swain was Dragon's Fang synthesized from the Magic Resistance Cloak. Renata's equipment is Black Rose Emblem, Iron Blood Conqueror Emblem, Morello's Codex, Ginsu's Reckoning. After reaching the 4th Alchemy Baron, Yifeng's daily glimmer layers reached 30 layers. Today, it finally reached 120 layers, and you can choose to get rewards or continue to stack glimmer layers. Yifeng naturally did not hesitate and decisively chose to continue stacking the number of glimmer layers. After all, the reward for the 100th layer is too shabby. 1 basic alchemical equipment plus a Renata Barracks Builder plus 2 gold coins. This reward is not interesting to Yifeng at all. If the Barracks Builder is given to Ren'ai and Smith, hesitating for a second would be disrespectful to the 6 alchemy barons. It's a pity that the gift is too rubbish. There are still 3 days before the first Secret Realm Cross War Zone competition. Yifeng calculated his gold coins and decided to still choose to upgrade. After all, with his own strength, there should be no survivors in other war zones who are stronger than him. Therefore, 92 gold coins were used by Yifeng to increase the base upgrade time by 30 days. It originally took 55 days, nearly 2 months, to reach a level 8 base. Now it only takes 25 days, less than a month. Yifeng did not use the extra 2 gold coins, but chose to keep them. After hunting for a few days, Anbisa's diplomat has reached 100 points of armor and magic resistance. Yifeng tried to continue hunting yesterday, but found that it did not continue to improve the double resistance. It seems that the upper limit of diplomat is 100 points of armor and magic resistance. It is true that if it can be infinitely stacked, then Anbisa is the first card of the golden shovel in this survival game. Even 5-cost cards, or even 6-cost cards cannot replace her position. Just when Yifeng was about to set off to continue hunting, he heard a reminder of the survival game. The equipment production house has been completed, and the survivors are requested to check and receive the production rewards. The sudden reminder made Yifeng stunned. After a moment, I remembered that the reward of the equipment production house was finally completed. The equipment production house, depending on the magic essence invested, the rewards that can be obtained are also different, and the upper limit of investment is exactly 100,000 magic essences. Every time the equipment production house is used, it takes 7 days to wait. After Yifeng invested 100,000 magic essences on the 20th day, he almost forgot about it. If it weren't for the reminder sound of the survival game, he might have forgotten about the equipment production house. After all, the current base is considered a small town. The equipment production house and the magic scroll production house have been separated to different places. Yifeng usually doesn't pass by the equipment production house. Let's go and see what the reward is that I've been waiting for 7 days. Anyway, Yifeng is still full of expectations for the reward after waiting for 7 days. He rushed along the road towards the equipment production house. When he arrived at the destination, Yifeng was stunned by the scene in front of him. The original equipment production house is now in a separate place, and the appearance has become much more gorgeous. A ball of light is lit on the top of the equipment production house. This ball of light emits 5-color light, bright and beautiful. For Yifeng, this color of light, at a glance, he knows that there must be good things. After all, in the Golden Shovel game, the highest level of prismatic level magic ball reward is such a colorful color. When Yifeng approached the equipment production house, the prompt sound in his ear sounded at the right time. The equipment production house is completed. Do you want to collect the production reward now? Yifeng will naturally not choose to refuse to collect it. The good things are finished. Don't take them out to sea. Are they left here waiting to earn interest? Get it now. Chapter 209. When Yifeng chose to receive it, a bright light came out of the equipment production house. A colorful magic ball popped out from the equipment production house. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor for obtaining chess piece Abnormal Mutator X1. As the prompt sounded, the magic ball in front of him exploded. The thing inside was the chess piece Abnormal Mutator that Yifeng had seen before. Wow, another abnormal mutation. This is great news for Yifeng. After 7 days of waiting, everything seems to be worth it. You know, Yifeng has only had 3 opportunities for abnormal mutation for so long. It can be seen how difficult it is to obtain this thing. Among the current chess pieces, Draven, LeBlanc, and Malzahar have abnormal mutations. Another abnormal mutation is just right for the newly formed Invincible Crow. After getting the things, Yifeng did not waste too much time and went directly to the barracks. Directly use the abnormal mutator on Crow Swain. Strive for a bond that increases magic power, so that Crow can stack health faster. It will be easier to get through the early stage. With this idea in mind, the first abnormal mutation was refreshed. Heavyweight strikers cause additional physical damage when attacking. The amount of damage is equivalent to 20% of the maximum health of the chess piece, and the cooldown time is 5 seconds. The first abnormal mutation seems to be an abnormal mutation for tanks. Yifeng was careless, and was about to refresh casually. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he quickly pressed back the hand that was about to choose to refresh. If this abnormal mutation is really refreshed by him, I will probably be unable to sleep for several days in a row. This is more uncomfortable than the opponent throwing it directly when the 3 stars and 5 mana have not been synthesized into the chessboard. The abnormal mutation of this heavyweight striker is weakened compared to the abnormal mutation in the game of the Golden Shovel. Not only is the damage reduced, but the cooldown time is also extended to 5 seconds, but for Yifeng, this is not a problem, especially the current Crow Swain, which can infinitely stack health. The Archangel of Light stacks spell strength, and when the spell strength is high, the maximum health value is increased. After the maximum health value is increased, it can be matched with the abnormal mutation heavyweight striker to deal explosive damage. It is equivalent to being both tanky and output. Imagine that as long as the magic power of Crow Swain is stacked to 10,000 points, the maximum health value increased by releasing a skill is tens of thousands. It only takes a few minutes to make the health break through 6 digits or even reach 7 digits of 1 million health. After the health reaches 1 million, the damage of Swain's general attack will reach an exaggerated level. Maybe it is not effective enough for fighting boss. But if it is a battle between survivors, such as the Secret Realm 3 days later, other survivors will probably die directly when they encounter Swain's attack with the special effect of heavyweight strikers. The opponent may really die with this punch. Yifeng did not continue to refresh, and directly locked this abnormal mutation. Then he invested another 100,000 magic essences, and waited for the next reward 7 days later. I don't know what the next reward will be. After finishing all this, Yifeng went out to sweep the surroundings again. Many nearby strongholds have been cleared by Yifeng. Along the way, except for the ubiquitous sandworm monsters, there are basically no monsters. After using the teleportation tower to reach the farthest area, Yifeng started a new day of hunting again. According to the map, the area not far ahead is an abrupt forest. Why is it abrupt? Because the area where Yifeng is currently located is surrounded by a grassland. As a result, there is a square forest about 100 meters long and wide in the map. This is definitely not naturally generated. According to Yifeng's inference, this is definitely a stronghold. If it is really naturally generated, Yifeng will wash his hair upside down. Finally, Yifeng saw the forest area from a distance. It was a peach orchard. All the peach trees were about 2 meters high and looked very flat. It's unreasonable. It's extremely unreasonable. In the peach forest, you can see falling peach flowers, forming a pink flower rain in the air. This scene looks very beautiful and refreshing. However, there may be some murderous intention hidden in it. Yifeng slowly came to the edge of the peach forest with the chess piece. The peach forest and the surrounding grassland formed a clear dividing line. On this side of the dividing line, there is bright red grassland. And inside the dividing line, there is dark purple soil. The peach forest is very dense, with a peach tree every half a meter or so. There are only narrow paths between the peach trees. Anbisa, enter the peach forest and walk out from the other end. The length and width of the peach forest is only 100 meters, and the naked eye can vaguely see the light at the other end. For safety reasons, Yifeng decided to let Anbisa go first to test it. Anbisa walked into the peach forest, and kept moving forward in the gaps between the trees. After moving forward more than 20 meters, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the peach forest, and countless peach blossoms blocked the view. When the gust of wind dissipated, Anbisa's figure disappeared. Yifeng rubbed his eyes, and couldn't believe what he saw. Did you see where Anbisa went? Yifeng looked at the other intelligent chess pieces around him. Unfortunately, they also couldn't see what happened. Let's go to the other end to see the situation. The intelligent chess piece will decide to execute the survivor's order, so there is no need to worry that the chess piece itself has deviated from the route. If everything goes well, the chess piece will definitely walk out from the other side of the peach forest. Walk around the peach forest with the chess piece to the other end. As a result, after waiting for 10 minutes, Anbisa still didn't come out. What a joke. 100-meter-long peach forest. Even if you crawl, 10 minutes is enough to walk out. Something is weird. Something is very weird. Thinking of this, Yifeng searched in his backpack and found a high-speed camera. Before, Yifeng thought this thing was useless, but now he found that it was still useful. After setting up the high-speed camera, Yifeng set another chess piece into the peach forest. Under the camera lens, Yifeng finally saw what happened. At the moment when the peach blossoms rolled up, the space around the chess piece was distorted. Then, the chess piece was sucked into the distorted space. In other words, this peach forest is just a trick, and there is actually a mystery inside. Thinking of this, Yifeng decided to explore the peach forest himself. All chess pieces follow my orders. 10 chess pieces enter each time, 5 seconds apart, and enter in batches. Chapter 2:10. After arranging them in batches, Yifeng first let more than 30 Darius enter the peach forest, and then he led a group of chess pieces into it. If there really is another space, there are more than 30 chess pieces in front of him. Even if something happens, it can give Yifeng enough buffer time. Otherwise, if he takes the lead and enters it, if there is really a monster boss or something like that, Yifeng himself is not the opponent of the opponent. Darius takes the lead, even if there is an ambush on the other side. Yifeng also believes that Darius will not fall so quickly. As long as he can hold on until he reaches the other side, he can pull up various recovery scrolls and stand firm. Walking into the peach forest, the soil on the ground feels a little wet. It's like the soil after the spring rain, which is quite sticky. Yifeng's shoes are soon covered with a layer of mud and scattered peach blossoms. When the chess piece not far in front of Yifeng walked to the central area of the peach forest, another evil wind blew. The peach blossoms are flying, which is very beautiful. But this beauty hides a murderous intent. The space of the chess piece in front of him was distorted, and the torn space was like a whirlpool, swallowing all the chess pieces. This time Yifeng, who was in the peach forest, saw the whole process very clearly. At this moment, Yifeng hesitated. This torn space seemed to be distorted. Are the chess pieces involved in it really still alive? If the guess is wrong, there is actually no other space. It is just a space-shattering place that will tear the chess pieces into pieces. Then he rashly entered it, which might cause him to give his head away in vain. When thinking of this possibility, Yifeng stopped immediately. Thinking carefully, he seemed to be too careless before. It was so careless to directly conclude that there was another space in it without considering the risks involved. Thinking of this, Yifeng wanted to slap himself. How could he be so careless and take risks for no reason, just when Yifeng wanted to retreat with the chess pieces around him? A gust of wind blew again. This time, the peach blossom petals rolled up were several times more than the last time. The flying peach blossoms blocked Yifeng's sight. Yifeng only felt that the space in front of him was distorted, and then his eyes went black, and he could not see anything. Fuck. Yifeng only had time to shout out the classic Chinese curse before he was sucked into the space crack that suddenly appeared. After he was sucked in, the other chess pieces still followed his orders seriously, moving into the peach forest in batches. However, the subsequent chess pieces passed through the peach forest directly, and were not sucked into the space cracks in the peach forest. Yifeng's order only required the chess pieces to pass through the peach forest in batches. Now that they were not sucked into the space cracks, all the chess pieces passed through the peach forest and came to the other side. After arriving at the other side, without Yifeng's orders, all the chess pieces stopped in place and did not move, quietly waiting for Yifeng's return. If Yifeng never came back, perhaps they would wait like this forever. At this time, Yifeng only felt that the world was spinning in front of him, and everything around him seemed to be torn apart. When everything around him returned to normal, Yifeng found that he had come to a strange space. The surroundings of this space are a mixture of dark purple and scarlet. Anbisa and 30 Darius who disappeared earlier were all quietly waiting for something nearby. As an intelligent chess piece, Anbisa hurried forward to report the situation nearby to Yifeng after seeing Yifeng coming. Master, this area is very strange. There is nothing around, but you can't walk to the end. Anbisa briefly explained the general situation. As long as you walk more than 1,000 meters in this space, you will be pulled back to the original position by a mysterious force. Yifeng looked at the chess pieces that were sucked into this space with him. 2 Draven, 2 Crow Swain, 2 Renata, 2 Malzahar and 2 LeBlanc. In addition to Anbisa, Swain and 30 Darius who came in earlier, Yifeng has a total of more than 50 chess pieces. This Swain chess piece is another chess piece that Yifeng sent out for testing again after discovering that Anbisa disappeared. The chess pieces around him are pretty good, and I hope they can handle any situation. Thinking of this, Yifeng felt relieved. Yifeng, who had come to his senses, would not sit still and wait for death, and he took the chess pieces to explore everywhere. The result was exactly as Anbisa said. Once you walk more than 1,000 meters in this space, you will be pulled back to the original position. So this is the five-finger mountain that traps Sun Wukong? Yifeng tried a few more times, but still no result. Just when Yifeng was about to take out the teleportation device, to see if he could use the teleportation to escape directly, this space suddenly had a new reaction. I saw the surrounding space tearing apart like a mirror. Scarlet and dark purple light shone into this area from different cracks, as if countless colored lights were shining in. The sudden light dazzled Yifeng's eyes, and he could not see the scene in front of him clearly. When the light dimmed, a broken statue appeared in the space. It was a human-shaped statue, and from the appearance, it was a woman. The lines of the body were very beautiful, outlining the beauty of the human body. Especially the two curves on the body, which were portrayed vividly. The head of the statue was damaged, and replaced by a mixture of dark purple and scarlet light to form a virtual shadow of a head. Before Yifeng could react from the shock, the statue twisted its body like a machine. The stiff movement gave people a weird feeling. Human death. A harsh voice came from the body of the statue. This voice directly pierced the eardrum, as if it sounded in the depths of the human soul. A deep purple and scarlet light shot out and rushed towards the two Darius in front of Yifeng. Yifeng now understood that the statue in front of him was the culprit for this special space. And the health bar of the statue in front of him lit up. Since the health bar lit up, there was no need to be polite. As Yifeng gave the order, a group of chess pieces rushed up in unison. At this time, the two rays of light also hit the Darius in the front. Darius, who was hit by the deep purple light, froze in place and could not move at all. The Darius who was hit by the scarlet light actually turned around and turned to chop at another Darius. The remaining Darius finally rushed to the statue and attacked it.